Chapter 2. What other ways can you create? Within the palace of Xianyang, the night breeze howled, and the candlelight flickered. Lord Zhao, my father, Hu Hai's voice carried a hint of unease, clearly uncertain about the current state of affairs. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Zhao Gao's eyes, yet his tone remained exceptionally respectful. Do not worry, young master, I merely heard news of His Majesty's grave illness and came to pay a visit. I did not anticipate that it would turn out to be EWS. The two conversed. Zhao Gao had already guided Hu Hai slowly into the hall. Two guards stationed before the dragon couch saw someone approaching and immediately barred their way. His Majesty's health is precarious. No one is permitted to enter without authorization. The guard spoke in a deep voice, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhao Gao, however, smiled faintly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He bowed respectfully, speaking with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Gentlemen, this is young Master Hu Hai, the flesh and blood of His Majesty at a time when his father is gravely ill. Is it not permissible for his own son to pay a visit? Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, the two guards exchanged glances, evidently in a quandary, though they were tasked with guarding Hu Hai's unique status, coupled with Zhao Gao's eloquence, left them momentarily unsure of how to respond. Seizing the moment, Zhao Gao pressed further, lowering his voice to issue a veiled threat. Should His Majesty unfortunately pass, your obstruction today would constitute a grave act of disrespect. At that time, it is likely that none of you would be able to save yourselves. The implication of Zhao Gao's words was unmistakable, and the guard's expressions shifted slightly, ultimately yielding and allowing passage. Zhao Gao assisted Hu Hai as they continued forward, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his eyes. Ying Zheng lay quietly upon the dragon couch, his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut. As if he had already departed this world. Fathered, Hu Hai whispered, kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with a mixture of panic and helplessness. Zhao Gao slowly approached, bowing near Ying Zheng's body, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. Lowering his head, he extended his hand, gently probing Ying Zheng's carotid artery. Sensing Zhao Gao's examination, Ying Zheng lay upon the couch, secretly mocking him. This Zhao Gao, indeed, harbored ulterior motives. I had only sent word to Fu Su. Yet he has found out so swiftly. It seems he has long since embedded spies within my vicinity. As Zhao Gao's fingers grazed Ying Zheng's skin, he felt an icy coldness. He could not help but furrow his brow. Leaning in closer for a more careful inspection, no pulse, no breath. The corners of Zhao Gao's mouth imperceptibly curled upward before he quickly restored his facade of respect. Once he had composed himself, he raised his head, feigning shock as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, it has truly. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, Hu Hai's expression changed dramatically. He grasped Ying Zheng's arm with both hands, crying out, Father, how could you leave me like this? You depart, leaving this kingdom and your son in such uncertainty. Your Majesty's passing must not be disclosed, lest the state of Qin descend into chaos. He concluded. Zhao Gao's gaze revealed an inscrutable expression. His eyes darted, and he turned sharply to the other attendants in the hall, commanding in a stern voice, What has transpired today must not be spoken of outside. Otherwise, it shall be met with lethal consequences. The attendants trembled in response, not daring to utter a word more. Zhao Gao waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the crowd, leaving only himself and Hu Hai in the vast hall. The door gently closed, and the flickering candlelight swayed softly in the breeze. In that fleeting moment, the respectful demeanor on Zhao Gao's face vanished, replaced by an unmistakable glimmer of ambition. He rose slowly, his gaze intensely fixed upon Ying Zheng, and murmured softly, Your Majesty, despite your meticulous calculations, you have ultimately made a misstep. At this juncture, the world is poised to become Lord whose dominion. And I, Zhao Gao, shall be the puppet master behind this realm. The last words were whispered so quietly that even Hu Hai, standing behind him, could not discern them. Hu Hai wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and timidly inquired, Lord Zhao, what shall we do now? Zhao Gao turned to face Hu Hai, his eyes brimming with a comforting warmth as he replied, Do not fret, my lord, with a loyal servant at your side. All will be arranged appropriately. He assisted Hu Hai to his feet and continued gently, Henceforth, you need only follow my guidance and ascend to the throne as the second emperor of Qin. Zhao Gao's tone carried a hint of seduction, prompting Hu Hai to instinctively straighten his posture. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Hai nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, But, given that my father has just passed away, is it not a tad premature? Noticing Hu Hai's lingering hesitation, Zhao Gao smiled, his voice smooth yet laced with hidden sharpness. Precisely for that reason, my lord, you must hasten your ascension to prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to incite chaos. Particularly Prince Fu Su. Although he is currently stationed in the northern frontier, once he learns of this news, it could spell disaster. Before Zhao Gao could finish, Hu Hai's expression shifted dramatically, though still young. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Then that I shall defer to Lord Zhao's arrangements, he responded softly. Though Hu Hai continued to mourn his father's passing, he realized there was little time for excessive sentimentality. The significance of the forthcoming events hinged upon his ascent to power. Observing Hu Hai's compliant demeanor, Zhao Gao nodded in satisfaction. He cast a glance at Ying Zheng on the dragon couch, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he leaned in closer, whispering, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall safeguard the great Qin." Of course, it is my great Qin. A flicker of uncontainable excitement sparkled in Zhao Gao's eyes, as if he longed to divulge his entire scheme to Ying Zheng. After years of restraint, he had finally awaited this day. At that moment, Ying Zheng lay motionless on the dragon couch, yet within him, tumultuous waves were raging. Every word and glance from Zhao Gao was crystal clear to him, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, nails nearly piercing his palms. Zhao Gao, that your ambition knows no bounds. Fortuitously, Ying Zheng had been prepared for Zhao Gao's probing. Though reluctant to admit his body was no longer as robust as before, the elixirs left by Su Fu had indeed proven useful. One such potion could induce a state of apparent death, rendering both pulse and heartbeat non-existent, indistinguishable from true death, though its effects lasted only 6 hours. 6 hours that would suffice. Ying Zheng internally scoffed, already devising a plan to deal with Zhao Gao. He had discerned Zhao Gao's ambition and understood that Fu Su's position in the northern frontier placed him at a significant disadvantage. Zhao Gao, do you believe that now I am deceased, you may act with impunity? In 6 hours' time, I shall see what further waves you can stir. Chapter 3. Has the succession truly been bestowed upon me? Hu Hai knelt before the dragon throne, his eyes swollen with tears. Yet his visage bore a complex expression that he was engulfed in sorrow at Ying Zheng's demise, while simultaneously feeling a flicker of excitement ignited by Zhao Gao's words. Lord Zhao, you mean to say that father truly bequeathed the throne to me? Hu Hai lifted his gaze, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation glimmering in his eyes. Sensing the vague anxiety that lingered within Hu Hai, Zhao Gao bowed his head, his demeanor solemn as he spoke. My lord need not fret. Though His Majesty has not explicitly declared it, as your mentor, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting you in ascending to the throne. Zhao Gao's words served as a balm for Hu Hai's troubled heart. Upon hearing them, he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly unable to conceal his exhilaration. Despite his youth, he was acutely aware of the allure of power, having nurtured a yearning for it ever since Zhao Gao's repeated insinuations. Lord Zhao, what shall we do next? Hu Hai inquired in a hushed voice, his excitement seemingly having eclipsed the news of Ying Zheng's death. The tidings of his father's passing pierced his heart like a dagger. Yet he could not dismiss the flicker of secret delight that stirred within him. My lord need not mourn. While this matter is indeed grave, it presents a splendid opportunity for your ascension. Zhao Gao gently reassured him, his face a mask of genuine concern. Hu Hai, upon hearing these words, clenched his teeth and hesitated slightly, casting a doubtful glance at Zhao Gao. But father, before Hu Hai could finish his thought, Zhao Gao interrupted with unwavering resolve. His Majesty was undoubtedly wise throughout his reign, yet human effort ultimately cannot contend with fate. At present, the Qin dynasty is in tumultuous times. Should no one ascend the throne now, chaos will surely ensue. My lord, do you wish to witness the realm left by His Majesty crumble to dust? Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's countenance wavered, and he ultimately nodded with a faint acquiescence. Observing Hu Hai's compliant demeanor, Zhao Gao felt a surge of satisfaction within. He assisted Hu Hai in taking a seat and lowered his voice to continue. In my humble opinion, to prevent any leaks of information, we must act swiftly. I can draft an edict in His Majesty's name, bequeathing the throne to you. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's proposal, Hu Hai's eyes widened. But what of brother Fu Su? Zhao Gao scoffed derisively. Though Prince Fu Su is the elder brother, he is far away in the northern frontier. How can he possibly compare to you, my lord? Moreover, the palace is now under your control. Once the edict is issued, Fu Su will have no chance to contest. Hu Hai fell silent, yet a glimmer of clandestine ambition flickered in his eyes. Upon the dragon throne, the seemingly deceased Ying Zheng heard every word with clarity, a surge of fury rising within him. This traitor, Zhao Gao, has even ensnared my most beloved Hu Hai. And as for Hu Hai, deceived by slander, blinded by ambition, you have indeed shattered my expectations. Ying Zheng's fingers trembled slightly, his heart a tumult of rage and sorrow. To think that, even before my bones have grown cold, my own minister and cherished son are already plotting fratricide and usurpation. He could not fathom a favorable outcome for Fusu, should Hu Hai ascend. Given Zhao Gao's treacherous nature, were it not for the greater good, he would have eagerly set up and executed both Zhao Gao and Hu Hai without hesitation. Zhao Gao offered a faint smile. Whispering softly, "My lord, please remain calm. I have devised a plan. Now that His Majesty has passed, this matter must not be disclosed for the time being. Once I draft the imperial edict proclaiming you as the crown prince to inherit the throne, it will be entirely legitimate as for His Highness Fusud at this juncture." His tone faltered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "He is far away in the northern frontier, beyond our reach. You need not worry. I shall arrange everything meticulously." Hu Hai nodded vigorously, gazing at Zhao Gao with a face full of reliance, as if he had entrusted his entire fate to this man. "According to what you say, what should I do next?" Hu Hai quickly fell into a state of eagerness, his eyes gleaming as he looked toward Zhao Gao, already envisioning himself donning the dragon robe and ascending the dragon throne with Zhao Gao's assistance. At this moment, Zhao Gao was poised to further implement his scheme when a synchronized sound of footsteps interrupted him. The sound drew nearer, accompanied by the clanking of armor, creating a jarring contrast against the stillness of the night. Zhao Gao's heart jolted, his expression darkening significantly. He abruptly rose, his gaze sweeping toward the palace door like a hawk, his heart racing to his throat. Sensing that the situation seemed amiss, Hu Hai momentarily froze, anxiety creeping into his voice as he inquired. Zhao Gao, furrowing his brow, whispered reassuringly, "Do not panic, my lord. I shall investigate at once." Just as he was about to rise, an explosive noise erupted in the next moment. The grand hall's door was kicked open, and flames instantly illuminated the entire chamber. "Bold intruder, who dares to trespass in the palace of Xianyang?" Zhao Gao bellowed, his tone dripping with reprimand. In response, a cold laugh echoed. "Zhao Gao, what great authority you possess!" As the words faded, a tall figure emerged at the doorway, clad in dark armor, with sharp brows and keen eyes. His countenance was as chiseled as a blade. Behind him stood a regiment of armored soldiers, brandishing long spears, exuding an air of deadly intent. The newcomer was none other than Gongzi Gao. Upon seeing Gongzi Gao, Zhao Gao was momentarily taken aback, an odd expression crossing his face. "Gongzi Gao? How could you?" He did not believe that Gongzi Gao would possess any capability to influence matters at such a critical juncture. He seemed merely an unwelcome visitor. Meanwhile, Hu Hai was utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely fathom that the usually unassuming Gongzi Gao would lead troops into the palace of Xianyang. Gongzi Gao fixed his cold gaze upon them, his eyes sharp as daggers. He stepped into the grand hall, locking his stare on Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, his voice low yet thunderous. "With the passing of our father, the court is in turmoil. Zhao Gao, as an inner minister, instead of supporting the rightful heir, dares to conspire with Hu Hai in treason. Such crimes are utterly unforgivable." Upon hearing Gongzi Gao's declaration, a trace of annoyance flickered in Zhao Gao's eyes. A mere wastrel, seeking to obstruct his grand ambitions. "Gongzi Gao, you misunderstand. I harbor no treasonous intentions. I merely..." Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, preparing to articulate his defense, but was abruptly interrupted by Gongzi Gao. "Silence!" Gongzi Gao shouted furiously, drawing his sword, its cold light glinting ominously. "Zhao Gao, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your ambitions. The remains of the late emperor have barely cooled, and you are already eager to install Hu Hai as the sovereign. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Chapter 4. Are you plotting a rebellion? Hearing the reprimand from Gongzi Gao, Zhao Gao did not take it to heart. Instead, he quickly suppressed his panic, adopting a sullen expression. With a furrowed brow, he coldly retorted, "Gongzi Gao, your intrusion into His Majesty's chamber with troops is nothing short of treason. Do you not realize this is a capital offense?" Upon recognizing that the visitor was Gongzi Gao and not Fusu, Hu Hai felt a slight sense of calm. Standing behind Zhao Gao, he whispered in agreement, "Second brother, if father were to discover your reckless actions, he would not spare you." At present, the news of Ying Zheng's demise had yet to be publicly disclosed. and using Ying Zheng's name to intimidate others was still feasible. What they were unaware of, however, was that Gongzi Gao had come precisely because he had received the news. Unperturbed, Gongzi Gao coldly regarded Zhao Gao, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes that he stepped forward slowly, his voice deep yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Zhao Gao, with the emperor having passed, you dare to conceal this information and attempt to manipulate court affairs. As a mere eunuch, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? As Gongzi Gao's words resonated, Zhao Gao was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in furious indignation. Faced with such accusations, he could not possibly acquiesce, instead pointing an accusatory finger at Gongzi Gao and bellowing, "Preposterous! His Majesty still lies upon the dragon throne, his fate undetermined, and you dare concoct such lies to incite discord within the court. Truly audacious. Even if His Majesty is currently unable to manage state affairs, the internal ministers have their own measures in place. Yet here you are, Gongzi Gao, intruding upon the palace and bringing soldiers with you. What are your intentions? Are you plotting a rebellion?" Zhao Gao clearly regarded Gongzi Gao with disdain, viewing him merely as an idle wastrel, incapable of even participating in court intrigues, let alone posing any threat. However, just as he was berating Gongzi Gao, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and a well-equipped army marched in, swiftly surrounding the great hall. "Zhao Gao, your days of ease are over," with a command from Gongzi Gao. The soldiers moved with precision and efficiency. Before Zhao Gao could react, he and his attendants were swiftly subdued, sharp blades pressed against their throats, constricting their racing pulses. Each soldier's movements were remarkably adept, devoid of hesitation, indicating extensive training. Every strike was lethal in an instant. Zhao Gao's complexion turned ashen. His gaze swept over the soldiers' armor and weaponry. Growing increasingly alarmed, he soon discerned that this army was equipped in an extraordinary manner, surpassing his understanding of Qin's military armaments. Zhao Gao could vaguely see some soldiers wielding peculiar crossbows at their waists, their designs bizarre, yet emanating a chilling aura that a tempest of dread surged within him. This army was evidently not part of the regular Qin forces. Where did these troops come from? Not only Zhao Gao, but even Ying Zheng, reclining upon the dragon throne, was engulfed in confusion, with his eyes tightly shut. His mind raced with thoughts, lightning fast in its deliberation, by virtue of his experience. He could ascertain merely by observing the movements and armaments of this army that it was a meticulously trained elite force, far surpassing the imperial guards of the Qin dynasty. "Young Master Gao, could it be that you have concealed yourself so profoundly?" Ying Zheng pressed his lips together, his mind racing with thoughts, realizing that he had seemingly never taken the time to understand this frivolous, inept son of his. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Gao struggled and shouted loudly, "Young Master Gao, have you lost your senses? Whence have these troops come? Are you plotting treason?" Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, young Master Gao offered a faint smile, his gaze icy. "Zhao Gao, how curious it is that you dare utter the word treason. Your tongue is sharper than I had anticipated. I dare say the true traitor is you. You have concealed the news of His Majesty's demise and schemed to support Hu Hai in usurping the throne. If I do not intervene, the empire of Qin shall inevitably perish at the hands of a eunuch like you. I have not come here to debate with you, but rather to settle accounts." With a flourish of his sleeve, young Master Gao raised his voice in reprimand, the implications of his words unmistakable. In that moment, Zhao Gao was rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He suddenly realized that this second young master was seemingly no longer the wastrel he had once known. "See Zhao Gao," young Master Gao commanded coldly, and the soldiers promptly subdued Zhao Gao, dragging him out of the great hall. Witnessing this scene, Hu Hai cast a fearful glance at young Master Gao, his body trembling slightly, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Second brother, what are you planning to do? I am Father's most favored son. You cannot treat me this way." Young Master Gao shot him a cold glance and replied icily, "Hu Hai, while father has always favored you, what of you? You have conspired with Zhao Gao in treachery, seeking to seize power. I shall not behave as you do, lacking in decorum. As your elder brother, I have yet to grant you the right to pass judgment upon you. For now, I can only place you under soft house arrest to prevent you from causing further chaos." As young Master Gao's words fell, Zhao Gao was taken away, and Hu Hai was likewise escorted by young Master Gao's men. Confined within the estate, Hu Hai wished to cry out, yet the soldiers rudely covered his mouth. His voice gradually faded into the silence beyond the great hall, leaving only an echoing stillness. It was not that he did not wish to eliminate Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, but rather that he could not. Should he kill them, Li Si and Fu Su would undoubtedly not let the matter pass lightly. Although he currently had a few trusted subordinates, their numbers were insufficient to contend with the entrenched powers within the Qin dynasty. Summon forth, seal off the Xianying palace immediately, young Master Gao commanded with a slight nod, his mind calculating furiously. All guards shall be replaced. From this moment forth, the comings and goings of Xianying palace shall heed only my orders. The soldiers swiftly complied, and soon the guards inside and outside Xianying palace were replaced by young Master Gao's carefully cultivated confidants. Though this contingent was small in number, their superior equipment and training rendered them formidable enough to maintain an indomitable presence within the defensible confines of Xianying palace. Standing in the great hall, young Master Gao surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of vigilance evident in his gaze. He was acutely aware that the current situation remained precarious, with any unforeseen event capable of unfolding. Thus he knew he must first seize control of Xianying. Only in doing so could he gain the upper hand in the impending struggle for power. Ying Zheng reclined quietly upon the dragon couch, listening intently to the sounds outside, secretly commending the unfolding events. Young Master Gao, how deeply you have concealed your intentions. What have you been up to these past 2 years? As he observed young Master Gao securing dominion over Xianying. Rather than feeling anger, a slight smile graced his lips, and an unexpected sense of anticipation blossomed within him. Very well. Let me witness whether you truly possess the capability to uphold the grandeur of the Qin dynasty. Chapter 5. The unstable court. Concurrently, the atmosphere within the Prime Minister's residence was fraught with tension. Lic occupied the seat of authority, his expression grave, as he surveyed the esteemed ministers and confidants below. Unable to voice a word for an extended period, the message relayed by Zhao Gao weighed heavily upon all present, stifling their breath. Gentlemen, with the emperor's passing, our court is in disarray. Lord Zhao Gao has drafted a false edict, proclaiming young Master Hu Hai as the new emperor. This is our sole means of maintaining stability within the court. Yet, as his words fell, many in the assembly displayed complex expressions, some even revealing hesitance. Prime Minister, is this not overly hasty? How shall we navigate our circumstances thereafter? One official queried cautiously, his heart laden with doubts. It was evident to any discerning observer that the emperor's sudden demise left only two viable heirs. One was young Master Fu Su, who commanded military power yet was absent from Xianying. The other was young Master Hu Hai, who indeed had a considerable following. However, should Fu Su rally his troops in retaliation? The outcome remained uncertain. Fu Su, though he wields military authority, he has always adhered to principles of benevolence and righteousness. How could he dare defy the emperor's decree? Furthermore, what of Fu Su's military power? Once Hu Hai ascends to the throne, he would be labeled a traitor. Li Si spoke with a slight nod, his tone resolute, his eyes glinting with cold calculation. He understood Fu Su's character all too well. As long as Hu Hai occupied the legitimate position, it mattered not whether Fu Su was commanded to relinquish the throne, or even if an imperial edict were issued in Ying Zheng's name demanding his own self-execution. Fu Su would carry it out without hesitation. Upon hearing Li Si's assertions, the assembly exchanged glances, and ultimately, under his coercive persuasion, they nodded in agreement to lend their support. Excellent, Lic declared, slapping the table with satisfaction, a hint of triumph in his voice. Zhao Gao has made the necessary arrangements. We shall enter the palace as soon as the false edict is issued, and proclaim Hu Hai's ascension. Should Fu Su dare to act against us, we shall accuse him of treason, ensuring he bears the scorn of the entire realm. These words completely dispelled any lingering doubts among the attendees, and the room surged with fervor, as if victory was within their grasp. However, Li Si's elation was short-lived. As the assembly prepared to march into the palace, a cacophony erupted from outside the residence. Armed with peculiar crossbows and long spears, their dark armor glinted ominously in the flickering torchlight. At the forefront was none other than young Master Gao himself. Mounted upon a towering steed, he wielded a gleaming sword, his gaze cold and piercing. Behind him stood a contingent that was strikingly dissimilar to the standard military of the Great Qin. Each soldier exuded an air of solemnity and coldness, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor, starkly contrasting with the usual demeanor of Qin's troops. As a group of officials approached the entrance upon hearing the commotion, They were so intimidated by the sight before them that their legs weakened, causing them to halt in their tracks. Lic strode purposefully out of the door, his previously authoritative expression transforming into one of utmost dismay. Young Master Gao, what is the purpose of surrounding the Prime Minister's residence with your troops? Could it be that you are plotting treason? He suppressed the fear swelling in his heart and shouted, projecting an air of defiance. Upon witnessing Li Si's demeanor, young Master Gao let out a cold laugh and responded with an icy tone. Minister Li, your words are quite amusing, but I have merely heard that several esteemed officials have gathered overnight within the Prime Minister's residence. Concerned for the court, that I am deeply gratified and have come to ascertain what grand matters you are concocting. As he spoke, he slowly urged his horse forward, the soldiers behind him taking a synchronized step forward. Their crossbows aimed menacingly at the crowd within the Prime Minister's residence. In that moment, a glimmer of cold steel flashed, revealing a palpable aura of murderous intent, causing many ministers to falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. You are exceedingly bold. Li Si's forehead glistened with cold sweat, yet he forced himself to maintain an air of authority, rebuking, with His Majesty's demise, you, as a prince, ought to be focused on stabilizing the court. Yet here you are, besieging the court's esteemed ministers. This is utterly unbecoming. Unbecoming? Young Master Gao chuckled lightly, his gaze piercing as it swept over Li Si. Nonchalantly, he inquired, Minister Li, may I ask, who was the source of the news regarding His Majesty's passing? And who is it that, under the guise of His Majesty, is conspiring to usurp power? As a direct descendant, I have yet to receive such information, yet you, an external minister, seem to know it with such clarity. At this utterance, a commotion erupted among the officials within the Prime Minister's residence. Lic's expression shifted dramatically as he forced himself to regain composure, declaring, Young Master, be cautious with your words. You have merely fallen victim to some rumor, and now you dare to storm the Prime Minister's residence. This is truly outrageous. In response to Li Si's accusation, young Master Gao raised his sword, pointing it directly at Li Si, and coldly proclaimed, I shall see who the true transgressor is. Soldiers, tighten the encirclement around the Prime Minister's residence. Anyone who dares to step foot outside today shall be executed without mercy. His command fell like a frost-bitten blade in the depths of winter, prompting the soldiers to immediately spring into action, ensuring the Prime Minister's residence was sealed off completely. In an instant, Li Si's countenance darkened, and he gritted his teeth, stating, Young Master Gao, do you truly wish to oppose the court? The court? Young Master Gao scoffed derisively, his gaze sweeping over the wobbly ministers standing behind Li S. Is this what you refer to as the court? A collection of cowardly sycophants, only concerned with their own survival? After delivering his scathing remarks, he waved his hand, and soldiers brought forth several corpses, carelessly tossing them at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. These were the confidants of Zhao Gao, who recently attempted to flee the city. My men intercepted them at the East City Gate, and they had yet to secure His Majesty's final edict. Minister Li, tell me, was the matter of the false edict a scheme you concocted alongside Zhao Gao? The bloodstains on the corpse were still fresh, a sight that was truly harrowing. Lic's pupils contracted, and the officials behind him turned ashen. Young Master Gao, to spout such baseless accusations, where do you intend to place the truth? Li Si forcibly suppressed the terror within, retorting loudly. He was acutely aware that he could never admit to such a charge. Should he concede, he would not only lose his official cap, but likely his very head as well. Where do you intend to place it? I shall ask you but one question. Do you wish to live or die? Young Master Gao's words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, pierced the hearts of Li Si and the others like a sharpened blade. Chapter 6. Absolutely impossible. Live or die? Li Si was aghast. Zhao Gao, where is Zhao Gao? Cease your shouts. Zhao Gao has already been restrained. Young Master Gao dismounted, hands clasped behind his back, standing with an air of haughty confidence. What? Li Si's eyes bulged, his beard trembling. You have restrained Zhao Gao. The military and civil dignitaries were all taken aback. The shadows in the Zulong Hall were thick, and Zhao Gao, a master of stealth and formidable skill, could not simply be said to be controlled. Under normal circumstances, given Zhao Gao's modus operandi, he would have already executed young Master Gao. How could he permit him to brazenly surround the Chancellor's residence and speak such audacious words? It was utterly incomprehensible. It was no wonder they were perplexed. After all, over the years, Zhao Gao had covertly cultivated his power, amassing a multitude of talented subordinates, with the palace seemingly filled with his loyalists. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that young Master Gao was uneducated and appeared weak and inept. Yet now, could it be that Zhao Gao, out of some apprehension, had refrained from striking against young Master Gao? The dignitaries were utterly confounded, unable to fathom that young Master Gao was no longer the debauched youth of your Li Chancellor. You have always been fiercely loyal. Why, in your old age, have you become muddled and conspired with that despicable Zhao Gao? Young Master Gao squinted, his gaze piercing. Upon hearing this, Li Si's heart trembled violently. Could it be that young Master Gao was aware of his clandestine schemes? Impossible. He was merely a useless wastrel. Today, a spectacle was nothing more than a desperate attempt to seize the throne. As for the secret edicts, to prevent any leaks, Zhao Gao had mentioned that he dispatched 8 teams, each carrying 8 different secret edicts. Naturally, all were fabrications. However, one such edict contained the true intentions of Zhao Gao and Li Si's conspiracy, while the remaining 7 were mere diversions. The corpse that young Master Gao had presented was simply part of the ruse, devoid of significance. With this thought, Li Si felt a sense of relief. Young Master, given that His Majesty has just passed, and the heir has yet to be established according to the rights of the Qin, it is my duty as Chancellor to collaborate with Chancellor Feng to maintain stability in the state. I am currently in discussions with the esteemed ministers regarding matters following His Majesty's death. It would be inappropriate for me to waste time with you. I kindly ask you to depart swiftly. Once I have attended to state affairs, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Indeed, the affairs of state are pressing. We are utterly stretched thin, and I implore you, young master, not to continue this farce. The second young master should return to his residence at once. Regardless of indulgences, no one will intervene. Young Master Gao, observing this, displayed no concern. Despite the ridicule and disdain from the crowd, he remained standing with his hands behind his back. Witnessing this, the dignitaries exchanged glances, their unease intensifying. When they raised their eyes and met his gaze, their bodies involuntarily shuddered. They seemed to sense an authority akin to that of the Zulong emanating from young Master Gao. As if instinctively, the crowd fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Have you all finished speaking? It is now my turn, replied Lord Gao with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Minister Li, I wonder if you still remember the notion of self-immolation? May I have a moment of your attention? With that, Lord Gao strode into the Chancellor's residence and settled himself in the cool pavilion. Outside, the high-ranking officials exchanged bewildered glances, directing their gazes towards Li Lic stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His complexion was ashen, and his hands trembled involuntarily beneath his long sleeves. Self-immolation. How could Lord Gao be privy to their intentions? Perhaps the others were oblivious, but Li Si understood all too well. He had conspired with Zhao Gao to orchestrate the self-immolation of Fu Su and Meng Tian in the northern city. This matter was a closely guarded secret, known to no one else. The only possible explanation was that Zhao Gao had betrayed them. The thought sent a chill down Li Si's spine, and like a specter, he moved slowly towards the garden, racking his brain on how to ensure the safety of his family. Observing Li Si's demeanor, the ministers gasped in shock. What did Lord Gao mean by self-immolation? Could it be that Zhao Gao had taken his own life? That was inconceivable. In the garden, Lord Gao's men stood guard, Lic's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. I am merely concerned that the Qin might perish at the hands of Fu Su. Li Si's voice was low, and he appeared to age a decade in an instant. If this matter were to reach the ears of others, it would surely lead to the annihilation of his clan. Their bloodline extinguished, Fu Su had already garnered the allegiance of many remnants from the 6 states. Should he ascend the throne, the old factions would undoubtedly rise again, and no one could guarantee they would not threaten the Qin dynasty. Minister Li, though you hold the position of Chancellor, your wisdom is ultimately limited, remarked Lord Gao with a slight, mocking smile. The emperor has just passed away, and the barbarian tribes at the borders are eyeing our lands with envy. You conspire with Zhao Gao, aiming to see Fu Su and Meng Tian dead, leaving the northern front with its 300,000 elite soldiers leaderless. Are you not aware that once the news of the emperor's demise reaches the ears of the barbarians, the borders will surely be compromised? Hu Hai is reckless and utterly unfit for the throne. The affairs of state will fall under Zhao Gao's control. You truly believe Zhao Gao can revive the Qin dynasty? You are mistaken. He would merely exacerbate the burdens of taxation, plunging the common people into despair. And you, who have been manipulated by Zhao Gao, do you think he will let you off easily? In such times, with the borders lost, ministers falling, internal strife and external threats, the Qin dynasty will be perilously close to ruin. Upon hearing this, Li Si was taken aback, attempting to defend himself. After all, young Master Hu Hai has studied the governance of the state for a decade. Lord Gao interjected with a disdainful smile, cutting him off. Has Hu Hai ever schemed against the loyal and virtuous? Yes. Has he ever seized common women by force? Yes. Then what is there to discuss regarding the governance of the state? Li Si fell silent. Indeed, if Hu Hai were to ascend, the Qin would undoubtedly face decline. That he finally realized the folly of his choices. At the same time, Lord Gao was not merely the frivolous figure he appeared to be. An aura emanated from him that evoked the majesty of the ancestor dragon. With his forehead to the ground, tears streamed down Li Si's face. His voice choked with emotion. I have failed the late emperor. In his final moments, I implore you, young master, heed my words. Zhao Gao has manipulated the will of heaven for his selfish desires. He seeks to control young master Hu Hai, thereby seizing the reins of the Qin dynasty. My actions were, after all, for the future of the Qin. Young master, you must see that Fu Su is not fit to govern and would drag the Qin into chaos. It was out of desperation that I conspired with Zhao Gao to safeguard the sovereignty of the Qin from upheaval. In this present moment, the young lord has successfully rid himself of Zhao Gao, and one might imagine he can empathize with the tribulations of his ministers. Li Si has come to the grim realization that his fate is sealed. The sole concern weighing upon his heart is the continuation of the Li lineage. The young lord, with his gaze cast down upon the prostrate figure of Li Si, offers a cold smirk. Do you truly believe this act can salvage the Qin dynasty? As the chancellor, your ignorance is astonishing, young lord. 8 counterfeit edicts have been dispatched to the 8 dragon avenues of the capital. Only the one heading southwest bears the imperial seal, destined to reach Fu Su's hands. Please, dispatch someone to intercept it. Li Si implores urgently. The young lord, unfazed, produces the edict stamped with the imperial seal, revealing it to be the very forgery in question. All 8 factions have been eradicated. Do you grasp the gravity of your transgressions? Minister, I am deserving of 1,000 deaths. I beseech you to show mercy. My crimes do not extend to my family. Li Si's heart is heavy with regret. I can preserve the bloodline of the Li family, but you must serve my interests. The young lord replies with a smirk. Lic is momentarily taken aback, sensing an unfathomable depth in that smile. Should the young lord have any tasks for me, I humbly seek only to preserve my life, and am willing to serve as a beast of burden. He responds. Ying Gao smiles with indifference. According to the laws of the Qin, your crimes warrant the extermination of 9 generations of your kin. Yet, in light of the nation's tumult and the rarity of talent, I shall spare your life for now. That if you can achieve merit and redeem yourself, your family's plight may be averted. The tremor of realization courses through Li Si as he grasps Ying Gao's profound intentions. His ambitions are exceptional. Perhaps he has been orchestrating this all along. First, to control Zhao Gao, to guard against the unforeseen, and then to intercept the false edict to thwart any usurpation schemes. Ultimately, he aims to recruit Li Si by holding leverage over him. Such stratagems are beyond the capabilities of one ensnared by pleasure. Lic silently admires Ying Gao's cunning. This individual is destined for greatness, rivaling that of the first emperor. Lic kneels respectfully before Ying Gao. From this day forth, I shall follow your lead. Ying Gao, satisfied, gestures for Li Si to come closer, and whispers a few directives. As the onlookers see Li Si emerge, his garments are disheveled, tears glistening in his aged eyes. Yet the corners of his mouth curl into a smile reminiscent of spring's warmth. In stark contrast to his previous precarious state, Li Si now appears as though he has undergone a profound transformation. With the passing of his majesty, there remains much to address. All of you, accompany me into the palace. Upon the demise of the first emperor, civil and military officials arrive in succession. Once gathered, Li Si throws a metaphorical bombshell. Zhao Gao, the director of the Central Carriage Office, harbors treacherous intentions and has forged the late emperor's edict. He has now confessed to all. What? The officials are left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? The director is a trusted confidant of the emperor. How dare he forge an edict? The ministers murmur amongst themselves. Just as the first emperor has departed, this shocking news reverberates through the court. Li Si continues, a nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign. I hereby nominate the second son, Ying Gao, as the prince regent. The ministers exchange incredulous glances. Several prominent officials furrow their brows. Masterly. Are you jesting? The conduct of Prince Gao over the past 20 years has been evident to all. He is unfit for such a grave responsibility. Can Prince Gao even comprehend the significance of regency? His past has been one of indulgence in wine and revelry, devoid of any governance skills. How can he bear the weight of such an important duty? The officials in the hall struggle to believe it. Has Chancellor Li lost his senses? Li Xiang, could it be that the second young master has exerted pressure upon you? Indeed, the capabilities of the second young master may not suffice for the regency. In these perilous times for the great Qin, does Li Xiang truly wish to plunge the nation into further chaos? Feng Xiang pondered for a long while before slowly speaking. I find myself perplexed and wish to seek your wisdom. Li Xiang, why do you so fervently advocate for the second young master to assume regency? According to our laws, with His Majesty having not designated an heir, it is only fitting that the eldest son, Fu Su, ascends to the throne. Though he resides in the northern city, a swift steed could bring him back to Xianying in a matter of days. There is no urgency at this moment. It would be prudent to deliberate further upon the return of the eldest son. His talents are well known, having steadfastly defended the northern city for many years, earning great merit. Meanwhile, the conduct of the second young master may render him ill-suited for the role of a benevolent ruler. Feng Xiang's meaning was unequivocal. Numerous officials harbored dissent towards Ying Gao's regency. Even Li Si, as the left chancellor, struggled to sway all to submit to Ying Gao. Upon hearing this, Li Si felt a jolt of shock. All of this was within the young master's expectations. If the second young master lacks the qualities to become a benevolent ruler, then there is no one left in the realm capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. The courage and wisdom of the second young master, I have witnessed firsthand. They are beyond dispute. Feng Xiang hesitated, suggesting that we should witness the second young master together, should he not measure up to my description. I am willing to demote myself a rank. Thereafter, you shall hold the reins of power alone. With these words, the assembly was left in astonishment. What merit could a young master, known solely for his indulgence in revelry and lacking in scholarly pursuits, possess to warrant such a defense from the esteemed left chancellor? A flicker of intrigue flashed in Feng Xiang's eyes. Should he remain the sole chancellor of the great Qin, his name shall undoubtedly be etched in history for posterity. Adjusting his attire, Feng Xiang spoke. If that is the case, I shall meet the young master Gao to assess his capabilities. Meng Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, I shall accompany you. The shadow that had remained concealed in the dark trembled at this. It reported the events of the grand hall to Ying Zheng, who lay in a state of feigned death. Ying Zheng's fury ignited once more, his anger surging. Were it not for his immobilized state, he would have surely leapt up to exact vengeance. I have unexpectedly passed away without leaving even a whisper regarding the future heir. Could Zhao Gao truly be unaware? Has that scoundrel fabricated a worthless edict? How audacious! Does he not fear my return from the netherworld? A band of gluttons dare to toy with me. And what of Li Si? What mischief is he plotting? Does he aspire to rebellion as well? Do you all believe that I have truly departed? When I return to the world, the first to be punished shall be you and the second young master, a group of shameless wretches who should have long been suppressed. In the side hall, Ying Gao sat regally upon his chair. He did not intend to usurp the throne under false pretenses, but rather sought to gradually win over the ministers. First, he would solidify his internal position, then extend his ambitions outward. The humble minister Li Si, accompanied by the right chancellor Feng Xiao and the esteemed Meng Yi, presents himself before the young master. Lic bowed respectfully. However, Feng Xiao and the others remained unmoved. They could not fathom why Li Si would observe the formalities of ruler and minister towards Ying Gao. What was the reasoning behind this? Was it merely for show? After all, even a young master must pay respects to the chancellor. Why was today so peculiar, strange? Even if Li Si wished to engage in frivolity with young master Gao, such meticulousness was unwarranted. Ying Gao raised his gaze towards Feng Xiao. Although the old man's hair was white, his eyes sparkled with vitality, appearing remarkably spirited. According to historical records, Feng Xiao's accomplishments were substantial. However, the scope of their vision was rather limited, placing excessive emphasis on accomplishments and reputation. Consequently, after Hu Hai ascended to the throne, he sought to construct the grand palace of Apang. Feng Xiao, despite his earnest counsel, was unable to dissuade him and ultimately resorted to suicide. In Ying Gao's perspective, this was an act of cowardice, and thus he regarded Feng with little esteem. Nevertheless, as the Right Chancellor, Feng's position remained indispensable for consolidating power within the court. Pray tell, are you esteemed gentlemen, who hold considerable influence at this moment, merely here to pay a visit to this humble son? Ying Gao remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the two. Feng Xiao responded, Minister Li has proclaimed that the second young master possesses extraordinary talent. A true dragon's endowment. We, lacking in both knowledge and ability, wish to seek your guidance on a particular matter. Speak freely, Ying Gao replied, having already prepared for this moment. Recently, the regions had suffered from drought, exacerbating the plight of the populace and leaving the national treasury in dire straits. What insights do you possess regarding this, my lord? Fundraising, suggested Feng Xiao with a furrowed brow. Your words, my lord, echo the directives of the late emperor. However, we struggle with scant donations. If we were to establish a merit stele, with a contribution of 1,000 taels, one could be inscribed upon it, leaving a legacy in history. Merchants, despite their lowly status, possess vast fortunes. Should this initiative be implemented, it would undoubtedly yield significant results. Chapter 8. There is a second approach, however. There exists a second approach, the Edict of Redistribution, a dual strategy. This edict optimizes the county system by adjusting inheritance rights, allowing the sons of feudal lords to share inheritance equally. The inheritor must be demoted by one rank to prevent the proliferation of nobility. Gaining the trust of the powerful ministers in the court is not an endeavor of a day. Ying Gao mused. Hence he remained unhurried. A flicker of doubt crossed Feng Xiao's countenance as he pondered. There seems to be merit in what you say. Seeing this, Meng Yi stepped forward and inquired. My lord, I also have a question. Though the laws of the Qin are stringent, why do some still dare to provoke them? He posed the question, have you considered that the issue may lie within the laws themselves? Meng Yi's brow furrowed deeply. Whether noble or commoner, all should stand equal before the law. If that is the case, how could the law be at fault? If I were to decree the extermination of your Meng clan, what would your response be? If the sovereign demands the death of his subjects, they must comply. I, Meng Yi, am prepared to face death alongside my clan. Meng Yi and Meng Tian, one a scholar and the other a warrior, often traveled together, either commanding troops in the field or accompanying the ancestor dragon within the inner court. Would you, Sir Feng, act in a similar manner? Feng Xiao, visibly tense, pressed his lips together and clenched his fists. He met Ying Gao's gaze with resolve and declared, the law is the cornerstone of the state and must be upheld with rigor. Though family members may be spared from calamity, the laws of the Qin dictate that when one commits a crime, the 9 clans are implicated. Thus, adherence is imperative. Ying Gao sighed. No wonder the first emperor held Li Si in such high regard. Feng Xiao indeed lacks flexibility in certain matters. The laws of the Qin are severe. Yet audacious individuals still dare to challenge them openly. You all consider matters solely from the perspective of the common people, neglecting to delve into whether the fault lies within the laws themselves. The law must adapt to the changing tides of time and cannot be faulted solely for the populace's failure to comply. Lic nodded silently beside him, finding resonance within Gao's discourse. Though only on the surface, the reforms of Shangyang were indeed appropriate prior to the unification of the 6 states. However, post-unification, many laws appear excessively harsh. Thus, the reform proposals posited by Ying Gao are theoretically feasible. Yet while it is easy to speak of them, actual implementation proves to be a formidable challenge. Legal reform has always been a matter of great consequence for the state, with countless sacrifices made in its name. Even Shangyang was not spared from this fate. Feng Xiao snorted derisively. The young master's assertions sound simplistic. May I inquire how one ought to initiate legal reform? The law should be divided into 2 categories, one applicable to the common folk, and the other to officials. Meng Yi and Feng Xiao exchanged glances. The Qin has unified the 6 states. What is now required is a governance of benevolence, allowing the populace to live in peace rather than in trepidation. As for officials, those guilty of corruption must face severe punishment. With the war concluded, the myriad issues awaiting resolution, and the burden of heavy corvée and taxes leaving the common people gasping for breath, resistance is inevitable. Humph, the old tunes of Confucianism again. The young master likely does not realize that implementing benevolent governance towards the common people will only lead them to become more unruly. Feng Xiao scoffed. Meng Yi similarly objected. Young master, you should be aware that the late emperor harbored a profound disdain for Confucian ideology. Ying Gao, feeling helpless, recognized that these two were evidently obstinate. Suppose Lord Ming were to have a momentary lapse. His transgressions would pertain solely to himself, sparing his kin. How does this compare to the punishment of 9 familial generations? Naturally, personal accountability is preferable. The punishment of 9 generations is indeed excessively harsh. If compelled to choose between the two, he would undoubtedly lean towards the former. Lord Feng, in the current court, corruption runs rampant, and officials are filling their own pockets. If we were to implement mutual oversight among the populace to expose corrupt officials, what transformation might we expect in the atmosphere of the court? Ying Gao turned to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding. An increasing rectitude, as his words lingered in the air, the silence was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Undeniably, they were moved by Ying Gao's discourse, astonished by the novelty of such concepts. Young Master Ying, will the promotion of merit tablets truly garner financial contributions? Feng Xiao inquired. Lic gasped in disbelief from the side. Perhaps even Feng Xiao himself was unaware that his tone had subtly softened. Let us give it a try. Practice is the only true test of truth, Ying Gao nodded. Feng Xiao clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, young master. I shall endeavor to implement it immediately. Go forth, Ying Gao waved his hand, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Ming, he was left bewildered by Feng Xiao's demeanor. Were they not discussing legal matters? How did the conversation shift so abruptly to merit tablets? Lord Ming, regarding the reforms, I shall soon commence their execution. Should any uncertainties arise, you may seek me out at any time. After Feng Xiao departed, Ying Gao turned to Ming Yi, evidently resolute in his intent to reform. Indeed, after Ming Yi's departure, the news of Ying Gao's reform aspirations swiftly spread throughout the court. The civil and military officials were taken aback. Young Master Gao indeed possesses remarkable courage that it seems we have underestimated the second young master in the past. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, nor should the depths of the sea be measured by a mere bucket. Among the praises, there were, of course, dissenting voices. He is merely a debauched scion. How could he possibly comprehend the law? What a farce! Anyone can boast. Who knows if he truly possesses any substance? These officials had previously supported Hu Hai. The supposedly deceased Ying Zheng, upon hearing the report from his shadow guards, was nearly driven to fury. Rebellious son, he yearned to rush out immediately and behead Ying Gao on the spot. Yet, he found himself momentarily restrained. Very well, this is rather intriguing. I shall observe what kind of laws my second brother can conjure. In the side hall, only Ying Gao and Li Si remained. The Great Qin is about to establish a new organization, the Jinyue, which will answer solely to my command, patrolling the officials to ensure the tranquility of Xianying. The commander, Lu Xiaomin, will concurrently hold the position of court censor. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man clad in black brocade entered and knelt before Ying Gao, Commander Lu Xiaomin of the Jinyue. I pay my respects, young master, Xiaomin. From this moment forth, you shall command 5,000 Jinyue, tasked with safeguarding the city of Xianying, supervise the civil and military officials, eradicate the remnants of the 6 states, ensuring thorough extermination. Should any urgent matters arise, you are permitted to execute first and report later. Understood, Li Xiang. Immediately halt the construction of the Fang Palace and select 2,000 highly skilled artisans to be on standby. The others are to retreat to within 500 miles of Xianying and await instructions. Yes. Lic comprehended Ying Gao's intentions. The construction of the Fang Palace had indeed brought significant negative repercussions to the Great Qin. Previously, the ancestor dragon had conscripted nearly 500,000 laborers for its construction. The cost for mere sustenance alone had been exorbitant, leading to a situation where the state was financially strained, ultimately causing suffering to the common people. Today, as the second young master has just seized power, his order to cease construction aligns perfectly with Li Si's sentiments. Recently, the weather has been sweltering. The late emperor's remains must be properly preserved. Hence an ice chamber must be constructed immediately, and interment will take place once the mausoleum is completed. Lic nodded. Chapter 9. Unprepared for the sudden turn of events, the sudden demise of the first emperor caught everyone off guard. The mausoleum was not yet completed, and the only option was to temporarily preserve the body through refrigeration. However, Lic hesitated for a moment before speaking. Young master, the stockpiled ice can be used for cooling. But constructing an ice chamber? Ying Gao furrowed his brow. What is it? Is there no technology for making ice? Li Si was taken aback. Young master, what does one mean by ice-making technology? After explaining the method of ice production, Ying Gao dismissed Li Si. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed directly, "Esteemed colleagues, quiet please. From this day forth, the great Qin shall issue several decrees. I kindly ask you to comprehend them thoroughly. First, we shall establish the position of the Jinyue, with General Liu Bing concurrently serving as commander and grand censor. The Jinyue will oversee all officials, protect Xianyang, and have authority over the imperial prison, with the power to execute first and report later. Second, the Yifeng Palace project shall cease immediately, with 5,000 top-grade artisans remaining in Xianyang, while the remaining artisans will be stationed 500 miles outside Xianyang on standby. Third, I request General Wang to lead 1,000 men to the southern mountains to gather saltpeter. Fourth, Zhao Gao's forged edict has resulted in him being imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. Those who surrender will receive leniency, while those who do not will face the consequences for their kin. Fifth, I, along with Prime Minister Feng, jointly nominate the second young master to act as regent. This matter is settled, and there is no need for further discussion among you. All matters, great and small, shall be decided by the second young master until a new monarch is established." Prime Minister Feng's gaze swept across the officials, and he nodded. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, astonished throughout the hall. After a brief silence, voices of contention erupted once more. Li Xiang, since you have decided to halt the construction of the Yifeng Palace, why not immediately disband the laborers? Allowing them to linger in the outskirts of Xianyang undoubtedly imposes a significant financial burden. Prime Minister Feng, the current state of the people's livelihoods is dire, and the aristocrats of the 6 states are secretly coveting. This is an urgent matter that cannot be delayed. Why have decisions been made without our knowledge? The officials who followed Zhao Gao were filled with dread, wishing to immediately distance themselves from him. Wang Bin clasped his hands together and said, "Li Xiang, regarding the matter of the saltpeter, should it prove of no utility, I fear it may destabilize the morale of the army. That I hope you can elucidate its purpose so that I may calm the soldiers in advance." One comprehended the sudden shift in Feng Xiao's demeanor. Given that both prime ministers jointly endorsed the second prince to govern, the others felt insignificant and dared not speak further. Should the second prince act detrimentally to the great Qin during his regency, there would be time to oppose him later. Initially, everyone believed that Qin would ultimately be under the control of Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, or perhaps Fu Su. No one anticipated the emergence of an inept second prince. When questioned by the officials, Feng Xiao and Li Si offered no explanations. Ying Gao had previously stated that the court was rife with spies from the 6 states. The forces surrounding Xianyang were also poised to act. They must not be allowed to prevail. Wang Bin responded, "I shall dispatch someone immediately. You need not worry, for the second prince has meticulously arranged everything. You all need only to await orders within the city of Xianyang. With my presence, and with Feng assisting me, the interests of our great Qin will remain unscathed. You may rest assured, if any of you still harbor doubts, the second prince will assume governance tomorrow, at which time you may inquire directly. If there are no urgent matters to report, please take your leave for now." The estate of the 12 princes spans over 1,000 acres, featuring artificial hills, streams, hot springs, and lush vegetation that obscures the sky. As summer approaches, wildflowers blossom, filling the air with their fragrance, while the trees flourish, casting dense shadows. Numerous rare birds inhabit the lake, frolicking and chasing one another. Koi occasionally leap from the water or dart beneath the surface. In that moment of despair, it was he who brought her hope and created a warm haven for her. From that point onward, her regard for him surpassed even her own life. Xia Yang was indeed swift. Ying Gao smiled, and Xia Yang's expression softened at his praise, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. They were simply inadequate. Where is Zhao Gao?" Ying Gao nodded and turned to inquire of Xia Yuan. "Young master, Zhao Gao is in the dungeon. Would you like to see him?" Xia Yuan asked, unable to suppress her excitement. She could hardly wait to interrogate him. "Let us go." Ying Gao turned, with Xia Yuan and Xia Yang closely following in the dungeon. Zhao Gao lay pallid and disheveled, resembling a heap of mud amidst the straw. Xia Yuan unlocked the cell door with a key. Ying Gao entered, looking down upon Zhao Gao as one would an ant. How pitiable! Ying Gao observed Zhao Gao, who kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to meet his gaze, and a sneer of disdain crossed his face. Suddenly, Zhao Gao's eyes flew open, burning red as if intent on devouring Ying Gao with his stare. Within his gaze burned a fierce hatred and fury. The grand blueprint he had painstakingly devised over decades had been shattered in the face of his adversary's casual banter, turning to naught, with his vital energy destroyed and his legs rendered useless. He was now a man bereft of purpose. How could he not harbor resentment? He wished nothing more than to see his opponent suffer 1,000 deaths. Young master, would you prefer by Luo Chun or Tai Guanyin? Xiaoyang, preparing tea for Ying Gao, cast a cold glance at Zhao Gao before turning back to Ying Gao with warmth. Bi Luo Chun, please. Ying Gao offered Zhao Gao a provocative smile. Zhao Gao's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Fixated on Ying Gao's smug countenance, an overwhelming urge to rend and crush him surging within. Yet, in this moment, he was but a mere wretch, forced to grit his teeth and endure the inferno of rage within his heart. Ying Gao, it is my negligence that has afforded you this opportunity. You would do well to pray that my demise comes at your hands. Otherwise, should I fortuitously escape, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, leaving you to rue the day. How pitiful it was to find himself in such a plight, still contemplating escape. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, musing to himself that it was indeed Zhao Gao, who, even in the depths of despair, refused to relinquish a glimmer of hope. How could Zhao Gao not perceive the mockery in Ying Gao's tone? He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemingly ready to unleash a torrent of fury. Ying Gao leisurely took a seat nearby, sipping his tea, his gaze shifting to Qinshihuang and Xiaoyang. You two, go investigate how many shadows Lord Zhao Gao has secretly cultivated, where the headquarters is concealed, and who his allies are. Certainly, replied Qinshihuang, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Turning to Xiaoyang with a playful smile, teasingly asking, My lord, would you care to play a game? Ying Gao, catching the glint of expectation in Qinshihuang's eyes, couldn't help but find it amusing. Qinshihuang was clever and spirited, yet overly playful. Chapter 10. The dreamer-esque delusion. Qinshihuang then directed her gaze toward Xiaoyang, who possessed a graceful and alluring figure. My lord. Seeing Ying Gao remain silent for an extended period, captivated by Xiaoyang, Qinshihuang felt a flicker of annoyance and lightly stamped her foot. Xiaoyang, too, felt her cheeks flush under Ying Gao's scrutiny. Zhao Gao, lying amidst the grass, was seething, his face contorted with rage. These three were utterly shameless, daring to treat him as a mere wager. He clenched his fists, glaring at them with a darkened gaze. To extract any information from him was a fool's errand. Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bouncing with enthusiasm, her earlobes, hidden beneath her dark tresses, flushed crimson as if they might bleed. Clearly, she was already envisioning a delightful evening with Ying Gao. Xiaoyang, do you agree? Xiaoyang lifted her chin slightly, her tone indifferent. Agreed. The trio remained leisurely, postponing their interrogation of Zhao Gao, instead engaging in light-hearted banter. Zhao Gao, resolved to remain tight-lipped no matter the torment, found himself waiting for what felt like an eternity without acknowledgement. The three continued their flirtation, igniting a firestorm of fury within him, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. Just as he was about to lose his composure, Ying Gao finally spoke. Very well. It is time to attend to business. Who I shall spend the night with is now in your hands. His tone was flippant, his gaze flitting carelessly between the two women, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Qinshihuang and Xiaoyang nodded, turning to face Zhao Gao, their expressions instantly transforming from warmth to icy sharpness. After the Dark Sentinels reported the situation to the feigned dead Ying Zheng, a tempest of emotions surged within him. That ungrateful wretch indeed possessed talent, having successfully swayed two chancellors to his side. Yet, it was perplexing. Feng Xiang had always acted with caution. Why had he today chosen to act recklessly with the second son? It was impossible for the second son to have coerced the two chancellors with a blade. They had never bowed to force. Even with a knife at their throats, they would not yield, instead earning a reputation for staunchly defending the Qin. The Yifeng Palace would no longer be constructed? If it were to remain unfinished, so be it. I had declared 2 years ago that the construction would cease. In those years, the intention to construct was merely rooted in the belief that the confines of Xianyang were insufficient to reflect his grandeur. Now that I have passed away, the matter of construction holds little significance. Even if the palace were to be completed, my offspring would lack the fortune to enjoy it. Present, the people of Bashu are in dire straits, struggling to find sustenance and burdened with excessive labor, consuming countless provisions. Coupled with the needs of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, there is truly no capacity for extensive undertakings in construction. As for the establishment of the Jinui to oversee the officials, does that ungrateful child presume that I am oblivious to the misdeeds of corrupt officials? Perhaps he seeks to replace the esteemed ministers of the court with his own, eagerly desiring to monopolize power. Even before my bones have turned cold, he is impatient to bring the two chancellors of the Qin dynasty under his sway. Does he aspire to become a tyrant of the ages? Alas, let it be that I have declared my demise. Let them frolic as they please. Daiti shall also serve as an opportunity to see if the second son possesses the capability to ascend the throne. Should he overstep his bounds, there will be time for reckoning later. Upon emerging from the dungeon, Ying Gao commanded Lu Xiaoman to gather all the Jinyue. Xiaoman, you shall lead 2,000 elite troops to thoroughly investigate the remnants of the 6 states, allowing not a single one to escape. Simultaneously, keep a vigilant eye on the officials and their guests. Should anyone dare to engage in corruption, I shall ensure they regret it. Dispatch another 3,000 skilled individuals, disguised as merchants, to infiltrate various regions and gather intelligence. No area must be overlooked. All secrets must be unearthed. The Jinyue in plain sight will assist the government in swiftly implementing the enfeoffment decree. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be dealt with mercilessly. Additionally, keep a close watch on the movements of the remnants. Not a single hidden eye must go unnoticed. On the side of Balangsha, there is one named Zhang Liang, whose father was the former chancellor of Han. And then there is Xiao He from Peixian. And the others from Sisui County. These individuals must be closely monitored. Any sign of disturbance, report immediately. Xiang Yu of the Xiang clan and Liu Bang from Peixian are all critical subjects of scrutiny. There must be no lapses. The Xiongnu and other regions must not be spared either. Send spies deep within to ascertain their true nature. Fusu is still wandering in the northern part of the city. Keep a close watch on him. Anyone who attempts to send him messages must be intercepted. He must not receive any assistance. Furthermore, select some clever elites to await orders, ready to act at any moment. Yes, Lu Xiaoman replied respectfully, bowing before promptly setting the plan into action. After the others had departed, Ying Gao entered his study and sketched out a blueprint. Subsequently hurrying to the research facility at that moment. Within the research room, a young man with disheveled hair and a face smudged with grease was tinkering with machinery. His hands were grimy, yet he appeared unconcerned. His black work attire glistened under the candlelight, reflecting the residue of oil. Nonetheless, his eyes remained bright, and a trace of excitement graced his face. Young master, he seemed absorbed in his work, Xia Yuan cautioned. At this moment, interrupting him may disturb his fervor. Ying Gao nodded and refrained from entering. He understood that countless hours of toil could never rival the sporadic flashes of inspiration. The difference between the ordinary person and the genius lies precisely in those fleeting moments of brilliance. Thus, Ying Gao patiently waited for half an hour, finally hearing Zhuge Ban exclaim with exhilaration, "I have finally comprehended it. So that is how it is." Zhuge Ban, leaning over the machine, was moved to tears by his excitement. The man beside him whispered softly, "Look who has arrived." Zhuge Ban curiously gazed at his father before turning his head. First came a moment of astonishment, followed immediately by a kneeling on one knee. "Master, I pay my respects," Ban exclaimed. Ying Gao personally assisted him to his feet, instructing him to call me teacher my lord. This is an act that exceeds propriety. Zhuge shook his head in disapproval. Ying Gao's brows furrowed slightly as he replied, "Everyone here is family. There is no need for excessive formalities." Zhuge Ban gazed at Ying Gao, his heart stirred by an overwhelming wave of emotion. The Zhuge clan, a reclusive noble family, once basked in glory. Delving into the art of mechanisms in the realm of mechanical arts, there are two schools, the Luban technique and the Gongsu technique. The Zhuge family practiced the latter. It was precisely because of this that the family faced the jealousy of petty men, nearly meeting their doom. Reluctantly, they sought refuge in a borderland. In the aftermath, as the 6 states fell one by one, they wandered in despair until rescued by Ying Gao. They joined the research team established by Ying Gao, leading artisans to create numerous unique inventions. Ying Gao handed over the previously drawn blueprint of the curved plow. "Zhuge Ban, can you comprehend this?" The blueprint in Ying Gao's hands was caressed repeatedly by Zhuge Ban's deft fingers. His eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating brilliance. Chapter 11. A name worthy of its reputation. Zhuge Ban trembled with excitement. The blueprint in his grasp seemed to transform into an invaluable treasure. And he could not help but exclaim in admiration, "How many of these curved plows does my lord desire? I would toil day and night, even risking my life, to create it." A slight smile played on Ying Gao's lips, for he already had a number in mind. Truly, Zhuge Ban was as remarkable as his reputation suggested. Very well. In that case, I shall allocate 5,000 top-tier artisans for your command within a month. I expect 50,000 units. You have the confidence to achieve this. 5,000 top-tier artisans. My lord, that number is more than sufficient. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhuge Ban's eyes, brimming with confidence. This curved plow is simple to manufacture and extraordinarily efficient. Completing it in excess will be a mere formality. As he spoke, he patted his chest. Rest assured, my lord. Everything is prepared, awaiting the favorable winds. Excellent. I will have Li Si prepare the necessary materials immediately. You will command these 5,000 elite artisans and can teach them the techniques of production. The curved plow is merely a foundational agricultural tool. Many more complex and advanced instruments await your creation. Zhuge Ban relished the challenge of crafting intricate items. The greater the difficulty, the more exhilarated he became. Ying Gao pondered for a moment and said, Xiangyang, instruct Xiao Man to dispatch 100 people to secretly ensure Zhuge Ban's safety. Furthermore, the production of the curved plow must remain confidential. Understood. Meanwhile, at Nanshan, General Wang Bin wielded a longsword, directing soldiers to mine saltpeter in preparation for transport to Xianyang. The following day, Ying Gao donned court attire, his golden crown neatly tied, and entered the court. The civil and military officials observed Ying Gao's appearance with mixed expressions. Today, Ying Gao's attire was entirely different from that of the previous day. His presence was even comparable to that of Fu Su. The Prince Regent has arrived. Ascending the steps, Ying Gao took a seat beside the dragon throne. Long live the Prince Regent, the crowd proclaimed in unison. No need for formalities. With a flourish of his sleeves, Ying Gao gazed down upon the civil and military officials, his eyes sharp as ice. Their expressions varied. Some praised Ying Gao's performance today. Despite the shortcomings of his demeanor yesterday, he now exhibited an extraordinary bearing that compelled a re-evaluation. It appeared that Ying Gao was not the debauched scion of wealth as rumored, but rather revealed an exceptional talent, especially Li Si. After a night of contemplation, found his respect for Ying Gao had only deepened. However, where there is admiration, there also lies skepticism. Song Jie, the grand historian, was among the latter, tasked with overseeing the laws and supervising the officials. He could not overlook the gravity of the situation. In the wake of the late emperor's demise, Ying Gao, as the regent prince, hastily proposed legal reforms. Historically, reforms in law have always stirred great conflict among vested interests. With the late emperor's body scarcely cold, Ying Gao's eagerness for swift change seemed to disregard the broader implications. This raised doubts in Song Jie's mind regarding Ying Gao's capacity to govern the vast realm of Qin for the long term. At present, the populace was enduring great hardship, grappling with severe drought in many regions. The burdens of labor and taxes were proving increasingly difficult to uphold. Ying Gao's call for reform at such a time appeared akin to adding chaos to the fray. Regent Prince, I have matters to address, Song Jie stated. His dark circles underlined the evident lack of rest from the previous night. In contrast, Ying Gao radiated vitality, his complexion appearing exceptionally well. The civil and military officials all turned their attention to Song Jie. He ought to understand the peril of being the first to speak out. Why, then, could he not maintain his composure at this critical juncture? Nevertheless, someone had to take a stand, and it was not unreasonable for Song Jie to assume this role. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze upon Song Jie. To his surprise, Song Jie was indeed the first to step forward if memory served him right. Song Jie was known for his integrity and concern for the welfare of the people. After the ascension of the second emperor, he had repeatedly voiced his opposition to the continued construction of the Yifeng Palace, incurring the wrath of Hu Hai and ultimately being forced to take his own life. A tragic fate. How do you intend to implement the legal reforms proposed yesterday, my prince? Song Jie inquired, forcibly suppressing his impatience. Soon as he finished speaking, the officials leaned in, eager to discern Ying Gao's plans for advancing the legal reforms. Ying Gao observed the expressions of the officials around him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Local fathers, do you have no unique insights to share? Today, I would like to hear your perspectives on the laws of Qin. Lord Song, since the topic originated with you, please be so kind as to express your views first. Ying Gao's tone was calm yet resonant, inciting a stir among the assembly. In truth, he had no concrete strategy for reforming the laws. His proposal had merely been a whimsical notion, a jest of sorts. The officials, upon hearing his words, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, some wore expressions of scorn, while others exhibited disdain. Song Jia's countenance grew grave, perceiving Ying Gao's evident lack of capability in delegating such a pressing matter onto him. If he knew how to enact reforms, he would not have allowed the situation to fester until now. Witnessing the beggars along the streets of Xianying pained him daily. The common people of Qin should not endure such suffering. I do not possess the answers. I implore you to speak plainly, my prince. Song Jia's complexion was ashen, his voice hoarse. Ying Gao chuckled coldly, sarcastically remarking, "Each one of you here is a crucial minister of our great Qin. During my father's lifetime, he often praised your talents. I had expected something remarkable from you, yet it appears I am surrounded by incompetence." The officials, who had initially anticipated a spectacle at Ying Gao's expense, were now incensed, their faces flushed with indignation, yet they dared not voice their anger. Song Jia was particularly furious, his complexion shifting from blue to white. Thus far, Ying Gao had offered not a single useful suggestion regarding the laws and had already offended all the ministers. In truth, he was the one who was utterly ineffectual. The fate of Qin should not be entrusted to such a person. Lic could sense the simmering anger within the assembly, and a pang of sympathy stirred within him. The Prince Regent ascended to the throne today, yet he failed to exhibit any convincing talents. Instead, he mercilessly berated the court officials, leaving one to ponder his true intentions, though he held a genuine admiration for Ying Gao's abilities. As the sovereign of a nation, he must secure the allegiance of his ministers. Ying Gao, invigorated by his tirade, clapped his hands and called out, "Xia Yuan, enter." The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Ying Gao's motives. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of a woman at the grand hall's entrance. She approached gracefully, a tray in hand. "My lord, how can a woman dare to step foot in the court? You antiquated relic, do you dare question me? Why should a woman be barred from this space?" With fury flushing his face a deep crimson, Song Jia trembled as he pointed an accusing finger at Xia Yuan. Though the officials remained silent, their expressions betrayed their agreement with Song Jia. Ying Gao's piercing gaze swept over each individual present, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 12. Wounding words. You self-proclaimed pillars of the nation. If you were truly capable, why would you fear competing with a woman? The truth is, you simply cannot match her prowess, and yet you resort to using gender as a shield for your inadequacies. My lord, we labor tirelessly for the nation and its people. How can you speak so cruelly? Song Jia's voice quivered with indignation. Our every effort is for the citizens of Qin, even with our limitations. We strive to serve the populace. You must not equate us with ordinary women. Indeed, the ancestral Dragon Hall is a significant venue for state affairs, where common women should not be permitted to enter casually. The high-ranking officials expressed their discontent. Ying Gao scoffed, "For the nation and its people. If your intentions were sincere, you would broaden your perspectives and not allow antiquated notions of gender to bind your hands and feet. Today, I shall allow a woman to enter the court. Let us see what you can do about it." Xia Yuan walked into the grand hall, rolling her eyes in dissatisfaction as she glared at the officials. "Be silent, speak further, and I shall not hesitate to sever your heads one by one to use as fertilizer for the land." The crowd fell into stunned silence, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Ying Gao commanded, "Enough, Xia Yuan. Distribute the bamboo slips to everyone." "Yes." Gritting her teeth, Xia Yuan begrudgingly handed out the slips one by one, her displeasure evident. The dozens of bamboo slips were quickly distributed, after which Xia Yuan exited the grand hall. The officials, upon receiving the slips, were filled with suspicion that as they perused the contents. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Song Jia trembled as he clutched the slip, his countenance a picture of shock at "My lord. Could this be the legal reform? What doubts do you have, Lord Song?" Ying Gao's tone was unperturbed. Song Jia's face flushed with excitement. "My lord, the current laws are stringent, and the populace is discontent. If you abolish collective punishment, surely the people will rise in rebellion." "Indeed, my lord, the law of collective punishment must not be abolished. Just look at the present. With such laws in place, those unruly citizens still contemplate defiance. If collective punishment were abolished, wouldn't they run amok, free from any constraints?" Dissenting voices echoed throughout the hall, the atmosphere boiling with tension. Ying Gao, witnessing this, let the smile fade from his lips, his expression turning cold as he surveyed the assembly. "Silence," His voice cut through the air like a chilling wind. The chilling atmosphere seemed capable of freezing the very air around them. The court fell into an almost palpable silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Why must we not reconsider our approach? Would a measured relaxation not yield more favorable outcomes? What do the common people truly require? What vision do you hold for the future of the Great Qin? A life of despair or one of peace and prosperity? You fixate solely on the faults of the populace, yet have never pondered the fairness of the laws themselves. The current state of the Great Qin is one of disarray. It demands restoration as the pillars of the Great Qin. Have you genuinely considered the issues from a practical standpoint? Ying Gao questioned loudly. The civil and military officials stood as mute as sparrows. Under the weight of this invisible pressure, Song Jie felt a tingling at the nape of his neck. Indeed, they had never entertained such contrarian thinking. Stringent laws had incited rebellion among the people. What, then, would be the result of taking the opposite approach? A pallor of concern spread across the faces of the assembly. Wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his brow, Song Jie voiced his inner doubts. My lord, enacting collective punishment is also aimed at ensuring the people's safety, but how can you be certain that abolishing it will improve the state of the Great Qin? The civil and military officials, too, turned their gaze towards Ying Gao, equally curious about the source of his confidence. Ying Gao regarded their expressions, a faint smile gracing his lips. Merely abolishing collective punishment would not rejuvenate the Great Qin. But such a move could indeed usher in a new opportunity. Why not establish a wager? Li Si, Meng Yi, and Feng Xiao exchanged complex glances, their minds rife with skepticism about whether the Great Qin would genuinely improve as a result. Song Jie's expression turned grave. My lord, this is the foundation of our nation. It cannot be treated lightly. Indeed, should collective punishment be abolished, the number of offenders would likely increase. Some expressed trepidation. Yet there were those who argued that Ying Gao's approach was not without merit. When a single individual commits an offense, their neighbors and kin suffer punishment, a practice that was fitting during the tumultuous pre-unification of Qin. However, with Qin now unified, it is imperative to soothe the hearts of the people. The draconian system of collective punishment only serves to instill fear among the populace. Allow me to offer a suggestion. At the height of dissent, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the corner that I believe it is worth a try. Instantly, the clamor ceased. All eyes turned in unison to discover it was Sun Hao, the Minister of Justice. A flicker of surprise crossed Ying Gao's gaze. Ah, it seems Lord Sun stands with me? Indeed, Sun Hao inhaled deeply and continued. To speak candidly, I have conducted an assessment this year, and I fear that the tax burdens may not be met. Vast tracts of farmland lie fallow, and if this continues, our brethren at the borders will surely go hungry. Upon hearing this, the assembly reacted with astonishment. Lord Sun, do not speak such nonsense. Indeed, do not intentionally spread fear. You are well aware of the consequences should the soldiers lack provisions. Lord Sun, please engage your mind before you speak. The officials erupted in reproach, their tones a mixture of reprimand and outrage. Sun Hao's face flushed crimson. His responsibility was to increase agricultural output and collect taxes. But first, there must be crops to harvest. Without food, even the most capable cannot prepare a meal that deliver provisions to the soldiers. There must first be a yield. Currently, the fields lie barren, and laborers consist mainly of the elderly, women, and children. The able-bodied men have all been conscripted for hard labor. Silence. The hall fell into immediate stillness. Sun Hao merely spoke a truth. So why the fervent reaction? Ying Gao chuckled coldly. You revel in luxurious attire and sumptuous feasts, with some even lining their pockets through the embezzlement of grain. Have you ever contemplated the hardships endured by the common folk? As his words fell, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of complexity. What right does the second son, who grew up amidst opulence, have to castigate them? Nevertheless, upon hearing the mention of corruption, a few individuals averted their gazes, their eyes flickering with guilt. Since you harbor doubts regarding Lord Sun's assertions, I implore you to furnish evidence. Lord Sun, what have you brought? Here it is. Sun Hao inhaled deeply that moment. He finally comprehended the reason why Feng Xiao had kept him back the previous night. Very well, distribute it forthwith. The crowd appeared perplexed. But their expressions turned grave and fearful upon viewing the data provided by Sun Hao. After a brief interval, it was evident that all had perused the information. The decline in tax revenue year by year was apparent, and the reasons for it were well understood, requiring no further elaboration from me that if this trend persists, you all should be acutely aware of the impending plight that awaits you. Ying Gao's tone remained calm, his demeanor unruffled. With the changing of the seasons, no shift within the Qin could elude his scrutiny. He held a deep admiration for Sun Hao. Chapter 13. The silence of the assembly even as the grain tax diminished annually. Sun Hao managed to maintain stability in the grain prices of Xianyang. This attested to his formidable capabilities. Had this data not been disclosed, many scholars and officials would remain oblivious to the situation. Song Jie, too, experienced a moment of clarity, overwhelmed with shame that he was not ignorant. He grasped the principal aim behind the abolition of collective punishment after contemplating the data presented. The increase in population, the bountiful harvests, and the judicious adjustment of taxes formed the bedrock of Qin's steady development. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, the repeal of the collective punishment system is but a small step. What are your thoughts? Ying Gao once again sought the opinions of the assembly. The previously dissenting individuals found themselves at a loss for words. They had assumed Ying Gao to be a fool, attempting to mock the Qin, yet little did they know that he had long been meticulously orchestrating a grand scheme. The Prince of the Guardian is indeed sagacious. Li Si stepped forward to express his support. The ever-silent Feng Xiao also joined in, affirming, "The Prince of the Guardian is indeed sagacious." Sun Hao followed suit, and Song Jie quickly aligned himself as well. Soon, a multitude voiced their agreement. Ultimately, unanimous consent was reached to abolish the collective punishment. Ying Gao proclaimed, "Let it be known that henceforth, all commoners unjustly imprisoned due to collective punishment shall be released immediately. Furthermore, an urgent decree shall be dispatched across 800 li to all states and counties for immediate compliance." Indeed, the assembly echoed in unison. Suddenly, a man rushed in, breathless with news. "What? Where?" "The heavens aid me. They are en route to the residence." Shortly thereafter, a weary procession entered the residence of the young lord. Their garments were tattered, their faces haggard, resembling a band of beggars. Yet, in truth, their average age was under 40. Most being robust young men. The team of Hai had encountered the second son. Ying Gao stepped forward and embraced the leader of the group, Lu Hai. Tightly, Lu Hai hailed from a merchant family and had traveled extensively with his father in his youth, gaining vast knowledge. However, the Lu family later fell into decline. His parents were driven to death by debt collectors, forcing him to flee to Xianyang with his elderly grandparents and sister. Ultimately, Ying Gao rescued him, recognizing his capabilities and reinvesting in him. When Ying Gao sought to assemble the Hai team, Lu Hai was the first to step forward voluntarily. He stood as one of Ying Gao's most valued confidants. Slimmed down and weathered, yet you, my lad, are truly a man of fortitude, having endured much suffering. Ying Gao patted Lu Hai's back with a heavy hand. This fellow had only been at sea for 2 years, and yet he appeared to have aged a decade. Not a bit of hardship. Lu Hai straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. For the second young master, for the people of Qin, I, Lu Hai, would brave fire and water without hesitation. Over the past 2 years, he had weathered storms, yet he had never uttered a word of complaint. The brothers behind him were equally steadfast, each one embodying ironclad resolve. The squad had set out with 300 members, yet only 88 returned. Lu Hai's voice trembled slightly, but he did not seek accolades. Instead, he expressed self-reproach to "It is I, Lu Hai, who is incompetent. I beseech the second young master to impose punishment upon me." Ying Gao waved his hand dismissively, his expression solemn as he said, "The dangers of the sea are not lost on me. Even seasoned sailors, accustomed to the waves, may find themselves overwhelmed by fierce storms. You all are true heroes. The brothers who tragically lost their lives are, indeed, forever our pride." Ying Gao's eyes reddened as he approached the other brothers, embracing them in turn. "You have worked hard." Their skin was rough, dark, and thin, with deep-set eyes that tugged at Ying Gao's heart. His words of comfort and warm embraces brought tears to the eyes of these rugged men. Xia Yuan also wiped away her tears nearby. Ying Gao's actions were not mere theatrics. He wished to personally acknowledge each returning brother. Some had been swallowed by the waves, others had succumbed to illness along the way, and still others had faced unforeseen dangers in battle abroad. Had they not been armed, it is likely that they would have faced total annihilation. Ying Gao instructed them to wash up and ordered Xia Yang to prepare fitting clothes and a bountiful feast. Each returning brother felt the warmth of home. Ying Gao did not inquire whether they had found the seeds. His focus remained solely on them. Soon, everyone had washed up and gathered in the hall. Ying Gao spoke little, declaring with grandiosity, "Let us eat. First, fill our bellies." The sight of the food on the table made everyone salivate uncontrollably. Once granted Ying Gao's permission, they feasted heartily. Delicious, truly delicious. How I long for this flavor. Some, midway through their meal, began to weep. Ying Gao raised his cup, surveying the room. You have been away for more than 2 years, to be precise, 830 days. Throughout these 830 days, I have thought of you daily that I shall ensure that the families of our fallen brothers are well cared for. Those who live must seize the moment and relish the present. Ying Gao toasted to them. Downing his drink in one gulp, the second young master, for 1,000 generations, made a Qin endure forever. The crowd raised their cups and drank deeply, their hearts swelling with the indomitable spirit of loyalty to their comrades. My lord, this is the maritime chart we have drawn, along with the route map purchased from foreign merchants. We set sail from the East China Sea, traversing thousands of miles and crossing the territories of over 200 nations. Lu Hai reported thus. Moreover, we have successfully completed the task you entrusted to us in search of crop seeds. Upon hearing this, Ying Gao was overjoyed, taking the chart in hand. The chart in his grasp conveyed the vastness and peculiarity of the current world. Not only were the lands broader, but even the geographical positions differed significantly from what he had previously known. Yet, even so, the principles governing all things in the world remained consistent. Lu Hai not only crafted nautical charts, but also composed navigational logs, which documented the customs, geographical locations, and climatic characteristics of the various nations encountered. The discovery of food sources was meticulously noted as well, with the majority of these crops originating from temperate regions. The hardships endured are something Ying Gao could grasp with but a modicum of imagination. Armed with the nautical charts and navigational logs, Ying Gao had already formed a preliminary understanding of this world. He then instructed Lu Hai to visit the young master's residence the following noon. As Lu Hai departed, another individual arrived shortly thereafter, rapping on the door. Second young master Gao. Is anyone home? If there is no response, I shall simply barge in. The voice was gruff, unmistakably belonging to a robust man. Am I truly entering? With that, he forcefully pushed against the wooden door, which splintered with a resounding crack. Chapter 14. Loyalty subsequently. A burly man wielding a long sword, his beard unkempt and skin darkened by the sun, strode in. His heavy steps caused the small stones on the ground to rattle. Aside from Wang Bin, no one dared to be so brazen in the presence of royal kin. Following closely behind, a throng of guards pushed in a wooden cart, panting heavily. The soldiers shed their armor, sweat cascading down their sinewy muscles, their lips pale, clearly suffering from dehydration and lack of salt. Although they typically subsisted on official rations and did not experience the same hunger as commoners, during peacetime, the court's supply of salt would diminish. After toiling throughout the night, the excessive sweating had rapidly depleted their bodily salts, leaving them physically drained. Upon opening the door, Wang Bin was incensed to find Ying Gao leisurely sipping tea. Damn it, here I am, toiling alongside the soldiers to extract saltpeter, utterly exhausted, while the second young master enjoys such comfort. Having cultivated a garden that rivals even the grandeur of the Xianying Palace, as a martial general, Wang Bin's prowess in horseback riding and archery was unparalleled. The Wang family had a long-standing tradition of loyalty. Unwaveringly devoted to the successive Qin kings, he had commanded battles and earned illustrious military accolades. However, he was utterly ignorant of scholarly pursuits and held literary figures in contempt, believing that true heroes were those who vanquished foes on the battlefield. Those who wielded pens were mere cowards in his eyes. As he led his soldiers into the garden, his ire intensified. Upon reaching the expansive central square of the garden and observing Ying Gao in a state of serene contentment, his patience finally waned. By heavens, you require saltpeter, and I, without hesitation, gathered men to collect it. If we ultimately fail to produce ice, I shall ensure this garden is turned upside down. Ying Gao slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Bin, and then discreetly signaled to Xia Yuan to commence the ice-making process. Xia Yuan slightly pouted, reflecting on how the second young master favored the snow-white-skinned Xia Yang, while she herself was left to shoulder all the burdens. Do not raise a ruckus. The second young master's residence is not a place for your unruliness. Xia Yuan placed her hands on her hips and glared at Wang Bin in discontent. Wang Bin, brimming with fury and ready to erupt, was taken aback as Xia Yuan leaped forth and kicked the wooden cart a distance of over 10 meters. What the devil? This little girl appears petite, yet possesses immense strength. exhibiting a level of true energy likely at the Grandmaster level. Wang Bin swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his wrath. His soldiers had already labored tirelessly throughout the night, utterly spent. Engaging with this woman would offer no guarantee of victory. Xia Yang, having noticed Wang Bin's astonished expression, sneered derisively. What are you dawdling for? Go fetch dozens of large jars and wooden basins. I refuse. Wang Bin could no longer bear to burden his soldiers. Are you not interested in learning the art of ice making? Upon hearing the prospect of acquiring such knowledge, Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you truly willing to teach? Do not deceive me. Li Si dispatched him to gather saltpeter, with the intention of preserving the remains of the ancestor dragon. Otherwise, he would not have compelled anyone to undertake such arduous labor, though he may be a rough man. He possesses moments of cleverness and is certainly eager to learn. Quickly, according to the young lady's instructions, lift the vats. Despite their breathlessness, the soldiers immediately rose in unison upon receiving the command. In the blink of an eye. Dozens of large vats were carried forth. Xia Yuan instructed. Fill each vat with water until it reaches 7/10 full. Then gently place the wooden basin inside. Next, inspect each vat, making slight adjustments to those with excessive or insufficient water levels until they are just right. The saltpeter must be placed within the vat, and take care not to let it fall into the wooden basin. As the saltpeter entered the vat, a bubbling sound immediately resonated. Before long, the water in the basin began to crystallize into ice, emitting a refreshing mist. Observing this, Wang Bin and the soldiers were left utterly astonished, taken aback by the simplicity of the ice-making process. Was it truly this effortless? In an instant, the soldiers' fatigue was swept away. Their grievances transformed into gratitude and delight for Xia Yuan. This technique holds the potential to evolve into an entire industry. To teach them freely is undoubtedly a monumental gift. Amidst his astonishment, Wang Bin suddenly recalled something. The look of surprise faded from his face as he gestured to the soldiers. With a commanding stride, he approached the doorway, his voice resonant as a bell. Second young master, heed my words. This is knowledge you willingly imparted. We have also procured the saltpeter, thus establishing a fair exchange, silver for goods, honest and transparent. You shall not ensnare me with merely a secret to ice making. The Wang family's legacy does not bear the mark of participation in your young master's power games, and that shall never change. Furthermore, the method of ice making is exceedingly simple. We shall not hoard it, but generously share it with those destined to receive it. So, second young master, do not waste your time in futile pondering. Enough said. We part ways here, and shall converse again another day. With that, fearing Ying Gao might reconsider, Wang Bin swiftly vanished from the doorway like a gust of wind, leaving only a trace of his dashing silhouette. Ying Gao could only manage a bitter smile, remaining seated. Wang Bin was indeed eloquent and shameless. After departing the second young master's residence, Wang Bin donned a serious expression and resolutely issued orders. Immediately, a team to gather saltpeter was to be formed, so that they would no longer need to fear heat-stroke. An oblivious subordinate stepped forward. General, did you not initially scorn the idea of learning ice-making from the second young master? Bah! I once thought that second young master was merely engaging in frivolous antics, dreaming of ice-making. How absurd! Yet look at this. The ice-making technique is our savior during summer. With it, we shall no longer have to gnaw on moldy rations. The soldiers' health will surely improve. Why can't you see this? Just imagine the brothers returning from battle, able to enjoy a bowl of refreshingly chilled mung bean soup the moment they enter the camp. Their fatigue dissipating without a trace. Though I may be a simple man, I understand this principle well. How could we refuse such a boon? Moreover, this method of ice-making is not only straightforward but also immensely practical. Truly an invaluable treasure. The nitrate lies firmly within our grasp, and it can only be extracted with proper authorization. Thus, we must hold this power with unwavering resolve. The soldiers nearby listened intently, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Bin abruptly turned his head towards the opulent residence of the second young master, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. I have already made it clear to the second young master that my Wang family has never meddled in the entanglements of the young lords. I can discern at a glance that this second young master is no ordinary figure. He will undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves within the court. Whether the skies of Daqin will change as a result remains uncertain. Chapter 15. Salt, however, for my Wang family, remaining aloof is the only means of self-preservation. Let us observe him, engrossed in flowers and ice, whether he possesses the ability to govern a nation. Humph, such conflicts are best left to the scholars and literati to ponder. Having said this, Wang Bin prepared to depart with his troops. Suddenly, a voice, cold as frost, pierced through the air like a blade in the winter wind. "General, please hold." Wang Bin halted, furrowing his brow as he turned to look. It was Xiaoyang. Though they were separated by a considerable distance, Xiaoyang's voice resonated clearly in Wang Bin's ears, as if it could cleave through clouds and stone. Clearly, she had overheard Wang Bin's earlier remarks. Just as Wang Bin was about to inquire about her purpose, Xiaoyang tossed him a cloth bag. Caught off guard, he instinctively reached out to catch it. The bag struck him heavily in the chest, and he gasped for breath before recovering. Impudence. The soldiers, witnessing their general being ambushed, glared at Xiaoyang with displeasure. Wang Bin raised his hand, signaling them to refrain from rash actions, while he frowned at the bag in his grasp. "What do you intend? You people gossiping about the young lord behind his back are truly fortunate," Xiaoyang retorted icily. "You ignorant souls cannot comprehend the young lord's governance skills, nor could you ever match them. This bag contains salt, a reward from the young lord for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin opened the bag, confirming it indeed held salt. He had never seen such an abundance of it. Dipping a bit to taste. Salty. Wang Bin could hardly believe his senses. He pinched a few grains and tasted them again. Still salty, devoid of any impurities. Wang Bin was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is refined salt. He had never encountered such pristine grains before. Where could such delicate salt originate? Even the most exquisite refining techniques of Daqin would struggle to produce salt of this caliber. Could it be that the second young master has stealthily emptied the national treasury? This would be an act of treason. Alas, this is not a matter in which I should involve myself. Regardless of its origins, now that it belongs to me, it is mine. This venture has indeed yielded bountiful rewards. He secretly rejoiced. Such an abundance of refined salt would suffice to sustain hundreds of thousands of troops for a year, as long as the soldiers could consume salt daily for half a month before battle. They would be invincible. The art of ice making and refined salt. Truly a fortuitous opportunity. The more of such good fortune, the better. Wang Bin had no intention of being courteous, since it had been bestowed upon him. There was no reason to return it. He felt no gratitude for this unexpected gift. "Hey, young lady, I can hardly be bothered to inquire about the source of this salt, but should any trouble arise in the future, do not involve me, a person of integrity. As for the second young master's kindness, I shall express my gratitude at a later date. Please convey my thanks to her." Xiaoyang, suppressing his fury, remarked, "My young master has declared that since the general is in pursuit of fairness and justice, he shall not be stingy. Henceforth, any assignments will reward you with salt." This left a multitude of Han's soldiers utterly astounded. How could these ungrateful individuals treat the young master with such disrespect? And yet he remained so magnanimous towards them. Meanwhile, Wang Bin stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. "Refined salt? You possess the very source of refined salt?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "This is nothing short of a fantastical tale." At the same time, within the residence of Yin Yuan, who is the son-in-law of Zhao Gao, a sense of unease permeated the air. Zhao Gao had been arrested for his crimes, and according to protocol, his associates should face elimination at the hands of Ying Gao. This left them in a state of anxiety, uncertain of Ying Gao's true intentions. Sir Yin, with the chancellor of the central chariot now apprehended. "What shall we do?" Yin Yuan, maintaining a composed demeanor, lifted his gaze to regard the assembly. However, the palace of Xianyang is under Ying Gao's control. Any attempted action will be exceedingly difficult, one individual remarked gravely. They had been fervent supporters of Zhao Gao, but with his downfall, they found themselves wishing to switch allegiances, only to be met with disdain from those in power who viewed them as a plague to be avoided. With no other recourse, they remained huddled together, deliberating strategies. Ying Gao loomed over them like a colossal sword, instilling a perpetual sense of dread, as they feared for their very lives. "What are you afraid of? Do you truly believe that Ying Gao possesses any real capability? After living in debauchery for over 20 years, he suddenly wishes to reform. Dream on. He is merely a wastrel, knowing nothing but indulgence. What storm could he possibly stir? Father-in-law has been scheming for years. He would not easily concede. Surely, he has contingencies." Yin Yun asserted with commanding authority. The others exchanged glances, apprehensive. The decree of collective responsibility has already been established. To be publicly proclaimed tomorrow. Are we to stand idly by while they act with impunity? Suddenly, one individual declared loudly. The group turned their gazes in unison towards Yin Yun, and a glimmer of ferocity gleamed in his eyes as he sneered. The public proclamation is utterly futile. Do not harbor illusions of its success. Those innocents suffering in prison will harbor no gratitude towards Ying Gao upon their release. He is naively mistaken. They will only harbor resentment. In the aftermath, they shall incite widespread riots. Once chaos engulfs Xianying, do you believe that Li Si and the others will continue to support Ying Gao without reservation? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly ignited with fervor. As Zhao Gao's son-in-law, Yin Yun was indeed formidable. They envisioned the scenario of Ying Gao being besieged, erupting in laughter. The following morning, Ying Gao slowly opened his eyes to find Xia Yuan standing by his bedside. Her brows and eyes were as gentle as the spring waters, gazing at him with tender affection. Upon noticing Ying Gao's awakening, she smiled, her expression akin to a spring breeze caressing the face. Young master, it is time to rise. Yuan, you grow more beautiful by the day, Ying Gao remarked, stretching lazily with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Xia Yuan blushed as she assisted him in dressing and grooming. After which they shared a delightful breakfast together. Young master, today the imperial edict will be posted. It will be displayed at the palace gates and the 4 city gates. Where would you like to go to observe it? She placed a bowl of congee before Ying Gao. He took a delicate sip, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could you possibly know that I simply must go and witness it? It is because the young master delights in such revelry. Ying Gao, caught between laughter and tears, poses a question. Can you guess where I intend to observe this commotion? The 2 edicts issued by the young master are certain to draw a throng of onlookers, and the gates will undoubtedly be so congested that not a drop of water could pass through. The crowd before the palace gates will be somewhat sparser, as the common folk harbor a fear of officials. Xia Yuan rested her chin in her hand. Clever indeed. However, before indulging in the spectacle, there is a matter to attend to. Summon Lu Hai and Feng Xiao. Chapter 16. The sweet potato mother stock before long. Feng Xiao arrived first. Young master, the imperial edict has been proclaimed. I wonder why you have summoned me at this time. Recently, the Jiangnan region has suffered from a relentless drought, exacerbating the famine. Historically, the droughts in Jiangnan have been deemed as divine will, making the cultivation of wheat rather unsuitable. The reason I have called you here, young master, is to provide you with resources to cultivate drought-resistant crops. Feng Xiao was taken aback. The late emperor had given prior instructions. But regrettably, a suitable substitute grain has yet to be discovered. Ying Gao smiled enigmatically. For instance, crop seeds. Come, allow me to show you. With that, Ying Gao led Feng Xiao to where the carts were parked. This cart contains the sweet potato mother stalks. The sweet potato vines are quite delicate and difficult to preserve. However, Lu Hai has learned a few techniques from the local populace, successfully keeping them intact. Now, he is undoubtedly an agricultural expert. The yield per acre is no less than 700 pounds, with an exceptionally high starch content. One meal could sustain a person for an entire day. There is, however, a slight drawback. Excessive consumption may lead to flatulence, and a daily diet could result in diarrhea. Feng Xiao listened, utterly perplexed. What on earth? Why can't I comprehend this? Is there truly a crop that yields 700 pounds per acre? At that moment, Lu Hai approached, exuding a foul odor. Ying Gao nearly retched. Lu Hai, did you fall into a cesspool? Lu Hai awkwardly scratched his head. Second young master, I was just at home preparing composite fertilizer, and haven't changed my clothes yet. Ying Gao waved his hand dismissively, and then introduced them to each other. Feng Xiang, this is one of the individuals I just mentioned. Remember, the sweet potato mother stalks are toxic and cannot be consumed. Nurture these mother stalks carefully. In the early stages, due to a lack of experience, we shall start with experiments. Once we understand the process, we will proceed to large-scale cultivation. Feng Xiao nodded solemnly. Rest assured. Second young master, I will take full responsibility if any issues arise. Moreover, the cultivation of the sweet potato variety is also crucial. Currently, the yield is only 700 pounds per acre, but there is substantial room for improvement. I believe the yield could reach between 1,000 and 5,000 pounds. Therefore, you must collaborate with Lu Hai and pay close attention to this matter. Yes, second young master. Lu Hai nodded. After concluding the discussion on sweet potatoes, Ying Gao continued to show Feng Xiao the seeds. This is corn. Corn is not as robust as Ying Gao remembered. It is only slightly larger than a banana. The yield is approximately 200 pounds per acre. Resilient to cold and drought, and easy to cultivate, making it suitable as a staple food, unlike sweet potatoes, which can cause discomfort if consumed in excess. The ancient varieties of corn and the techniques for cultivation were indeed limited, resulting in low yields. Nevertheless, even with a yield of only 200 pounds per acre, Corn can thrive in mountainous regions. Furthermore, as a staple, once ground into cornmeal, it provides substantial satiety. This crop is truly a treasure of the bitter cold lands. Although the yield may be somewhat modest, its value is undeniable. Every part of it is useful. Its stalks and cobs make excellent firewood. As for the seeds, consuming them as staple food is entirely feasible. Of course, do not be deceived by their current low yield. That is merely a matter of variety. The potential yield is undoubtedly between 1,000 to 1,500 pounds. This year, we shall engage in greenhouse breeding to accumulate experience, and subsequently publish a cultivation manual for nationwide promotion, allowing everyone to savor the benefits of this treasure. Indeed, second young master, Feng Xiao trembled with excitement. The lifeblood of the common people, aside from land, is grain, and this felt like a powerful dose of encouragement to him. Feng Xiao lifted another cloth, revealing the cassava tubers within. Second young master, behold, this is cassava. Ying Gao examined it closely and nodded. This crop is highly productive, yielding over 1,000 pounds per acre, and is remarkably easy to cultivate, demonstrating excellent drought resistance. However, it has a flaw. It is not cold resistant. Moreover, it is toxic and requires detoxification. Otherwise, consuming it could lead to dire consequences. We shall conduct thorough research and breeding before undertaking large-scale planting when the time is right. Soon after, the group moved to another cart. Liu Hai unveiled the cloth covering it. This is the potato, which you have repeatedly emphasized, originating from a temperate indigenous island, with a yield of approximately 700 pounds per acre, although it becomes toxic after sprouting and is unsuitable for consumption. This small potato serves as both a staple and a delicacy, particularly adept at staving off hunger. In certain regions, it can even be grown in 2 seasons a year. Its most crucial advantage lies in its drought and cold resistance, making it easier to store than sweet potatoes. With proper preservation, it can maintain its quality for 6 months or even longer. Feng Xiao felt as though he had entered paradise, marveling. Such a diminutive item yields 1,000 pounds per acre? You are not jesting, are you? Liu Hai responded. Would I deceive you? These figures are derived from my own investigations. The rice we cultivate yields at most 400 to 500 pounds per acre, whereas these potatoes, even at their lowest yield, can reach 400 to 500 pounds. Would you not agree that this is quite remarkable? As he spoke, he picked up a potato and looked expectantly at Ying Gao for affirmation. Ying Gao burst into hearty laughter. With corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes among their crops, he was confident that the grain crisis in Qin could be resolved within 2 years. As for cassava, it was merely a contingency plan. Though potatoes are excellent, they are particularly taxing on soil fertility. For instance, planting potatoes this year necessitates fallowing the land for the next year or two, requiring fertilization or planting soybeans to restore soil vitality. If planted recklessly, the soil will soon be depleted. Therefore, it is imperative to practice scientific cultivation and crop rotation rather than pursuing immediate gains. It would be prudent to begin with breeding, and once successful, proceed to large-scale cultivation. Indeed, second young master, Feng Xiao cradled various seedlings in his hands, feeling as though he held a treasure trove of wealth. These seeds are classified as top secret, should anyone dare to recklessly disclose them. No matter where they flee, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he introduced several fruits and vegetables. However, these appeared somewhat inferior in Ying Gao's eyes. He merely instructed for breeding to enrich the tables of the people of Qin. After dismissing 2 individuals, Ying Gao leisurely made his way with Xia Yuan towards the palace gates. At this moment, the 4 gates were besieged tightly by the common folk. The day before, they had heard that the newly appointed Prince Regent would implement legal reforms. The populace, living in dire straits, felt a profound sense of anxiety and fear. The existing laws are sufficiently severe, rendering life exceedingly arduous. Even in the capital, circumstances are scarcely more favorable. Should the new legislation prove even more draconian, their existence would descend into further despair. How shall they survive henceforth? Thus, upon the issuance of the imperial edict, they hastened to gather, eager to comprehend the particulars of the new decree. Hey, who among us can read? Please decipher this freshly minted imperial proclamation for us. Chapter 17. The abolition of collective punishment. What earth-shattering matters are conveyed herein? Allow me, for I am literate. A voice, resounding like a bell, pierced through the crowd. The illiterate populace, sensing the gravity, instinctively parted ways. Listen well, from this day forth, collective punishment is completely abolished. If one commits an offense, they alone shall bear the consequences. The law shall not implicate neighbors or friends. The speaker's voice initially boomed like a copper bell, each word resonating with clarity. Yet, as the content unfolded, the tone gradually diminished, eyes widening in disbelief, as if confronted with an apparition. Unconsciously, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Upon a closer inspection, the characters on the imperial edict remained glaringly vivid, and an overwhelming shock surged within him like a relentless tide. The abolition of collective punishment. Urguzi, surely you jest, a person from the rear. Unable to contain their impatience, urgently inquired, as if they had heard a fantastical tale. That Urguzi's face flushed crimson, his emotions aflame, trembling with excitement to the point of speechlessness. Urguzi, speak up. Do not leave us in suspense. What does this decree entail? Surely it cannot be more stringent laws. The crowd observed Urguzi anxiously. Life had already proven challenging enough. They wished to avoid further tribulations. Everyone that Urguzi's complexion resembled a blazing sunset. And before this throng of individuals, he felt an inexplicable fluttering in his chest. The previously tumultuous city gate fell into a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. This imperial edict proclaimed two significant matters. The first, the abolition of collective punishment. Henceforth, each individual shall bear their own burdens, and no longer shall we live in trepidation, fearing unwarranted repercussions. With tears brimming in his eyes, Urguzi's voice quivered, clearly overjoyed. What? Is this truly happening? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces painted with skepticism. The abolition of collective punishment? Surely, this cannot be a mere figment of our imagination. They struggled to trust their own ears. It is indeed true. Urguzi nodded fervently, his gaze resolute. By heavens, someone pinch me hard. I cannot be dreaming, can I? This is genuinely happening. Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. A brighter future awaits the Qin dynasty. The crowd, visibly moved, had tears welling in their eyes. Though they did not weep openly, the profound sense of relief was nearly overwhelming. Urguzi surveyed the assembly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Now, do not rush. The good news on the imperial edict has yet to be fully articulated. His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. This sensation was akin to being the sole sober individual amidst a revelrous crowd, filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and pride. What else does it say? Pray, do tell. Do not prolong this revelation. As the crowd urged him on, Urguzi continued to read. The second decree, the cancellation of forced labor. A fixed monthly stipend shall be dispensed. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Urguzi eagerly anticipated the astonished expressions of the crowd. However, the onlookers remained as if frozen, offering no response whatsoever. Hey, what is the matter with you all? Urguzi scanned the crowd, perplexed. Such exhilarating news. Why did not a single soul react? Was this decree not more thrilling than the abolition of collective punishment? After an indeterminate period, a faint voice, laced with doubt, broke the stillness. Urguzi, are you certain you did not misread? Is what you said truly accurate? He too had been momentarily stunned by the news. Dear friends, I can solemnly swear before heaven that there is not a single word amiss. Heavens, the corvée labor is actually to be abolished. It is truly to be abolished. My family member has been away for 5 years. This scene unfolded at the entrances of various cities. The populace was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, nearly bursting forth to beat drums and spread their elation across the land. Meanwhile, the front of the palace was also abuzz with fervor. Whose divine decree could this possibly be? It was issued by the Prince of the Regency, Ying Zheng, exclaimed someone after reading the imperial edict aloud. Immediately, the crowd was engulfed in an emotional tempest, unable to contain their exuberance. Each face radiated an uncontrollable smile. Suddenly, an individual knelt before the palace gates, loudly proclaiming, "The Prince of the Regency is wise." Following suit, one after another, people knelt, chanting, "The Prince of the Regency is wise. Long live the Prince of the Regency." The waves of sound surged, resonating deeply within hearts. Hidden nearby, observing the spectacle, Ying Zheng felt a jolt of surprise from this grand display, followed by a deep sigh. "Young master, feel free to laugh as you wish," remarked Qinshihuang, casting a glance at Ying Zheng, who was struggling to suppress his mirth, his lips nearly splitting from the effort. Ultimately, Ying Zheng could no longer restrain himself and let out a couple of light chuckles. "Qinshihuang, go and find a few individuals to stand by the various proclamations, explaining their significance to the populace." With a brief cessation of laughter, Ying Gao's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he issued his command. At noon, in front of the various official offices and prisons, the officials responsible for releasing the innocent citizens began to arrive. Standing outside the prison doors, some onlookers, having read the announcement, gathered to witness firsthand whether the news on the imperial edict was true. Today, we shall release you from this prison. But remember, upon your release, you must strive to be reformed and refrain from wrongdoing. Otherwise, this place shall remain your home. An official seated at the prison's entrance declared, holding a list to admonish the crowd. Yes, the wrongfully punished citizens responded promptly. Zhang San, present, step forward to sign, and you may depart freely. The proceedings at each prison door advanced in an orderly fashion. At the 4 city gates and the main gate of the palace, citizens continuously flocked, eager to view the imperial edict. For those unable to read, others took the initiative to interpret the text word by word. As for the residence of the second young master, a visitor arrived, the Grand Minister of the Treasury, Qinshihuang. Ying Gao was not surprised by his arrival and led him directly into the study to discuss important matters. I have come to pay my respects to the Prince of the Regency, Qinshihuang said, offering a respectful bow to Ying Gao. Even during the reign of the late emperor, such a grand occasion had never been witnessed. At this moment, they were still unaware that the released innocent citizens, upon discovering the truth, were flocking to Ying Gao's residence. Please, take a seat, Ying Gao gestured with a wave of his hand. Qinshihuang was internally astonished. Chapter 18. How are things? In the past, when Qinshihuang conferred with the emperor on state affairs, he always stood. He did not expect Ying Gao to be so approachable. Although Ying Gao currently held the title of Regent Prince, his status was exalted Demwai Lord. I have come this time to inquire about matters pertaining to negotiations with merchants that on the side of Ying Zheng, the effects of the death-like potion had worn off. He rose, gasping for breath. How is the second brother? And Ying clasped his fists. Ying Zheng waved his hand. Speak. After a moment's hesitation, and Ying began, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. A manor? How large? In Xianyang? Indeed, it is located in the western outskirts of Xianyang. The western outskirts? Ying Zheng's tone softened slightly. What are the residents? Its scale is akin to that of Xianyang City, with delightful surroundings, covering approximately 1,000 mu. How much? Ying Zheng's voice rose. 1,000 mu. How does it compare to my palace, which is boundless in size? Humph, at least you are discerning. It is fortunate you did not surpass my Xianyang palace. Ying Zheng smiled with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, and Ying's face turned ashen, his gaze flickering uncertainly, this is merely over 30 mu. What? That second brother? Ying Zheng, unable to contain his fury, slammed the table. And what of the Fang palace I intended to build? How large is that? And Ying, increasingly flustered, replied with a trembling voice. Not even 1,000 mu. Unfilial son, his palace is actually larger than my Fang palace. No wonder he forbids the construction of a Fang palace. It seems he holds it in disdain. Ying Zheng was consumed with rage at a wretch who dares to be so arrogant in defiance of his forebears. As he spoke, his anger intensified, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. And Ying nervously swallowed. Enough, let us cease the discussion about the garden. Is there anything else to report? I encountered Wang Bin outside the prince's residence. He has significantly diminished the second prince's prestige. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's eyes brightened. Elaborate. Subsequently, and Ying recounted how Wang Bin knocked at the door and subsequently rolled out dozens of carts laden with blocks of ice. After listening, Ying Zheng burst into hearty laughter. Splendid, truly, he is a general of renown. Even in my absence, he would never allow anyone to act with brazen audacity. This unfilial son is driving me to my wit's end. Wang Bin's actions have surely avenged me. I shall see if that unfilial son can still act so arrogantly. He should not think that by winning over the 2 chancellors of Daqin, he can do as he pleases. Just the Wang and Meng families alone are enough to make him drink from the bitter cup. Henceforth, any incidents of that unfilial son suffering setbacks must be reported to me at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, Ying Zheng's mood was so elated it defied description. Wang Bin's deeds perfectly aligned with his desires. Yet, after the joy subsided, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Wait, how could that unfilial son possess such an abundance of refined salt? Could it be that he has plundered the national treasury? And Ying shook his head, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. This salt is certainly not from the national treasury. According to a maid from the prince's residence, the refined salt they possess is of such high quality and ample quantity that even the entirety of Daqin's treasury could scarcely compare. Instantly, Ying Zheng's countenance darkened like stormy waters, and he bellowed, "Why were you so careless and negligent, failing to ascertain the facts before reporting to me? Where on earth did that unfilial son acquire such refined salt?" Ying trembled throughout, hastily lowering his head. "Upon infiltrating the residence of the young master, my subordinate was promptly detected by a maidservant. Had it not been for my subordinate's agility, he would have surely met his demise at her hands." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's countenance darkened, and he bellowed in fury, "How can the skills of that maid be compared to yours? Your Majesty may not be aware," my subordinate replied, "but the maid and her companions possess techniques that are utterly unpredictable." Ying Zheng's breath became slightly ragged as he took a moment to quell his anger, ultimately waving his hand in resignation. "Enough, enough. What is the situation in the court? The esteemed Minister Meng, he has expressed his loyalty solely to the young Master Fusu in the presence of the two chancellors." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng nodded. The brothers Meng Tian and Meng Yi have grown up together with him, inseparable as shadows. During Ying Zheng's eastern tours, Meng Yi was always at his side, even sharing the same quarters. Their bond is indeed unbreakable. Fortunately, the Wang and Meng families still lend their support in the court. Otherwise, the vast Qin Empire would likely have been overturned by that second son.at, the residence of Yinyun. The astute official, those released citizens are now marching in a grand procession toward the estate of the second young master. One individual burst into hearty laughter, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. Yinyun toyed with a delicate porcelain cup. Languidly reclining in a soft chair, a disdainful smile playing upon his lips, "I have long asserted that Zhao Gao is nothing more than a frivolous wastrel, an unlearned scion, foolishly hoping to stir up any ripples. It is truly laughable. Indeed, my lord is wise and possesses great foresight." The others nearby beamed with joy, their previous gloom dissipating. Zhao Gao truly believes himself to be of great significance, as if he were some kind of savior with the power to ascend to the heavens. Another scoffed dismissively. Hearing this, Yinyun raised his gaze and cast a cold glance at the speaker. "Lord Wang, why argue with a mere wastrel? Let us sit back and observe the tiger fight. Waiting to see how he brings about his own ruin. My lord speaks wisely. So, and when shall we advance our grand plan?" Upon this inquiry, all eyes swiftly turned toward Yinyun, his eyelids lowered slightly. A fleeting glint of malice crossing his features before vanishing in an instant. When he raised his eyes again, a serene smile graced his face as he surveyed the crowd. "Gentlemen, remain calm. For now, we need only to secure our fishing platform and patiently await Zhao Gao's folly. When the time is ripe, we shall naturally be able to turn the tide." "Ha! Well said. I have heard that those released prisoners are already heading toward the second young master's residence. Should we not join the fray and witness how that young man concludes this affair? I am not merely joining for the sake of amusement. I am simply expressing my concern for the Prince Regent." "Precisely. The Prince Regent is currently in a position of great prominence. Who would not wish to take this opportunity to ingratiate themselves and bask in his glory? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Let us proceed and observe how that young master navigates this crisis." Yinyun, witnessing this, felt a twinge of annoyance, yet he quickly regained his composure. Zhao Gao, who indulges daily in decadence, could never achieve anything extraordinary, even if he occasionally experienced a moment of brilliance. Yinyun stood, gently brushing the dust from his sleeves, his face adorned with a smile. "Let us pay our respects to the Prince Regent. Shall we all go together?" Chapter 19. How much longer can you bask in glory? The crowd exchanged knowing glances, and together they set forth. The young master is exceptionally wise. Qin Jin gazed at the clearly recorded procedural steps inscribed on the jade silk, his complexion flushing a deep crimson, his hands trembling with excitement. How did the young master conceive such intricate strategies? At that moment in the court, he could have laid everything bare. Why choose to remain silent? Zhao Gao slightly lifted his eyelids, his gaze imbued with a mix of mockery and coldness. Now that a definitive course of action had been laid out, it was imperative to set it into motion post-haste. "The current state of our nation is dire and demands urgent remedy. There is no time to lose." Zhao Gao reined in his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if he were inherently approachable. A shiver coursed through Qin Jin, cold sweat beading on his brow, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. "Rest assured, young master, I shall exert every effort to ensure this matter is executed flawlessly." Suddenly, a knock resonated at the study door. Zhao Gao responded in a flat tone, and the door was slowly pushed open. Xiaoyang entered, her expression grave. Young master, a multitude of commoners has gathered outside, demanding to see you. See me? Ying Gao furrowed his brow. Qin Zheng, too, was perplexed, unable to fathom why the populace would congregate at the residence of the second young master. Follow me. Let us see what this is about. The three promptly made their way to the main entrance. Meanwhile, Yin Yun and others had also arrived at the gates of Ying Gao's residence. Observing the crowd size, someone suggested with a chuckle, Sir Yin, from that tea house over there, we can clearly witness the entire scene. Shall we go there for tea? The suggestion elicited derisive smiles from the group, as if they had already envisioned the scenario of the commoners besieging Ying Gao. Soon, they would witness Ying Gao battered and bruised. Excellent. Yin Yun had no objections, a slight smile curving his lips as he led the way toward the tea house. These individuals had only just been released from prison. It seemed they had left their wits behind as well. How could one engage in a brawl without proper implements? Even if they lacked weapons, gathering some vegetable leaves would suffice for the occasion. Having just emerged from incarceration and not yet returned home, they were undoubtedly penniless. Whence would they procure arms? Someone jested. Listening to their banter, Yin Yun felt a flicker of excitement within. Ying Gao, how long can you maintain your grandeur, were it not for your meddling? My father-in-law and I would have long since seized the world. All of this is your fault. Since you refuse to remain content as a frivolous scion, do not blame us. The throng of commoners before Ying Gao's door swelled, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Just as Ying Gao approached, intending to call for the door to be opened, Xia Yuan suddenly leaped down from the wall, landing before him. Young master, though the intentions of these people remain unclear, they bear no malice. Ying Gao nodded, signaling for the door to be opened. Qin Zheng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this woman. Observing her agile movements and striking demeanor, it was evident she was no ordinary figure. He suddenly realized that Ying Gao's previous daily debauchery might have been a mere fades. The door swung open. Ying Gao was momentarily stunned by the throng of commoners amassed outside. Qin Zheng stood speechless, a tempest of emotions surging within him. What kind of grand spectacle was about to unfold? Meanwhile, on the second floor of the nearby tea house, a dramatic scene was already in motion. The door is open. Ha ha, that fool Ying Gao has truly taken the bait. I can hardly wait to see him sprawled on the ground, searching for his teeth. One individual could hardly contain their excitement, shouting exuberantly. Indeed, this imbecile actually dares to open the door. Soon enough, he will be wailing for his mother. The individuals beside him wore expressions of exhilaration, eagerly rubbing their hands together. Stop dawdling. Act quickly. What on earth are these people stalling for? Another person, agitated, stamped their foot. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yin Yun's lips, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He awaited the moment when the crowd would pounce upon Ying Gao like famished wolves, ready to deliver a thorough thrashing. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. This esteemed individual is none other than my master, the revered lord of 9,000 years. Chun'er stepped forward, proclaiming loudly to the assembly, her voice brimming with pride and authority. Ying Gao surveyed the crowd with calm composure, noting their faces as pale as wax, their garments tattered and worn. It was evident they had begun to form certain conjectures regarding his identity. Was it you who abolished the principle of collective punishment and implemented the policy of exempting labor service? The leader's gaze rested on Ying Gao with a hint of confusion. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed. Kneel. With a grand gesture, the leader commanded. Behind him, hundreds of commoners knelt in unison before Ying Gao. Long live the Lord of 9,000 years. Their voices resounded, shaking the very rafters, rendering the scene truly magnificent. Ying Gao sighed. Such a display was far more impactful than the bowing of civil and military officials during court sessions. Qin Zheng, unable to comprehend, gaped with wide eyes, momentarily fixating on Ying Gao before shifting his gaze to the masses. Whether it was the kneeling before the palace gates or this spectacle before Ying Gao's residence, every occurrence revealed the deep connection the prince had with the people. Ying Gao's gaze swept over the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I humbly request your understanding, as it is only today that I have liberated you from the unjust suffering. I hope for your compassion. Both the enforcement and the abolition of collective punishment have been for the welfare of the citizens of Qin, for the glorious future of our great state. His words struck all present with astonishment. Your Highness, we comprehend. With the second young master among us, the common folk of Qin shall finally see the dawn of hope. Indeed, there is no need for apologies, for we firmly believe that under the guidance of the second young master, our great Qin shall flourish and prosper. The second young master will undoubtedly revitalize our state. Ying Gao was immensely pleased, as the ancients often remarked. He who possesses the hearts of the people holds the world. Within the span of an hour, all officials would become aware of today's events. Thus, his forthcoming endeavors would proceed far more smoothly. You may disperse now. In the future, abide by the law as long as you do not transgress. You need not fear imprisonment, Ying Gao declared, waving his hand. The atmosphere in the nearby tea house contrasted starkly with the scene unfolding here. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, unable to grasp the situation. Were the commoners fools? Had they not endured torment in prison? Did they not yearn for revenge? Ying Gao is truly foolish. We shall wait and see, for his triumph will not last long. Yin Yun's expression darkened as he remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze cast longingly towards Ying Gao. Harboring a desire to tear him asunder, he then swept away in a huff. The officials, who had been mocking Ying Gao, fell silent upon witnessing Yin Yun's departure. After exchanging glances, they too chose to leave. Qin Jin bid farewell, he said. Ying Gao closed his eyes in response. Xiaoyang gazed at Ying Gao's long eyelashes, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes that a few officials had arrived at the tea house earlier. Led by Yin Yun, they had come to witness the spectacle but returned empty-handed, a rather pitiable fate. Ying Gao chuckled lightly. Chapter 20. The situation continues to improve. Go fetch Zhao Wu and inform him that I have significant business to discuss. Ying Gao lightly tapped on the wooden chair while issuing instructions. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiaoyang nodded and quietly departed. The effects of the collective sitting ban were evident. The following morning's court assembly saw the officials behaving like tamed horses, exceedingly obedient, and their discourse respectful. Simultaneously, messages from various counties and prefectures poured in, indicating that they had enacted the new policies as per the directives. The situation continued to improve. For those whose homes lay far from the Great Wall, the soldiers would provide special escort. Along the way, they could rest at relay stations free of charge, with meals provided at mealtimes. Feng Xiao and Lu Hai diligently researched the cultivation of potatoes and other crops at the manor, and all progress was smoothed out on this day. Zhuge Ban brought a curved plow to present to Ying Gao, requesting his personal examination. Ying Gao hastily set down his teacup and led a group of men to the site at the same time. He dispatched someone to summon the two chancellors. This was a matter of fundamental national importance. The chancellors of the Great Qin ought to be aware of the curved plow's developments to promote it more effectively among the populace, in the timber yard on the western outskirts. 5,000 Great Qin craftsmen were laboring diligently, the atmosphere vibrant to one side. 500 curved plows were meticulously arranged. Zhuge Ban was demonstrating the usage of the plow to Ying Gao and the accompanying imperial guards. At that moment, 3 officials clad in official robes approached. From a distance, Ying Gao detected the faint, scholarly odor of literati. Minister Feng Xiao, Minister Li Si, Minister Ming, yet we pay our respects to the young master. Ying Gao waved his hand, signaling the 3 to forego formalities. The 3 dignitaries observed closely. This was the meticulously crafted curved plow commissioned by me, designed specifically for farming. Once put into use, both human and animal labor would be significantly reduced. Generally, it takes an entire day to cultivate an acre of land. However, with this marvelous tool, half a day would be more than sufficient. What do you think of this invention? As he spoke, the 2 glanced at each other in wonder, their eyes wide with curiosity. Even Ming Yi was captivated by this spectacle, having never encountered such a wondrous device. Lic and Feng Xiao, both adept in governance, were deeply concerned about the agricultural plight of the common people. The object before them elicited their admiration. Lic personally took hold of the plow for demonstration. Feng Xiao nodded approvingly. Indeed, it turns smoothly and is remarkably lightweight. Even the elderly can maneuver it with ease. Such a fine implement will surely be cherished by the populace and widely esteemed. Meng Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he disapproved of Ying Gao's methods, he had to concede that the curved plow was indeed beneficial to the common folk. Besides this, there was another item that could enhance grain production. Upon hearing this, Li Si became even more animated. Feng Xiao, however, had a general understanding, having spent the past few days in close consultation with Lu Hai. What is it? Meng Yi's ears perked up like a curious antenna. Seeing that the atmosphere was ripe, Ying Gao decided to get straight to the point and unveiled his grand revelation: composite organic fertilizer. It may sound rustic, but it's a treasure. Every household possesses it, and its efficacy is outstanding. Once the land is prepared, A handful of this fertilizer sprinkled upon it is akin to providing the seeds with a nutritious vitamin feast, instantly enriching the soil. Consequently, it becomes resistant to drought and disease. Truly a piece of cake. The yield of grain will soar, and with the curved plow, labor is minimized, enabling crops to grow as if in a race. This efficiency doubles. Does it not bring joy? This left Li Si utterly speechless, forgetting to utter a word, while Meng Yi wore a look of disbelief. Li curiously inquired, "Composite organic fertilizer? What is it? And why does every household possess it?" "It is the byproduct of grains consumed by humans and livestock, transformed into something more, augmented by a secret recipe. This is truly distasteful." Meng Yi turned his head away in evident disdain. Li Si, unfazed by Meng Yi's reaction, inquired, "Is what you say true, my lord? Pray, do not jest. Everyone avoids this substance. Can it truly enhance agricultural yield?" Meng Yi furrowed his brow. "To nourish the land with the essence of grains and elevate the harvest, should this method be divulged, the world will surely mock. It is a disgrace to civility." Ying Gao, unhurried to defend himself, merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "If you harbor doubts, I invite you to witness for yourselves. The flourishing trees in the garden thrive on the nourishment provided by farm manure." Li Si remarked, "We naturally hold your words in high esteem. However, as we are unacquainted with the efficacy of this method, we harbor some skepticism. You scholars, ever professing concern for the nation and its people, cannot even accept this method. How can you presume to hold high office? Pray tell, is the life of the common folk less significant than mere civility? You dwell in your mansions, indulging in silk and sumptuous feasts, utterly oblivious to the suffering of the populace. Governing the state is not merely an exercise in rhetoric. Possessing vast knowledge, yet failing to address the basic needs of the people is futile. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. The populace is the foundation of the nation, and food is paramount for survival. If the people cannot sustain themselves, chaos will inevitably ensue. How many dynasties have fallen due to popular uprisings? If you disregard the people's livelihood, how can they ever be loyal and content? You know nothing of their plight, yet dare to speak of concern for the populace. If you genuinely wish to benefit the people, act according to my words, and cease your empty discourse." Meng Yi's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen, clearly taken aback by Ying Gao's words that in modern terms, this philosophy could be described as a human-centered approach. Even contemporary individuals would find it challenging to critique Ying Gao's perspective. Meng Yi's worldview was shaken to its core by this avant-garde ideology, leaving him dizzy. He believed this to be an affront to the established order. Was not the emperor the bedrock of the Qin dynasty? How could the common folk ever be placed above the emperor? Yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter Ying Gao's assertions, which left him feeling profoundly frustrated. As for the two chancellors, their eyes widened in astonishment. Lic understood that with the passing of Ying Zheng, the Qin dynasty was in a precarious state. Externally, there was the threat of the Xiongnu and the Baiwa. Internally, the faction led by Zhao Gao was disrupting the court, while the populace languished in misery. The remnants of the Six Kingdoms were also eyeing the Qin's instability, poised to act at any moment. These troubles now weighed heavily on Feng Xiao and Li Si, depriving them of sleep as they anxiously contemplated the future of the Qin dynasty. A single misstep could plunge the Qin into the abyss. The second son proposed a strategy that offered a glimmer of hope. As long as the people could be well-fed and content, the Qin might weather the storm. The crux of the matter was indeed the well-being of the populace, and they recognized its significance. Upon hearing Ying Gao's timeless pronouncement, the two chancellors were thoroughly awakened. They had previously failed to grasp that the people were the foundation of the Qin dynasty. Reflecting on it, they realized that from the very beginning of his rule, all of Ying Gao's policies were aimed at benefiting the populace. He enacted the Tuan Decree to address food shortages. Mitigating the threat posed by the nobility of the Six Kingdoms, he established the Jinyue to oversee officials and combat corruption, halted the construction of the Apang Palace to alleviate the tax burden on the people. All his measures were for the sake of the common folk. This clearly elucidates the governance philosophy of the second son, who is deeply concerned about the welfare of the populace. Upon this realization, Li Si suddenly bowed deeply, paying his respects to Ying Gao. "Your wisdom surpasses all, my lord. I am utterly in awe." Feng Xiao followed suit, expressing, "On behalf of the common people, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the profound benevolence of the second son." Meanwhile, Meng Yi remained lost in contemplation, pondering the intricate connections between the populace and the sovereignty of the realm, his expression one of confusion. Unperturbed by Meng Yi's reaction, Ying Gao continued speaking to Li Si. In that case, you shall take the lead on the labor matters. Li clasped his hands in reverence, his voice resonant. Your servant shall comply. Regarding the curved plow, we shall refrain from immediate action. I will determine the appropriate time for its implementation. The craftsman will produce 50,000 curved plows within a month. Once completed, these tools shall be distributed to the laborers, enabling them to cultivate barren lands and sow new crops. Additionally, the laborers must gather more organic fertilizer. Lic again clasped his hands, his gaze resolute. Your servant shall exert every effort. Feng Xiang, he continued, this matter pertains to the very livelihood of the people. You must swiftly draft an announcement. Educate the populace on the use of the curved plow and the benefits of fertilizer. Zhuge Ban will assist you in this endeavor. Ensure that by the end of the year, the people are proficient in the use of the curved plow. Is this achievable? Feng Xiao clasped his hands, affirming, your servant shall not disappoint your expectations. However, Qin Zheng's tasks faced significant challenges, returning empty-handed for several consecutive days. 3 days had passed, and we still made no progress, leaving us ashamed to confront the Prince Regent. Qin Zheng's countenance was marked by frustration, mirrored by his dejected subordinate, who felt a sense of oppression. It was perplexing. We had adhered strictly to the Prince Regent's directives, yet the merchants remained unwilling to cooperate. Qin Zheng exclaimed indignantly, what is the reason? It is merely the avarice of these merchants. A collection of despicable individuals. What shall we do next? At present, the Great Qin finds itself in dire circumstances, with multiple provinces reporting severe droughts. The people are displaced, and a multitude of refugees is rapidly converging upon Xianyang. Should the court fail to effectively resettle these refugees, chaos will surely ensue, with dire consequences. Many have lost faith in the potential collaboration with merchants. Even Qin Zheng, after enduring successive setbacks, began to doubt Ying Gao's approach. The methods of Ying Gao are fundamentally flawed. During today's court assembly, the atmosphere within the grand hall was unusually oppressive. Gentlemen, why do you all appear so furrowed, resembling frostbitten eggplants? Ying Gao leaned casually against the dragon throne, his head slightly tilted, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Oh dear, Prince Regent, you must come to our aid. The voice of Neishi Sun Hao is tinged with despair. Urgent reports from Kuaiji County indicated that this year had been exceptionally dry. With no hope for tax revenue, the common folk are suffering greatly. You must devise a solution. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. Summon the merchants. The civil and military officials exchanged puzzled glances. The royal family holds a dominant position in Xianyang, unmatched by any merchant. Yet, merchants are ultimately regarded as lowly. Why, then, summon them to discuss state affairs? Ying Gao's actions indeed remain enigmatic. Yin Yun cast a subtle glance at a nearby individual, who immediately understood and stepped forward. Your Highness, we are currently deliberating on strategies to address the severe drought affecting various regions. It seems rather inappropriate to summon Qiaowu at this moment. Ying Gao, upon hearing these words, smiled faintly and retorted, pray tell, do you possess a commendable solution to combat the drought? The man faltered momentarily. One should refrain from hastily passing judgment if one lacks the capability. Otherwise, it merely exposes one's own arrogance. The countenance of the minister darkened instantaneously, alternating between shades of red and pale white. Others, who had intended to speak, fell silent upon witnessing Ying Gao's sharp tongue. Qiaowu has arrived. The voice of Xiaofu resonated through the hall. Shortly thereafter, Qiaowu entered, adorned in shimmering jewels that elicited envy and jealousy from the officials present in the Great Qin, although merchants held a lowly status. Their lives were nonetheless quite affluent. Commoner Qiaowu pays respects to your highness. Qiaowu bowed, no need for formalities. Qiaowu, how much stored grain does your family possess? Ying Gao inquired. The question left the entire assembly of civil and military officials utterly astounded. Was Ying Gao naive or foolish? Did he not realize that directly probing into another's private affairs was an unwise endeavor, particularly for Qin Zheng, who had initially planned to engage with numerous small merchants and had never considered Qiaowu as part of his calculations? Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that if those small merchants dared to shut their doors to him, Qiaowu, as a prominent merchant, would certainly not regard him, even if he indeed had grain stored away. It was unlikely that he would offer it to the court. Your Highness, my household currently possesses a total of 30,000 shur of grain. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had clearly not anticipated that the Qiao family would have such a substantial reserve of grain. Not only Qin Zheng, but other officials were equally astonished. If this grain were to be surrendered to the court, it would undoubtedly alleviate the crisis caused by the drought in various regions. However, who would readily relinquish their wealth? Ying Gao scrutinized the expressions of each individual present before stating, "Would you be willing to engage in trade with the court?" Qiao Wu, upon observing Ying Gao's serious demeanor, felt a pang of awkwardness. Had it not been for their prior acquaintance, he might not have realized that Ying Gao possessed such a grave side that in truth. They had already reached a private agreement. This was merely a formality for Qiao Wu to navigate in front of the assembly. Ying Gao's earnestness made Qiao Wu feel somewhat undervalued. After adjusting his emotions, he replied, "Your Highness is devoted to the welfare of the people. The citizens of Xianying are well aware of your contributions to the populace. As long as I do not suffer a loss, I shall certainly be willing to cooperate with you." The gazes of the officials converged upon Qiao Wu, secretly remarking, "This individual speaks quite cleverly, intriguing. However, as merchants are driven by profit, will he genuinely agree to collaborate with Ying Gao? How does Ying Gao intend to procure that grain from Qiao Wu? At present, the treasury of the Great Qin is depleted, lacking not only silver, but also grain. I am inclined to borrow 10,000 share of stored grain from you, with a promise to return the principal along with interest by next year. What say you?" The officials were struck with astonishment at this audacious proposal. Such a blatant attempt to take advantage was truly brazen. Even a fool would not agree. "I am willing." Qiao Wu nodded. The officials were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 22. How could there be such a foolish person? Ying Gao suppressed a smile, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, and feigned seriousness. "Your hasty assent raises the question. Are you not afraid that this young master may deceive you?" Qiao Wu stifled the urge to roll his eyes and took a deep breath. "With a heart that encompasses the world, it is only natural for a humble citizen like myself to trust that you, my lord, would not act with bias or selfishness. Furthermore, you have requested a loan of provisions without stipulating what I might receive in return. Thus, I do not feel that I would incur any loss." The officials present listened to the exchange, sensing a familiarity in the dialogue akin to that of old friends. Ying Gao tilted his head as he regarded Qiao Wu. "If you lend me grain, I assure you that you shall not be at a disadvantage. You should understand that, aside from abolishing the system of collective punishment, I have also exempted you from corvée labor. However, the Great Wall is a vital fortification against the Xiongnu and cannot be abandoned. I would like to entrust you with the responsibility of this project. Would you be interested?" That day, when Ying Gao exempted the labor, though the crowd harbored discontent, they dared not voice their anger, nor did they genuinely endorse Ying Gao's actions. Of course, this was Ying Gao's intention, a means to observe the effects of his decree. As anticipated, the outcome was relatively favorable, with dissent in the court diminishing. Nevertheless, the continued construction of the three projects remained a formidable challenge. This was the very reason he had summoned Qiao Wu today. He intended to elucidate the rationale behind collaborating with merchants. In simple terms, technology is the primary productive force, yet the ancients lacked this understanding. He could only demonstrate through tangible actions. My lord, what role are you playing? Do you wish for a humble citizen to undertake the construction of the Great Wall? Qiao Wu's expression abruptly changed, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Witnessing this, Qin Zheng felt a wave of relief. This was more like it. A merchant should indeed display the demeanor of a merchant. Throughout his journey, he had faced countless obstacles and endured many disdainful glances. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. Surely, Ying Gao's mere words would not cause Qiao Wu to capitulate so easily. How could those of them who had tirelessly run and spoken be left with nothing? Would this not prove their own inadequacy? The faction led by Yin Yun observed the spectacle with glee, reveling in the absurdity of Ying Gao, who dared to discuss such matters publicly with a merchant. Did he not fear losing face? Qiao Wu's expression clearly indicated his disapproval. Today, Ying Gao's reputation was destined to suffer. No, rather, he was entrusting you with the banner of this grand undertaking, urging you to lead the populace in the construction of this immortal endeavor. A faint smile graced Ying Gao's lips as he mentally noted the schadenfreude of those around him. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wu's demeanor instantly relaxed. My lord, the construction of the Great Wall is a monumental task that requires manpower, resources, and financial backing, none of which can be overlooked. Even if my family possesses great wealth, tackling such a formidable challenge is no trivial matter. The crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting consensus, if even the court hesitated at this undertaking. How could a mere merchant manage it? Was this not a fool's errand? The strategy one intend to employ is one of sustainable cyclical development. Should there be any points of confusion, feel free to inquire. Ying Gao's tone was calm yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. At his words, the officials erupted in astonishment. What is this? They found themselves utterly perplexed. Ying Gao provided a simple explanation. The state would finance the endeavor, with Zhao Wu responsible for its execution, and the funds would be fixed. How those funds were utilized to achieve value-added growth and efficient development would rest entirely upon the individual. However, there exists a prerequisite. It is imperative to safeguard the fundamental interests of the populace and ensure that no abnormal deaths occur. His words immediately captivated the attention of all the officials, particularly Qinshihuang, who, as the Grand Commandant, was acutely aware of the current state of the national treasury. They merely needed to provide merchants with certain conveniences, encouraging them to innovate boldly, achieving the greatest outcomes with minimal investment. Undoubtedly, this was a sagacious strategy. Esteemed colleagues, do you harbor any doubts? Ying Gao spoke with fervor, finally elucidating the intricate and convoluted web of interests. Was there truly such a method? Why had they not considered this point earlier? How had Ying Gao conceived such an ingenious strategy? Yan Yun and others had initially intended to observe this spectacle, only to find themselves taken aback by the unfolding events. This proposal, viewed from any angle, was undeniably advantageous for the Great Qin. What grounds did they possess to voice dissenting opinions? The young master's wisdom was exceptional. This plan was indeed brilliant. A glimmer shone in Qin Jin's eyes. Meng Yi wholeheartedly agreed, pondering whether the implementation of this plan might herald the return of their long-absent elder brother from the borders. Meng Tian had been away for far too long, and he missed him dearly. Lic and Feng Xiao were filled with admiration and reverence. Zhao Wu was astonished, although Ying Gao had previously confided in him about the matter. Witnessing him engage in verbal duels before the civil and military officials rendered Zhao Wu speechless. His astonishment remained undiminished. Initially, Zhao Wu had perceived Ying Gao as a reckless scion of privilege. Yet the successful execution of a series of clever strategies had enabled him to surpass the Zhao family, who had long suppressed them. Previously, the Zhao family could only claim the second position in Xianyang City. But now they firmly held the foremost position. While everyone attributed this achievement to Zhao Wu, none were aware that it was, in fact, Ying Gao who had provided substantial support and devised numerous strategies from behind the scenes. Now that Ying Gao had ulterior motives, the Zhao family would naturally lend their full support, as they too stood to gain immense benefits. Such a win-win collaboration would be foolish to reject. Zhao Wu promptly set about preparing for the various matters pertaining to the construction project. Additionally, Qin Jin offered unwavering assistance, and they would deliberate on issues together. Ying Gao declared. Yan Yan hesitated, yet what could he possibly say? He could only clench his fists in silent rage, wishing to obliterate Ying Gao's hypocritical facade. Indeed, Zhao Wu and Qin Jin both bowed in acknowledgement. Ying Gao asked, "Are there any further inquiries?" At that moment, Yan Yun raised his head and locked eyes with him, the malice concealed within his gaze unmistakable. Ying Gao wore a knowing smile, causing Yan Yun's heart to shudder, uncertain of what new trickery lay ahead. A sense of foreboding creeping upon him. How does the second young master intend to handle young master Hu Hai? A member of Yan Yun's faction stepped forward to inquire. Yan Yun's countenance darkened. This fool, now was not the time for such discussions. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow. Hu Hai has been imprisoned. This is not a sustainable solution. He is merely a waste, addicted to indulgence, incapable of stirring any turmoil without Zhao Gao. What are your thoughts? Ying Gao inquired calmly. The assembly bowed their heads in silence. Yan Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. How could there be such a foolish individual, while others were fervently reforming? The situation appeared promising. This fool chose to bring up Hu Hai. Perhaps others were unaware, but how could they not know? Unlike Ying Gao, Hu Hai was a complete wastrel. Keeping him in prison would surely be for the best. Releasing him would only bring harm to the innocent. Chapter 23. With all one's might we shall heed the young master's directives. Meng Yi declared after surveying the assembly. We shall heed the young master's directives. Li Si closely followed, stepping forth as well. Next came Feng Xiao and others. Even the members of Yin Yun's faction unanimously stood up, expressing their willingness to heed Ying Gao's arrangements. Given this, let him be released. Confined within his own palace, the assembly was astonished, not expecting Ying Gao to so easily let Hu Hai go. This action only deepened Li Si and the others' admiration, that in stark contrast, Yin Yun and his associates wore expressions of deep discontent. Is there any other opinion? The crowd shook their heads, indicating their agreement. After the morning court session concluded, Li Si and the others accompanied Ying Gao to the council chamber. Esteemed colleagues, the future of the Qin dynasty rests upon your shoulders, Ying Gao declared as he took his seat at the head of the table. Rest assured, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. They responded. Excellent. Ying Gao nodded in satisfaction. Now, go forth and attend to your duties. Meanwhile, on Ying Zheng's side, he furiously hurled the teacup in his hand, sending shards scattering across the floor. It had been several days since he had escaped his feigned death. The black-clad guards knelt before him, holding their breath. This ungrateful son dared to collude with merchants to construct the Great Wall? Preposterous. He could never have anticipated Ying Gao's audacity. The entire court was aware of his profound disdain for merchants. Yet, Ying Gao had the temerity to ally with them? Such ignorance of consequence. Your Majesty, all the citizens imprisoned have been released, and the laborers have been dismissed. If we do not make an appearance soon, we will miss the opportunity. The shadow guard, drenched in sweat, felt that Ying Gao's actions were utterly nonsensical. After a moment, he calmed down, his face ashen. There is no need for haste. The time is not right. Fu Su remains at the frontier, and if he has not yet realized the changes within the court, he is indeed foolish. However, Meng Tian commands an army of 300,000. He will certainly escort Fu Su to the throne. I refuse to believe that ungrateful son can turn the tide. Upon hearing this, the shadow guard fell silent. The second son had chosen to join forces with merchants. Should he suffer any losses, Fu Su would undoubtedly appear to seize control of the situation. There is another matter. The second young master has commissioned the creation of a tool for the curved plow. Its design is ingenious and user-friendly, significantly reducing the labor required from both man and beast. The expanse of the Qin territory is vast, yet sparsely populated. Many lands lie fallow simply due to a lack of available hands for cultivation. Ying Zheng nodded, feeling somewhat pleased. Why not bring one to show me? Upon hearing this, the shadow guard's heart sank in fear. If I approach too closely, I will be discovered. Ying Zheng took a deep breath, striving to control his anger. The shadow guard, witnessing this, began to perspire profusely. It is said that the second young master intends to utilize farmyard manure to enhance grain yields and shorten growth cycles. However, whether this holds true as the young master suggests requires further verification. Ying Zheng was indifferent to whether manure sullied the dignity of culture. Stroking his beard, he fell into contemplation, considering the potential for increased yield. He resolved to give it a try. This matter pertains to the welfare of the Qin populace. We must dispatch more personnel to supervise and report any results immediately. Understood. By the way, it has been several days. What progress has been made on Fu Su's side? Ying Zheng maintained his vigilance regarding Fu Su. Although the northern city was distant from Xianyang, a swift horse should reach there in 5 days. Yet, there has been no news from young Master Fu Su. Ying Zheng's brow furrowed. This is troubling. Something is amiss. Investigate thoroughly to ascertain what has transpired. Yes. Upon returning home, Ying Gao summoned Lu Xiaoman. Xiaoman, promptly send someone to gather all texts on the 100 schools of thought. The emperor once incinerated numerous literary works, yet fortunately, the descendants of the various philosophical schools remain. They shall surely be able to reorganize these texts. Furthermore, arrangements should be made for some bamboo to be harvested. Yes, once all matters are settled, Ying Gao instructed Xia Yuan to prepare a barbecue. After a long day of toil, it is just the occasion to unwind. Meanwhile, at the Xiang residence, a middle-aged man approached briskly, his expression grave. Uncle, what urgent matter brings you here? This situation is detrimental to us. The populace is suffering from famine across the land of the Qin. There are corpses of the starving everywhere. We had initially planned to seize this opportunity to bolster our military strength. But the Qin has abruptly issued an edict stating that noble heirs will inherit titles based on the amount of grain they can provide, rather than through primogeniture. Consequently, if the commoners survive this year of scarcity, our plans will be rendered futile. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu clenched his fists. Uncle, there is no need for concern. The noble class in our land is nearly extinct. Who would dare supply grain to the Qin? I, Xiang Yu, shall be the first to oppose it. As long as we are within our territory, the Qin will not dictate our actions. The recruitment of soldiers cannot be delayed. Although Xiang Liang felt this course of action was improper, he saw no alternative. Only 3 noble families remain in Chu, and your resolve against the Qin is particularly steadfast. However, relying solely on our own strength. It may prove challenging to inflict substantial damage upon the tyrannical Qin. Whether the nobles of the other 5 states will open their granaries remains uncertain. If they do provide grain, how shall we respond? Xiang Yu's expression darkened further. How can we devise a strategy against the unknown? Whose hand is behind this decree? If we could bring them to justice on the spot, that the policy would naturally resolve itself. Xiang Liang hurriedly interjected. Do not act recklessly before the facts are cleared. At that moment, a servant approached to announce that the Han envoy, Han Zheng, sought an audience. Please invite him in promptly. Moments later, Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu welcomed Han Zheng into the hall, only to discover that behind him followed a young man dressed as a scholar. Han Zheng inquired, Brother Xiang, are you aware of the Qin's implementation of the enabling edict? I have just learned that the nobles of Chu will never provide grain to the Qin. What are the plans of Han? Will the other nobles offer grain? Han Zheng shook his head. The 6 states were completely unaware of the enabling edict, which caught us off guard. I have yet to devise a countermeasure, and my inept nephew has already surreptitiously opened the granary. With a sigh, he continued, now that the commoners have grain, they will no longer support our rebellion against the tyrannical Qin, and our grand plan must be postponed. The issuance of the enabling edict is akin to a bolt from the blue for our 6 states. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu and his uncle wore somber expressions. Brother Xiang, there is no need for anxiety. I have brought an advisor today who possesses a solution. After you listen to him, you may decide. Zhang Liang, come forth to meet Brother Xiang. Only then did Xiang Yu and Xiang Liang notice the young man beside Han Zheng. Zhang Liang stepped forward and bowed to the two. I have ascertained that this policy was issued by the Qin's Ying Gao, that I have contemplated 2 strategies to counter it. First, dispatch an expert to carry out an assassination. However, even if successful, it cannot guarantee that the enabling edict will not continue to be implemented. At most, it could merely prevent him from enacting similar policies. Second, the nobles of the 6 states must unite resolutely, forbidding anyone from providing grain. Those who violate this decree shall face dire consequences. However, this strategy may potentially impact the morale of the troops. Chapter 24. How could one possibly be defeated by a woman? If circumstances do not unfold favorably, the assembly of a grand army may encounter difficulties, and unstable morale will undoubtedly become a significant concern. That I once sought the counsel of an esteemed recluse, who foretold that this year would witness catastrophic floods. Soon, persistent rain shall descend, and many regions in the south may suffer total crop failure. At that time, only a meager supply of grain from the north will remain, insufficient to sustain for long. By winter, the land will be strewn with the dead, and the situation will surpass today's hardships 100-fold. It will be an opportune moment to recruit troops, although it will occur a few months later than originally planned. Having concluded, Zhang Liang clasped his fists in respect. Currently, the nobles of the 6 states find themselves at a disadvantage. These 2 strategies represent the best options available. Xiang Yu and Xiang Liang exchanged glances. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Liang remarked, both strategies can be executed concurrently. Xiang Yu concurred. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent, and on behalf of the Chu state, I extend my gratitude to Brother Zhang for his counsel. Upon receiving the strategy, Xiang Liang promptly rose to visit the nobles of various states, persuading them to centralize the management of all grain supplies. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu intended to embark on an assassination mission. Zhang Liang, perceiving Xiang Yu's intentions, hastily interjected, I heard that a descendant of the farming family is en route to the Qin state and will arrive in Xianyang in a few days. With the intent to carry out an assassination, why would the descendant of the farming family undertake such perilous endeavors? Zhang Liang waved his hand dismissively. That woman possesses formidable martial skills. Having reached the level of a grandmaster, I dare say, apart from her master, there is no one under heaven who could withstand 5 of her strikes. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang was internally astonished, while Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. As a man, how could he possibly be outdone by a woman? He was determined to witness who would ultimately triumph over whom. The night deepened, enveloping the surroundings in silence. In the residence of the second young master, Xia Yuan and Xia Yang were attending to Ying Gao. Ying Gao reclined in the bathtub with his eyes closed, the air infused with the fragrance of petals. Xia Yuan was washing the upper half of Ying Gao's body, while Xia Yang curled up in the blankets, her head peeking out, her eyes bright and clear. Renowned for her loquacity, Xia Yuan could never remain idle. Young master, look, it has been quite some time. The doors of the Yihong courtyard are nearly worn down by the wind, and you have yet to visit even once. Daiti seems Xiaoyang has become a warm companion, ensuring your blankets are snug and cozy every night. Young master, might I ask why the Yihong courtyard has suddenly fallen out of favor? I surmise that you have grown weary of the familiar faces there. Not only you, but even I am close to developing a thorn in my eye from seeing them. Xia Yuan continued her playful banter. Ying Gao shook his head and, with a serious demeanor, replied, I am now the prince of the regnant state. Times have changed, and I must always be mindful of my image when the day comes that I carve out a new realm for the great Qin. It will not be too late to indulge in leisure then. Oh, young master, are you not concerned about the solitude that may ensue? Xia Yuan blinked her eyes playfully. Should I seek out a beauty for you? What do you think? Despite her words, her hands remained diligently at work. Ying Gao shook his head. Do not jest. As long as I have you too, it is more than sufficient. No one else can compare to your beauty. Xia Yang, feeling disgruntled, muttered, Then why does the young master not take any interest in us? Xia Yuan, let us find a few individuals who meet this standard for the young master. Xia Yuan chuckled. That is indeed a splendid idea. Ying Gao rolled his eyes, completed his ablutions, and made his way to the bed. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Yang emerged from her cocoon of blankets, pulling over a cold quilt, and, as per her usual routine, nestled herself within its folds. Once Xia Yuan had completed her tasks, she too climbed onto the bed. The following morning, both Xia Yuan and Xia Yang attended to Ying Gao's morning preparations. Once attired, Ying Gao opened the door and discovered Lu Xiaoman waiting patiently outside. What brings you here? Lu Xiaoman clasped her fists respectfully and replied, Young master, all significant palaces within the Xianyang Palace have been seized by the Imperial Guard. Furthermore, we have identified Zhao Gao's accomplices. Please peruse this. Ying Gao accepted the bamboo slip, his expression darkening further. We shall proceed to court shortly. Accompany me in accordance with your instructions. We have gathered a plethora of texts from various schools of thought, with only the notable works of the Mo and agricultural schools remaining absent. All else has been collected. She gestured towards a cart laden with bamboo slips, retrieving a Confucian text from among them. Ying Gao skimmed through it briefly. The characters were clear, yet the lack of punctuation rendered it difficult to comprehend. Xia Yang, please punctuate this text. Xia Yang pouted, accepting the bamboo slip with evident dissatisfaction. It irked her that Xia Yuan could accompany the young master on his ventures, while she was relegated to such mundane tasks. Ying Gao furrowed his brow and inquired, Why are there no texts from the agricultural and MO schools? Lu Xiaoman replied, The leader of the MO school is currently in seclusion, and all principal texts are under the control of his daughter, Mo Fei. This woman harbors a lofty opinion of herself, believing that the classics of the Mo school should remain inaccessible to common folk, and might only consider lending a book upon meeting the young master. Xia Yang, hands on her hips, exclaimed indignantly, This is utterly outrageous. How dare she treat the young master this way? She must be taught a lesson. Lu Xiaoman lowered her voice. The young master has decreed that we must not resort to coercion. Although Mo Fei possesses limited martial prowess, she is an exceptionally rare beauty, rivaling the appearances of both ladies. Before Lu Xiaoman could finish her thought, Xia Yuan interjected, Where is she located? At the residence of young Master Fusu. Lu Xiaoman responded. Xia Yuan proposed, Why don't we pay her a visit right now? Ying Gao, appearing resigned, replied, I still have matters to attend to. Do not create further chaos. Xia Yang and Xia Yuan exchanged glances and took a step back. Agreeing, the young master is right. Let us wait until after the affairs are settled. And what of the agricultural texts? The heir of the agricultural school is a woman named Tian Min. When I arrived at the Tian residence, she was absent. The servants informed me she was away attending to personal matters, with no set return date. The agricultural school's philosophies are not documented. All knowledge resides solely within her mind. Ying Gao sighed, recognizing that while the agricultural school was among the most esteemed of its time, the lack of written records and reliance on a single individual for the dissemination of thought was evidently insufficient. The bamboo prepared upon your instruction has been fully procured, totaling 500 pounds, and is currently stored in the side hall. Ying Gao expressed his satisfaction with Lu Xiaoman's efficiency. Is the use of the curved plow proceeding smoothly? There is one more matter requiring your decision, young master. Over the past few days, I have observed a figure clad in black lurking in the distance. This individual possesses remarkable agility and cunning. Our numerous attempts to capture them have proven futile. I am uncertain how you wish to proceed. Upon hearing this, Ying Gao's brow furrowed. This mysterious figure must be connected to the recent surveillance he had endured. However, they had yet to make any overt actions, merely maintaining a distance to observe. Regardless, Ying Gao wished to keep his current movements concealed from outsiders, for the sake of the people's welfare. Each matter at hand held paramount importance. Entrust this matter to Wang Bin for resolution. On the following day during the morning court, Ying Gao proposed the unification of the 100 schools of thought, Confucianism advocates for benevolence and righteousness, which can assist the people of Qin in establishing correct values and fostering unity. Moism champions universal love and non-aggression. Legalism promotes governance through law, which can curtail warfare, quell disputes, and regulate behavior. Agriculturalism prioritizes the welfare of the populace. Aligning with the will of the people, the military school adheres to the theories of Gagouzi, providing convenience for the livelihood of the populace. Chapter 25. There is already a plan. Each school possesses its own merits, and we ought to embrace their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. By amalgamating the virtues of all schools, we can forge a new doctrine founded on Confucianism as its cornerstone, supported by legalism as its framework, and drawing from the essence of the 100 schools to guide Qin towards prosperity and flourishing. This discourse left the civil and military officials astounded, their worldviews profoundly shaken. The Warring States period was an era of competing doctrines, yet ultimately unified by the legal system of Qin. Whether legalist thought is still applicable to contemporary Qin is a matter for consideration. Scholars have seldom contemplated the integration of the strengths of various doctrines to cultivate a new ideology for state governance. Ying Gao believed he had articulated his thoughts with clarity. Surveying the assembly, he noted their expressions of helplessness and astonishment. Ying Gao understood that this matter could not be rushed. One must adapt to the evolution of Qin society. Thus, contemporary governance philosophies should not be hastily imposed upon the current state of Qin. Otherwise, such actions might yield counterproductive results. Despite the simplicity of this notion of reintegration, it still left the assembly in shock, particularly for the learned officials who had thoroughly studied the various doctrines. Since the unification of Qin, after years of governance, the deficiencies of legalist principles had gradually become apparent. The second son's incisive remarks introduced a novel perspective. The officials in court were deeply moved by the profundity of his thoughts. The dismissal of the 100 schools is an unprecedented move in the annals of history, by consolidating the essence of these schools. A new intellectual movement could be forged to advance the productive forces of Qin along a new path. The assembly was captivated by Ying Gao's wisdom, rendered speechless for an extended period. Ying Gao sighed in resignation. Judging by the prevailing atmosphere, even a day's passage might not suffice for these stagnant scholars to awaken. Consequently, he departed the court with Xia Yang and Xia Yuan. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Liu Xiaoman to invite Li Si and others to gather later that afternoon at the residence of the second son. He was acutely aware that the dismissal of the 100 schools would encounter significant resistance, and these individuals were pillars of talent whose support would be essential when necessary. Nevertheless, he had a general plan of execution in mind. After leaving the court, Ying Gao proceeded directly to Murphy's residence. He wished to personally ascertain whether Murphy truly possessed the dual talents of capability and grace as rumored. At times passionate and other times contemplative, the discussions erupted anew. The entire hall became extraordinarily lively, a phenomenon unprecedented. The scholars had not engaged in such fervent debate over an idea in a long while. After extensive discourse, they unanimously concluded that Ying Gao's thoughts were unparalleled, a strategy of divine insight. This approach is destined to be recorded in history, earning admiration from future generations. Following this conclusion, they began to deliberate on how to maximize the dissemination of this ideology for the greater benefit of the populace. Despite this, legalist doctrine had taken deep root among the officials. Their understanding of other doctrines is exceedingly limited, to the point that not a single individual could articulate the thoughts of the various schools of thought with clarity. The sole exception is Dong Qichang, a figure whose entrance into the discourse remained shrouded in mystery. It soon became apparent that he not only possessed the teachings revered by Confucianism, but also offered unique insights into other philosophies, presenting numerous novel viewpoints. Consequently, Dong Qichang swiftly emerged as the focal point, with others gathering around him to listen to his debates. They were oblivious to the fact that this was Dong Qichang's inaugural appearance at the court. It was only when Liu Xiaoman explained that this distinguished individual was indeed Dong Qichang, a renowned Confucian scholar, that they realized the significance of his presence, as the second young master had specifically retained him to address their queries. Moving forward, he would implement the second young master's ideology, and all were urged to cooperate. In essence, Ying Gao had arranged for Dong Qichang to realize his intentions. The civil and military officials expressed their unanimous approval, each harboring aspirations to become executors of Ying Gao's thoughts, believing that success would etch their names into history. However, this ideology was unprecedented, and even individuals like Li Si could not guarantee its flawless execution. After an intense debate, a consensus was reached. Perhaps only a scholar of Dong Qichang's caliber could fully comprehend Ying Gao's philosophy. Thus, they expressed their willingness to follow Dong Qichang's leadership. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Qichang proposed a concrete implementation plan. Firstly, the essence of the 100 schools must be distilled and blended with Confucian teachings to forge concepts more attuned to the nation's circumstances. To ensure these ideas resonate with the populace, they might be adapted into easily singable nursery rhymes. Additionally, to facilitate the widespread dissemination of this philosophy, it must be transcribed, and an academy should be established, inviting esteemed scholars to impart their knowledge. Initially, it would be promoted among the noble offspring, followed by a gradual increase in the number of academies so that the common people could access the new ideas, thereby enhancing the overall quality of the citizenry. Furthermore, Dong Qichang elaborated as thoroughly as possible on the principles and implementation strategies of this ideology. However, as soon as the plan was presented, a minister raised a concern. Currently, the Qin dynasty's literary resources primarily relied on bamboo slips and silk, both of which are prohibitively expensive. Even among the nobility, the use of silk for recording was rare, let alone among the common folk. To expect the entire populace to learn was perhaps overly idealistic. Moreover, the Qin dynasty was currently grappling with famine, with the people struggling to meet their basic needs. Promoting new ideas at such a time might lead to indifference. Dong Qichang smiled, recognizing that none among them were ordinary. Their extraordinary insight had led them to consider these pressing realities. The second young master had already anticipated such challenges and had devised a comprehensive plan. All that was required of them was to propagate the new ideas. The young master assured them that in the near future, the people would be liberated from the pangs of hunger. Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances, pondering whether the second young master truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Could he resolve issues that others found insurmountable? Young master, did you not previously assert that you would not seek out Mu Fei? Why then, after the court session, do you hasten to find her? Xia Yuan inquired. Following closely behind Ying Gao, Xia Yang cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yuan. The young master's actions surely bore deeper significance. We need only act in accordance with his directives. The young master had no intention of shouldering the weighty responsibility of governance. Rather, he preferred to amuse himself with those who possessed both beauty and intellect. Very well, young master, Xia Yuan replied with a playful smile. While Xia Yang maintained a stoic expression, just as the three engaged in conversation, an unforeseen event transpired. In the distance, a man, filled with fury, launched an assault on Ying Gao. His form darted like the wind, directly aiming for Ying Gao's face. This sudden event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the surrounding citizens in a state of abject terror. Yet, at this critical juncture, Xia Yuan, akin to a tempest, surged forth from beside Ying Gao, her longsword clashing against the man's broadsword. Ying clan traitor, today marks your demise. The man, robust and imposing, engaged in combat with Xia Yuan, wielding his blade with deadly precision. However, Xia Yuan effortlessly countered each of his moves. The man's rage intensified as he exchanged blows with Xia Yuan, simultaneously hurling furious shouts at the composed Ying Gao. Chapter 26. Who exactly is he? Ying Gao squinted, scrutinizing the man before him. Who could this individual possibly be? With the new laws recently enacted, it seemed improbable that he would incite public outrage. Moreover, Zhao Gao's former subordinates were under his covert surveillance, rendering any rash actions unlikely. Thus, what was the true identity of this man? The once bustling street was instantly transformed into a scene of chaos as the crowds scattered in fear, seeking refuge from potential calamity. In the blink of an eye, the thoroughfare lay deserted, save for the crisp sounds of clashing steel. How audacious of you, rogue, to commit such villainy in broad daylight. Xia Yang narrowed her eyes. The man possessed formidable martial skills, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xia Yuan's eyes as her fighting spirit soared. Initially, their strengths seemed evenly matched. However, after several exchanges, Xia Yuan began to show signs of being overpowered. My lord, Shall I lend assistance? Xia Yang inquired. Ying Gao shook his head. No need. Xia Yuan can handle it. No sooner had he spoken than two individuals suddenly emerged from the crowd on either side of the road. Launching an attack on Ying Gao, Xia Yang sprang into action, her movements swift as lightning. Xiang Yu, you act recklessly without comprehending the situation, endangering innocent citizens and inciting chaos. Is this the hallmark of your character? Ying Gao called out. The man engaged with Xia Yuan paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yuan's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as she struck at the man's neck. The man, seething with rage, was incensed not only by his own arrogance but also by Ying Gao's pointed remarks about his character, igniting a fierce fury within him. Furthermore, the woman he faced clearly possessed superior strength. Her initial display of weakness had merely been a mockery of his prowess. Curiously, his uncle had once stated that, aside from Ying Zheng, no one else was truly formidable. Meanwhile, Fusu was preoccupied supervising the construction of the Great Wall at the frontier. Yet here stood Ying Gao, a notorious scion of debauchery, accompanied by such a formidable expert. It raised suspicions about the veracity of the rumors surrounding him. Ying Gao discerned a momentary hesitation in his opponent's movements and had already solidified his suspicions. Xiang Yu, a legendary overlord, was met with Ying Gao's disdain. His heroism, though grand, ultimately led to his downfall at the hands of Liu Bang's encirclement, resulting in his self-inflicted death at Wu River. In contrast, Liu Bang was adept at both yielding and advancing. By comparison, Xiang Yu fell short. Due to Xiang Yu's fleeting distraction, the situation swiftly deteriorated. Xia Yang, single-handedly contending against two adversaries, witnessed a middle-aged man rushing to assist Xiang Yu upon seeing his plight. The other man, engaged in combat with Xia Yang, also abandoned the skirmish to join Xiang Yu. The three quickly regrouped, poised to re-engage in battle. Ying Gao interjected just in time. Xia Yuan, Xia Yang, fall back. Xiang Yu and his companions regarded Ying Gao with wary eyes. They had been bested by two women, and particularly troubling was the fact that Ying Gao had recognized Xiang Yu's identity. Who are you, truly? Xiang Yu's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fury, questioning whether he had mistakenly targeted the wrong person. A mocking glint flickered in Ying Gao's gaze. You are attempting to assassinate me in broad daylight. Do you not recognize who I am? When Xiang Yu appeared in Xianyang, Ying Gao was not taken aback. Clearly, it was to gather intelligence and prepare for rebellion. You disregard the lives of the common people and brazenly attempt to slay me. Have you considered the innocent lives that may be harmed? Xiang Yu, you truly disappoint me. Observing Xiang Yu's silence, Ying Gao continued. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's face flushed and his eyes widened in shock. He wished to defend himself, but was at a loss for words that he and his two uncles had infiltrated Xianyang with the dual purpose of assassinating Ying Gao. Upon their arrival, they overheard the common folk murmuring about the second son of Ying Zheng. Ying Gao, ahead of them. After inquiring with passers-by, he hastily decided to take action, only to find himself outmatched. Xiang Yu remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Beside him, Fan Zheng and Xiang Bo bore grave expressions. They had previously urged Xiang Yu not to act rashly, especially now that the heir of the farmer's family was on the assassination path. Regrettably, their counsel had fallen on deaf ears, observing the unfavorable turn of events. They had no choice but to intervene, only to discover that Ying Gao was not as inept as rumored. On the contrary, he was surrounded by skilled individuals, making him a formidable opponent. Moreover, although he appeared nonchalant, his keen gaze was capable of discerning Xiang Yu's true identity. He was no ordinary foe. Blades do not distinguish kinship. Do you claim that there is no harm merely because you say so? Ask the surrounding populace if they feel fear. Ying Gao lightly waved his folding fan, his tone seemingly casual. Young master, we have indeed been frightened. Suddenly, a robust man among the silent crowd spoke up loudly. The previously quiet citizens began to voice their concerns. Second young master, are you well? Who is this assassin that dares to threaten the prince? If one wishes to harm the young master, they must first seek my consent. Indeed, the second young master cares for the people. How could a scoundrel dare to harm him? Upon seeing that man, I knew he was no good. We must protect the second young master, or our peaceful lives will be shattered by this vile rogue. Hearing the citizens' defense, Ying Gao felt a surge of profound satisfaction. Sometimes, the eyes of the common folk are exceedingly discerning. They are acutely aware of who treats them well. Xiang Yu, I know you aspire to be a hero, but your hasty actions without thorough investigation are reckless and foolish. If I do not capture you today, I would find it difficult to justify my concern for the populace. Xiaoyang, relay the order to the Jinyue to imprison this man. Ying Gao's expression darkened as he issued the command. Yes, Xiaoyang responded. Xiang Yu's eyes narrowed. Was he truly to be confined? Wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing to Xiang Yu's right spoke in a deep voice. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man. Though not as tall as the others, the man's movements were swift and his gaze sharp, exuding a certain cleverness. Ying Gao had already surmised his identity. Ying Gao looked at the man. What is it? Today we have overstepped. We beseech the second young master to grant us a path to safety. This favor we shall surely remember. Fan Zheng fixed a piercing gaze upon Ying Gao. He speculated that the intent behind their capture was not genuine malice, but rather a wait for them to reveal their trump cards. Yet, he could not fathom how they had discerned Xiang Yu's identity. They had only just entered Xianyang and had merely overheard the townsfolk discussing it. It was Xiang Yu's impulsive actions, without heeding their counsel, that had disrupted their plans if confined within this prison. All shall be lost. Ying Gao pondered the weight of gratitude. Xiang Yu possesses undeniable prowess, yet he is excessively arrogant. Even if he desires to attract talent, he would be disinclined to incorporate them into his ranks. However, Xiang Yu's appearance today evoked a realization within Ying Gao. Tumultuous times breed heroes. Xiang Bo immediately grasped Fan Zheng's intent and hastily stepped forth to pay his respects to Ying Gao. I am Xiang Bo. Today's events are entirely a misunderstanding. I implore you, second young master, to show mercy. Xiang Yu tightly pressed his lips together, his heart brimming with shame that it was his own reckless actions that had precipitated this predicament, dragging down his two uncles as well. Indeed, he was as impulsive and foolish as Ying Gao had stated. Chapter 27. Whispers of discontent. The surrounding populace expressed their dissatisfaction. You assault the second young master in broad daylight, yet now claim it was unintentional. Do you take us for fools? If I were to slay you and then assert it was not deliberate, would the authorities spare me? This is nothing short of a farcical jest. The crowd buzzed with chatter, leaving Xiang Yu and the others in an exceedingly awkward position. Each was a figure of considerable repute in their own right, yet they had not anticipated experiencing such public humiliation. Their dignity lay in tatters. Enough, everyone. Ying Gao interjected at an opportune moment. None are without fault. Who among us is infallible? I shall grant them a chance. The three may depart of their own accord. Upon hearing Ying Gao's pronouncement, the crowd ceased their quarrel. After all, Ying Gao had made his stance clear, and they naturally acquiesced to his decision. This. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He never expected Ying Gao would so readily allow them to leave. Xiang Bo and Fan Zheng exchanged glances, with Fan Zheng furrowing his brow as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, second young master. We are grateful. Xiang Bo, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit in expressing his appreciation. Xiang Yu regarded Ying Gao with a complex expression. Ying Gao waved his hand and smiled mildly. Xiang Yu, you possess great potential, and I wish to invite you to join my ranks. Together, we shall strive for the glory of the chain. Reflecting on his words, Xiang Yu and the others were taken aback by Ying Gao's directness. That we shall deliberate carefully. For now, we must take our leave. Fan Zheng cast a lingering glance at Ying Gao. Ying Gao watched the three depart, a faint smile gracing his lips, his expression inscrutable. But I appreciate everyone's presence today. Please return to your affairs. After the crowd dispersed, Ying Gao and his companions resumed their search for Mo Fei. Meanwhile, having hastily exited Xianyang, Xiang Yu offered an apology. Uncles, I acted impulsively today. I am truly sorry. Xiang Bo glared at Xiang Yu with displeasure, intending to reprimand him, but ultimately refraining from voicing his discontent. Fan Zheng, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation. What troubles you? Xiang Bo inquired. That man should not be underestimated. We must ascertain how he recognized Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, too, found himself perplexed. I have never encountered him before. His lack of surprise at our appearance suggests he was already aware of our movements, which is most unsettling. You speak the truth. This is indeed alarming, Xiang Bo replied, his expression grave. Xiang Yu pressed his lips together, wanting to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. Meanwhile, Ying Gao arrived at Fusu's residence. Within the courtyard of the Mo family, a woman clad in a simple skirt sat beneath a tree, her hands cradling a bamboo slip. Utterly absorbed in her reading, a gentle breeze caressed her, causing her long hair to dance lightly at her temples, while her garments fluttered gracefully in the wind. Ying Gao entered with a folding fan in hand, a smile gracing his lips. Murphy lowered the bamboo slip, frowning as she glanced toward the entrance. Who art thou? A fair maiden sits here alone. Dost thou not await my arrival? What brings thee here? Before entering this courtyard, I sought the teachings of the Mo family. Yet now that I am within, what further aspirations do I hold? Upon entering, I beheld thy striking beauty, and thus wished to take thee along. What a presumptuous knave, Murphy scoffed, her demeanor haughty as a descendant of the Mo family. She had long vowed never to wed until their philosophy was disseminated throughout the realm. The laws of the great Qin are stern. Those who intrude upon a woman's abode face the same punishment as adulterers. Severe consequences await, including the possibility of execution. Dost thou still wish to enter this courtyard? Murphy's gaze was sharp, her eyes fixed fiercely upon Ying Zheng. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Fear not, the laws of the great Qin have never troubled my conscience. Murphy furrowed her brow, a spark of realization igniting in her eyes. Dost thou also perceive flaws within the great Qin's laws, and yearn to overturn them? Ying Zheng was taken aback. This woman possessed remarkable audacity, uttering such words without fear of retribution. Nonetheless, he could not bear the thought of such beauty facing demise. I have never aspired to overthrow the great Qin. I merely wish to reform certain practices. Ying Zheng spoke the truth. Indeed, he was striving to amend the laws of the great Qin. Murphy curled her lips in disdain. This fellow speaks of overthrowing the great Qin with such eloquence. Finding common ground in their thoughts, she felt a reduction in her animosity toward this unexpected visitor. Since thou and I share a similar mindset, I shall speak candidly. Long ago, I vowed that unless the teachings of the Mo family were embraced by the world, I would never establish a household. Now, as the tenets of the Mo family have yet to gain universal acceptance, I would not wish to burden you. You should seek another companion. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her talents exceptional, making her a rarity throughout the great Qin. Ying Zheng had never encountered a woman who combined both brilliance and beauty to such a degree. He was not one to easily relinquish his pursuits. He dismissed Murphy's animosity toward the great Qin, instead finding himself more admiring of her grand aspirations. Since thou art inclined to propagate the teachings of the Mo family, why not confide in me? Perhaps I could lend thee a hand. Murphy waved her hand dismissively, her gaze lowered. She mused that in these times, when Confucianism was widely esteemed, the teachings of the Mo family had not garnered universal acclaim. Were it anyone else, she would likely have no interest in engaging. Yet, perhaps it was the sight of the two beauties following Ying Zheng that stirred her competitive spirit, despite his somewhat frivolous demeanor. Murphy discerned a confidence and poise in his eyes that eased her reservations, prompting her to softly share her ambitions. Ever since I became a descendant of the Mo family, I have set forth my aspirations. My foremost desire is to propagate the teachings of the Mo family, ensuring they are revered by the populace and serve as the foundational philosophy for rulers governing the realm. Secondly, I wish to delve deeply into the art of Mo family mechanisms, so that they may benefit the common people. If I could achieve this in my early years, I, Murphy, would feel I have honored my ancestors. However, at present, the teachings of the Mo family have yet to receive widespread recognition. If I could realize but one wish, I, Mo Fei, would feel no remorse. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in Mo Fei's eyes. She pondered that Ying Zheng, upon hearing this, might be dissuaded to her surprise. Ying Zheng merely chuckled. What difficulty lies therein? Do you have any other wishes? If not, then come with me to his words. Mo Fei stood frozen, her expression one of utter astonishment. Brother, your confidence is excessive. The aspirations of the Mo family, pursued for generations, have yet to be fulfilled, and you believe you can achieve them. In this age of harsh Qin laws, which govern the nation's rights and statutes, other schools find themselves without a foothold. Thus, to realize any wish is a formidable challenge. Do not jest, my lord. Though I, Mo Fei, am a woman, my thoughts and ambitions have never yielded to those of any man. Ying Zheng inquired with a smile. Do you know why objects fall only downwards? Is it not because they are too heavy? No, it is due to universal gravitation. Mo Fei was taken aback. That I do not comprehend. Could you elucidate further? My lord, Ying Zheng, pleased with himself, discerned that he had captured Mo Fei's attention. As a descendant of the Mo family, you must be well versed in the art of plowing. Am I correct? Indeed. Then it shall be easy to explain. Currently, the plows used by the common folk are predominantly long and straight, yet they are rather cumbersome, demanding excessive time and effort. However, with a slight modification, we can transform the straight plow into a curved one, allowing for greater maneuverability, much like this. Ying Zheng picked up a twig and sketched a rudimentary design on the ground. Mo Fei, her curiosity piqued, crouched down to observe closely. Upon seeing the design, she was astonished and leaned in closer. Having studied the intricate mechanics of the Mo family since childhood, she immediately recognized the ingenuity of Ying Gao's curved plow. This design is indeed remarkable. The proximity between the two was tinged with an air of intimacy, bordering on the suggestive. What a delightful fragrance, Ying Gao remarked softly, inhaling the subtle scent that wafted from Mo Fei. Momentarily taken aback, replied, "What did you say? I am curious as to which cosmetic you use. You are truly a rude person." Mo Fei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she attempted to retreat in her haste. However, her long skirt tangled beneath her feet, causing her to lose her balance, just as she was about to fall. A steady hand supported her from behind. Once she regained her footing, that hand withdrew discreetly. This gesture, imbued with gentlemanly grace, left Mo Fei astonished, her heart racing like a wild deer. "Do not be so hasty." Thump, thump. Mo Fei felt her heart quicken, almost leaping from her chest, and she shyly retreated half a meter. Observing her reaction, Ying Gao shook his head in resignation before continuing to explain the curved plow. Yet, Mo Fei was entirely oblivious to his words. "Miss, do you have any further inquiries?" Mo Fei remained in a daze, mechanically nodding. "Any creation that benefits the nation and its people, such as the curved plow, may indeed be deemed a technological invention. As your inventions accumulate, your first wish will soon be within reach. The Mo family's mastery of mechanics has been honed through generations of diligent research. It is hardly as simple as you suggest, my lord. Moreover, the young master's ingenious enhancements to the long straight-tined plow are such that we, disciples of Mo, would require several years to conceive a creation of such exquisite craftsmanship, let alone to invent anything further." Mo Fei sighed. "There is no need for the young lady to feel disheartened. I have already commissioned the production of tens of thousands of these curved plows. Might you be interested in witnessing one?" "What?" Mo Fei exclaimed in astonishment. "If you're skeptical, we can certainly go and see it at any moment. Furthermore, on our way, we can deliberate on how to fulfill your remaining aspirations." Mo Fei was left speechless, merely nodding fervently. Xia Yang and Xia Yuan exchanged silent glances. Indeed, the young master possesses a unique flair in the pursuit of beauty, effortlessly captivating even talented women like Mo Fei. It seems no one could surpass him. The young master exudes an irresistible charm, with even the women of the Yihong courtyard willing to serve him without recompense. If only the young master could apply half of his passion for courting women to governing the great Qin, the kingdom would undoubtedly flourish to a point where none would dare covet it. However, Mo Fei was unaware that as soon as she departed, news arrived at the estate. Even the legalist doctrines had been cast aside, leaving no room for any other philosophies to take root. At the borders, Fu Su stood atop the city wall, surveying the sinuous expanse of the Great Wall. Beyond its ramparts lay the territory of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu galloped across the plains, appearing amiable and straightforward, yet Fu Su was acutely aware of their true nature. The Xiongnu had repeatedly besieged the populace of the Great Qin, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. They persistently provoked the Great Qin, and were it not for Meng Tian's defenses, the common folk would have faced untold suffering. The ruler of the Xiongnu was known as Xiongnu. At the tender age of 7, his tribe fell victim to a mightier clan's invasion. According to the customs of the steppe, children shorter than a wheel were spared from calamity. Thus, Xiongnu managed to escape with his infant sister in swaddling clothes. At that young age, he assumed the heavy responsibility of caring for his hungry sibling, wandering through the desolate, wolf-infested grasslands, struggling for survival with the remaining tribesmen. By the age of 13, Xiongnu's name resounded across the steppes, earning him the title of the Prairie Eagled. In his 15th year, he was invincible in battle, conquering all before him, waging campaigns to the south and north, east and west. By the age of 25, none could rival him as he led his forces westward. In less than a decade, he subdued numerous nations of the western barbarians. Fu Su's expression grew grave as he gazed at the still unfinished Great Wall. The construction had suddenly come to a halt, leaving him uncertain about the next course of action. "Young master," at that moment, a tall figure appeared behind Fu Su. "What is it?" Meng Tian's face bore a serious expression. "A message has arrived from Zhanyang. Construction has been suspended for half a month, after which it will resume. During this period, we must steadfastly guard the Great Wall to prevent Xiongnu incursions. What is the current situation in Zhanyang? Why has the construction abruptly ceased, and why have the common folk been sent back?" Fu Su's brow furrowed, his heart filled with confusion. In addition to the imperial edict, I have also received news from our father and brother. The Great Qin is currently implementing legal reforms, abolishing both collective punishment and corvée labor. This is merely the beginning. The laws of the Great Qin will undergo further revisions. Preposterous, with the Great Qin beset by internal and external troubles. Enacting legal reforms now will only add to the chaos. Whose idea is this? Fu Su's complexion darkened as he sternly interrogated. Young master, this is the proposal of the second young master, Meng Tian replied. Frowning, Fu Su clenched his fists. He had received word that the two ministers had nominated Ying Gao as the regent prince, and that Ying Zheng had not left a will to establish him as the new emperor. Thus, the only course of action available to him was to steadfastly defend the borders and thwart the incursions of the Xiongnu at My Prince. What shall we do now? Meng Tian inquired, casting a glance at Fu Su. Separated by vast distances, they could not ascertain the current situation in Xianyang City. Fu Su's sharp gaze pierced the horizon. According to the late emperor's arrangements, the Great Wall was to be completed within 2 years. However, the current delays, compounded by the precarious state of the Qin, would only serve to prolong the project further. With Ying Gao as the regent prince, the entire court lay within his grasp. Was this truly the design of his father before his passing? Fu Su was not foolish. Though his understanding of Ying Gao was limited, he was acutely aware that the latter had indulged in pleasure since childhood, akin to Hu Hai. With such a person wielding power in the court and enacting sweeping reforms, Fu Su could not foresee the future landscape of the court. His father's foresight was profound. This arrangement must have been meticulously orchestrated by him. Chapter 29. Perilous times at present. We must remain inactive, steadfastly guarding the borders. Unless absolutely necessary, we must refrain from rash actions. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Fu Su's eyes, and he pressed his lips together, as if muttering to himself yet seemingly conversing with Meng Tian. Meng Tian's expression turned grave, indicating his understanding. Ying Gao led Mo Fei to the lumberyard. Along the way, Mo Fei was in a state of bewilderment. This person, whom she had only known for a brief moment, had persuaded her to follow him with mere words, leaving her feeling dazed. She was acutely aware of the dangers of being a dissenter against the Qin regime, especially when stepping outside her home. Yet, there was an irresistible allure about Ying Gao that compelled her to take the risk. She remained resolute in her duty as a descendant of the Mo family, determined to witness firsthand whether the curved plow truly bore the benefits for the common people, as Ying Gao claimed. As long as it served the populace, regardless of its authenticity, she felt compelled to see it for herself. Miss Mo, I have always adhered to the principle of serving the people, even if my choices may occasionally diverge from the Mo family's philosophies. What are the specific differences? Mo Fei inquired, her brow slightly furrowing, a captivating expression adorning her face. In my view, to genuinely benefit the populace, one must first comprehend their true needs. The curved plow, indeed, but it is not limited to just that. There are also papermaking and printing techniques. These innovations can grant everyone access to literature, thereby fostering knowledge. Moreover, techniques for brickmaking and cement can enable the populace to reside in sturdy cement homes, secure against torrential rains. Further still, we could manufacture vehicles or even airplanes. Thus, the Mo family should not confine themselves to the present. Their vision should be broader. I wonder if the young lady can grasp this? Mo Fei listened, incredulous. The Mo family, through generations, had aspired to elevate mechanical arts to their zenith. She believed the Mo family could indeed create the innovations Ying Gao had just mentioned. However, their motivations were disparate. Ying Gao's every thought stemmed from the welfare of the people, a concern for the common good that surpassed much of what the Mo family had pursued. The various schools of thought had historically sought only the dissemination of ideas. The Mo family's mechanical arts had not initially been conceived to study for the benefit of the populace. Suddenly, she halted and turned to Ying Gao, bowing deeply in respect. Fei is profoundly inspired by the noble intentions of the young master towards the people of the world. Henceforth, Fei shall contemplate the research directions of the Mo family's mechanisms with great diligence. Fei expresses gratitude for the master's guidance. The Mo family shall henceforth remain attentive to the welfare of the populace. The aspirations of the master shall ultimately be realized. Even if I, in this generation, am unable to fulfill them, they shall be passed down through the ages, a legacy carried forth until every vision comes to fruition. In Mo Fei's eyes gleamed a resolute determination that a novel idea began to take root within her mind. Ying Gao chuckled, "My dear lady, we can implement our plans right away. Do you not wish to witness it with your own eyes? My intentions are not mere fantasies. Many tangible creations are already in existence. Some are currently in design, while others have already been produced that IT will not take years. All of this shall soon be a reality. Upon hearing this, Mo Fei was taken aback. You mean to say that the things you just mentioned are already in preparation? Mo Fei nervously swallowed. Ying Gao's words never failed to astonish her. I am not one to deceive. What I have to show you is not limited to the curved plow, but also includes fiber paper making, refined salt extraction, and nitrate ice production. Mo Fei found this hard to believe. She had studied the Mo family's mechanisms for many years, yet the accomplishments of this individual surpassed her imagination. Ying Gao's inventions transcended the limitations of their time, but Mo Fei deeply bowed in reverence, saying, Master, please accept my respects. Your mechanical arts render me utterly humbled. I beseech your forgiveness for my presumptuousness. I wish to take you as my mentor. Mo Fei is eager to follow you and disseminate the art of mechanisms to countless households. Ying Gao, surprised yet amused by Mo Fei's swift decision to follow him, contemplated the many wonders he had yet to reveal. What of your previous aspirations? Do you no longer wish to pursue them? Mo Fei lowered her gaze and sighed softly. In this era, the Qin dynasty venerates legalist thought, making it exceedingly difficult for the Mo family to establish itself. The populace suffers from poverty and hunger. How many are willing to delve into the study of mechanisms? If I could witness the master's ingenious creations, I, Mo Fei, would have no regrets in death. This journey would be my modest contribution to the Mo family. She bowed once more, her words sincere. I hope for your understanding, and I am willing to serve you, Master. Ying Gao smirked, thinking to himself that though he had not declined, Mo Fei continued to bow. With his collar tightly fastened, he could not see her swaying form. Despite his bemusement, Ying Gao smiled gently at Mo Fei's earnest demeanor. The future looks promising. Although Ying Gao intended to discuss the contributions of mechanical arts to the prosperity of the Qin dynasty, he thought it prudent to save that conversation for another time. The two engaged in light banter, with Xia Yuan and Xia Yang following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the lumberyard, even from a distance. Mo Fei's gaze was captivated by the thousands of curved plows, drawing her in irresistibly. Forgetting all decorum, she lifted her skirt and dashed forward, her hands eagerly grasping one of the curved plows, testing its flexibility with curiosity. Each movement was remarkably agile. Mo Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. This curved plow exceeded her wildest imaginings in its ingenuity. She gazed in astonishment at the neatly arranged plows, her admiration for Ying Gao swelling within her. Do you think this curved plow will benefit the common people? Ying Gao waved his fan, revealing a smile. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Mo Fei nodded, her eyes shimmering with delight. Her excitement grew even more palpable. At this moment, completely casting aside her identity as a member of the Mo family and the responsibility of promoting the art of machinery, she gazed around with the curiosity of a child, playfully bumping into things. Following closely behind were Xia Yang and Xia Yuan, who exchanged silent glances throughout the journey. Murphy was undoubtedly ensnared this time. When it came to charming women, the young master was indeed extraordinary. Just days prior, Wang Bin had gathered an abundance of saltpeter, merely to acquire the technique of ice making. Now, in pursuit of beauty, the young master was willing to unveil all his secrets. Such a clever maneuver. Observing Murphy's expression, it was clear she was utterly captivated by him. How delightful. Henceforth, we shall no longer need to warm the young master's bed. Ying Gao walked alongside Murphy towards the papermaking workshop. Along the way, Murphy could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, Young master, the curved plows have been completed. When will they be sold? Surprised, Murphy asked, Young master, do you not intend to collect any silver? Ying Gao tacitly acknowledged this. Upon witnessing this, Murphy could not help but express her admiration. The young master possesses a heart for the world and a benevolent spirit. One cannot help but respect him. In Murphy's eyes, Ying Gao's image grew increasingly exalted. His unique perspective, extraordinary creativity, and genuine concern for the populace were truly remarkable. Chapter 30. Papermaking. Ying Gao's perfection was simply beyond reproach. Like a starry-eyed admirer, Murphy closely followed him, observing each detail of the papermaking process with keen interest. In accordance with Ying Gao's instructions, Zhuge Ban had long prepared the necessary materials and waited patiently. Lime, water troughs, and various tools were neatly arranged nearby. The three ladies watched as Ying Gao directed the craftsmen in their paper-making endeavors. Before long, Zhuge Ban successfully produced a sheet of paper. However, due to craftsmanship issues, the edges were rough, and the texture was rather heavy. After witnessing Ying Gao's toil throughout the morning, Qinshihuang prepared a refreshing plum soup for him. Ying Gao and Murphy enjoyed the drink while engaging in light-hearted conversation that a wave of coolness spread from their mouths to the depths of their hearts. In that moment, the weariness of the past days seemed to dissipate like the wind. Murphy felt an incredible and wondrous sensation swell within her. Just that morning, she had been fraught with annoyance. Feeling that Ying Gao had disrupted her tranquility, even brazenly proposing changes to the laws of the Qin and openly seeking her affection. However, to her surprise, Ying Gao's views aligned with her own, even aspiring to loftier ideals and deeper thoughts. While Murphy merely wished to carry on the Mo family philosophy, Ying Gao genuinely cared for the welfare of the people. This noble concept completely transformed her perspective. Initially, she had declared her intentions to Ying Gao, insisting that she would not consider marriage unless he complied, hoping to deter him. Yet, Ying Gao seemed unfazed by her words. Reflecting on his expression at that time made her grit her teeth in frustration. At this moment, she believed wholeheartedly in what Ying Gao had previously stated, for these novel ideas were tangibly presented before her. She found it unbelievable and at times questioned whether she was dreaming. Murphy had once thought that her wishes were utterly unattainable. Yet, within just a single morning, they appeared almost within reach. This notion made her unable to suppress a smile. Her smile was truly enchanting. Finally, the weight upon Murphy's heart lifted. She could spread the Mo family philosophy far and wide. Lost in her own thoughts, she chuckled softly, suddenly feeling shy and lowering her head. Qinshihuang and Qinshihuang exchanged knowing glances. This girl was indeed remarkable, possessing both beauty and candor. Yes, the young master surely wished to no longer restrain himself. However, Murphy's reaction was unexpectedly surprising. She appeared to be startled, offering a brief apology before hastily departing. Her movements exhibited no hint of hesitation as she lifted the hem of her skirt and fled from Ying Gao's residence. Only after she had run a considerable distance and ensured that no one was around did she seek refuge in a secluded corner. She felt a warm flush spreading across her face, yet could not articulate the reason for her discomposure. After an indeterminate amount of time, she could not help but laugh, though she remained oblivious as to what exactly was amusing her. In the afternoon, the officials summoned by Ying Gao during morning court, including Li Si, began to arrive in succession, with Zhao Wu being the last to make his entrance. Ying Gao sipped his tea and inquired, "Are all matters settled?" Qin Zheng, visibly excited, reassured him, "Rest assured, my lord. The entire stock of 20,000 share of grain has been deposited into the state treasury." Beside him, Zhao Wu grimaced slightly, feeling a sense of disdain for the avaricious countenance of these court officials. Reminiscent of ravenous wolves, almost stripping his entire granary bare, Ying Gao's gaze flickered, a subtle smile dancing in his eyes as he glanced at Qin Zheng, nodding slightly. Qin Zheng, caught in the depth of that gaze, involuntarily shivered, sensing the weight of its significance. Had Zhao Wu known the thoughts racing through his mind, he would undoubtedly have warned him that Ying Gao's smile was a precursor to a carefully laid trap. "Very well, everyone, please take your seats that we shall now allocate the available grain," Ying Gao declared nonchalantly, sweeping his sleeve. Zhao Wu plopped down boldly, while Qin Zheng nearly stumbled, eyes wide in astonishment as he regarded Ying Gao. "What do you mean by allocating the available grain?" He pondered, feeling a tinge of confusion. The others looked on, equally perplexed by Ying Gao's intentions. He took up his brush, scribbling on the silk. "Lord Qin, our granary currently holds a total of 50,000 share of grain. Am I mistaken?" Ying Gao inquired, lifting his gaze that a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Qin Zheng, who hesitantly nodded. "That is correct." What was Ying Gao scheming? A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Zheng. "Excellent. Immediately transport 20,000 share of grain to the border, and inform the border troops that the grain must last until mid-next year. Ensuring they make the necessary arrangements," Ying Gao instructed, nodding as he noted this down. Qin Zheng sprang up from his seat, his face flushed as he gazed incredulously at Ying Gao. "My lord, are we to send it to the border at once? Is there a problem?" Ying Gao raised an eyebrow. Qin Zheng felt a wave of despair. He had not even had the chance to thoroughly inspect the newly acquired grain before it was to be dispatched. This was too swift, a bit difficult to accept, no problem. Qin Zheng forced a smile, his voice trembling, before silently resuming his seat, fearing to voice any objections. Ying Gao continued, Additionally, allocate another 20,000 shur of grain to the common people for their sustenance and agriculture, assisting them in weathering this period of scarcity. Once crops like sweet potatoes are cultivated to the third generation and fully adapted to the farmer's practices, we shall implement a comprehensive promotion. Sun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ying Gao. Are we truly to give 20,000 shur of grain directly to the populace? This is inconceivable. He had just been fretting over the fact that, even with farming tools, some regions lacked seeds. How could they cope? He had assumed Ying Gao overlooked this matter, only to discover that Ying Gao had planned so meticulously. Barely seated, King Zheng rose again, his expression one of shock. Ying Gao paused, his pen hovering in the air, perplexed. What is the issue? Is there something amiss? King Zheng clenched his fists, his heart aching. My lord, is this not excessive? Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Sun Hao. Lord Sun, do you deem it excessive? My lord, it is not excessive at all. According to our annual statistics, taking into account the populace and the state of the land, the allocation of 10,000 stones for seeds and cultivation barely meets the demand. His words are not unfounded. He had previously verified this data with Ying Gao, believing that Ying Gao merely sought to understand the situation, only to realize that Ying Gao was genuinely intent on taking action. At this moment, Sun Hao genuinely admired Ying Gao to the utmost degree, astonished by the thoroughness of his considerations. You see, this batch of grain may not be sufficient. I have endeavored to be as frugal as possible. Ying Gao remarked with a resigned shrug. King Zheng sat down in a daze, reflecting on the 2,000 stones of grain he had recently received, which had not even warmed the granary before they were all dispatched. His mood was exceedingly heavy, and his body trembled slightly. Ying Gao struggled to suppress a smile, as King Zheng in later times would be akin to an accountant, who is traditionally known for his frugality. Today, his actions seemed akin to carving flesh from the other. That pain, I fear, will be difficult to alleviate in the short term. Rest assured, next year the national treasury will be replete with silver and grain. Observing the despondency of his companion, as though he might faint at any moment, Ying Gao hastily offered words of comfort. However, King Zheng did not appreciate Ying Gao's consolation, remaining visibly dejected and far from content. Chapter 31. Thank you for your guidance. My lord. Sun Hao spoke slowly. One ought to approach matters with foresight and discernment, and not be limited to immediate trivial gains. Upon hearing this, King Zhen's anger boiled over. Listened to him, accusing him of having a narrow perspective. How can one know another's heart when not in their position? Thank you, Lord Sun, for your guidance. Ying Gao smiled, allowing his gaze to flit between the two before continuing his inquiries. Moreover, do you all have a definitive plan for the equitable distribution of grain? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was taken aback. They found themselves stumped by this question. Distributing grain among the various states and counties for the multitude of citizens indeed posed a formidable challenge. Time passed. Ying Gao idly toyed with the pen in his hand, observing the serious expressions on everyone's faces as if they were confronted with an insurmountable puzzle. Ying Gao sighed. This question was, in fact, quite simple. Have you found a solution? After a while, Ying Gao turned his gaze to King Zheng, directly posing the question. King Zhen's face bore a look of deep sorrow. He had exerted every effort, yet still failed to devise a fair plan. This matter was undeniably complex. My lord, this issue is indeed tricky, King Zheng lamented. Ying Gao felt inclined to roll his eyes, but instead turned to look at Sun Hao and the others. Do you have any feasible proposals? My lord, our abilities are insufficient. Zhao Wu sat upright, his gaze restrained, yet he understood that Ying Gao must have already formulated a hidden strategy at this moment. It remained undisclosed, its purpose unknown. After all, Ying Gao was always one to think several steps ahead. Since the grain distribution had been settled, the next phase of planning must already be clear in his mind. It is indeed somewhat lacking. Ying Gao smirked disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over the crowd that a few individuals felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Exchanging glances, since Ying Gao took office, every strategy he proposed had benefited the nation and its people. Yet they themselves could scarcely manage even the simplest of tasks, especially King Zheng, who recalled the recent dealings with merchants that ultimately required Ying Gao's intervention to resolve satisfactorily, leaving him feeling utterly inept. Little did he know, this was precisely the outcome Ying Gao desired. Only when these individuals felt their own inadequacy could subsequent tasks proceed more smoothly. They will indeed reverently worship him to the utmost. Based on the population of each state and county, it is necessary to allocate food in this manner. Resources are limited while demands are abundant. Thus, the distribution of provisions must be executed swiftly. Ying Gao inscribed a circle on the silk and bamboo, indicating the scarcity of resources and underscoring the necessity of allocation. Do you all comprehend this? Ying Gao specified the quantity of food to be distributed on the silk and bamboo according to the population of each county, and then inquired. A few were taken aback. My lord, is this truly appropriate? Ying Gao lightly tapped the table and retorted, Lord Qin, do you possess a better suggestion? Qin Jin remained silent. As for this matter, you all understand clearly. It must remain confidential. Should anyone inquire about the method of distribution, I trust you will keep it close to your hearts and guard it with utmost discretion. Ying Gao's tone was stern. Yes, a chill ran through the hearts of several, and they responded hastily. The tension among the crowd was palpable, yet Ying Gao offered a slight smile, reassuring them. There is no need for excessive anxiety. My actions are solely for the benefit of our nation. Indeed, one cannot help but commend the brilliance of your strategy, my lord, Qin Jin praised with a beaming smile. Those present were seasoned individuals. Well aware that Ying Gao's actions were laden with profound significance, they were fully aware of the public's response. Indeed, the future of Qin rests firmly in your capable hands, my lord. Sun Hao followed suit, his demeanor respectful in his commendation. Zhao Yu could not help but sigh deeply, lamenting the harshness of the world. As for the seedlings still in gestation, they must not be revealed lightly. You all must uphold the secrecy. Within 3 months, we shall reap a bountiful harvest, yielding provisions in the tens of thousands that a portion will be reserved for next year's sowing, entrusted to craftsmen for cultivation. The remaining surplus will be distributed among the populace, encouraging them to cultivate barren lands and achieve self-sufficiency. Of course, only those loyal to Qin shall receive seeds. Those who still harbor sentiments for the remnants of the 6 states shall be disregarded. Once the common people are privy to this information, they shall no longer follow the remnants of the 6 states. Our nation will witness an increase in citizens willing to enlist and serve. What are your thoughts on this? Your wisdom is commendable. The following day in the court, Ying Gao proclaimed the edicts. First, farming tools will be lent to the populace without charge, with the expectation of return. Borrowing will not be refused thereafter. Second, citizens may collect seeds from the county office free of charge, merely requiring a signature. Additionally, households may borrow provisions based on their number of inhabitants for sustenance, to be repaid the following year, with the government collecting only a modest interest. Upon the issuance of these edicts, the entire court was moved, especially when the assembly learned that these farming tools were provided by Ying Gao himself. The respect in their gazes towards him intensified. Those who followed him exchanged glances, holding their breath. Ying Gao, you have done remarkably well. Yin Yun's voice was filled with malice, his eyes glimmering with fury. What news of Hu Hai? Hu Hai has been released. Although Zhao Gao has been apprehended, the grand ambitions they meticulously orchestrated have not been forsaken. This is also thanks to the abolition of the collective punishment. I have already seen him, a figure behind remarked. Young Master Hu Hai's condition is concerning. The individual appeared hesitant, fumbling over their words. Ever since Hu Hai emerged from his confinement, he has been despondent. Devoid of his former arrogance, he remains shut away in seclusion, resembling a mere shadow of his former self. Yin Yun's countenance darkened like a stormy sky, his hands clenched into fists, seemingly struggling to suppress the fury within. The atmosphere in the room was oppressively tense, akin to the stillness preceding a volcanic eruption. Which individuals are responsible for delivering grain to the various states and counties? Yin Yun fell silent for a moment before inquiring. During the morning court, Ying Gao explicitly announced that personnel would be dispatched to different locations. Based on the severity of the drought in each state and county, arrangements for the transportation of grain would be meticulously coordinated. The list would be officially announced in the afternoon. Yin Yun smirked coldly, asserting that measures must be taken to ensure that our trusted allies are included in that list. The person beside him hesitated, expressing concern. That grain is intended for distribution to all states and counties. Would it not be inappropriate for us to interfere at this pivotal moment in the revival of the Qin state? Any rash action could prove detrimental. The man's brow furrowed slightly as his words hung in the air. The atmosphere around them grew tense. The onlookers held their breath in silence. Yin Yun's gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with an icy menace, as if he were on the verge of erupting. My lord, spare me. The man's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground, his knees striking the earth with a dull thud. The others present felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 32. Ruthless and unyielding, the current situation is dire. The grand plans we have meticulously devised over the years have been utterly dismantled by Ying Gao's hand. Can the grain distributed to the various states and counties truly be guaranteed to reach the hands of the common people? What insights does Master Ma possess? Yin Yun's relentless questioning left Ma Bowen speechless. Drenched in cold sweat, what could he say? Could he admit to a misjudgment? If he did, before Ying Gao could act, Yin Yun would undoubtedly ensure his downfall today. Yin Yun, indeed, is worthy of being Zhao Gao's son-in-law, possessing a heart as ruthless as his father-in-law's, and equal to him in cunning. Now, they find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Even if they wish to repent, escape would not be easily attained. Since Ying Gao implemented his reforms, he has regretted his initial choices more than once. Zhao Gao is merely a eunuch. How could he have been so foolish as to join Zhao Gao's faction? My lord, please do not be angry. It is merely that I have not thought through the matter thoroughly. Ma Bowen managed to suppress his panic and displeasure, his expression fraught with anxiety. Yin Yun's gaze pierced like a needle, scrutinizing Ma Bowen's every reaction. After a moment, he smiled gently, his tone softening. Master Ma, you are undoubtedly considering the greater good. There is no need for such formality. Despite the smile gracing Yin Yun's lips, the atmosphere around them remained unyielding, thick with a chilling tension. Ma Bowen lamented his own indiscretion. You flatter me, my lord, that I believe your decisions must have far-reaching implications, perhaps even more comprehensive than my limited perspective. Ma Bowen lowered his head, his demeanor sincere. Yin Yun's expression remained impassive, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. That in that case, let this matter be entrusted to Master Ma for resolution. What do you think? Ma Bowen's eyes widened in shock, his countenance darkening. This was clearly an attempt to place the burden of risk upon him. Very well. With no other option, Ma Bowen clenched his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. After all, if he refused, Yin Yun would certainly not let him off lightly. It was better to face the challenge head-on. Perhaps the situation would not be as dire as anticipated. Meanwhile, at Ying Zheng's side, the shadow guards knelt on one knee. What new issue has arisen, Your Majesty? This morning, the second young master visited the disciple of the Mo family, Mo Fei, and took her on a tour in the afternoon. Several officials went to the second young master's residence to discuss the living conditions of the common people. Recently, Ying Zheng's resilience has notably increased. He is now able to respond to such news with composure. He questions whether undertaking numerous tasks will truly ensure the populace's sustenance, suggesting it would be wiser to concentrate on improving the curved plow. Since ascending to the throne of Qin, he has relentlessly sought high-yield seeds capable of satiating hunger. Although he has discovered a few varieties, none over the years have proven to be both prolific and a viable substitute for staple grains. The seedlings he has cultivated remain uncertain in their maturation and suitability for local conditions. Only through failure can that ungrateful son comprehend the hardships I endure. Let him taste the bitter fruits of his actions. The shadow bowed his head. He had already dispatched trusted confidants to the northern city. Yet days passed without a trace. The disappearances of those individuals raised the shadow's alarm, prompting him to hastily send out inquiries, ultimately receiving grim news. After a moment's hesitation, the shadow finally spoke. Your Majesty, I have ascertained that the brocade-clad guards under the command of the second prince have established an intricate net throughout the city of Xianyang. That it appears that all my subordinates have fallen into their hands. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's fury ignited. What schemes does that ungrateful son harbor? With the demise of the emperor, how could he prevent his elder brother from mourning? Does he still acknowledge the laws of the great Qin, or the bonds of brotherhood? In his quest to usurp the throne, he resorts to every means possible. Indeed, the shadows swiftly withdrew. Unbeknownst to them, Ying Gao remained oblivious to these developments. At that moment, he was personally escorting Zhao Wu through the city gates. Zhao Wu asserted firmly, in this era, even with swift horses, the delivery of messages consumes considerable time. Furthermore, unforeseen events may arise along the way. Thus, Ying Gao did not place much weight on Zhao Wu's assurances. Zhao Wu touched the tip of his nose, secretly relieved that such camaraderie existed between them. Otherwise, others might misconstrue his words as a curse. Standing beside Ying Gao was a slender woman of striking beauty, named Zhao Wan, the sister of Zhao Wu. Ying Gao enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Zhao siblings. Ying Gao nodded. Did you bring any writing instruments? The siblings momentarily froze. Zhao Wu replied, My lord, the luggage has been properly secured in the carriage. Do you, perchance, requires something to record. Yes, there are minor matters to note, Ying Gao said, his gaze falling upon Zhao Wan. How do you achieve such exquisite eyebrow artistry? In ancient times, women's makeup was minimal. Merely a hint of powder, and the tools for brow painting conveniently served for writing as well. The siblings exchanged glances. Just moments ago, he inquired about writing materials, and now he expresses interest in makeup? However, Zhao Wan paid it no mind, merely smiling serenely. I used this, she said, producing a tool from her sleeve and handing it to Ying Gao, before suddenly having a clever thought. Do you intend to write with this? Ying Gao took the item, exclaiming in astonishment. What is this? That is coal. He suddenly remembered. They were in Xianyang. Coal is the finest fuel. My lord. How much of this do you possess? My lord, what do you need the embroidery tools for? It is useful, exceedingly important. Zhao Wu and Zhao Wan exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher Ying Gao's intentions. His thoughts were always unexpected. Sister, inform my lord about the origin of this item and its quantity. Zhao Wu spoke sternly. Although he did not comprehend Ying Gao's intentions, he recognized that since Ying Gao had made a request, there must be a purpose behind it. This item was purchased from the Liang family trading house, which specializes in handcrafted goods for women. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, toying with the object in his hand, and then requested a piece of silk from Zhao Wu, upon which he inscribed a line of text. When you travel to the frontier, please help me search for such items. If you cannot find them, it is not a matter of great concern, but do try your best. Very well, Zhao Wu accepted the silk, noticing not only the text, but also a drawing upon it. Chapter 33. Together, after bidding farewell to Zhao Wu, Ying Gao inquired, do you have time to accompany me to the Liang family trading house? Zhao Wan hesitated momentarily before agreeing, certainly. Behind Ying Gao, Xia Yuan puffed her cheeks and declared, young master, I can accompany you as well. Then let us go together. Zhao Wan shot a glance at Xia Yuan, her hand instinctively tightening into a fist. Together it is. Xia Yuan restrained her expression, gazing at Zhao Wan with a blank look, and after a brief pause, replied, very well, unaware of the subtle emotional shifts between the two. Ying Gao turned and led the way. The Liang family trading house was a paragon in the realm of women's handicrafts, flourishing in business like none other. The owner, Liang Yin, was unremarkable in appearance, exuding an air of honest simplicity. Honored guests, please come in, he greeted, his demeanor brightening as he noticed the presence of customers after having been lazily dozing at the front desk. The shop assistant, busy with cleaning, hurried over to greet them. I have a lucrative business proposition. I wonder if Master Liang would be interested in taking it on. Ying Gao inquired with a smile. Liang Yin was taken aback, turning his gaze towards Zhao Wan, who was not only Zhao Wu's sister but also managed a well-established restaurant. Her approach was markedly different from that of other women, who typically remained secluded, engaged solely in domestic tasks. In contrast, Zhao Wan frequently sourced materials from his shop, leading to a growing familiarity between them. Master Liang, my lord's words are undoubtedly trustworthy, Zhao Wan stated calmly, directing her gaze at Liang Yin. Liang Yin raised an eyebrow. Very well. Please ascend to the upper floor. The three of them were elegantly attired and possessed an exceptional demeanor. Zhao Wan's assertion as a merchant was clearly not a jest. Master Liang, I wish to know where I can procure these items in large quantities. As he spoke, Ying Gao unfolded the object in his hand and handed it to Liang Yin. Upon seeing the item, Liang Yin's expression froze, seemingly in disbelief. After verifying it once more, he gazed at Ying Gao with a look of astonishment. What does my lord mean by this? I require these items. Simply inform me, and I am willing to offer a reasonable price. Ying Gao discerned from Liang Yin's expression that he was well aware of the situation. Liang Yin secretly lamented. These sewing implements were typically used by women for embroidery. Yet here was a man inquiring about them. Could it be that he harbored some peculiar preference? Furthermore, within the city of Xianyang, such items were exclusively available through his shop, with many vendors sourcing from his stock. Now, suddenly faced with a request, how could he easily divulge his secrets? Merchants have historically cherished monopolizing profits, who would willingly share their bounty with others. My lord, I am not privy to this matter. As you can see, my humble shop has a limited demand for such goods, and thus I have not paid attention to maintaining a large inventory. Liang Yin feigned innocence upon witnessing the scene. Ying Gao's eyes flickered with a sharp glint, as if he had anticipated this moment long before. He remarked, his tone laced with an icy undertone, his imposing presence gradually becoming apparent. Xia Yuan slightly narrowed her eyes, coldly glaring at Liang Yin in unison with Ying Gao. Liang Yin momentarily froze, his expression darkening. Young master, I truly am unaware of the situation. Even if you are displeased, there is little I can do. How can these individuals act so brazenly, like brigands? After all, this is my establishment. How dare you press me so aggressively? Ying Gao suddenly burst into laughter. If Boss Liang asserts such, it must indeed be the truth. Merchants are founded upon integrity, and I choose to trust you. Thank you for your trust, young master. Liang exhaled in relief. Zhao Wan scrutinized Ying Gao, her delicate brows knitting together, evidently sensing his deceit. The young master should not fall for such trickery. Since Boss Liang claims ignorance, let us not hinder his business any further. Let us depart. Ying Gao beamed at Liang, and we apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave now. Very well. Ying Gao, accompanied by Xia Yuan and Zhao Wan, proceeded to exit. Liang watched them depart. Wandering through the streets, Ying Gao noted the bustling atmosphere in Xianyang. Particularly around the government office, the populace was borrowing grain, yet such transactions required signatures on promissory notes to be repaid during the autumn harvest. The system proved remarkably effective, as ancient customs held firm. All matters proceeded in an orderly fashion. Young master, Liang clearly spoke untruths. Do you truly require none of those items? Zhao Wan walked silently beside Ying Gao, observing his keen interest in the surrounding happenings. Seemingly unperturbed by the affairs at Liang's shop, which piqued her curiosity, Ying Gao raised an eyebrow. Those items are of utmost importance to me. How could I so easily relinquish them? Zhao Wan's face registered astonishment as she regarded his calm demeanor. Seemingly unfazed, Xia Yuan, with an air of haughtiness, sneered repeatedly, her chin slightly raised, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Wan. What could you possibly understand? My young master possesses profound foresight. Zhao Wan bit her lip. Sensing the hostility from the maidens surrounding Ying Gao, she found herself bewildered by the animosity directed at her. Their dialogues were always sharp, their attitudes unyielding. Xia Yuan. Ying Gao finally acknowledged the sarcasm in her words. Exclaiming in exasperation, Xia Yuan puffed her cheeks, puffing in annoyance before turning her gaze elsewhere. My young master excels in all aspects, except in his excessive gentleness towards other women. This woman before us, who usually displays no weakness, feigns a pitiful demeanor in front of the young master. What a charade of a demure lady. Do they think we are oblivious? Zhao Wan pursed her lips, turning to leave. Xia Yuan glanced at Ying Gao, confirming his lack of anger before responding in kind. The two made their way back to the residence. Young master, whom do you intend to send to gather intelligence? Xia Yuan inquired. Ying Gao replied nonchalantly, What intelligence? Do not feign ignorance, young master. Xia Yuan pouted, her eyes darting. Recently, Xia Yang has been assigned a task. Allow me to go instead. No. Ying Gao firmly refused. Xia Yuan stamped her foot in frustration. I am capable. Ying Gao shot her a glance as he entered the residence. That moment, Xia Yang approached with a grave expression. Young master, there is trouble. Meanwhile, Murphy felt as though he were floating on a cloud, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, at other times breaking into a silly grin. The day felt surreal. She is perplexed, unable to comprehend her own state of mind in the past, whenever she beheld objects such as the curved plow or the invention of papermaking. Her gaze was invariably captivated. Yet now, her thoughts are consumed by the image of the man wielding a folding fan, a dashing and witty gentleman who seems to possess a kind of enchantment that deeply draws her in. This situation is exceedingly unusual. She has never experienced such feelings before. Suddenly, she hears a melodious voice. Xiao Fei Jia, where have you been? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Murphy hastily lifts her head. Before her stands a woman clad in a deep azure brocade robe. Chapter 34. The dismissal of 100 schools. The woman possesses long legs like jade and exudes an air of spirited elegance. Now curiously examining her, Min Mei, why did you not inform me in advance? I would have awaited your arrival in the courtyard. Concerned that her companion might detect her unusual demeanor, Murphy quickly shifts the conversation. The one who has arrived is none other than the heir of the farming family. Tianmin. Few are aware that the two are intimate friends from childhood, having forged a profound bond. In the current era of the Qin dynasty, societal norms remain exceedingly conservative, and women are typically prohibited from stepping beyond the confines of their chambers. Yet their relationship resembles that of biological sisters, as they both bear the mission of inheriting their family's teachings and are deeply discontented with the tyranny of the Qin. Their shared aspirations have fostered a resonance between them. Though they are women, they harbor lofty ambitions and possess remarkable talents that rival those of men. Furthermore, as they are of similar age, Every meeting is filled with endless topics to discuss. However, as they are now both occupied with the pursuit of their respective legacies, opportunities for reunion have become increasingly rare. This rare encounter fills both Murphy and Tianmin with joy, as they are both breathtakingly beautiful, outshining even the flowers in the courtyard. Tianmin, excitedly grasping Murphy's hand, exclaims, "Sister, you are aware of my background. I have been investigating it for years. Recently, my master has determined that I am a descendant of the Qin nobility. Thus, I have come to Xianying to obtain some crucial leads from Zhao Gao. But now the clues have suddenly ceased that my informants say that Zhao Gao has been secretly dealt with by the royal family of the Qin, and I can no longer acquire information from within the Qin." She continues, "Not only do I wish to uncover my lineage, but I also seek to gather intelligence about the Qin. Currently, the Qin is under the control of Gongzi Gao, and I plan to investigate his estate. Zhao Gao knows many of our secrets. Regardless of his fate, I must ascertain his whereabouts. Of course, I would be overjoyed if I could find my biological father." Upon hearing this, Murphy hesitates briefly before ultimately nodding. "My martial skills are lacking, so I cannot allow you to venture into perilous territory alone." Tianmin waves her hand confidently. "I am not a warlike person. I have no intention of killing. This journey is solely to gather intelligence on Gongzi Gao's estate, and I do not anticipate encountering danger. Moreover, it is merely a minor noble's residence. I have ventured into far more perilous places." Upon hearing this, Murphy finally relaxes, only to furrow her brows in contemplation. "Sister, you once mentioned that continuous practice would allow one to break through to the realm of Tianren. Yet, why have you not emerged from seclusion?" Tianmin lowers her gaze. "The realm of Tianren is indeed alluring, but I cannot neglect the affairs of the farming family. This is a responsibility I cannot shirk. How could I disregard the future of the farming family in pursuit of a higher realm? But achieving the realm of Tianren is your dream. Sister, I have grown up now and am no longer the innocent person I was years ago, although I am on the verge of reaching the realm of celestial beings. I understand in my heart how distant that true achievement remains. My master once said that perhaps no one in this world can truly touch that realm that I ask for my current state. It is already something that many yearn for yet find elusive. Perhaps I need not cling to those dreams that are beyond reach." Upon hearing this, Murphy felt a profound sense of helplessness, as well as sympathy for Tianmin. She once harbored two unattainable dreams. Before today, she believed they were utterly impossible to realize. Yet, Gao's words left a deep imprint in her mind, igniting a flicker of hope. But let us not dwell on that. Whenever Murphy recalls the events of today, her excitement becomes uncontrollable, and she feels compelled to share. "Sister, today the Mu family estate welcomed a young gentleman. At first, I thought he was an intruder, a rogue who had trespassed. However, after a conversation, I discovered that his ideals align perfectly with ours, and his insights and knowledge surpass ours. This gentleman possesses a profound understanding of the mechanisms of the Mu family and has made exquisite improvements to the curved plow. He has also conducted research on compound fertilizers. If applied, it could boost grain yield by 10%. I even witnessed him create ice blocks and perform the marvelous art of papermaking. These endeavors benefit the common people and resonate with your agrarian philosophy. It is fortuitous that you have arrived in Xianying. You must meet him on another day." Upon hearing this, Tianmin felt an overwhelming curiosity. After 2 years of seclusion for cultivation, I had no idea such a remarkable talent had emerged in the Qin. What is that gentleman's name? Where does he reside? I must find a time to pay him a visit. Murphy suddenly became alarmed. "Don't know. I conversed with him for so long, yet did not even learn his name." Frowning in frustration, she was angry at her own oversight. As she made her way to Gao's residence, she had yet to recover from her shock. Although the Mu family's workshop is not far from Gao's villa, Murphy has a poor sense of direction and could not recall the route. "Sister, I only know the general vicinity. It is in the outskirts, but the specific location." Murphy lowered her head in embarrassment. At that moment, her attention had been entirely consumed by Gao, leaving no room for anything else. Tianmin, seeing Murphy in such a state, began to understand the situation. "Do, my dear sister, a talented woman with lofty ambitions, once swore alongside me that we would not speak of marriage until we accomplished great feats. How could you suddenly change? You do not even know his name, yet spent a day with him and traveled such a distance. Truly, Min's sister, you tease me again. I merely admire that gentleman's knowledge and insights. You would be equally astonished by his talents. I am quite curious about this gentleman. I wonder what makes him so special that my sister holds him in such high regard. However, if he truly cares for the common folk, Then I must personally visit him. Whenever matters beneficial to agriculture arise, Tianmin always adopts a serious demeanor, while the two appeared to jest and frolic on the surface. Both were acutely aware of the responsibilities they bore, which were anything but light. Subsequently, one continued to immerse herself in the bamboo slips left unread from the morning, while the other practiced swordplay in the courtyard. The scene unfolded like a vivid tapestry. Before long, an individual rushed in, kneeling on one knee before Murphy. "Master, this morning, a scout from the Great Qin court has reported. The second young master has proposed the dismissal of the 100 schools, openly executing several unyielding ministers in the court." Upon hearing this, both Murphy and Tianmin's expressions turned grave. Dismissal of the 100 schools? Chapter 35. Who possesses such a ruthless heart? Who possesses such a ruthless heart? Murphy's gaze was as icy as winter, emanating a chilling aura. Who exactly is this young Master Gao, so foolish as to act in such a manner, in this time of chaos and suffering across the realm? How can one family be allowed to dominate? The Great Qin now resembles a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. We cannot permit them to continue persecuting the Mo family and dismantling the doctrines of various schools. If the 12th young master had even an inkling of the second young master's thoughts, today's tragedy could have been avoided. That young master's emphasis on the Mo family's mechanical arts and respect for the teachings of various schools could truly lead to a flourishing of diverse ideas. Murphy, possessing only mediocre martial skills, felt an overwhelming anxiety in the face of this urgent situation. Yet Tianmin, with fists clenched and an aura of impending violence, was another matter entirely. Once again, it is the second young master. I initially intended only to uncover the truth behind Zhao Gao's actions, refraining from immediate confrontation. Yet, you have revealed yourself to be such a cruel individual. Thus, I shall seek retribution for the 100 schools. The second young master's residence. The study was enveloped in a heavy silence. Ying Gao's fingers mechanically tapped upon the table. Xiaoyang Yuan and Xia Yang stood to the side, their expressions grave. How intriguing. Moments later, Ying Gao let out a light chuckle, addressing them calmly. Xia Yang's demeanor was cold as she directly stated, "Young master, it is time to act." Ying Gao chuckled softly, upon witnessing his smile. Xia Yang and Xia Yuan relaxed slightly, understanding that he had a plan. Xia Yang ceased speaking while Xia Yuan, curiosity piqued, inquired, "Young master, what shall we do next?" Xia Yuan, eager and ready for action, rubbed her fists together. Ying Gao's lips twitched slightly. While Xia Yuan's vibrant energy was commendable, her intense desire for bloodshed was not necessarily beneficial. They were devising a strategy, waiting for their enemies to strike before capturing them in one fell swoop. Although Shichang was somewhat obstinate, he was not foolish. If any abnormalities arose among his subordinates and he failed to notice, it would indeed be his dereliction of duty. Ying Gao lounged in his seat. A stark contrast to his earlier tension and seriousness. Shichang was a confidant of Ying Zheng, yet after Ying Zheng's demise, he lost his sense of direction, nearly being swayed by Zhao Gao. Now that Zhao Gao was imprisoned, the outside world deemed him a traitor. Consequently, Shichang harbored deep disdain for individuals like Yin Yun if he were to discover anyone from Yin Yun's faction within his ranks. Their fate would undoubtedly be dire. In other words, we shall do nothing for now. Xia Yuan gazed at Ying Gao with disappointment, having anticipated the opportunity to unleash her wrath. Do not be hasty. Promptly dispatch someone to keep watch and observe his subsequent actions. Ying Gao instructed with an indifferent expression. Xia Yang nodded, about to speak when Xia Yuan interjected. Xia Yuan, raising her arm in volunteerism, declared, "Young master, I shall go forth. I will ensure your surveillance is thorough. Even if he makes multiple trips to the restroom in a single day, I will report every detail. That it is better to send someone from your ranks. Simply choose two at random." Ying Gao replied with a slight twitch of his lips. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan looked at Ying Gao with a face full of grievance, her eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. Yet Ying Gao remained oblivious. Suddenly, Ying Gao became acutely aware of an anomaly. Upon reaching the realm of transcendence, one's perceptive abilities can encompass a range of several miles, rendering all concealed entities visible. However, employing such heightened senses is a taxing endeavor, and Ying Gao does not resort to it frequently. Typically, he only unleashes his perception during moments of relaxation, such as while bathing, simultaneously expanding his perceptual scope. Having lingered in the transcendent realm for many years, he prepared to ascend to the next level. An uninvited visitor had appeared in the dungeon, prompting him to investigate. Xia Yuan immediately expressed keen interest. "My lord, Allow me to go if I can swiftly eliminate Zhao Gao. It would sever the external covetousness. The monotony she endured daily filled her heart with discontent. However, Ying Gao merely waved his hand gently. There is no need. Let him live for now. Perhaps he will prove useful in the future. In the dimly lit cell, torches crackled, and an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. The cell door was not locked. The imprisoned man, with his meridians severed and martial prowess stripped away, bore tattered clothing stained with blood, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. He suffered relentless mental and physical torment, a pain unimaginable to the ordinary person. He yearned to comprehend the essence of his existence, yet with all limbs shattered, even the prospect of self-deliverance was denied him. Unable to end his own life, he could only harbor thoughts of vengeance. Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce killing intent glimmering within that moment. A sound echoed from outside the cell. Zhao Gao, possessing acute perception, became instantly alert that someone here to rescue me. His lips trembled as he swallowed with excitement. Struggling to open his eyes, he peered outward, catching a faint glimpse of a shadow in the dim light. It was a woman. Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, pondering the identity of this woman. As she approached, surveying her surroundings, she wondered, why is there no one on guard? Upon turning to see Zhao Gao's frail state, she understood the reason. You are Zhao Gao? A crisp voice inquired. Indeed, and you are? Zhao Gao responded. The woman snorted coldly and directly asked, where are your weapons and granaries hidden? Zhao Gao immediately realized. You are from one of the 6 kingdoms. Are you from Qi or Chu? Zhao Gao laughed maniacally. I have been rendered powerless. Even if you kill me, it would be futile. His gaze abruptly fell upon the woman's sword, and he was taken aback. This is Chu Yun's sword. How did it come to be in your possession? The woman in black's expression darkened. Do you recognize the sword? It belonged to my mother, and now it is mine. Zhao Gao's laughter grew even more peculiar. In that case, release me. The woman did not lower her sword but rather interrogated. Why should I save you? Do you not understand your own lineage? Your mother was a top assassin in our organization, and you belong to us as well. I am now the leader of the organization. Upon seeing me, you should kneel. However, given the urgency of the situation, there is no need for excessive formality. Quickly, take me away. The woman snorted coldly, contemplating for a moment. Although she lowered her sword, her gaze remained icy. Since you are aware of my mother, what can you tell me of my father's identity? Zhao Gao's eyes shifted, replying, your father is a powerful official. Your mother was supposed to assassinate him. Yet for reasons unknown, they ended up together, and soon after, you were born. As long as you can take me away, I shall reveal to you the true identity of your father. The woman replied. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Zhao Gao responded. Your mother possesses half of a jade pendant, while your father has the other half. You have yet to disclose the exact location of the warehouse. What if I meet my demise before I can escape? Once Zhao Gao confirmed the woman's identity, he no longer held back. Given her mother's opposition to the Qin dynasty, it was inevitable that she would follow suit. Thus, he directly divulged the location of the warehouse and the code for retrieval. Chapter 36. The elimination of corrupt officials. The woman spoke, raising her longsword, the tip pressing against Zhao Gao's throat. The sharp blade swiftly sliced through the skin, causing blood to gush forth. Zhao Gao stared in astonishment as the crimson liquid flowed down his neck, seemingly bewildered. I have revealed everything to you. Why do you still seek to harm me? The woman, observing the flowing blood, let out a cold laugh. My mother once said that joining that organization and becoming an assassin was the greatest regret of her life. Had it not been for that, she could have lived happily with my father. The month she spent with him was a happiness she had never experienced before. You shattered her happiness, and I shall not allow you to leave alive. Furthermore, I am acutely aware that at that time, you were merely one of many assassins, with no access to the confidential information regarding the assassination target. Attempting to deceive me? Absolutely impossible. In recent days, everything proceeded according to plan. Qinshihuang furrowed his brow. His subordinates had already transported the grain to the outskirts closest to Xianyang City. The next step was to deliver the grain to a more distant location. A journey fraught with potential dangers, thus necessitating extreme caution on Qinshihuang's part. On that day, his subordinates reported that the grain destined for Kuaiji Commandery had been fully allocated, and the personnel were ready. Awaiting Qinshihuang's inspection, Qinshihuang glanced at the list in his hand, nodded, and with a serious expression stated, set off. After inspecting the grain, all appeared normal. He turned to the awaiting team. The transport team comprised 100 individuals, and Qinshihuang began to call out names for verification. You two are both named Zhao Gao? Qinshihuang's rugged face appeared fierce, his eyes wide with anger. exuding an intimidating aura that made one shiver involuntarily. The two men exchanged furtive glances and spoke in unison. I am Zhao Gao. Qinshihuang compared the names against his list and confirmed that there was only one person named Zhao Gao. It was impossible for there to be two. That his expression darkened, and his tone grew stern. That I in my presence. Deceit or error is intolerable. You may still receive leniency if you confess now. Should you remain obstinate and err further, I shall make you acquainted with my wrath. The two men turned pale, their legs trembling, clearly concealing a secret. He had always held himself to high standards, and his expectations of his subordinates were even greater. Not long ago, due to a momentary lapse in vigilance, he had nearly fallen into a trap set by others. His fury was immense. Since then, he had strived for perfection in his dealings, determined to achieve excellence. Therefore, when he discovered that his subordinates were still engaging in underhanded dealings, he was engulfed in rage. You are courting death. Come here, Qinshihuang shouted. The two men fell to their knees, their voices quivering with pleas. Spare us, Commander. It is too late to plead for mercy now. Qinshihuang snorted coldly. The transportation of grain is a matter of national importance. It is imperative to personally oversee the officials as the grain is distributed to the common people. Ensuring that no mistakes occurred, he places particular emphasis on this matter, for it pertains to the very survival of the populace and is pivotal to the rise and fall of the Qin dynasty. My lord, we are being manipulated by unseen forces. The two individuals, ashen-faced, repeatedly plead for mercy. Does my lord not wish to uncover their sinister plot? They are oblivious to the fact that Qinshihuang has always been intolerant of even the slightest deceit. Once exposed, their demise is inevitable. Since death is inescapable, why should we allow the true puppeteers behind this scheme to roam free? Do enlighten us then. What are the true intentions of those individuals? Qinshihuang squints, now viewing these two composed individuals with newfound respect. In the face of peril, they are still capable of such insight. They intend to embezzle a portion of the grain and discreetly deliver it to the Yin residents. My lord, although you currently hold the position of commander, I am aware of your disdain for that scoundrel Yin Yun. However, without irrefutable evidence, we cannot take action against him. Moreover, Zhao Gao's treasonous scheme is based solely on the words of the regent. How can we trust it implicitly? The man kneeling on the ground feigns calmness. Qinshihuang unsheathes his longsword, placing it directly against the man's neck. The blade, keen and unforgiving, breaks the skin, causing blood to seep forth. The man's countenance changes instantaneously, gasping in shock, utterly bewildered by Qinshihuang's sudden turn. Do you understand why I would kill you? Qinshihuang toys with the sword in his hand, his smile chilling and merciless. Silence envelopes the surroundings at this moment. No one dares to provoke Qinshihuang's wrath. The man feels the icy touch of the blade and the pang of pain, his face paling. He comprehends that his life hangs by a thread. No one present would intercede on his behalf. Commander, why? If death is inevitable, he wishes to grasp the reason behind it. All ears are perked, with gazes fixated upon Qinshihuang. His eyes are sharp, and his hand remains steady with the sword. Do not presume that the mere words of the second young master will sway my conviction. The entire court is aware of the truth. Zhao Gao indeed harbored treasonous intentions, yet your master has withheld this information from you. What does this imply? The crowd gasps in shock. The two kneeling men paling further, drenched in cold sweat. They were utterly unaware of this revelation, believing it to be merely the word of Ying Gao. Observing the reactions of those around him, Qinshihuang's gaze grows even more frigid. These are his meticulously trained elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Yet he had never anticipated the presence of a traitor among them. How ironic. It seems he has been too lenient with them. In the next moment, a head falls, producing a dull thud, blood splattering forth. Those nearby are taken aback, staring in disbelief at the scene. Any further transgressors shall meet with the same fate. As Xia Yuan vividly recounts the tale, Ying Gao raises an eyebrow, surprised at Qinshihuang's decisiveness. The two men have implicated Yin Yun. Shall we proceed with the matter? Xia Yuan's eyes gleam with interest. Ying Gao lifts his gaze, shaking his head. That is unwise. Yin Yun is Zhao Gao's son-in-law, and Zhao Gao is now under our control. Acting against Yin Yun would entangle a multitude of officials in the court. Xia Yuan, puzzled, inquires, what does this mean? If we act against Yin Yun, would the entire court not fall under the young master's dominion? Zhao Gao merely disclosed the shadows operating under Yin Yun's command. Yet Yin Yun could not have solely trained such a multitude of skilled individuals by himself. Zhao Gao indeed spoke the truth, albeit incompletely. Ying Gao casually reclines in his chair, his demeanor relaxed. After letting the tea cool, Qinshihuang handed it over, and the two seemed to exist in their own little world. Upon witnessing this, Qinshihuang felt a surge of irritation. Her tempestuous nature compelled her to stamp her feet in frustration. Zhao Gao dares to deceive me. In the court, adversarial relationships perpetually endure. Human ambition can never be satiated. Thus, even if one Yin Yun is eliminated, another Yin Yun will inevitably arise. Ying Gao paid no heed to Qinshihuang's fury and calmly explained. So, my lord, what shall we do now? We cannot allow Yin Yun to roam free. Qinshihuang, somewhat vexed, listened intently. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ying Gao declared, since there are those who indulge in corruption, we must eradicate the corrupt officials. Chapter 37. The fate of Ma Bowen serves as a cautionary tale. The evidence against the Ma family should be nearly complete. Tomorrow we shall first eliminate one. Ma Bowen undertook this endeavor solely to obstruct Yin Yun. Yet he was coerced by the latter. On the surface, Ma Bowen appears innocent and pitiable, but in truth, he has colluded with Zhao Gao for years, ensnaring many virtuous officials. Therefore, to execute Ma Bowen is not an injustice. The following day, the atmosphere in the court was particularly fervent. The incident involving Shi Chang's execution of his subordinate had already spread like wildfire among the officials. My lord, Commander Shi's actions are truly reckless. Even if his subordinate erred, he should not have acted unilaterally. At the very least, he ought to have reported to you first. Indeed, while provisions are of utmost importance, Commander Shi has no right to arbitrarily take lives. Does he? In the Grand Hall, the assembly clamored to condemn Shi Chang. Ying Gao listened to the discussions below, secretly amused. These individuals are quite entertaining. Esteemed officials, if you deem Commander Shi's actions erroneous, what punishment do you propose for him? Ying Gao lightly coughed and inquired. Instantly, the court fell silent, everyone quieting down, hesitant to speak further. Bring Ma Bowen forth and execute him as a public spectacle. The officials were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating on Shi Chang's matter, and now, how had it shifted to the execution of Ma Bowen? Ma Bowen's face turned ashen, and in terror, he cried out, Second young master, what crime have I committed for you to treat me thus? My lord, what fault does Master Ma possess? Why the sudden decision to execute him? Master Ma is diligent and responsible, always kind to others, wholeheartedly serving the people. Please reconsider, my lord. My lord, please ponder this. Upon hearing these words, Ying Gao could not help but chuckle. Those 20,000 stones of grain were meant to be distributed to the populace in preparation for the bountiful harvest to come. Yet some sought to exploit this for personal gain. Commander Shi conducts himself meticulously and decisively. Yet you accuse him of being cold-blooded and heartless. While those who wish to profit from this situation are regarded as victims. How tragic. No wonder the great Qin stands on the precipice of peril. You lack even the most fundamental ability to discern right from wrong. What use is it for the great Qin to sustain you? In his concluding remarks, Ying Gao's tone turned steely, laced with mockery. Meng Yi and others, who had already submitted to Ying Gao's authority, remained largely silent throughout. Upon hearing Ying Gao's statement, they were merely astonished by Ma Bowen's actions. Meanwhile, Yin Yun and others exhibited drastic changes in countenance. Some previously wavering individuals, upon hearing Ying Gao's words, expressed their astonishment. My lord, are you suggesting that Ma Bowen intended to pilfer the grain of the people? How could I have overlooked such a scoundrel? Truly a miscalculation. This fellow possesses a heart as wicked as a wolf's. Indeed, the common folk of the Qin are unable to procure food, and the grain we painstakingly borrowed from the merchants has been audaciously embezzled by Ma Bowen. Such an act is beyond the realms of humanity, utterly shameless. The harsh words fell like arrows, causing Ma Bowen's complexion to drain of color, his body swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. My lord, I am wronged. I did not commit such an act. Lord Qi can attest to my innocence. Please investigate. Ma Bowen cried out, kneeling on the ground. Oh, Lord Qi, is that esteemed Lord Qi willing to vouch for you? Ying Gao's piercing gaze bore down upon the prostrate Ma Bowen, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, oh Navi. Believing he possessed no evidence, Ma Bowen indeed held this belief. His eyes cast downward, pondering in his heart that Shi Chang had eliminated those two men who had remained steadfast to their last breath. How did Ying Gao ascertain his identity? In his mind, his scheme was both meticulous and detailed, leaving no room for error. Ying Gao could not possibly have discerned anything. Perhaps this was merely a test from the other party. After all, who his backing was could easily be discovered with a little probing within the court. Now that Zhao Gao had fallen, It was only natural for Ying Gao to seek his demise. Yet, Ying Gao had just seized control of the court. Merely advocating for the people's welfare would not suffice to solidify his position. He must first earn the trust and support of the ministers. If he were to unleash a massacre at this juncture, it would only instill fear among the populace, with no one willing to genuinely serve him. Therefore, Ma Baoan firmly believed that Ying Gao's actions were nothing more than bluster, devoid of any true intent to take his life. With this realization, Ma Baoan lifted his head, directing his gaze to the side. Pointing at a figure Qi Zhongjin, Lord Qi, Ma Baoan thought their amicable relationship would compel him to testify on his behalf. Ying Gao scoffed mockingly. Did Ma Baoan embezzle? Qi Zhongjin's expression soured. The situation was evidently dire, and he had no desire to become embroiled in controversy. Yet Ma Baoan had dragged him into the fray. Upon hearing this, Ma Baoan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qi Zhongjin, utterly astonished that, in this moment of life and death, his so-called friend would abandon him. He then turned his gaze to Yan Yun and the others, only to find them averted, ignoring his desperate pleas for help. They had forsaken him. Suddenly, Ma Baoan felt all strength drained from his body, collapsing weakly to the ground. In that instant, he truly sensed the proximity of death. Do you have anything left to say? These individuals were like a scattered sand, disintegrating at the slightest breeze. I have nothing to say. Ma Baoan's gaze was vacant, but after a moment, he raised his eyes to meet Ying Gao's. You accuse me of embezzlement. What evidence do you possess? Ying Gao held a deep admiration for Ma Baoan's audacious gambit. Bring forth the evidence, he commanded loudly. Curiosity surged among the crowd as they turned their gazes outward. Ma Baoan, there are no secrets in this world that can remain hidden forever. You believe your actions are flawless, yet reality tells a different tale. Ying Gao sneered dismissively. Xia Yuan, present the evidence to him. Let him ascertain for himself whether he truly embezzled. The crowd needed not witness the proof firsthand. Their hearts were already convinced. The mere fact that Ying Gao could produce such evidence indicated its potential to topple Ma Baoan. As Ma Baoan's face drained of color, he fixated on the evidence before him. At last, he comprehended that today was undoubtedly his last. Ma Baoan erupted into a frenzied laugh, appearing utterly deranged. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Ying Gao regarded him coldly, and after a moment, raised his hand. Xia Yuan, understanding the cue, drew her long blade with sharp intent and severed Ma Baoan's head in one swift stroke. The sight left everyone astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden execution of Ma Baoan. Ying Gao understood well that the hearts of the people were the foundation of the great Qin's empire. An ancient saying goes, those who win the hearts of the people shall conquer the world. At this critical juncture, he would not permit anyone to create chaos. Otherwise, Ma Baoan's fate would serve as a cautionary tale. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, with Ma Baoan's eyes still open. His demise a chilling spectacle. The events of the morning court rapidly spread. The minor officials who had missed the assembly were filled with trepidation, now more attuned to the concerns of the populace. Chapter 38. Behold this woman. Whether the common folk sought to borrow tools or seeds, they were met with remarkable patience. For the first time, the people felt that the government was not so fearsome, and that the court could indeed be trusted. Tianmin entered the room with a gust of cold wind. Xia Yuan cast a fleeting glance and exclaimed with excitement, Xia Yang, look at this woman. She is truly beautiful. Xia Yang looked up, her gaze locking with Tianmin's. Young master, this woman is exceptionally lovely. You are bound to appreciate her. Ying Gao felt a sense of helplessness, thinking, here she is, brandishing a blade to kill me, and yet you are discussing her beauty. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Even so, he did not cast a single glance at the woman. Noticing his indifference, Tianmin frowned deeply. The behavior of these three was indeed peculiar. After this observation, she gripped her long sword tightly, aiming it directly at Ying Gao. This woman is truly extraordinary, exuding an imposing demeanor and possessing exceptional martial skills. Look at her profound inner strength. It is commendable. You must look, young master. Xia Yang and I have a discerning eye, do we not? Xia Yuan urged excitedly. You all. Tianmin seethed with rage. I have never flinched at taking a life. You would best exercise caution in your words and actions. She had never endured such humiliation. A scion of farming heritage, a rising talent, and the heir of the sword saint. How could she be so brazenly disregarded? Xia Yuan, that lady is incensed. Cease your jesting. You should challenge her. Her realm has reached the threshold of transcending mortality, and her swordsmanship is authentic. Competing with her will surely provide you with invaluable insights. Ying Gao picked up a fruit tea, closed his eyes, and leisurely sipped. Tianmin was astonished by his words. How could he possibly know? Suddenly, a white figure soared into the air, her long sword aimed with precision. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows multiplied. The two figures danced as gracefully as butterflies. After 100 exchanges, neither side could claim victory. Xia Yuan had finally encountered an opponent of equal prowess. Just as the young master had predicted, this individual was a true disciple of the sword saint. Her swordplay unparalleled in terms of internal strength, sword techniques, true energy, and reflexes. She possessed an extraordinary talent. During the duel, her mental fortitude even surpassed that of Xia Yang. Had it not been for Xia Yuan's exceptional swordsmanship, she might have indeed succumbed to Tianmin's blade. Even so, after hundreds of exchanges, Xia Yuan found herself primarily on the defensive, her stamina waning. The usually taciturn Xia Yang now wore a face full of astonishment. This female warrior possessed commendable skills. It was rare for Xia Yuan to encounter such a formidable adversary. Ying Gao nodded in acknowledgement. Such a breathtaking scene of swordsmanship is indeed a rarity. Xia Yuan's swordplay has reached an extraordinary realm, making it exceedingly difficult to find a worthy opponent in this world. However, the uninvited guest's sword technique has equally ascended to a remarkably high level, surpassing Xia Yuan in cultivation. This clash can be described as a once-in-a-century encounter, in the ensuing 500 exchanges. Xia Yuan found herself distinctly at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, she fought with increasing fervor, her techniques becoming ever more straightforward and forceful, though her strength was suppressed to a minimal range by Tianmin. It became remarkably concentrated that in terms of both technique and mental fortitude, Xia Yuan fell short of Tianmin, yet she sustained no harm whatsoever. Tianmin attempted to close the distance for an attack, but found herself unable to approach Xia Yuan. It had been a long time since she had experienced such exhilarating combat. Xia Yuan was filled with excitement, her spirits soaring that it turned out that the gentleman's mention of sparring was, in fact, a means for her to enhance her skills through real combat. However, with each exchange, Tianmin increasingly felt the strain. She had initially perceived Ying Gao as merely a debauched scion, incapable of harboring any true masters. Yet upon entering, she was disregarded by 3 individuals. Unable to contain herself, she resorted to violence. Though she did not intend to kill, she was taken aback by the sudden charge of an ordinary maid. Such licentious individuals, their demise would not be mourned. Tianmin had reached the threshold of transcending humanity, her swordsmanship exceptional and her strength formidable. Eliminating 3 foes was hardly a challenge, regrettably. This woman was exceptionally skilled. And even with all her might, Tianmin could inflict no harm. She was left to rely solely on her formidable true qi for suppression. After exchanging over 1,000 moves, her prowess had significantly escalated. Though her techniques were not intricate, they contained immense power. Cold sweat beaded on Tianmin's brow, for her opponent's beauty was no less than her own, and her innate talent for cultivation surely matched her own. Such an outstanding individual could not possibly be content as a mere bed warmer. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Tianmin remained vigilant. She had lost faith in her ability to defeat Xia Yuan. To encounter such a powerful adversary was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Unbeknownst to her, Tianmin had ceased to regard Xia Yuan as merely an opponent, but rather as a comrade. This was a mutual respect shared between masters. To find a rival of equal strength was a rare occurrence, and Tianmin's heart swelled with exhilaration. She yearned to continue exchanging blows with Xia Yuan indefinitely. Throughout their duel, Tianmin sought flaws in her opponent's swordplay. Simultaneously aware that Xia Yuan's strength was waning, after executing a thrust, Xia Yuan hastily evaded, stepping back a pace. The moment had arrived. Tianmin seized this fleeting opportunity, leaping forward. Her sword aimed directly at her opponent's throat. She did not wish for this rare sword friend to fall victim to her blade so easily. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Before Tianmin could react, a surge of true qi pierced through her chest. She clutched her heart, feeling the chilling and formidable energy coursing through her. Had she not retracted her sword at the last moment, that overpowering true qi would have claimed her life first. Tianmin stared in astonishment at the figure within the room. Such true qi was something even her master lacked. Her master had stepped into the threshold of transcending humanity 20 years prior, merely a final step away from achieving that state. Although Tianmin had never witnessed the true qi of a transcended being, she understood that this must be the very essence of that power. The room was suffused with a damp atmosphere, the man's silhouette appearing somewhat indistinct within the moisture. Ying Gao had reached the realm of transcending humanity. It was unwise to linger here with that thought. The shadow vanished from the room. Xia Yuan gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Despite her exhaustion, she felt an exhilarating thrill. She finally encountered a master of swordsmanship. Over the past years, Xia Yuan had either been caring for Ying Gao or practicing her swordplay. Her obsession with the art of the sword had reached a state of utter enchantment. Xia Yuan cherished tranquility, and since Ying Gao's prowess surpassed her own, she was reluctant to earn a reputation for bullying. Thus, the absence of a sparring partner left her feeling quite bored. Today, upon meeting Tianmin, Xia Yuan was deeply impressed by both her innate talent and martial prowess. By the end, Xia Yuan no longer regarded Tianmin as a rival. When Tianmin unleashed her final strike with full force, Xia Yuan had no intention of defending herself, for she trusted that Tianmin would not take her life. In truth, Xia Yuan's wager proved correct. Chapter 39. Not easily forgiven unexpectedly. Ying Gao intervened. Xia Yuan expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "My lord, she could never kill me. Why must you harm her?" Xia Yuan shared her curiosity, having observed that Tianmin was poised to seize her assault. A fact that Ying Gao evidently acknowledged. This young woman, with her talent, beauty, and strength, perfectly aligned with his preferences. Her martial skills far surpassed those of Murphy. Hadn't Ying Gao always favored women of exceptional martial prowess? Yet, Ying Gao appeared utterly indifferent. "She came here to kill me. Is it inappropriate to teach her a lesson?" Xia Yuan pouted and furrowed her brow. However, she refrained from acting against her lord, for any attempt to do so would be futile. Such a beautiful woman was indeed rare. He should not harm her lightly. Xia Yuan concurred. "Indeed, my lord, you frightened that young lady." Seeing their reaction, Ying Gao chuckled that I had no intention of harming her. I merely infused her with a surge of true energy. If she successfully absorbs it within 3 months, she will swiftly break through to the celestial realm. And if she fails to absorb it in time, Xia Yuan gazed out the window, silent. It was clear that it was too late to rush out and warn her. If she could not absorb it, the true energy would gradually dissipate, leaving no adverse effects. In fact, as long as Tianmin focused on her cultivation, she could also reach the celestial realm. Ying Gao's intervention merely expedited her breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan finally felt reassured. Xia Yuan smiled. "Indeed, my lord, you possess such a character." "What kind of character?" "One who does not easily let go of any individual who is both strong in martial arts and possesses remarkable beauty." Meanwhile, on the other side, a tumult of emotion surged within her. Though the true energy infused into her was not substantial, it was exceedingly domineering. She had made several attempts to expel it, all in vain. While this true energy did not affect her martial skills, it kept her on edge. Had she not escaped in time, Tianmin could hardly fathom the consequences as a descendant of a farming lineage. She was unwilling to accept such a fate. Her heart was filled with both panic and astonishment. She had previously dispatched someone to investigate the second young master, believing him to be a debauched wastrel, achieving nothing in over 20 years. Thus, she had never regarded Ying Gao with any seriousness. Yet now, she was shocked to discover just how formidable this second young master truly was. It seemed that the public perception did not reflect his true nature. He had concealed himself too deeply that a sense of urgency gripped Tianmin. She must convey this news to Murphy. She regretted her impulsive actions today, feeling she had roused the snake from the grass. It was likely that no one from the 6 nations could escape. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that if Ying Gao truly intended to harm her, he would not easily let her go. The door to Murphy's room was suddenly thrust open. Tianmin rushed in hastily, seizing Murphy's hand. "Sister, quickly gather your belongings. We must depart from Xianyang at once." Murphy, roused from her midday slumber, rubbed her eyes and noticed Tianmin's anxious demeanor. Awakening fully, "Sister, what has happened?" "Today, I infiltrated Ying Gao's residence, attempting to assassinate him, only to discover that he has reached the realm of transcendent beings. Had I not fled swiftly, I would no longer be here to see you. Soon, the entire city of Xianyang will be aware of our whereabouts. We must escape immediately. As for resisting the Qin, we shall consider that later. Right now, preserving our lives is paramount." Hearing this, Murphy hastily examined Tianmin's body. "Are you injured?" Tianmin took a deep breath, steadying herself, and then spoke slowly. "Though no visible wounds mar my exterior, he infused me with a stream of true energy. I fear for my life." Murphy gasped in horror. "What shall we do?" "He will not easily let you go. Sister, do not worry that I can now sense that true energy. Within 3 months, I shall be able to completely transform it." Once this energy merges with me, it will undoubtedly enhance my cultivation. Perhaps, before long, I shall break through to the realm of transcendent beings. Hearing her words, Murphy felt somewhat reassured, yet a flicker of doubt arose within her. According to what you say, that second young master is already a master of the transcendent realm. Why then did he not simply kill you, but instead grant you a boost in true energy? Tianmin pondered for a long time, unable to fathom Ying Gao's true intentions that I do not understand either. Perhaps he finds amusement in toying with me. His mind operates differently from others. Otherwise, why would he spare my life? Once I successfully transform the true energy and ascend to the transcendent realm, I shall seek him out for retribution. Murphy grasped her hand tightly. In that case, you must enter seclusion for cultivation. I still have unfinished matters in Xiangyang and cannot leave with you. Since that young master is here, I cannot stand by and watch you perish. Tianmin had initially intended to persuade her. Yet she herself was in peril while worrying about someone whose name she did not even know. Do not fret. If I encounter him, I will certainly inform him of your situation and beseech him to spare you some Kwai Wangli. Seeing her sister's determination, Tianmin felt helpless. Ultimately, she departed in haste to find a suitable place for seclusion and cultivation. Murphy tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her mind was consumed by Tianmin's words. Since Ying Gao possessed such formidable strength, then the anti-Qin young master must also be in danger. She had to find a way to warn him. Young master, Zhao Wan has arrived, Xia Yang stated impassively. Ying Gao smiled. Let us go. Noticing the beaming smile on Ying Gao's face, Xia Yang couldn't help but frown. She rarely expressed her emotions, but that did not mean she lacked feelings. Are you so eager to meet Miss Zhao? Xia Yang inquired calmly. Ying Gao quickened his pace. Indeed, Miss Zhao must have brought good news. Xia Yang pursed her lips slightly before following him. In the center of the courtyard, Ying Gao spotted Zhao Wan. Dressed in a simple white gown, quietly seated in a corner, she lowered her brows and gently savored the fragrant tea in her hands. Zheganiang, Ying Gao called with a slight raise of his eyebrow. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Wan lifted her gaze towards him. My lord. She exerted herself to suppress her excitement, yet the smile on her face blossomed like a flower, her eyes sparkling with the joy akin to that of long-lost lovers reunited. Ying Gao strode forward briskly, inquiring if there had been any progress. Indeed, Zhao Wan replied. The Liang family has frequently frequented a secluded spot on the outskirts of the city lately. It appears unremarkable, merely a low-lying hill, seemingly devoid of any special attributes. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she continued, though its exterior seems ordinary, perhaps it conceals extraordinary secrets within. Ying Gao's lips curled into a slight smile, inviting her to sit down for a detailed discussion. I share your sentiments, my lord, especially since Liang has specifically dispatched personnel to guard the area, making it difficult for my people to approach. Nonetheless, we managed to infiltrate and glean some insights. Hearing this, Ying Gao displayed no surprise, adjusting his demeanor to adopt a serious posture. In Chapter 40. Embracing silence, Zhao Wan noted the transformation of Ying Gao's expression into one of gravity, and she too adopted a solemn tone. The location Liang referred to appears ordinary, yet its interiors are entirely hollow. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by this revelation. It was common knowledge that extensive mining in later generations had rendered many subterranean areas vacant. Although Liang had identified a business opportunity, it did not imply an ability to fully exploit the coal reserves. For Liang to monopolize the market, he must first secure Ying Gao's consent. On that day, Liang's men claimed to have discovered only a small quantity of coal, but the reality is quite the opposite. The area is vast, Zhao Wan continued. Ying Gao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is normal for such vacant lands to be plentiful. Therefore, we might as well take direct control of the site. Zhao Wan proposed contacting Liang once more, as they had already gathered evidence proving that the Liang family indeed possessed substantial coal mines. If my lord requires it, we ought to. There's no need to rush. Haste makes waste, Ying Gao interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Since the Liang family valued those resources, let them cherish them. Ying Gao was not surprised by the Liang family's intent to monopolize, but he understood that they needed the capability to manage such resources. Although Zhao Wan felt somewhat perplexed, she refrained from questioning further upon witnessing Ying Gao's confidence. Moreover, we have discovered a similar hill in Anping County outside the city, showing signs of coal. The owner has been selling that desolate land, so I ordered it to be purchased. This. Ying Gao's eyes lit up, bursting into hearty laughter as he praised Zhao Wan for her commendable decision. He then instructed his men to investigate Anping County. Xiaoyang, have the subordinates recruit laborers. Very well, my lord, I shall take my leave for now. Zhao confirmed there were no other matters and rose to depart. Allow me to escort you, Ying Gao replied, his delight evident. Just as he was about to stand, Xiaoyang approached and gently pressed him back down, beaming, I shall see her off. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow. Uncertain of the new ploy afoot, Zhao glanced between Ying Gao and Xiaoyang before nodding. Thank you for your kindness. The following day, during the morning court session, Ying Gao proposed to abandon the debates of the various schools of thought. A move that astonished the entire court of civil and military officials. The discussions surrounding national governance principles grew intensely heated, but ultimately began to subside, with the scholars no longer openly expressing dissent. Many began to immerse themselves in the study of alternative doctrines, soon becoming acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, while the dismissal of various schools of thought might alleviate the immediate predicaments of the Qin dynasty. From a long-term perspective, such a policy would have profound implications for the aristocracy. Their wealth largely hinged upon the exploitation of the common people. Should the principles of governance undergo a transformation, they would inevitably lose the capacity to perpetuate their subjugation of the populace. Furthermore, the inability of titles to guarantee hereditary succession for their descendants could result in their offspring descending into the ranks of commoners. The mere thought that their current high offices and lavish rewards could ultimately lead to nothingness was unbearable for them. Thus, they resolved to advocate for their own interests, regarding other matters as irrelevant to their concerns. Consequently, in the court, some raised inquiries. One minister opined that distilling the essence of various philosophical schools while discarding their detritus would undoubtedly benefit the development of the Qin. However, it was inappropriate to mandate that all citizens enter the academies for study. The nobles of Qin had once collaborated with the former emperor to forge a prosperous realm. How could such invaluable knowledge, which could facilitate one's ascent to higher ranks, be so readily imparted to the commoners? We have already bestowed upon the populace the great fortune of agricultural tools and the gratuitous distribution of new crops. If we were to further educate them, what would become of our noble status? I concur. I second that. As soon as these words were spoken, several individuals stood tall in agreement, believing that if Ying Gao wished to reform, he could not disregard their opinions. If he sought to garner widespread support, he must be willing to compromise, for this matter directly pertained to their vital interests, and they could not afford to yield even an inch. To their astonishment, before Ying Gao could respond, Meng Yi leapt forward, shedding all semblance of scholarly decorum as he vehemently berated those present. You shameless lot are the true lowborn. Do not forget, before you became nobles, your ancestors were all lowly commoners. The foundation of the state lies with the people. What do you know of such matters? If the populace were to rise in rebellion, what status would you so-called nobles possess, to lack understanding of these fundamental truths and still dare to call yourselves scholars? The second young master has long stated that only with the genuine support of the people can the Qin dynasty remain stable. You only see the immediate benefits, which is utterly foolish. In the long run, you are paving your own path to destruction. Meng Yi's face flushed crimson as he unleashed a torrent of invective, leaving the assembly in shock. Was this truly the poised Meng Yi? It was well known that the Meng family was among the long-standing aristocratic lineages of the Qin Empire. Yet, Meng Yi had not anticipated that Ying Gao's governance philosophy would threaten the interests of the nobility, sacrificing the futures of generations for a greater cause. For some military officials, such profound considerations were beyond their comprehension, as their status had been earned through the slaughter of enemies on the battlefield. Decades prior, their predecessors had been regarded as commoners. Thus, they refrained from engaging in the heated discourse among the scholars. Those aligned with Meng Yi, hearing such words, naturally hesitated to speak out. Only the royal relatives remained unyielding, especially the old hardliners, who were resolutely opposed to the idea of educating the common people. They could not bear the thought of a day when the populace might stand on equal footing with them. Therefore, Meng Yi unhesitatingly leveled accusations, fully aware that he might provoke the royal Kin that moment. Everyone was left utterly astonished as the debate intensified. Someone timely introduced alternative topics. For instance, the issue of food scarcity remained dire, and the reach of written communication was far from extensive. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's indignation swelled. These matters are so apparent that even you simpletons can grasp them. How could the second young master, so astute, possibly overlook them? While you are preoccupied with your own interests, the second young master has been diligently researching the art of papermaking. The paper he produces is not only more affordable than silk, but also remarkably convenient, making it accessible to all. You inept lot. None of you possess the talents of the second young master. These issues are utterly trivial. Your sole concern should be to heed the commands of the Prince Regent. With that, Meng Yi dramatically swept his sleeve and turned away. His words left the gathered officials in utter shock. He had resolved to follow Ying Gao, pledging unwavering loyalty without a hint of hesitation. In the end, not a single person dared to utter another word. Even those discontented royal relatives chose silence under Ying Gao's imposing presence. Chapter 41. The implementation of new laws recently. The Jinyui have commenced an investigation into whether royal relatives are implicated in corruption or illegal activities. Now is the opportune moment for discussion. If you all support this, we shall proceed according to the new laws, with penalties potentially involving the confiscation of up to 3 years' worth of salary. Should there be opposition, the old laws will prevail, leading to house confiscation and execution. As these words echoed, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the court, so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Observing this, Ying Gao raised his hand and declared, "From this day forth, we shall enact the new laws." The civil and military officials exchanged glances, their anger suppressed. The era of Ying Zheng was irretrievably lost. Each person was engulfed in their own emotions. The royal relatives sighed deeply, their hearts laden with profound melancholy. During Ying Zheng's reign, he would at least afford them some semblance of respect, whereas Ying Gao showed no consideration for them whatsoever. Ying Gao remained indifferent to their plight. The Qin state would establish academies, welcoming all talented individuals to teach. Furthermore, a ministry of works would be established. Recently, Liang Yin's mood had been heavy. A few days prior, someone had expressed a desire to purchase coalstone in large quantities, which he had declined. However, after several days of mining, his subordinates reported an overwhelming surplus of coalstone, far exceeding their capacity to extract. Consequently, he found himself with an excess of coalstone, which was primarily used for women's eyebrow shaping, and the demand was limited. Even transporting the coalstone to various states would yield only meager profits. Initially, he had no intention of sharing this coalstone, but now, with such an abundance, its value had diminished significantly. Thus, he resolved to sell a portion of it. After all, there was an abundance of coalstone. Yet, he waited and waited, believing the other party would not abandon their interest, only to find that they had indeed vanished without a trace. This left Liang Yin in a state of great anxiety. "Master, I have news." Liang Yin, who had been resting his head on the table in despair, was abruptly interrupted by the urgent shout of a servant. Frowning, he lifted his head. Liang Yin glared darkly at the servant who entered the room, sternly demanding, "What has you so flustered? Are you being pursued by ghosts?" Upon hearing this, the servant shrank back, slowing his pace as he cautiously approached Liang Yin. "Boss, the information you asked me to investigate has yielded results." "Speak." The person who visited our shop that day was, in fact, the Prince Regent. This revelation struck Liang Yin like a bolt from the blue. He leapt from his seat in shock, incredulously asking, "Are you certain of this?" The bench behind him toppled over, emitting a dull thud. The servant, taken aback by the master's reaction, wiped the sweat from his brow in a flurry of anxiety. He was aware that the individual visiting that day was the son of the regent. Yet he remained oblivious to the details of their conversation. Observing the master's demeanor now heightened his trepidation. His face flushed, and his neck thickened with tension. He stammered to Liang Yin, "Boss, it is absolutely true." "How can you be certain that he is indeed the regent's son?" Liang Yin inquired anxiously. Recently, the name Ying Gao had become widely known throughout Xianyang City. He had abolished the system of collective punishment, reduced corvée labor, and executed corrupt officials. Each of his measures reverberated throughout the court and the populace. However, Ying Gao's whereabouts were unpredictable, and his visage was not widely recognized. Had he known that the visitor that day was Ying Gao, he would have never so resolutely rebuffed him. "Boss, the regent's son is currently recruiting at his residence. My younger brother has gone there. He assisted our shop that day, hence he became acquainted with the regent's son." At the regent's residence, everyone is aware. He cautiously scrutinized the master's expression, feeling a growing unease. The master must have erred, perhaps even offended the second son. The mere thought of such a possibility made his legs tremble involuntarily. Although Ying Gao was the regent's son, he was beloved by the common people, genuinely striving for their welfare. At this moment, Liang Yin felt profoundly foolish for having missed such a precious opportunity. It was said that the Chao family had risen to prominence in Xianyang City by relying on Ying Gao, attaining the pinnacle of success. Had he agreed to Ying Gao at that time, How could the Liang business have fallen to its current state? Now, Liang lamented deeply, filled with regret. In an instant, his gaze ignited with fervor. If Ying Gao did not come, he could personally propose a collaboration. Let us not forget, the other party was in urgent need of a substantial quantity of coal, and in a short time frame. Only his family had the capacity to provide it. Do you know why the second son has suddenly summoned manpower? Liang inquired with a smile, having come to a realization. It is because the second son has discovered a vast amount of coal in Anping County. Bang! Upon hearing this, Liang collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The servant's expression changed dramatically as he hurried to assist. Ying Gao was unaware of the events transpiring here. Presently, he had no time to concern himself with other matters. After the court session, he headed straight to the official fields. Second son, this year we have supplied 40% of the glass to this area, and we have newly added 500 acres of official fields, reported Lu Hai. Furthermore, we have newly hired 100 employees, anticipating the production of 500,000 pounds of vegetables by winter. This quantity is insufficient, Ying Gao mused, stroking his chin. To address the food supply issue. He established greenhouses, striving for year-round cultivation. However, these measures remained inadequate. It is not that we are unwilling to expand production, but rather, Zhugeban's capacity is limited, Lu Hai remarked nervously. Noticing his anxious expression, Ying Gao patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not be alarmed. I am not blaming you. I merely wish to emphasize that the Qin must ensure stable food supply. This issue was not one that Lu Hai could resolve, as the myriad industries in Qin were fully operational, resulting in a severe strain on manpower. Moreover, the costs of glass greenhouses were exorbitant, and the alkaloids required for glass production had consistently constrained output. If plastic could be developed, the situation would greatly improve. After inspecting the greenhouses, Ying Gao proceeded to Anping County with his entourage. As he gazed upon the carts brimming with extracted coal, a hearty laugh nearly escaped his lips. Lord Qin, do your people possess the skills to erect structures? Remember, construction must adhere strictly to the blueprints. Ying Gao cast a glance at Qin Zheng. The latter's expression turned serious as he clasped his hands together, assuring, rest assured, my lord, it will be executed with utmost precision. Although Qin Zheng could not decipher the blueprints, he firmly believed in his ability to bring them to fruition. Ying Gao stroked his chin, and upon confirming that no modifications were necessary, nodded, we must hasten the progress. The smelting of coal requires a furnace, and it was entirely understandable that Qin Zheng was unfamiliar with it. Very well, my lord, you may rest easy. I shall attend to this matter with the utmost urgency. Qin Zheng scrutinized the exquisitely rendered and clearly inscribed blueprint in his hands. That it was a style he had never encountered before. Though he knew not its precise purpose, he could perceive its extraordinary nature simply from its appearance. Furthermore, Ying Gao's recent undertakings had been remarkable. Thus he was convinced that this endeavor would be equally significant. Ying Gao had embarked on a new initiative. Reports indicated that the estate had recruited numerous common folk to partake in the labor. These individuals had voluntarily come forth, and Ying Gao not only provided sustenance, but also offered lodging for those residing far away. Moreover, their rightful wages were disbursed punctually. The scene was bustling with activity, quickly reaching the ears of both civil and military officials. Chapter 42. A great shock. Feng Xiao was engaged in discussions regarding the distribution of grain to the Jiangnan region when he was taken aback by the news of the coal. Lord Sun, it seems we must postpone today's deliberations. I am filled with curiosity regarding the next steps of the second young master. Feng Xiao appeared slightly anxious, yet he maintained an air of refined composure. Before he could finish, Sun Hao interrupted, equally intrigued by Ying Gao's movements. Lord Feng, let us not delay any further. We should depart immediately. A similar scene unfolded in the residences of other prominent ministers, including Li Si. Meanwhile, Yin also received the news. He looked at the servant kneeling before him, his brow furrowing slightly, as a flicker of barely perceptible disdain and anger crossed his eyes. Ying Gao again. This man is truly relentless. I shall observe what new tricks he has up his sleeve. Come, let us investigate. Yin rose, his expression darkening as he exited. The kneeling servant was momentarily taken aback, then hastily complied, following closely and cautiously behind. Ying Gao surveyed the bustling crowd with a satisfied smile, entirely oblivious to the ripples his every action had set in motion. But my lord, there are visitors. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Ying Gao had anticipated that his actions would certainly draw numerous eyes, yet their swift response exceeded his expectations. Meng Yi, and others soon made their appearances. A broad smile adorned Ying Gao's face as he greeted them warmly. "Ah, you all have arrived. Please, come inside the secondary courtyard to rest." Sun Hao could not help but voice his dissatisfaction, "My lord, why did you not inform us sooner?" Sun Hao held great admiration for Ying Gao. The recent series of bold initiatives he had undertaken left everyone in awe. They could not help but feel astonished. The prospect of Ying Gao's mining endeavors signaled that yet another extraordinary event was on the verge of unfolding. As they observed the industrious figures on the desolate mountain, they felt both astonished and intrigued. Unable to grasp the full extent of the situation, in response to Sun Hao's somewhat reproachful tone, Ying Gao found himself both amused and helpless, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the assembled company. The gaze of the multitude converged, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Since everyone is gathered, let us await the completion of preparations before unveiling my true intentions." He had no intention of concealing anything from these individuals. After all, in the political strife of the court, relying solely on himself would render it difficult to stabilize the situation. He needed the support of these individuals to achieve results. Furthermore, many future matters would require their collaborative efforts. Thus, Ying Gao had no reason to be evasive. "My lord, Master Yin has arrived," a servant reported breathlessly. "Master Yin? Which one?" Ying Gao momentarily faltered in response. The servant offered an awkward smile and replied, "Yin Yun." At once, Feng Xiao and the others tensed. Yin Yun was now their adversary. Although Yin Yun had not inflicted any tangible harm upon them, he was the son-in-law of Zhao Gao. With Zhao Gao apprehended, they could not fathom that Yin Yun had not participated in the rebellion. Ying Gao found amusement in their watchful gazes. "Master Yin has arrived. Please, make haste." "Yes." The family servant's expression tightened as he hurried to extend the invitation. Li Si and the others exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is there something amiss?" "My lord, there is a distinctly unwholesome aura surrounding Yin Yun. You must exercise utmost caution." Sun Hao's tone was earnest and serious. Ying Gao nearly choked on his own saliva at the description. "An unwholesome aura, truly astonishing." "Indeed, my lord, one must remain vigilant." Quite so. As the group proceeded to the front courtyard, they encountered Yin Yun and his entourage. The servants were just about to escort Yin Yun's group to the rear courtyard. The two parties, nearly equal in number, exuded a palpable tension. Yin Yun's group hesitated momentarily before promptly bowing to Ying Gao. Ying Gao gestured for them to rise and extended an invitation to share tea. "My lord, might I inquire about your intentions in Anping County?" Ying Gao smiled enigmatically, choosing silence as he led the way to the main hall, with Li Si and the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, Yin Yun and his companions were left standing in place. "Our purpose here is to investigate what schemes Ying Gao harbors. It is unexpected that he chooses not to respond, which clearly indicates a reluctance to disclose his plans. Indeed, Ying Gao's vision seemed exceedingly narrow. Who could disagree? He clearly underestimates us. It is infuriating. Were it not for the capture of Lord Zhao, Ying Gao would never dare to be so audacious." Suddenly, someone lamented. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Yin Yun's gaze sharpened like a knife as he turned to the speaker, his countenance dark with reproach. "Foolish one, do you not comprehend the gravity of your surroundings?" The individual was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. He had merely spoken without thinking, feeling a sense of injustice at Ying Gao's overt disdain. "Let us proceed." Yin Yun snorted coldly, striding towards the main hall. The others, witnessing his demeanor, quickly fell into step behind him. In the main hall, the assembly took their seats. Qin Li's gaze lingered momentarily on Yin Yun. Indeed, he sensed the unwholesome aura emanating from him. "I have heard that you are conducting large-scale recruitment, providing not only sustenance but also wages. Such a practice is unprecedented in the Great Qin. Are the common folk not obliged to work for you?" One of those seated beside Yin Yun posed the question unexpectedly. Ying Gao nearly spat out his tea, stifling it with great effort before turning to the questioner. His line of reasoning was truly peculiar. Should one work for others without compensation? This notion was fundamentally flawed. The common people were the subjects, and the prosperity of the Great Qin relied upon them. If we allow the common folk to labor without ensuring their basic sustenance, the future of the Qin dynasty is indeed bleak. The thoughts of these individuals have strayed far from the righteous path. Ying Gao elucidates the rationale so thoroughly, with the aim of making everyone understand why laborers must be compensated for their work. Their comprehension of the circular development strategy remains superficial, lacking an understanding of its essence. He must rectify their erroneous beliefs. As Ying Gao articulates his reasons, Li Si and others nod in agreement, appearing to grasp the concept well. In contrast, Yan Yun and his associates deem Ying Gao's assertions as preposterous. They believe that as officials, managing the populace is their responsibility, and the prosperity of the Qin should not rest upon the shoulders of the commoners. My lord, what is your true intention in having the populace mine? Someone inquires once more. Master Ma, can you repeatedly question the decisions of my lord? Sun Hao scoffs disdainfully, interrupting before Ying Gao can respond. Yan Yun and his companions are left speechless by this retort. The Sun Hao they remember was upright and principled. They cannot fathom when he began to defend Ying Gao so fervently, as if he willingly chose to follow him. This leaves them both perplexed and incensed, for it is not only Sun Hao. Even Meng Yi stands alongside Ying Gao. They recall their past attempts to coerce Meng Yi, yet he remained impervious to their influences. Furthermore, Meng Yi's brother and Prince Fusu are stationed at the frontier, and logically, he ought to be loyal to Fusu. Yet, to their astonishment, he has shifted his allegiance. This truly baffles them. Ying Gao chuckles softly. Chapter 43. Excellent work. Therefore, it is not convenient to disclose this to you all. Should the experiment fail, you will not be disappointed. Once successful, you shall naturally be informed. Half an hour later, Yan Yun and his group rise to depart. Having consumed copious amounts of tea, their bladders nearing bursting point, they find further waiting to be pointless and decide to seek information elsewhere. These individuals possess a remarkable thickness of skin. They lingered far too long before taking their leave. Sun Hao exclaims indignantly, "Lic," and the others cannot help but feel a deeper disdain for Yan Yun. Very well, everyone, please follow me. Ying Gao smiles as he surveys the crowd, rising to head towards the back courtyard. Engaging in empty pleasantries with those individuals is truly tedious. They are far more eager for the forthcoming experiment. Everyone, let us hasten, Feng Xiao cheerfully urges. The group proceeds towards the back courtyard. The Amping County villa, acquired by Chao Wan after the mountain purchase, was gifted to Ying Gao as his retreat. The villa is exceedingly spacious, with an exceptionally vast back courtyard. The hired workers, aside from receiving meals, are also compensated with a fixed daily wage, thus laboring with remarkable diligence. Upon seeing Ying Gao's arrival, they are invigorated, hoping to demonstrate that his investment is well placed. When they departed earlier, construction of the furnace was already underway in the back courtyard. In a mere moment, a rough outline had begun to take shape. Qin Jin, holding jade and silk, frequently checks the progress. His gaze focused and earnest, occasionally offering guidance. Upon noticing Ying Gao's presence, he promptly approaches My lord, do you find this arrangement satisfactory? Ying Gao looks up to see the furnace taking on a commendable form. Remarkably refined and impressive, he nods in satisfaction. Indeed, this is precisely it. Splendid work. He intends to utilize the large furnace for smelting iron, and the combustion efficiency of coal far surpasses that of ordinary wood. Once the furnace has sufficiently dried, he plans to test its efficacy. Upon receiving the praise, Qin Jin beams with joy, humbly replying, "It is all due to your astute guidance, my lord." Lic and the others stood by, helplessly pursing their lips, secretly envious. Carloads of coal were being excavated and transported into the courtyard in considerable quantities. The crowd was perplexed by Ying Gao's actions, uncertain of the purpose behind these coal stones. Yet, they felt that Ying Gao must have his reasons, and thus refrained from further inquiries, thinking that he would eventually enlighten them that it was not until the afternoon that the newly constructed furnace had thoroughly dried. Ying Gao took a glance, commanded Xia Yuan to bring fire starters, and added a few pieces of easily ignitable wood. My lord, why do you wish to ignite the fire? What is so special about this furnace? They were unaware of the furnace's true name, only hearing Ying Gao refer to it as a furnace. However, it was vastly different from an ordinary furnace. Watch closely, Ying Gao said, shrouded in mystery, causing the crowd to grow increasingly impatient. Li Si and Feng Xiao made efforts to maintain their composure. They observed as Ying Gao placed the fire starters, ignited the wood, and then tossed several pieces of coal into the flames. Sun Hao, astonished, inquired, "My lord, you do not intend to suggest that these coal stones can ignite, do you?" Qin Jin hesitated. Will this truly not extinguish the fire? Though he had faith in Ying Gao, he pondered that if these coal stones could burn, there would be no need to fell vast amounts of timber. The use of wood was quite inconvenient, particularly on rainy days when it would become damp and difficult to ignite. If these coal stones could serve as fuel, they would undeniably be far more convenient than wood. Everyone, please observe. Ying Zheng nodded slightly. The crowd followed his gaze, witnessing that the original firewood had nearly burned away, yet the flames remained extraordinarily vigorous. To their astonishment, those coal stones indeed began to burn. The intensity of the fire rivaled that of the wood. Even the typically composed Li Si could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. He had heard that this type of coal stone was abundant and inexhaustible, previously unaware of its purpose. Witnessing Ying Gao's demonstration now made him feel that the Qin was seemingly taking a significant step forward. This coal stone, too, was a form of fuel, its flames more ferocious than wood, with a longer burning duration. Utilizing it to smelt certain items was beyond the capabilities of wood. Ying Gao patiently elucidated to the crowd. So, what items cannot be smelted with wood? Meng Yi appeared to have grasped the crux of the matter. Ying Gao chuckled softly. Even if I were to tell you now, you would find it hard to imagine. Allow me to first create it, and in due course, you shall comprehend. The crowd nodded in agreement. Feng Xiao stroked his chin, solemnly stating, "What you say is indeed true, my lord. Without your words, we would not have been able to conceive such notions." Ying Gao smiled wryly, realizing that they had a keen understanding of him. Subsequently, the crowd ceased their inquiries, merely gazing in astonishment at the dark coal stones and their ability to ignite. However, Ying Gao's thoughts diverged from theirs. The presence of coal stones signified the potential to achieve high temperatures, thereby refining numerous high-quality materials. These materials could be utilized in the creation of gunpowder, but he believed that with such weapons, the Xiongnu would no longer dare to invade. Should they be bold enough to approach, he would have the means to obliterate them into mere fragments. As his mind swirled with myriad thoughts, a servant reported once more, "My lord, Liang'an from the Liang merchants has arrived." Liang'an. Upon hearing the name of the Liang merchants, Ying Gao surmised the situation and coldly smiled. "Tell him I am unavailable." The servant departed in compliance. Ying Gao deemed the proprietor of the Liang merchants to lack foresight and unsuitable as a partner for collaboration. Despite his urgent need for support from merchants, he maintained exceedingly stringent demands on his partners. My lord, the Liang merchant house ranks among the top 5 affluent families in Xianyang City. Are you truly not inclined to meet with them? Li Si inquired with a hint of perplexity. Ying Gao had previously made it abundantly clear that they were to ardently support merchants, woo them, and ideally, encourage them to assist the government. Now, when the merchants approached him, Ying Gao declined their overtures. "We seek to collaborate with merchants, yet not all merchants possess the requisite qualifications for partnership." Ying Gao elucidated. He was not a narrow-minded individual, yet Liang'an's actions had left him quite perturbed. In the past, the choice lay with the other party, who had spurned him. Now that the initiative was in his hands, he too held the right to refuse. The establishment of connections between individuals sometimes indeed hinges on a mere moment. The others nodded in understanding. Meng Yi inquired, "Then according to your lordship, what sort of merchant is worthy of our collaboration?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their curious gazes towards Ying Gao. Their ears perked up in eager anticipation of his response. Ying Gao smiled faintly, pondering that there were no definitive rules. The art of commerce and the intricacies of human interaction hinge upon intuition and affinity, rather than rigid frameworks. The crowd suddenly grasped this insight. Meanwhile, outside, Liang'an gazed despondently at the firmly shut door, filled with countless regrets over his initial choices. If time could be reversed, he would undoubtedly accept Ying Gao's terms without hesitation. Yet at this moment, regrets served no purpose. It was evident that the other party was resolute in severing further ties with him. Liang'an seethed with rage, contemplating. As the prince serving as regent, why had he not revealed his identity that day? He believed that Ying Gao lacked genuine intent for collaboration. The thought of Ying Gao enriching the Zhao family only fueled Liang'an's fury. Ying Zheng was consumed with indignation. How dare that ungrateful son lay hands on Ma Bowen? How could he possibly do so? Ying Zheng's face flushed with rage. The kneeling shadow guard remained silent, drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, Ma Bowen was punished for embezzling the people's grain." In his view, Ying Gao's actions were not unwarranted. A court official. How could one engage in the embezzlement of the people's resources? That grain was painstakingly borrowed by the second prince from merchants to alleviate the plight of the disaster-stricken. If it were to be devoured by those corrupt officials, how could the common folk endure this severe drought? Therefore, although the second prince might appear to act foolishly at times, he had handled this matter appropriately. After all, it was for the welfare of the people. Nonsense. I am well aware of Ma Bowen's character. It is clear that ungrateful son harbors resentment towards him and has falsely accused him. leading to his execution. The foundation I have painstakingly established will inevitably be destroyed by that ungrateful son. Ying Zheng slammed his palm on the table in fury. The shadow guard pressed his lips tightly together. His head bowed as low as possible. The emperor's opinion of the second prince was evidently deeply entrenched. Regardless of what the second prince did, the emperor would perceive it as erroneous from an objective perspective. Ying Gao had committed no wrongdoing. However, the shadow guard, being of lowly status, spoke with little weight and dared not defend Ying Gao in the face of Ying Zheng's wrath. "Your Majesty, should you not revive?" The shadow guard mused, certain that the emperor's fury towards the second prince was likely to signal the end of his feigned death. At that moment, the predicament of the second young master was all too evident. The dark guard sighed and remarked, "You just mentioned that the wayward son is extracting the obsidian coal." The guard, momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, "Indeed, it is as you say that it seems the young master intends to use the coal as fuel, employing the common folk for the excavation, providing them with meals, and additionally offering certain remuneration." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng felt a sharp pain in his head. Each time he learned of Ying Gao's actions, his fury erupted like a volcano. That wayward son, how can coal be used as fuel? It is clearly something meant for women, yet that rebellious child has found a new way to exploit it. I can only surmise that after lingering among the perfumed ladies, his mind has become muddled. With the national treasury depleted, he not only extracted this material, but also hired the common people and paid them wages. Has he truly lost his senses? The dark guard felt weary. Ying Zheng had always been of a violent temperament, and he had grown accustomed to such a mode of operation. "Your Majesty, what course shall we take now?" Ying Zheng paced restlessly, anxiety gnawing at him. After a while, he finally said, "We cannot act just yet. I still have Fusu. Once he learns of this news, he will undoubtedly lead 300,000 troops under Meng Tian to attack Xianyang. At that time, Fusu will surely behead that wayward son." The dark guard was at a loss for words. God knows how many times he had heard this declaration. By this time, the sky had darkened. The setting sun bled red, casting a fiery hue across the horizon. Upon returning, Ying Gao sought to summon Wang Bin from the general's residence. "Old Wang, you should clearly see the current situation. Aside from lacking military power, all other authority lies within my grasp. Even if Fusu returns from the frontier, do you think he can wrest the world from me?" Although Wang Bin was a man of arms, he could discern the prevailing circumstances. Ying Gao smiled slightly and proposed, "If that is the case, why don't we join forces? I have commanded the creation of a new batch of equipment capable of doubling the soldiers' combat effectiveness on the battlefield. If you are willing to heed my counsel, I shall entrust this entire batch of equipment to you. What do you think?" Wang Bin was already well aware of Ying Gao's intentions. He initially thought he would exchange the method of salt production. But to his surprise, he had also manufactured battlefield equipment. Wang Bin had resolutely decided that, regardless of the circumstances, he would remain steadfast. The ancestral teachings of the Wang family had always been clear. They do not engage in the struggles for power. History has proven that adhering to this principle ensures the family's safety. Wang Bin stated plainly, "Second young master, I, Wang Bin, cannot comply with your request. My family has never involved itself in the contest for power. I hope you can understand. Old Wang, do not be hasty. You have yet to see this equipment. That it would not be too late to decide after you have seen it." With that, Ying Gao led him to the Secret Technology Institute. The current standard equipment of the Great Qin army was predominantly crafted from copper. However, Wang Bin knew that iron was far more suitable for weapon manufacturing, and a portion of the elite soldiers were indeed equipped with iron weaponry. If iron weaponry could be widely promoted, it might truly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Great Qin army several-fold. Today, I will show you the equipment designed for warhorses. This, Wang Bin's excitement momentarily waned. Warhorses? No matter how excellent they are, our Great Qin does not lack fine steeds. Wang Bin spoke candidly. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Ying Gao said no more and led him to the blacksmith workshop constructed within the Technology Institute. Zhuge Ban had meticulously prepared, arranging the saddle, stirrups, and horseshoes neatly upon a table. Wang Bin gazed intently at these intriguing items, lifting the saddle and examining it repeatedly. "Second young master, is this the exquisite equipment you have crafted with such care? Can these truly enhance the combat prowess of our soldiers?" Ying Gao understood that no explanation could be as convincing as Wang Bin's personal experience. Thus, he commanded someone to fetch a long spear and extended an invitation. "Shall we engage in a sparring match?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's blood surged with excitement. The Wang family had a long-standing legacy of loyalty and valor, with generations having fought on the battlefield. Wang Bin, a seasoned warrior, had not seen combat for over a decade, yet his skills in slaying enemies were now more refined than ever. How could he withstand Ying Gao's challenge? He snorted derisively. "Ha, young man, you dare to challenge me. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Ying Gao laughed heartily. "General, today let me witness the prowess you have honed through countless battles. Bring forth the horses." Ying Gao swiftly equipped himself with the gear. Firmly grasping the long spear, his legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly, darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 45. The struggle on horseback. Wang Bin had never believed that merely adding equipment could enhance one's combat strength. In the face of Ying Gao's provocation, he felt invigorated. He leaped onto his horse, grasping the reins and taking the long spear handed to him by a subordinate. "Charge," he commanded, lunging forward like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. In an instant, dust swirled around them, creating an atmosphere akin to the tension of actual combat. The two riders crossed paths. Ying Gao understood that with the stirrups and saddle, he could wield his strength with greater finesse. However, he did not wish to rely on his inner energy to secure victory, lest he earn a reputation for bullying the weak. As they clashed, Ying Gao suddenly rose, thrusting the long spear towards Wang Bin's throat with fierce intent. Wang Bin was taken aback, caught off guard, and in his panic, he thrust his spear forward. Just as Ying Gao's spear was about to reach his throat, he barely managed to deflect it. Wang Bin's haste led to a miscalculation, and he nearly fell from his steed. Fortunately, having grown up on horseback, he quickly regained his balance, avoiding a fall. Despite this, the near miss left him drenched in cold sweat. Wang Bin silently regretted his oversight, adjusting his stance in preparation to teach Ying Gao a lesson. As he prepared to launch his counterattack, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly surged within him. Instinctively, he swung his spear in a circular motion to form a defensive barrier. Yet, his opponent's assault was fierce and unexpected, and Wang Bin found himself unable to successfully defend against it. With a resounding crack, a powerful force jolted his arm, causing his body to lose balance. Then came a thunderous crash as Wang Bin was unseated from his horse, a profound smile lingering on his lips. How is this possible? How could anyone wield a long spear on horseback and still manage to turn? Ying Gao tightened his grip on the reins, approaching Wang Bin with measured steps, looking down upon him. "Old Wang, do you now comprehend my might?" Wang Bin, upon hearing this, snorted dismissively, brushing off the dust from his clothes. After decades on the battlefield, being defeated in 3 moves by a young man and thrown from his horse was a humiliation he could hardly bear. If word of this spread among the common folk, where would he hide his aging face? How could he face his subordinates again? Yet, despite the indignation swelling within him, his gaze remained fixated on the stirrup beneath Ying Gao, reflecting on the stance Ying Gao had adopted while thrusting his spear. And drawing upon his decades of combat experience, he instantly grasped the significance of the stirrup and saddle. "Huang Mao, I too wish to personally experience the marvel of this contraption. You dismount." Wang Bin completely forgot his earlier embarrassment and approached with a heart brimming with curiosity. Ying Gao, unfazed, dismounted and casually handed the reins to Wang Bin. As Wang Bin stepped into the stirrup and settled into the saddle, he felt an undeniable stability. This apparatus was indeed extraordinary. Initially, he had presumed that mastering balance would prove quite challenging. Thus, he had moved slowly. However, after gradually experimenting, he discovered that it was not as difficult to handle as he had imagined, and with that realization, he cast aside his apprehensions and stood up with ease. Not only that, but he could also wield the spear freely, harnessing the power of the warhorse. Previously, Ying Gao had managed to pierce with his spear in an instant, leveraging the strength of both the horse and his arms. It was no wonder that, despite his battle-hardened experience, he found himself outmatched by a youth unacquainted with the battlefield. As he performed various maneuvers atop the horse, his astonishment only grew. He had not anticipated the saddle's design to be so ingeniously crafted. Regardless of how he swayed, a force continually supported him, preventing him from falling. In that moment, he finally comprehended how such equipment could amplify a soldier's combat prowess. It was truly miraculous. If all cavalry could be outfitted with such incredible gear, it would undoubtedly enhance the entire army's fighting capabilities significantly. Faced with the formidable Xiongnu, he felt renewed confidence in leading his troops into the fray. Although the cavalry of the Great Qin was equally fierce, The resources for war horses in the Central Plains were limited. Among an army of 1,000,000, having 50,000 cavalry was already remarkable. Thus, despite the deep-seated animosity the Great Qin harbored towards the Xiongnu, they often struggled to match the elite cavalry of their adversaries in direct confrontations. The Xiongnu, as a nomadic people, naturally excelled in horsemanship. In contrast, the Great Qin's cavalry was insufficient in number and skill compared to that of the Xiongnu. He recalled how he had once fretted over this issue, ultimately ordering the construction of the Great Wall to impede the Xiongnu's war horses, establishing an impregnable defense. If the combat capability of the Great Qin's cavalry could be enhanced, how could they possibly fear the Xiongnu? At that time, they would ride forth, spurring their steeds, and decisively trample the Xiongnu, making those who had bullied the people of the Great Qin taste the consequences. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Bin felt a surge of excitement. He yearned fervently for the equipment to lead the cavalry against the Xiongnu. The remnants of the Six Kingdoms were, to the Great Qin, merely a trifling affliction. Any disturbances could be swiftly quelled. After all, once they surrendered, they were still kin. However, the Xiongnu were different. For a century, the two had been at daggers drawn, with the Xiongnu repeatedly crossing the border. This grudge would not be avenged, nor would they rest until it was. Wang Bin, seasoned in battle and having accompanied Ying Zheng in pacifying the Six Kingdoms and unifying the realm, held a glory sufficient to etch his name in history. No one could dispute his remarkable talents. Should he defeat the Xiongnu and continue to expand the territory of the Great Qin Empire, it would be an unparalleled honor. Who would refuse the opportunity to be revered by the world? Wang Bin found himself incessantly swallowing, his heart racing with anticipation. Yet, Ying Gao's ambitions were excessively inflated. Could military power be relinquished so easily? He was but a regent of the Great Qin, not the true emperor. If, in the future, another prince were to ascend the throne, to whom would the army under his command pledge allegiance? Especially the Wang family, regarded as the military deity of the Great Qin, a paragon of the army. Once Wang Bin had made a determination, the other generals would undoubtedly follow his lead. Contemplating this, Wang Bin hesitated, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the exquisite equipment of the steeds, his heart engaged in a fierce internal struggle. This possession was indeed difficult to relinquish. How I longed to engage in battle against the Xiongnu and lead my troops to the frontier. Second young master, should you seek other matters, I might consider acquiescing. However, the command of the military must never be surrendered. The issue of succession remains undecided. How can I blindly obey your orders? Wang Bin's tone was resolute. Ying Gao sighed helplessly. What he required was nearly complete. Yet the military authority eluded him. To wield such power would signify an impregnable fortress, enhancing his strength manifold. Wang Bin lingered in hesitation for a considerable time, ultimately shutting his eyes tightly, turning his head away in anguish, forcing himself not to look. Second young master, I have never laid eyes upon the items you wish to show me. My vision is poor, and with the elite forces under my command, additional equipment is unnecessary. Heaven knows the depth of Wang Bin's inner torment. He could not comprehend how he had steeled himself to utter those words that in the end. He gritted his teeth and rode away. Chapter 46. Wang Bin enlightened as the sun dipped below the horizon. Wang Bin's robust figure appeared strikingly solitary. Ying Gao crossed his arms, wearing a half-smile. Let us see how long you can endure. I await your personal appeal. Meanwhile, Wang Bin seemed to have lost his spirit. Galloping away on horseback, his heart filled with profound sorrow, as if mourning the death of a father, weeping uncontrollably. Reflecting on his earlier gallant posture atop the horse, he attempted to replicate it, only to find his feet lacked a foundation. No matter his efforts, he could not stand it. He then tried to pivot while grasping the long spear, yet found his waist weak. A slight exertion would send him off balance, risking a fall, utterly unfit for use. Wang Bin struck the horse's back in frustration. The old steed let out mournful whinnies, slowing its pace after a few steps. This aged horse, having accompanied him in battle, had lost its former vigor. Afflicted by various ailments, traversing a gravel-strewn path, it struggled even more. Wang Bin sighed in resignation. After experiencing the comfort of superior equipment, even riding his beloved old horse felt disheartening. The following day, Ying Gao yawned and sluggishly entered the carriage. Preparing to attend the morning court, suddenly, the carriage came to a halt midway. Ying Gao, who had been dozing inside, inquired with displeasure, "Who blocks the way?" "Young master, I am Liang Yin, the steward of the Liang merchant group." A deep voice responded from outside the carriage. Ying Gao opened his eyes, slightly surprised, and calmly asked, "What is the matter?" "I wish to discuss a matter with the young master. It will only take a few minutes. Please grant me this opportunity." Liang An pleaded from outside, feeling a sense of anxiety as today's endeavor was indeed somewhat risky. However, after being rebuffed yesterday, he could not shake off his discontent. Thus, after conferring with his wife, he decided to make another attempt, rising early to await this moment. Fortune favored him, for he had indeed encountered Ying Gao. Now, he sought nothing more than a moment of the young master's attention. "Get in. I have court to attend, and I have no time to waste," came Ying Gao's voice from within the carriage. As Liang An's anxious heart sank, Liang An was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the coachman. Doubting his own ears, the coachman snorted, "Why are you dawdling? My young master commands you to enter." "Ah, yes, thank you, young master." Liang An's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his heart brimming with joy. His wife's strategy had indeed proven effective. Overcome with emotion, Liang An clumsily climbed into the carriage. The coachman, speechless, rolled his eyes and continued to drive. Inside the carriage, Liang An was so nervous that he didn't know where to place his hands and feet. Although Ying Gao was right before him, he still found it hard to believe that Ying Gao had truly agreed to speak with him, compared to the previous day when he hadn't even been granted an audience. Today's attitude was significantly more favorable. "Young master," Liang An called out, his voice trembling. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow and, with a cold smirk, asked, "What is it? Speak plainly." Ying Gao was well aware of Liang An's intentions. He had commented on this individual's narrow-mindedness the previous day. The fact that Liang An sought him out at this hour indicated that he had no intention of backing down, piquing Ying Gao's interest somewhat. "I sincerely apologize for my previous disrespect towards you, young master. These pastries were personally prepared by my wife this morning. I humbly request that you sample them," Liang An said, carefully presenting the exquisite food box to Ying Gao. His tone cautious, Ying Gao leaned against the side of the carriage, arms crossed over his chest, glancing at the food box before directing a look of derision at Liang An. This man certainly possessed a modicum of cleverness and had a knack for flattery. It was still early in the morning, and he had risen at dawn to prepare pastries. Clearly an early riser. "I happen to be a bit hungry. Let me taste your culinary skills," Ying Gao replied lazily. Sitting up straight, Liang An, initially worried that he had overstepped, given Ying Gao's immense power, feared that his offering might appear meager in comparison. "Young master, please give it a try. The flavor is delightful, made with dew from the lotus leaves in the pond." "Truly exquisite," Liang An urged, hastily opening the food box and respectfully placing it before Ying Gao, attempting to ingratiate himself. Though Ying Gao had no particular appetite, upon seeing the translucent pastries, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He picked one up, tasted it, and found the flavor pleasantly sweet and fragrant, not at all cloying, surprisingly delicious. These pastries rivaled even those from ordinary pastry shops in the market. "You have a remarkable wife," Ying Gao remarked, looking at Liang An. What else is there to say? Liang An, a merchant with a touch of cleverness, clearly was not the mastermind behind today's actions. Upon hearing the mention of his wife, Ying Gao sensed something amiss and directly inquired that as soon as Ying Gao's words fell, Liang An's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, evidently struck at a sensitive spot. "Young master, you are indeed astute. Nothing escapes your keen observation," Liang An stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. "Young master, I sincerely apologize for the incident that day. I beg for your forgiveness." Liang An finally spoke after a moment's hesitation, noticing Ying Gao's silence. Ying Gao nodded. "It's all right. You are in the business, so such actions can be understood." Liang An's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope at these words. Could it be that Ying Gao was subtly implying forgiveness? Instantly, he felt a surge of exhilaration. As the saying goes, Ying Gao, being the son of the regent, treated others with utmost consideration and was especially kind-hearted towards the common folk. "Your generous consideration only deepens my embarrassment. Thus, I am willing to offer all of my coal and stone mines at a preferential price today." Ying Gao raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by Liang An's generosity. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was Liang An's wife who possessed greater foresight. "Have you conferred with your esteemed lady regarding this matter? It is, after all, of considerable significance," Liang An reassured. "Rest assured, my lord, I am still capable of making independent decisions." That in truth, he harbored uncertainties within, lacking a complete understanding of the true value of the coal stones. To him, These coal stones merely represented auxiliary materials for women's embroidery. Upon hearing Ying Gao's request, he was filled with bewilderment, simultaneously apprehensive that a partnership might yield lesser returns than embroidery. However, after confiding in his wife and receiving her insightful analysis, he gained clarity and comprehended the associated advantages and disadvantages. Observing the recent significant events, it became evident that Ying Gao was indeed a remarkable individual. As he wandered the bustling streets, praises for Ying Gao echoed incessantly. The populace's respect for Ying Gao grew daily, with few harboring animosity towards him. Furthermore, within the court, power was firmly in Ying Gao's grasp, and he was known to protect his confidants. For instance, the Zhao family, under Ying Gao's patronage, was said to have undertaken the monumental task of constructing the Great Wall. The three major national projects were grand in scale, with treasury funds allocated to the Zhao family, allowing them to organize the construction independently. On the surface, it appeared that the Zhao family was at a disadvantage, yet the implications were indeed intriguing. Chapter 47. Anomalies must conceal secrets. The Zhao family had been engaged in commerce for generations and was undoubtedly well-versed in the intricacies involved. Given Ying Gao's rapport with the Zhao family, they would never allow themselves to suffer losses. There must be undisclosed profit entanglements at play. Thus, the Zhao family's prospects would only shine brighter, with no reason for loss. As long as they could befriend Ying Gao, their future would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Ying Gao himself was unaware that his mere words painted an infinitely promising future in Liang Yin's mind. Really? Ying Gao questioned, incredulous. Liang Yin hastily nodded. Indeed, my lord, you can rest assured, absolutely. In reality, the family business was managed by his wife. Today's matters were also entrusted to him by her. Thus Liang Yin spoke with utmost confidence. Ying Gao, adjusting his attire, remarked casually, very well. I shall not keep you. I will take my leave now. Liang Yin was taken aback. As the other party did not immediately acquiesce, he had anticipated that Ying Gao would accept without hesitation. Considering it was virtually a gift, approaching the palace gates, Liang Yin dismounted from his carriage. Soon after, Ying Gao exited as well, yawning and making his way towards the palace. Calmly, he seated himself beside the dragon throne. Maintaining an upright posture, the hall was enveloped in silence. It appeared that no one had urgent matters to report. After a moment of stillness, Ying Gao raised an eyebrow and inquired. Recent morning assemblies had been unusually raucous, akin to the squabbles of market women. Yet today, the entire court was strikingly tranquil, an oddity indeed. My lord, there are truly no matters to report, came the response. Feng Xiao, Sun Hao, and others sequentially affirmed that there was nothing to announce. After all, the matters they were eager to learn about had yet to yield results, and they could only suppress their inner excitement and await patiently. In truth, Feng Xiao and the others were quite astonished. For Yin Yun and others remained surprisingly silent, a stark contrast to their usual demeanor. As the saying goes, anomalies must conceal secrets. Could there be yet another unexpected development? With this thought, everyone heightened their vigilance, cautiously preparing to respond with full readiness to any actions taken by the opposing party, as if this group had collectively resolved to remain utterly mute today. Lic and the others exchanged glances, while Ying Gao was filled with profound perplexity, as he sensed that Yin Yun and his companions were behaving unusually. However, the others remained resolutely silent, leaving him with no recourse. After a light cough, he spoke. Since none of you have pressing matters, this young master, have an announcement to make. The previously tranquil atmosphere shifted as the attendees raised their heads cautiously, their eyes fixed on Ying Gao, speculating about the nature of his proclamation. The recent reforms I have championed have yielded preliminary results, which I trust you have duly assessed. Yet, it is evident that this is merely the beginning. Following the abolition of corvée labor and the cessation of collective punishment, the populace has begun to return to their fields in increasing numbers. Those lacking agricultural tools may directly petition the local authorities for loans. In a short span, a sense of harmony has imbued the countryside. However, Ying Gao understood that these initial measures alone were insufficient to render the Qin state prosperous and its people strong. The path ahead was replete with challenges and complexities. This revelation, the expressions of the assembly tightened. If even these efforts were deemed inadequate, what aspirations did Ying Gao truly harbor? Second young master, what do you imply? Li Si could not help but feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps under Ying Gao's leadership, the Qin state would flourish ever more splendidly. From this moment forth, we shall embark upon a reform of the laws. Ying Gao's gaze swept over the civil and military officials, each word resonating with authority that a collective gasp filled the hall. The attendees stared in disbelief at Ying Gao. Why? After abolishing even the most stringent corvée labor, would there be a need for legal reform? Yan Yun and his companions exchanged covert smirks, convinced that Ying Gao was treading a path of self-destruction. Though the Qin state had seen slight improvements due to Ying Gao's initiatives, this did not guarantee that his continued actions would yield even greater benefits. Yet, the perspectives of Li Si and his associates diverged sharply from those of Yan Yun. Just yesterday, they had witnessed the miraculous use of charcoal as fuel, a revelation none had anticipated prior. Moreover, Ying Gao had indicated that this charcoal could also be fashioned into more formidable weapons. Although concrete information was lacking, they believed that Ying Gao would undoubtedly deliver unexpected surprises. My lord, how do you intend to reform the laws? Feng Xiao inquired with curiosity. Ying Gao turned to Feng Xiao, a slight smile gracing his lips. Effective immediately, Grand Inspector Di Jie shall lead the entire inspectorate in revising the laws. I have already completed the new legal code. As his words settled, Ying Gao gestured for several scrolls of silk and jade to be presented before Di Jie. The previously silent Di Jie was taken aback, leaping to receive the new laws with both hands. Ying Gao addressed Di Jie. Though internally he was profoundly astonished, the inspectorate was indeed responsible for the laws, but he had not anticipated that Ying Gao would entrust him with such a significant task. This decision underscored Ying Gao's high regard for Di Jie. The assembly's gazes frequently darted toward the scrolls in Di Jie's hands, eager to discern the contents of the new laws. Observing this, Ying Gao promptly issued a warning. Lord Di, you must remember that the revised legal content must remain confidential until the entire process is complete. All modifications must adhere to the central tenets of the overarching legal framework. Di Jie clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. After the court session concluded, Qin Jin was retained for a private audience. Young master, what are your instructions? Qin Jin felt a twinge of anxiety. Send someone to the forest to gather tree bark, ensuring the selection of the hardest varieties. Additionally, prepare discarded hemp materials and scraps. There is no need for superior quality. Confronted with Qin Jin's perplexity, Ying Gao elucidated, My lord, what purpose does the bark serve? A torrent of thoughts surged within Qin Jin's mind, yet he remained unable to grasp the essence. Why harvest the bark? It was a conundrum. Regarding its utility, first prepare the bark alongside the hemp, and the purpose shall soon reveal itself. Qin Jin nodded silently. He was certain that Ying Gao had his reasons for this directive, and he would comply. Having understood this point, Qin Jin confidently asserted, Rest assured, my lord, I shall complete it within 3 days. However, he inquired, My lord, what quantity is required? The more, the better, Ying Gao replied after a brief contemplation. The notion of the more, the better led Qin Jin to ponder that Ying Gao intended to use these materials for firewood. Yet, if that were the case, wouldn't branches and logs be more suitable? Moreover, there were ample supplies of charcoal, which would serve as a superior fuel. Very well, I shall arrange for it immediately, Qin Jin affirmed. He then observed that Xia Yang and Xia Yuan had already gathered materials such as saltpeter and alum. Chapter 48. A successful experiment. Ying Gao did not procrastinate. He immediately immersed himself in the experiment. Having not attempted this previously, he could only proceed gradually, relying on the methods stored in his memory. Despite facing repeated failures, he ultimately achieved results. The two women assisting him were growing impatient. Xia Yuan, ever the impatient one, inquired first, My lord, have we succeeded? Ying Gao smiled faintly, the corners of his lips lifting as he responded, Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan was overjoyed, bouncing with excitement. I knew my lord was formidable. Let us hasten and test it. Ying Gao surveyed the surroundings and suggested, This space is too confined. Let us move to a more spacious area. The location he indicated was open and unobstructed, ensuring that even if the experiment went awry, no significant damage would ensue. Isn't this place rather too expansive? Xia Yang questioned, her gaze wandering around before settling on Ying Gao, her tone laced with confusion. Ying Gao merely smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, and proceeded toward the open space with the materials in hand. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion erupted. The explosives in Ying Gao's grasp detonated instantaneously, unleashing a billowing cloud of smoke and a whirlwind of dust. The ground at the blast site was charred black. The two women stared, astonished. Xia Yang, typically aloof and rarely displaying emotion, now bore an expression of shock. This. Ying Gao raised an eyebrow and jested, Would you like me to validate its authenticity? To provide you with a definitive experience. My lord, you are truly remarkable. Qinshihuang blinked rapidly, gazing at him with admiration. Ying Gao could not suppress a chuckle. This clever girl had a knack for seizing the moment to flatter him. Evoking both amusement and exasperation, this power is far from sufficient. We must entrust the secret formula to Zhugeban for further research. Not powerful enough, Qinshihuang exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed at the scorched ground. Ying Gao nodded. Indeed, it falls significantly short. The strength demonstrated was merely equivalent to the scale of fireworks in later generations to genuinely contend with formidable adversaries or to achieve loftier ambitions. This level of power is simply inadequate. The two women exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The commotion stirred by Ying Gao naturally attracted considerable attention, particularly from those who had been closely observing him in the Yin residence. A significant disturbance was reported. Has there been a great uproar at his estate? Yin squinted, casually toying with the teacup in his hand. Beside him, a servant nodded. Indeed, the noise is quite substantial. What has transpired? Yin inquired, furrowing his brow. As his countenance suddenly changed, he furiously rebuked, "Incompetent fool." He then raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the servant's chest. Thud! The servant was sent flying a considerable distance by the force of the blow. Meanwhile, Wang Bin had been in a foul mood for the past few days, his mind consumed with thoughts of stirrups. General, today a group of individuals has been loitering near the fields, acting suspiciously, presumably attempting to gather intelligence on our military activities. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin was consumed by rage. How outrageous! Which scoundrel dares to provoke us? Though Ying Gao has relied on his resources to bully others. I, Wang Bin, can endure that, but now, foreign foes wish to invade. I shall ensure they suffer grievously as a warning to others. Upon learning of the clandestine activities within his territory, Wang Bin immediately led his elite troops into action. With pent-up fury seeking an outlet, he finally found a target for his wrath. The opposing group consisted of around several dozen individuals, armed and mounted, yet they did not appear to be a well-trained army. Nonetheless, each displayed remarkable courage. Faced with the advancing Qin forces, they showed no fear, with some even gripping their long spears, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation, seemingly harboring a profound grudge against the Qin army. Suddenly, their leader brandished his long blade, signaling for his men to hold their positions. After a brief pause, he led his troops away. In the blink of an eye, dust swirled as their figures receded into the distance. After all, his forces were primarily infantry, whereas the enemy boasted well-equipped cavalry. Even if his subordinates were mounted, it would be of little use, as their horses were old and weak, and the rugged terrain rendered any attempts to spur them into action futile. Watching helplessly as the enemy vanished from sight, Wang Bin was left seething with rage and deep frustration, increasingly nostalgic for Ying Gao's superior equipment. Even a simple horseshoe could enhance the speed of his steeds. Yet, that brat desired his military power, making it impossible for him to relinquish any. On the other side, the group had disguised themselves as bandits. After traversing several peaks, they finally paused for rest in a secluded, hidden location. Leading them was Zhang Liang. Initially, they had conspired to infiltrate Xianyang city for an assassination, but upon failure, they were compelled to alter their plans, preparing to rise in rebellion when the Qin faced famine. The remnants of the Six Kingdoms brought a contingent to scout the situation outside Xianyang, with Zhang Liang among them. Zhang Liang had even appointed him as the military strategist. Not long after Zhang Liang and his men set off, he discovered that Qin soldiers were stationed just outside the outskirts of Xianyang. As he intended to delve deeper to ascertain the situation, he witnessed the preceding events. Zhang Liang clasped his fists and reported to Xiang Liang and Han Cheng. My lords, 2 miles beyond the city, there lies a heavily fortified enemy encampment, undoubtedly guarding something of utmost importance. Xiang Liang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, if it were not for critical supplies, the Qin would not deploy such heavy forces outside the city. Han Cheng frowned slightly and inquired, Zhang Liang, what is your assessment? Zhang Liang had already devised a counter-strategy. I have observed that the soldiers stationed there are rather mediocre, lacking exceptional horsemanship or martial prowess. If Xiang Yu were to personally lead a unit and launch a night raid, he would certainly expose the Qin's schemes and retreat safely before they could react. Xiang Liang concurred with this plan and immediately sent someone to summon Xiang Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ying Zheng furiously exclaimed, What did you just say? That ungrateful son has completely revised the laws. His countenance was ablaze with murderous intent. The shadowy guard composed himself, his gaze restrained as he slightly lowered his head. Indeed, it is true, the actions of the Prince Regent this time are utterly outrageous. It must be noted that in the present day of the Great Qin, the laws are so stringent that they leave no room for leniency. How does Ying Gao intend to escalate matters further? How can the common folk bear such a heavy burden? Have you perused the new laws? The guard's expression shifted dramatically, and he slowly shook his head. Only the high-ranking officials of the censorate are permitted to review them. I once attempted to infiltrate and investigate, but the guards were exceedingly vigilant, preventing me from getting within a step's reach. Even you found it difficult to approach. Ying Zheng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. His face a mask of astonishment. This guard is one of the few elite among his ranks. He could scarcely believe that anyone in the Great Qin could surpass him. I indeed could not gain access. The guard admitted, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Ying Zheng's heart jolted, and he pressed on. Do you know who the visitor was? I do not know. During my investigation, before I could draw near. Soldiers responded. Chapter 49. The refinement of salt from mines. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Ying Gao. Since his unification of the Great Qin, the laws he employed were all aimed at stabilizing the realm. Previously, Ying Gao had abolished collective punishment and reduced corvée labor, which had already incited public anger. Fortunately, it had not led to a significant crisis. Yet now, he audaciously seeks to reform the laws, which undoubtedly undermines the very foundation of the nation. How dare that rebellious son act in such a manner? Aside from this, what other actions has that rebellious son taken? Ying Zheng struggled to suppress his rising fury and inquired softly. The attendant wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he was accustomed to Ying Zheng's volatile temper, the sovereign's authority and oppressive presence still rendered him breathless. Yesterday, I heard 2 loud noises outside the residence of the second prince. I investigated and discovered that the 2 chancellors, Li Si and Feng Xiao, have been closely monitoring something that I deduced that those noises must be related to the treasures they possess. What is that object? Ying Zheng asked, furrowing his brow. At present, he was perceived as a ghost among the people and could not reveal his identity. You may withdraw for now and continue your surveillance. It is not yet time for me to make my appearance. Understood. The shadowy guard nodded silently and retreated. In the following days, nothing of great significance transpired, and everything progressed in an orderly fashion. During this time, the Jinhui refined salt from the mines at a clandestine location. The production of cement, medicines, and other materials proceeded smoothly. Research into creating bricks using clay and other materials had also yielded significant results. Zhang Zhongjing immersed himself in the study of the treatise on typhoid fever and various Chinese herbal medicines, achieving fruitful outcomes. The medications he developed rivaled the efficacy of gold sore medicine. This gold sore medicine is undoubtedly a product ahead of its time, capable of curing tetanus, fungal infections, and other ailments. One day, Ying Gao took Murphy on a tour of his numerous achievements, leaving her profoundly impressed. If the construction of houses using cement could be realized, it would greatly impact the lives of the common people. Many citizens, unable to afford timber, were forced to build their abodes using stones or mud. However, these makeshift houses, due to immature technology, often lacked sturdiness and resulted in tragic losses during natural disasters, such as torrential rains. Ying Gao hoped she could lead talented individuals from the Mo family to oversee the research on cement and proposed selecting skilled technicians from the Mo family to teach their crafts to the populace at the newly established academy. Upon hearing this, Murphy was filled with gratitude. She had long harbored a fervent desire for people across the realm to learn the art of mechanics. Little did she anticipate that, before the overthrow of the tyrannical Qin regime, she would have the opportunity to disseminate the thoughts of the Mo school. She had initially believed that the foremost task of the nobleman, as a figure opposing Qin, was to dismantle the despotic rule. Yet unexpectedly, the first step was to realize her aspiration for the advancement of Muazem. To this end, she took it upon herself to caution Ying Gao, informing him that the second son of the Qin state was currently monitoring the kingdom. A formidable warrior whose presence in Xianyang posed considerable danger, necessitating utmost vigilance. Furthermore, she inquired whether Ying Gao was betrothed. Murphy was enveloped in an uncontrollable excitement throughout the day, yet she treaded carefully, fearful that Ying Gao might discern her true feelings. 5 days passed once more. Xiang Yu arrived within 100 miles of Xianyang, meeting with Xiang Liang and others. A plan for a nighttime assault on the Qin encampment was clandestinely brewing. In the dead of night, a chill pervaded the air. The moonlight, like gossamer, bathed the mountains and forests, enveloping the surroundings in profound silence. Having learned from the previous failed assassination attempt, Xiang Yu had deliberately brought over 20 innate realm experts from Shu. They stealthily concealed themselves at the foot of the mountain, just a mile from the encampment, silently advancing. In the blink of an eye, the experts had crept within 500 meters of the station. Xiang Yu meticulously surveyed the enemy's situation, discovering a sentinel stationed every 20 paces and a cluster of torches blazing every 3 soldiers. Though the flames were not blinding, under the moon's glow, they illuminated objects up to 50 meters away with clarity. Beyond these soldiers, a series of tents were lined up, figures shifting within, their numbers indiscernible. Bearing a heavy responsibility, Xiang Yu had to infiltrate the encampment to ascertain what treasures the Qin army was guarding. When he approached within 50 meters of a Qin sentry, he deftly flicked his arm, releasing 2 small stones. Moments later, 2 soft thuds sounded, and the torches extinguished. The sentries looked up to investigate. Perhaps the wind had snuffed the flames, or the fuel had run out, but they exhibited no signs of panic. In an instant, a figure appeared before the sentry like a specter, the gleaming tip of the overlord's spear flashing ominously. The sentry was instantly bathed in blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiang Yu signaled for the experts behind him to provide cover as he charged ahead. However, unexpectedly, the fallen soldier was not entirely dead. Amidst the pool of blood, he struck a gong. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquility of the military camp was abruptly shattered by the clamor of the gong, erupting into a cacophony that a commanding officer's thunderous shout resounded like a clap of thunder, stabilizing the wavering morale of the troops. In truth, although the soldiers were separated by a distance of 20 meters, they were not far apart. Each had a thin cord tied around their waists, nearly imperceptible in the darkness. Should one fall, the nearest soldier would immediately notice and swiftly raise the alarm. While Xiang Yu was valiant and fearless, he lacked practical combat experience and had scant knowledge of the treacherous tactics of warfare. He had intended to stealthily infiltrate the camp to gather intelligence, but before he could approach, he had already been detected. Over a dozen soldiers charged towards him. Xiang Yu sneered contemptuously. A rabble daring to obstruct my path. What a farce! He burst into laughter, then concentrated his entire essence. The overlord's spear whirled like the wind, carving an arc that repelled all advancing soldiers. Kill. Yes, the valiant warriors were stirred with fervor, harboring deep-seated animosity towards the Qin. Witnessing Xiang Yu's valor, they surged forward, carving a path for him. Xiang Yu gripped the overlord's spear tightly and plunged into the heart of the enemy ranks. The guarding soldiers, largely inexperienced recruits, were no match for these fierce warriors. Though they were undaunted by the prospect of life and death, they remained unable to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, a multitude fell. Xiang Yu leapt into the air, soaring 2 li in the blink of an eye. He gazed into the distance under the moonlight, confronted by an expanse of verdant greenery. What manner of crops were these? Were they truly conducting research on new species in this place? Just as he prepared to take action, a glint of cold light flashed, and a shadowy figure armed with a dagger lunged for his throat. The Grand Master, the jolt of alarm surged through Xiang Yu's heart, prompting him to swiftly wield the overlord's spear. He himself was also a Grand Master, endowed with extraordinary talent and divine strength. Thus, even when faced with an adversary of equal mastery, he felt no fear. However, what astonished him was the revelation that within this seemingly insignificant camp lay individuals of masterful caliber. This was a testament to the significance of these green shoots to the Qin Empire. Chapter 50. Immediate retreat. Should the confrontation continue, it was likely that one would perish beneath Xiang Yu's spear. With this thought, he hurriedly parried a strike and retreated several steps. Jinyui, come to our aid swiftly. The other innate masters, unite your strength to subdue the formidable foe. Yes, as the words left his lips, hundreds of highly skilled warriors surged forth. Xiang Yu was taken aback. This unassuming camp had gathered such a multitude of experts. Soon after, he noticed 5 dark figures charging towards him. Their overwhelming aura unmistakably signified that they too were masters of the art. Confronted by a Grand Master, he was confident in his ability to break through with ease. Yet, the thickening night cast a shadow of uncertainty. If he could not extricate himself swiftly, the brothers accompanying him would likely face dire trials. Reluctant to waste any more time, Xiang Yu concentrated all his true energy and resolutely initiated his assault. Kill! Xiang Yu bellowed, wielding the overlord's spear with all his might to strike fiercely at Liu Xiaoman. In an instant, a cold light gleamed. Liu Xiaoman was sent sprawling back several dozen meters, crashing to the ground, clutching his chest as blood gushed from his mouth. His true energy dissipated in an instant. Bones shattered, rendering him unable to stand. Despite his defensive prowess, he was utterly helpless against such innate divine strength. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the air while the other 5 masters were yet to form their formation. Grasping a handful of green shoots and sprinting back the way he had come. Immediate retreat. Upon hearing the command, the assassins withdrew without hesitation. Protect the young master. Retreat at once. Liu Xiaoman ordered the Jinyue to pursue with all their might. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, filled only with the clashing of weapons and the incessant cries of anguish. Though the assassins were all martial arts masters, the Jinyue outnumbered them and were familiar with the terrain. Many of the assassins fell during the skirmish. The Jinyue could not allow the thieves to escape easily, but due to Liu Xiaoman's grievous injuries, the captain could only fend off a few wounded assassins. After several rounds of clashes, Xiang Yu broke through the military camp with his subordinates, fleeing in madness. Many soldiers lay grievously wounded on the ground, groaning in agony. Hearing the commotion, Wang Bin rushed over, and upon seeing their blood-soaked forms, he roared in fury, "Bastards! Dare to harm my soldiers, and you shall pay with your lives." Several commanders followed Wang Bin onto their horses, charging forward. Yet, the cavalry was indeed outmatched by their foes. Furthermore, the night was too late, and the horses could not see the path clearly. No matter how they urged them on, they could not gain speed. These soldiers, who had followed him for over a decade, had shared life and death together, forged as brothers in adversity. Yet now, Wang Bin's heart stirred tumultuously, struggling to suppress his grief. Quickly summoned the royal physician, he bellowed with all his might, attempting to transform the anguish within into wrath. At this moment, Ying Gao also sensed something amiss and hurried over. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, he searched the surroundings for several miles, only to discover that those individuals had completely vanished. His countenance turned ashen. Quickly summoned Zhang Zhongjing and bring the golden wound ointment. Report to the general. The casualty statistics have been compiled. A total of 23 soldiers perished in battle, with 100 sustaining severe injuries and 80 suffering minor wounds. A soldier reported grimly to Wang Bin. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's expression darkened further, but he swiftly composed himself, aware that his troops awaited his command, and he could not afford to be mired in sorrow. How many sustained internal injuries? And how many were afflicted by sword wounds? Report to the general. All the injured bear sword wounds, among which 103 have suffered internal injuries that at this revelation. Wang Bin suddenly pressed his forehead, his brows furrowing tightly, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Having fought for many years, he understood the brutal nature of the battlefield. Those who did not perish outright in combat, if gravely wounded, particularly by blades, were at great risk of succumbing to infection. This was akin to what later generations would recognize as tetanus in an era of primitive medical conditions. Once an injury became infected, one could only await the wounds to fester and lead to death. If the wounds were superficial, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, if they were deep, the chance of survival dwindled to a mere 10 or 20%. A wound to a vital area was tantamount to a death sentence. Witnessing the uncollected corpses and the anguished cries of severely injured soldiers, Wang Bin's eyes were bloodshot. He led his troops into the fray. Yet all he could see were the bandits fleeing into the night, his heart ablaze with fury that he regretted not agreeing to Ying Gao's recruitment. Had he done so, his soldiers would have been adequately equipped, and the casualties would not have been so devastating. Wang Bin questioned himself. Must he adhere to the family's ancestral teachings at the cost of his soldiers' lives? Had he consented to Ying Gao's proposal, he might have been able to pursue the enemy and avenge his fallen comrades. Wang Bin had always placed the lives of his soldiers above his own, yet now he found himself powerless. Engulfed in anguish, in his desperation, he dispatched someone to hasten the royal physician's arrival while he examined the soldiers' wounds. Ying Gao, upon witnessing the widespread devastation, wore a grim expression. The Jinyue reported. Young master, Master Liu is gravely injured. How many enemies have been eliminated? 8 enemy soldiers have been slain. Where is Xiaoman now? The Jinyue escorted Ying Gao to the location where the wounded were being tended. Wang Bin, upon learning this, was taken aback. The Jinyue had only suffered 5 casualties, yet had killed 8 enemies. This unit possessed astonishing strength, and unparalleled bravery. However, slaying 8 enemies was far from sufficient. Wang Bin resolved to teach the enemy a lesson, particularly their leader. Has the royal physician not yet arrived? Continue to urge them. Wang Bin was fraught with anxiety. Ying Gao meticulously examined the injured Jinyue. Most bore numerous cuts, with some wounds so deep that bone was visible, a sight most distressing. When Zhang Zhongjing arrived, he immediately set about cleansing the wounds, disinfecting them, and applying the golden wound ointment. Lu Xiaoman's injuries were the most severe. Her body was rendered immobile. Ying Gao, through the probing of his vital energy, discerned that multiple meridians in Lu Xiaoman's body were damaged. The vital energy raged within. And without timely intervention, she would likely not survive the night. Confirming that no one was around, Ying Gao began to heal Lu Xiaoman that he infused a strand of celestial vital energy into her body, guiding it through her meridians to her entire being, suppressing the vital energy that had been shattered by Xiang Yu. Approximately 1 incense stick later, Lu Xiaoman's breathing gradually stabilized, and she was no longer in peril. My lord, Lu Xiaoman knelt before Ying Gao that I have failed to protect the fields entrusted to me, and I beseech you to impose punishment upon me. Ying Gao assisted her to her feet. Your injuries have yet to heal. You must take the time to recuperate. Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant's visage that night? That fellow stood over 2 meters tall. Chapter 51. No one agreed that he was of a robust stature. Wielding a spear, clearly of the Grandmaster caliber, his strength was astonishing. After exchanging merely a few blows with him, I could no longer endure. Upon hearing this, Ying Gao comprehended the situation entirely. With such prodigious strength and armed with a spear, it could only be Xiang Yu. I spared you last time, yet you dare to cause trouble again. Those who harm my people shall pay the price, he ordered. Once Zhang Zhongjing arrives, tend to the wounded with gold source south, while the others carry out their respective duties. Yes, Lu Xiaoman clasped her fists and knelt once more as Ying Gao examined the fields. He discovered the potato sprouts had vanished. He surmised Xiang Yu's intentions. He then hastened to the military camp, for Wang Bin was safeguarding the fields for him. But now that soldiers were injured, he could not turn a blind eye. Within the camp, the flickering flames illuminated the faces of the wounded soldiers. Their wounds were hastily bandaged. As for those grievously injured, blood flowed incessantly, rendering any dressing futile. At the current rate of blood loss, they would be lifeless in less than half an hour. One soldier had been pierced by a dagger in the abdomen, his breath barely lingering. Another, with a lung injury, struggled to breathe, his face devoid of color. Wang Bin scrutinized each wounded soldier. Confronted with their suffering, a tumult of emotions surged within him, a profound desire to bear their pain himself. He silently vowed that those who owed a debt of blood would face retribution. Wang Bin approached a soldier bleeding from his abdomen. The soldier's face was youthful, his eyes reflecting a desperate acceptance of death. Child, what is your name? How old are you? The soldier's voice was faint. This is my 3rd year following the general. 18. Merely 18 years old. Wang Bin's voice quivered slightly, in the face of Wang Bin's sorrow. Qinju managed a pale smile, attempting to offer him comfort. General, there is no need for such grief. My father once fought alongside you. During the campaign against Han, he nearly lost his life, yet you saved him. From that day forth, he vowed to serve you, perhaps as your blessing, until the end of the conflict. He returned home safely. Thus, he encouraged me to follow you into battle. There is no cause for concern. General, even if I perish, I have brothers at home who will care for our aged father. Once they come of age, they will continue to follow you. You treat us as your own kin. For your sake, we would willingly lay down our lives. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bin felt as though his heart were being cleaved by a blade. The tears he had long suppressed finally burst forth in that moment. Scalding droplets cascaded down his weathered face. Witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers offered words of solace. General, do not weep any longer. When we chose to follow you, we resolved to sacrifice ourselves. You will surely avenge us. Indeed, General, I have siblings. They will look after our elderly father, so there is no need for your worry. You care for us as if we were your own children. We are willing to devote ourselves to you, hoping to follow you in the next life as well. Wang Bin was profoundly shaken. What virtues did he possess that compelled these soldiers to willingly lay down their lives for him? Brothers, persevere. All of you shall return safely. I am still young, capable of taking to the battlefield and vanquishing foes. I shall undoubtedly avenge you. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the air. Yet, a smile adorned his lips. For he knew that the general would exact vengeance on his behalf, leaving no regrets in his heart. Wang Bin hurriedly rushed over, attempting to staunch the soldier's wound with his hands, but the blood continued to flow uncontrollably. He heated a blade until it glowed red and pressed it against the wound. Outside, voices could be heard. A wave of confusion washed over him as he wondered why they were doing this. If he wished to save him, he must act swiftly. Upon hearing that there was a chance for salvation, Wang Bin did not pause to consider the efficacy of the method. He shouted, "Did you hear? Do as he says." The red-hot blade, upon contact with the wound, emitted a hissing sound. At last, the blood was momentarily stemmed. However, this merely halted the bleeding. The risk of infection loomed large, rendering the action's effectiveness limited. Then, he heard another voice, Imperial Physician Xiaofeng. "Xia, please tend to their wounds promptly." Xiaofeng, with no time to catch his breath, immediately led his attendants to administer urgent care to the injured. Yet, his abilities were constrained. At most, he could only unwrap the hastily applied bandages, apply herbal remedies, and rebandage the wounds. He could only address minor flesh wounds, as for the soldiers with internal injuries or those critically wounded. He was powerless. Often, he merely cast a silent glance, shaking his head in resignation, before moving on to the next casualty. Many of the injured, even with salves applied, could not be saved. Xiaofeng understood Wang Bin's feelings. But he also recognized that these efforts would prove futile. Fewer than 40 soldiers received treatment. With a sigh, he spoke. "General Wang, you have fought countless battles and should comprehend the soldiers' conditions. They are beyond saving. Now, we can only hope for luck. To preserve 38 lives would be considered fortunate. Those with lighter injuries may survive if their wounds do not worsen within 7 days. But if..." Here, Xiaofeng shook his head and continued. "If limbs are affected, they must be brought to my residence without delay. I shall perform amputations first thing in the morning. This may yet save a life." Wang Bin bowed his head, filled with sorrow and indignation yet feeling utterly powerless. Ultimately nodding in acquiescence, he immediately inquired whether they would be willing to have their legs sawed off to save their lives. In this era, becoming disabled was an exceedingly cruel fate. The populace already struggled to find sustenance. Adding a member incapable of labor would only exacerbate the family's hardships. Should they choose to await death, the Qin court would disperse compensation, which could alleviate their financial burdens. Thus, after each conflict, Wang Bin would pose this question. Surveying his surroundings, no one nodded in agreement. "General, do not save us. If we survive, we shall fight for you again. If we perish, please ensure that the compensation reaches our families. With this sum, they may manage to live a little better." "Indeed, General, let us submit to fate." Surviving by chance was one thing, but if they were to suffer the loss of limbs, they would not only be unable to exact revenge upon the treacherous, but would also be rendered incapable of tilling the fields, becoming a burden to their families instead. Such was the collective sentiment among the ranks. Wang Bin's face was etched with deep sorrow. "Children, do not fret. I shall personally deliver the compensation to your families. And I will ensure the demise of those treacherous scoundrels, avenging the blood they have spilled with their own. Fear not, for there remains hope." Chapter 52. Is there truly hope? As Xiaofeng busily tended to the lightly wounded soldiers, Ying Gao had already administered aid to the soldier who had collapsed from excessive blood loss. With great care, he used a short knife to slice the roasted meat, applying a specially crafted ointment for severe wounds. He then meticulously bandaged the injury, significantly increasing the chances of survival. Ying Gao approached and observed Xiaofeng's abandonment of numerous soldiers. Feeling a surge of emotion within him, he moved closer to assess the injured, promptly attending to the critically wounded, staunching bleeding by first securing the blood vessels before applying medication. Yes, Zhang Zhongjing dared not show any signs of hesitation, quickly picking up his medical kit and hastening over. Wang Bin was engulfed in doubt. Could these soldiers truly be saved? Indeed, there must be a way. The words of the second young master could very well manifest into reality. Perhaps he possessed a genuine method to heal. At that moment, Wang Bin recalled his earlier decision. As his words echoed, the entire encampment fell into a profound silence. Whether on the brink of death or in good health, the soldiers collectively urged, "General, you must not. How can we bear to let you do this? General, you have always adhered to the teachings of the late general. How can you forsake our ancestral principles for our sake?" None among the soldiers wished for Wang Bin to make such a sacrifice. "What value does my life hold?" he declared. "We have all traversed the precipice of life and death, and I am no different from you all. How can you claim that your lives lack worth?" Wang Bin's resolve was unshakable. Any attempts to dissuade him would be in vain. As for ancestral teachings, he would seek forgiveness from the forebears of the Wang family after his demise. As long as he breathed, he could not stand idly by while you lost your lives unjustly. In the Qin dynasty, life was akin to grass, yet there remained generals who cherished their soldiers dearly. The bond between soldiers and their general was strong, and it was no wonder that Wang Bin, having faced countless battles without defeat, would inspire such loyalty. After all, how could he lose when soldiers were willing to sacrifice for him? Reflecting on this, Ying Gao could not help but express his admiration. Very well. I shall ensure that they all survive, that as long as you remain loyal. You shall dine on fine salt and rice at your leisure. With ample provisions of war horses, equipment, and meat, that I will prepare everything for you. From now on, victory shall be yours in every battle, and you will live without worry. Although Wang Bin did not comprehend the significance of rice, he was greatly moved by the mention of other supplies. That he thumped his chest and vowed, as long as the young master can grant them their lives, your life is our life, that we shall not question any provisions you provide. Meanwhile, the royal physician Xiaofeng observed another physician garbed in similar attire treating the wounded. The ointment he was using was unfamiliar to him. Intrigued, Xiaofeng stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and could not help but inquire, "Can this truly heal?" Typically, wounds inflicted by blades and swords, if not properly treated within 3 days, would lead to decay and ulceration. Should the injuries be to the limbs, amputation was often the only path to survival. As for those with internal injuries, he had never heard of anyone surviving such afflictions. He developed a keen interest in the efficacy and preparation of this ointment. Wang Bin turned his gaze to the confident Ying Gao, yet felt little apprehension within. Perhaps the second young master truly possessed extraordinary abilities that could rescue these wounded soldiers. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, Wang Bin is resolute in his determination to persevere. The injured soldiers, after applying ointment, gradually cease their lamentations, with some even succumbing to slumber. Everyone is taken aback, and Xiaofeng, in particular, is left speechless, trailing closely behind Zhang Zhongjing, incessantly posing questions, akin to a walking encyclopedia of curiosity. Wang Bin's spirits are somewhat steadied. The fates of these young warriors rest upon the unfolding days. Should they all survive, he, Wang Bin, would personally escort them to pay their respects to Ying Gao. He is indifferent to ancestral edicts, for such traditions cannot salvage the lives of his men. Even if the direst consequence were to be cast out by Wang Jian, he would accept it. If his father were to disapprove, he would find himself with no alternative. Ultimately, Ying Gao dusted himself off and departed with a single statement: "Arrive at my residence in 5 days, and by then, I shall have discerned the identities of those individuals. We shall discuss vengeance in greater detail then." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes blazed crimson. He uttered a curse. While the wounded soldiers may survive, what of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice? This blood feud must be avenged. Wang Bin's fury surged, his teeth clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu urged his steed onward, racing back to camp, with only 12 followers remaining behind him. Gasping for breath, he cast 2 green seedlings toward Zhang Liang. "This cost me the lives of 8 brothers, and I nearly lost my own as well. That if you cannot devise a strategy, do not blame me for showing no mercy under my spear." Xiang Yu ground his teeth. Seething with rage, he had initially intended a nocturnal raid to ascertain the situation easily, but the circumstances shifted unexpectedly. His whereabouts were betrayed before he even set foot in the Qin camp, compelling him to force his way in to complete his mission. To his astonishment, a cadre of highly skilled experts awaited him within. Setting aside the innate masters, there were 10 at the grandmaster level, including one great grandmaster. 8 of his brothers fell in battle, and those who survived bore injuries. Whether they could endure the coming days remained uncertain. After all, even the most skilled are not immune to the risks of wound infection. Should a wound fester and become infected, it would lead only to death. Xiang Yu possessed no medicine from Zhang Zhongjing, relying solely on his innate strength and true energy to escape with great difficulty. Thus, his anger burned fiercely. If Zhang Liang failed to formulate a plan, he could not guarantee that his volatile temper would not lead him to rash actions. After hearing the full account of the events, Zhang Liang furrowed his brow, repeatedly verifying the details. How could such a multitude of masters be gathered, including several great grandmasters? He scrutinized the potato seedlings presented by Xiang Yu, and, with a grave expression, turned to Xiang Liang and the others. "Gentlemen, consider this. For whom could such formidable experts be assembled?" The question plunged the 3 into deep contemplation. Even among their 6 states, they lacked the power to summon 100 innate masters. let alone great grandmasters. Xiang Yu's assertions are indeed accurate, and these experts are of similar prowess, obeying a single leader, capable of laying down formations amidst chaos. Zhang Liang continued his analysis. To mobilize such formidable strength merely to escort a few seedlings? With the Qin army encircling them, it is evident that the arrangement is meticulous. This indicates that the seedlings possess the potential to alter the fate of the Qin, and likewise, they could transform our current circumstances. The three exchanged solemn nods, signifying their agreement. Immediately plant the seeds in the ground. If my deductions are correct, these must be newly discovered crops of grain by the Qin. Moreover, for the formidable Qin to place such significance on this matter, it is reasonable to surmise that the yield per mu must reach at least 1,000 jin. 1,000 jin is indeed a matter of great consequence. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang and the others were taken aback. Chapter 53. A preconceived plot. If the yield truly reaches a minimum of 1,000 jin, not only can the great Qin weather this year's famine, but it can also avert future calamities. What shall we do next? Xiang Liang inquired with urgency. Zhang Liang sighed and replied, we must wait until the green shoots emerge to assess the situation. If my conjecture proves correct, then our plans cannot be delayed any further. Otherwise, by the time autumn harvest arrives and the famine in Great Qin is alleviated, our chances of success will diminish even further. At that very moment, on the border, Fusu held the jade silk tightly. His brow furrowed. Remaining silent for a considerable time, he turned his gaze toward the individual before him. Are your words to be taken as true? Rest assured, my lord, every word I speak is genuine. The esteemed Sir Yin must have elucidated everything clearly in his correspondence. A glance at it will confirm your understanding, the visitor stated. Fusu's expression grew somber as he gazed at the jade silk. Finding it hard to believe, how could my younger brother betray us? The edict clearly designated him as the regent. The visitor's countenance remained unchanged, still grave. Fusu scrutinized him closely, yet could find no flaws. In that moment, he was at a loss to discern the truth. Not long ago, Meng Yi had conveyed news that Ying Gao's actions were for the welfare of the people. However, merely days later, Yin Yun sent another envoy claiming that Ying Gao harbored treasonous intentions. What could be the meaning behind this? What unforeseen events have transpired? Situated on the frontier, communication was scarce, leaving him in ignorance and uncertainty. The laborers constructing the Great Wall had all been sent back. According to the decree, Chao would arrive at the border within half a month to lead the personnel in continuing the construction. Ying Gao's actions were perplexing, yet one could not deny his methodical approach and meticulous planning, all aimed at the benefit of the populace. Nonetheless, Yin Yun's letter accused Qin Jin of ulterior motives. The transformation of my younger brother from indulgence in wine and pleasure to engaging in state affairs unsettled Fusu and made him suspect that something was amiss. Clearly, Ying Gao had long harbored ulterior motives. With that, the eldest son must contemplate deeply. I take my leave. Fusu narrowed his eyes slightly. His exterior was gentle, akin to exquisite jade, although he had spent considerable time honing his skills with Ming Tian at the border. His appearance had not changed much. Now, faced with a subordinate's arrogant demeanor, his expression revealed deep contemplation. In the ensuing 5 days, Wang Bin was troubled. If only his soldiers could endure these 5 days, their lives would be secured. He eagerly wished for time to hasten, yet feared that the news from his men would be dire. Throughout these days, Wang Bin remained in the camp caring for the wounded, constantly soothing the injured soldiers. To his surprise, these soldiers were recovering remarkably well. Even those with internal injuries, after daily dressing changes and bandaging, gradually awakened from their slumber after a few days. In the days that followed, their appetites also improved steadily. Wang Bin saw a glimmer of hope and felt immense excitement. Heaven has eyes. After 5 days, Wang Bin hurriedly went to check on the wounded. The summer breeze also brought Xia Feng to the military camp daily. Astonished to see the soldiers gradually recovering, this was sufficient proof that the medicine in the hands of the second young master possessed astonishing healing properties. This medicine would surely be immortalized in medical literature, renowned for generations to come. Thank you, General, for your life-saving grace. Their survival through these 5 days signifies that they will undoubtedly thrive in the future. Wang Bin counted the number of soldiers, finding each one present, their complexions rosy and robust. He then proceeded to the next camp, where every soldier remained invigorated. How could this not ignite his excitement? After confirming the safety of all, Wang Bin burst into hearty laughter. What of the struggle for the throne? What of defying ancestral teachings? such matters held no sway over him. As long as he could save his brothers, his loyalty was unwavering. Even if the second young master were to rebel, he would not shy away from it. He commanded that all 100,000 captains assemble in an orderly fashion. I shall take you to meet the Prince Regent. Xiao Feng, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of incredulity. That evening, he had witnessed Zhang Zhongjing tending to the wounds of the injured soldiers, his distinctive methods of treatment leaving him utterly astounded. Eager to ascertain the veracity of the man's capabilities, Xiao Feng delved deeper, posing several professional inquiries. From that moment on, his haughty demeanor transformed into one of profound respect. Upon seeing all the severely injured soldiers restored to health, Xiao Feng could hardly contain his astonishment. Such a miracle was indeed hard to fathom. Setting aside the soldiers with mere knife wounds, even those whose internal organs were injured appeared to be on the brink of death, with scant hope for survival. Yet, they were all healed. This not only challenged the medical expertise he had amassed over a lifetime, but also shattered centuries-old medical conventions. Could it be that the mysterious ointment had worked wonders? At this juncture, Xiao Feng harbored an intense desire to study under Zhang Zhongjing. With fervor coursing through his veins, he resolved to accompany Wang Bin to pay a visit to Ying Gao. In the preceding days, Ying Gao had not been idle. Various matters progressed smoothly. Dong Zhongshu was appointed as the Minister of the Interior, entrusted with advancing his reform ideas. Everything was unfolding methodically to amass a certain wealth. Ying Gao instructed the Jinui to transport newly manufactured paper and fine salt outside the city for sale to this moment. Ying Gao reclined leisurely in a rattan chair. Knock, knock. Is the second young master at home? I am Wang Bin, here with my brothers to pay a visit. Xia Yuan, go open the door and invite them in. Ying Gao rose to his feet. Wang Bin, clad in battle armor and gripping a long spear, exuded an imposing presence. Over a dozen generals entered, heads held high, their movements perfectly synchronized and impeccably trained. Witnessing this, Ying Gao smiled and inquired, General Wang, how fare the wounded soldiers? Are there any casualties? Wang Bin's expression turned grave, and he fell silent, resembling a solemn ritual as he stepped forward until he was 5 meters from Ying Gao. Clasping his fists and kneeling on one knee, I, Wang Bin, from this day forth, pledge my loyalty to the second young master. Even through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I shall not waver. Immediately, the air was filled with a resounding proclamation. I am willing to follow the second young master. Through mountains of knives and seas of fire, without hesitation, the shout echoed mightily. Observing this, Ying Gao's countenance grew serious as he extended his hands to assist Wang Bin in rising. Please, rise quickly. Everyone, rise as well. I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations, and from now on, I will regard you all as my own kin. Wang Bin stood, exchanging a knowing smile with Ying Gao before both erupted into hearty laughter. Young man, I entrust my life to you. Should you lead me into perilous waters, if I so much as furrow my brow, you have my permission to end my life. Wang Bin swung his arm and thumped his chest, declaring emphatically. Ying Gao chuckled. What? Have you so easily forsaken the ancient teachings of your Wang family? With a grand flourish of his hand, Wang Bin declared, Nonsense with the ancient teachings, second young master. You have saved the lives of my hundreds of brothers. And from this moment forth, I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Should my elder be willing to listen to my explanations, I will humbly bow and admit my faults if he chooses to disregard my words. I would rather leave my home behind. Though I, Wang Bin, may be rough around the edges, I am far from foolish. You possess fine steeds and armaments, boundless supplies of salt and grain, as well as life-saving medicines. Chapter 54. Wang Bin, overcome with gratitude, you are exceedingly clever, and I am certain there are many treasures yet to be revealed. I must keep a close watch on you, for from this day forth, our fates are intertwined. Let us not speak of the uncertain succession of the Qin dynasty. Even if Fusu and Meng Tian march directly upon Xianyang, I shall still stand ready to match them in battle. Of course, second young master, should you propose a march into Xianyang to seize the throne, I will promptly rally my troops. Wang Bin gripped his spear tightly, embodying a sense of eager anticipation, typically a man of few words. Today he defied his usual demeanor, expressing all the sentiments that had been pent up within him for days. Upon finishing his declaration, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Having always adhered to the ancestral teachings of the Wang family, which forbade interference in the power struggles among the young masters, he found himself overwhelmed with gratitude for Ying Gao's timely rescue. After all, The matter of human lives is of utmost importance. How could one allow ancestral teachings to lead to ingratitude? Thus, he resolved that whenever Ying Gao commanded, he would not hesitate to brave fire and water. Ying Gao, upon hearing this, was both amused and bemused, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh, chiding, "Your suggestion to mobilize troops into Xianyang is utterly superfluous. All the chancellors are already at my command, and the civil officials in the court are rendered mute with fear. As the commander of the military, the entirety of the Qin realm lies within my grasp. Why should I need to raise an army? Would that not be akin to gilding a lily?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Bin nodded earnestly in agreement. "What you say is indeed true, second young master. The court is filled with your loyal subjects, rendering military action unnecessary. In other words, without having moved a single soldier, you have already secured the realm." Having resolved to pledge his loyalty to Ying Gao, Wang Bin knew he must diligently fulfill his duties and honor his mission. "Second young master, look here, I command 200,000 elite soldiers. This will undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of provisions. Now that I have pledged my allegiance to you, may I inquire if you have prepared sufficient supplies for our military needs?" Wang Bin's face beamed with a smile. Though his eyes sparkled with cunning, he had long coveted Ying Gao's new strain of grain, which was soon to be harvested. "With the first crops on the verge of maturity, I grant you 5,000 pounds of premium seeds. Ensure that they are sown." Wang Bin nodded. "I am most grateful for your generosity." Wang Bin rubbed his hands together, his smile radiant. "And what of the refined salt? Is it truly available?" "Rest assured, second young master. I have always acted with prudence. Allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my subordinates." Wang Bin grinned widely, joy radiating from him like a child. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, causing his smile to vanish, replaced by a serious expression. "How many sets of equipment for the war horses have you forged, my lord?" "I must take 1,000 sets first. My heart cannot rest until I avenge my deep-seated grievances." Wang Bin shook his head. Despite this, he harbored suspicions in his heart, convinced that they were remnants of the Six Kingdoms. Only they would stoop to such despicable deeds if you would send me with men. "Second young master, I am certain we could apprehend them. Through severe interrogation, we would undoubtedly uncover the puppeteers behind this scheme." Ying Gao, with a cold demeanor, scoffed. "It is easy to speak, but do you comprehend their numbers? And how many among them are formidable warriors?" Wang Bin fell silent, lowering his head. When the unknown looms, how can one proceed? Lacking any knowledge of the enemy's situation, one would merely invite unnecessary casualties. Such reckless advancement, how can it guarantee 100 victories? Perhaps it is hatred that clouds your judgment. Faced with Ying Gao's reprimand, Wang Bin, indignant, stiffened his neck and let out a scornful huff before turning away. "My subordinates have sacrificed numerous brothers. Had it not been for the need to tend to the wounded, I would have led my troops into battle days ago." Ying Gao understood Wang Bin's deep affection for his soldiers. Such grievous losses were unbearable for him. "There is no need for haste. In half a month, I shall send 5,000 sets of warhorse equipment. Today, I grant you 100 sets so that some commanders may commence their training. I have dispatched spies to investigate the enemy. At the forefront is Xiang Yu from Chu, with all others being his subordinates. Once the enemy's situation is thoroughly ascertained, I shall ensure you avenge the fallen soldiers." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin nodded. Suddenly, he recalled that night when Ying Gao had dispatched a team of martial experts, their prowess on par with that of the enemy leader, a testament to Ying Gao's exceptional capabilities. Since the second young master had already conducted an investigation, he merely needed to await further developments. "My lord, is there anything else you wish to command?" Ying Gao replied, "From today onwards, provide 3 meals a day for the soldiers, with no limitations on food. They must train for 4 hours daily, and a new assessment system will be instituted. Those who fail to meet the standards will be eliminated. The goal is to train 5,000 cavalrymen, from which I will select 1,000 young, strong, and skilled warriors to form an elite heavy cavalry unit. This matter must remain confidential. Not a word of it should be divulged to anyone. Assign dedicated personnel for farming, saddle repairs, and salt production. You have half a month. I expect to see all personnel in their respective roles by then." Wang Bin immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. "This subordinate shall undoubtedly obey your commands." After paying his respects, DGS surveyed the crowd, noting the hesitant glances exchanged among them, clearly indicating that no one wished to speak first. Reluctantly, he gathered his courage to address the assembly. "My lord, we have been diligently studying your new laws recently." "Indeed," Ying Gao nodded. signaling Dijie to continue to Dijie, feeling awkward, reflected that he had never experienced such embarrassment in his lifetime. Many provisions within the new laws are difficult for us to comprehend. He struggled to articulate. In truth, it was not a matter of comprehension, but rather a lack of agreement. What does it mean that the state belongs to the people? Such statements should not be uttered lightly. Were the late emperor alive, he would undoubtedly be enraged upon hearing this, possibly inciting a bloody storm. Furthermore, while prioritizing the interests of the populace is undeniably correct, it inevitably encroaches upon the interests of officials. Dijie himself, unperturbed, believed that national prosperity would stem from a peaceful and content populace. However, while improving the lives of the people is crucial, one must not overlook the rights of officials. Moreover, should the emperor break the law, ought he to be punished like a commoner? The principle itself holds validity, but many officials and noble families would certainly disapprove of such an idea that in times of tranquility, one may uphold principles. Yet when faced with issues, they often resort to leveraging power to suppress all opposition. To put it simply, the interests of the upper echelons fundamentally differ from those of the common people, sometimes necessitating the sacrifice of the latter's interests. Yet, the new laws repeatedly emphasize the protection of the people's interests, as if officials exist solely to serve them. Why then do they toil for years on end? Those who harbor aspirations for the world may do so for the common people, yet the majority pursue a better life for themselves. Chapter 55. How can this be so hastily decided? Consequently, the new laws garnered little acceptance. Do you not comprehend? Ying Gao chuckled, appearing remarkably affable. Upon seeing him, someone could not help but exclaim, "Young master, once such laws are promulgated, the populace may rejoice, but the officials will undoubtedly feel disheartened. They believe that the development of the Great Qin relies on its officials. If their spirits are dampened, they shall no longer labor earnestly if no one works diligently. What future awaits the Great Qin?" "I see." Ying Gao nodded. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Ying Gao might reconsider. Yet, what difference would it make? Ying Gao swiftly changed the subject. The assembly fell into silence. His implication was unmistakable. For the benefit of the populace, the interests of the officials must be sacrificed. What kind of reasoning is this? Those who are corrupt and selfish are fundamentally incompatible with the path of governance, should there be any unworthy of their posts. I shall not hesitate to select the capable Anud in the vast expanse of the Great Qin. How could there be no one willing to shoulder such responsibilities? Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Their gazes fixated on Ying Gao. Some were left speechless, while others gaped in disbelief. "Young master, this seems somewhat inappropriate," Dijie said, his expression awkward as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. Others quickly echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, young master, how can this be so rash? Are all present merely corrupt officials?" Ying Gao's countenance darkened, his tone icy. The assembly fell silent. Who would dare to admit such a thing? "The general laws I have set forth are beyond dispute. The specialized laws you revise must not contravene the general laws. Should anyone dissent, they may leave at once, though Ying Gao, may not be able to employ you." The Great Qin is not devoid of talent. Ying Gao's tone was frigid, his presence commanding. Though his voice was not raised, each word resonated clearly and powerfully. In an instant, the hall was engulfed in silence. As if a pin could be heard falling. "Ying Gao, am certainly not one to engage in unreasonable antics. I shall count down from 3. Those who are unwilling may depart immediately, and I shall not retain them. But remember, once you step beyond this door, all that you have seen and heard must remain buried deep within your hearts. Should there be even the slightest leak, you shall bear the consequences." Ying Gao's tone was unyielding, exuding an undeniable threat and warning. The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts murmuring in confusion. They had come to discuss matters, yet little did they anticipate such a turn of events. 3.1 dared to move. 2. Ying Gao's gaze swept across the faces of those present. 1. The final count resounded. Not a single official left their seats. Ying Gao understood that despite this, discontent lingered in their hearts. Yet, this was of little consequence. As long as they complied to achieve his aims, that sufficed. Although they were filled with doubts, none chose to depart. They even comforted themselves, believing that Ying Gao's actions were justified. Some resolved to follow orders, accepting that since this was Ying Gao's decree, their duty was merely to execute it. Once the laws were enacted, if grievances arose, they would simply attribute the blame to Ying Gao. "You do not intend to leave, do you?" Ying Gao inquired after a moment. noting the silence of the crowd. DGS sighed, saying, "Young master, this is for the future of the great Qin. We must reform in accordance with the new laws. Indeed, let us proceed as per the esteemed gentleman's directives. In my youth, I was wholly dedicated to serving the populace. However, with the passage of time, I have grown more conservative. I beseech your forgiveness, dear sir, for my shortcomings. It is true that we, as officials, ought to prioritize the welfare of the common people, and your approach is indeed commendable." The crowd fervently expressed their stances. Ying Zheng listened to the flattery with a sense of resignation. "You have exhausted all praises and criticisms. What more is there for me to say? Regardless of whether these individuals truly comprehend the matter, Ying Zheng is solely concerned with the outcome. Contemplating this, he soon donned a smile. In light of this, I kindly ask everyone to invest their efforts in the forthcoming legal revisions. Sir, this is our duty. Indeed, rest assured, we shall exert ourselves to amend the laws promptly, ensuring that the populace benefits from the new regulations." Ying Zheng nodded and added, "Whilst you are all engrossed in your tasks, do remember to maintain your appearance and demeanor." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but feel a sense of awkwardness. It was evident that all of this stemmed from Ying Zheng, yet he dared to lecture them? How absurd. Nevertheless, given his noble status, what could they possibly retort? Yes, sir, you need not worry. We shall certainly take heed." Ying Zheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, stated, "Henceforth, I shall visit the censorate every 3 days. You may record any difficulties you encounter, and I shall address them one by one in due course." "Certainly," the crowd rejoiced. Observing their animated expressions, Ying Zheng let out a silent sigh. Yes, the crowd watched as Ying Zheng departed. Outside the city, at the seedling cultivation base, the sweet potatoes, and corn that had been planted had already taken root and sprouted. Ying Zheng was filled with exhilaration upon seeing the tender shoots. "Lu Hai, you have accomplished a great feat." Ying Zheng clapped his shoulder with great enthusiasm. "As long as these treasures yield grain, you shall be hailed as a significant contributor to the Qin. It is solely due to your guidance that these treasures have sprouted. However, we have indeed wasted some seedlings in recent days." Lu Hai lamented, "Such losses are to be expected with initial cultivation." Ying Zheng offered words of comfort. "Despite the immense value of these crops, excessive care is inadvisable. Their vitality must be determined by themselves. Moreover, as they are foreign species, whether they can take root and thrive in this land remains uncertain. As the ancient adage goes, an orange from the south is an orange. From the north, it becomes a bitter orange. Rest assured, I shall meticulously document everything. Lu Hai has now devoted all his thoughts to nurturing, even neglecting his family, opting instead to reside within the small base, where all his needs are met." Lu Hai's diligence and focus deeply moved Ying Zheng. Stepping out of the greenhouse, he looked up to observe the sprawling rice fields, flourishing vibrantly. Half a month later, during the morning court session, Wang Bin, clad in battle armor, bore a solemn expression, exuding an air of gravitas. As Ying Zheng entered the court, Wang Bin immediately knelt. "This humble servant, Wang Bin, earnestly requests the immediate dispatch of troops." At these words, the court was taken aback. Wang Bin actually knelt before the second young master? The Wang family has traditionally refrained from involving themselves in the disputes among the young masters. Could it be that the second young master has persuaded Wang Bin? Or perhaps he possesses the imperial seal. However, with the emperor's passing, the seal ought to be entrusted to the heir of the Qin. Yet, after 2 months, the former emperor's personal guards have yet to make an appearance. If the second young master held the seal, he would have revealed it by now, for would it not be easier to suppress the civil officials with the might of the Qin? Thus, only one possibility remains. Yet, how was Wang Bin persuaded? In the current court, most of the civil officials are inclined to heed Ying Zheng's commands. This is a positive development, with the support of the civil and military officials. It is likely that the second young master will soon ascend to the throne. Of course, there are still some who support Fu Su, perhaps out of concern that Ying Zheng's decrees may threaten their own interests. Chapter 56. Why are these individuals turning a blind eye? Ying Zheng nodded. "I command you to lead 50,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, dispatched to the east and south. Any who oppose Qin shall be dealt with ruthlessly." Understood. Wang Bin stood tall, filled with exhilaration. At long last, he had the opportunity for vengeance. He had awaited this command from Ying Zheng for half a month. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out. Everyone turned in unison towards the source of the voice. An old man, clad in a black brocade robe adorned with a vividly embroidered black dragon, appeared in their sight. Realizing the identity of the elder, a chill ran down the spines of those present, and they felt a surge of anxiety for Ying Gao. This elder was a figure of great prestige within the royal family. Even Ying Zheng referred to him as uncle, second grandson. You have been acting recklessly in the court. I have refrained from intervening until now, but today, as you take the liberty to wield military authority, I cannot stand idly by while the Great Qin is ruined by your hands. According to the laws of Great Qin, only the emperor's direct command or the possession of the Tiger Tally permits the mobilization of the army. I wonder, do you possess the Tiger Tally? Such an esteemed member of the royal family had long since withdrawn from political affairs, leaving many matters to be handled by the younger generation. The laws promulgated by Ying Gao had infringed upon their interests, and these royals, isolated in the court, devised this plan. The elder, acutely aware of the profound implications of this matter for them, readily agreed to come to the court to impede Ying Gao. That he had been seeking an opportunity to critique Ying Gao, and today he had finally arrived at this moment. However, after a prolonged silence, no one spoke up. This incited the elder's fury. The laws of Great Qin had been upheld for over a century. Why were these individuals so willfully ignorant? Were they to allow this youth to act with impunity? Even in the absence of support, the old royal family remained unperturbed, heads held high, gazes sharp as they scrutinized Ying Gao. Yet, Ying Gao appeared calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Li Xiang, in the new laws I previously enacted, matters concerning military authority are explicitly addressed. Inform him. Yes, Li Si replied. The Son of Heaven of Great Qin holds military power. Should the emperor pass away, military authority transfers to the regent prince. Ying Gao lowered his head and surveyed the assembly. Do you understand? I have already enacted the new laws. These antiquated customs need not be revisited. You, the elder extended a trembling hand, pointing at Ying Gao, his lips quivering. Ying Gao smiled gently and turned to Lu Xiaoman. Xiaoman, has the Jinyui ascertained the crimes committed by this old ancestor's beloved child? According to the new laws, how should he be punished, and how should the old laws be executed? This elder is advanced in years and may have forgotten these stipulations. Please record their offenses and the corresponding penalties in detail and deliver them directly to his residence. Lu Xiaoman clasped her fists. Understood. Ying Shan, having terrorized the local populace, oppressed the good people, and embezzled 500,000 taels of silver. According to the old law, he should be executed publicly, while the new law stipulates the forfeiture of his salary for 5 years. Upon hearing this, the old royal's body swayed, and he gasped in rage. Ungrateful wretches! I have devoted my life to the Great Qin, yet you, a mere junior, dare to act in such defiance. When will Fusu return to Xianyang? It has been nearly 2 months since His Majesty's passing. Yet the Hulong secret guards remain conspicuously absent. Ying Gao, I must remind you that even if you cunningly usurp the throne, without the support of the Hulong secret guards, your claim to the imperial seat will remain precarious. Regardless of the old man's furious tirades, the other officials merely shook their heads, offering no response. Ultimately, the old man departed in a huff. Despite his vehement outbursts, Ying Gao paid him little heed. However, it did serve as a wake-up call. He had yet to catch sight of the Hulong secret guards. Although Ying Zheng showed no intention of passing on the throne, the political landscape in the court was glaringly apparent. Since the secret guards had not publicly expressed their support for Fusu, it stood to reason they must favor Ying Gao instead. Lost in thought, Ying Gao suddenly recalled the mysterious shadow that had been lingering around him, seemingly without any action. Initially, he had not paid it much mind. But now he sensed a connection. Xiaoman, hasten to dispatch 500 Jinyui to assist General Wang. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, ensure his safety at all costs. Understood. Bai Bing. Your servant Bai Bing greets the young master. A resonant voice rang out. Turning towards the sound, Ying Gao beheld a 15-year-old youth striding forward, bowing respectfully before him. The assembly was taken aback. When had this young lad appeared in the court? To be elevated to the rank of general at such a tender age, previously, Dong Zhongshu had emerged amidst skepticism, as many presumed he secured his position through connections. Yet he proved to possess extraordinary insights that earned him widespread recognition. However, this youthful general seemed exceedingly young. Ying Gao had no intention of clarifying to the assembly that Bai Bing was his adopted son, taken in 5 years prior. The lad possessed innate strength. And after 5 years of training, he was no longer the same. His lineage mattered little. It was strength that could command the respect of both civil and military officials. By Bing, I entrust you with 2,000 dragon riders to venture to Jiangnan, with the mission to eradicate the remnants of the 6 states. Yes, Bai Bing replied before departing. Wang Bin, however, was displeased and clasped his fists, saying, Second young master, if you send me to eliminate the remnants of the 6 states, why then do you also dispatch General Hua? Do you doubt my capabilities? The troops I command can easily conquer a small state, and taking a city is as simple as a flick of the wrist. The remnants of the 6 states are nothing to be concerned about. There is no need for such a grand mobilization that I appreciate your intent to have Lu Xiaoman safeguard me, but she is not even as old as my daughter. Can she truly fight? 2,000 dragon riders cannot possibly compare to my 50,000 strong army. How can a mere 2,000 fulfill the same task I am capable of? Second young master, I have always respected your commands, but is this not a slight against me? I may be a rough man, but I am not weak that I speak my mind as I feel. With that, Wang Bin shot a disdainful glance at Bai Bing and turned away. Upon hearing Wang Bin's grievances, Ying Gao remained unperturbed, instead chuckling lightly. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, let out a dissatisfied snort and chose to ignore him further. He resolved to demonstrate his prowess to Bai Bing and ensure that Ying Gao would regret his decision today. Subsequently, Ying Gao set in motion a series of measures, directing the commercial department to sell ice blocks and fine salt at preferential prices. As for the arrangements of the academy, they had largely been settled. However, some significant figures from various schools had yet to arrive in Xianyang, and the teaching schedule remained to be finalized. The whereabouts of known men remained shrouded in mystery within the city of Xianyang. Her traces are nowhere to be found, and it is uncertain whether she has successfully transformed her true energy. Once all arrangements had been meticulously made, Ying Gao prepared to conclude the court assembly. Suddenly, he was called to halt by the 2 chancellors. Chapter 57. Accordingly, Li Si spoke. My lord, it has been nearly 2 months since the passing of the first emperor, yet no edict has been left behind. A nation cannot function even a single day without a sovereign. Our state is currently on a steady path of development, largely thanks to the efforts of the second young master. We all hold your talents in the highest regard. You ought to ascend as the new king of our great Qin. What do the rest of you think? Feng Xiao followed suit. I concur. The ministers echoed their agreement, imploring the second young master to take the throne. Within the grand hall, the clamors of both civil and military officials rose and fell. Observing the scene, Ying Gao rose from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. In an instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence. With a hint of resignation, he spoke. Li Xiang, Feng Xiang, you two consistently stir up discord at pivotal moments, which is truly disheartening. That Lic hastily interjected. My lord, weed out if you do not permit this. Then I can only resort to death. The 6th day of the 7th month marks the auspicious occasion for the coronation. Ying Gao stroked his chin, interrupting Li Si's words. Li Si was taken aback. Indeed, the 6th day of the 7th month is propitious for ascending the throne. In 2 months, following the burial of my father, I shall obey the will of heaven and the sentiments of the people, taking the throne as emperor. What say you all? This unexpected turn of events left the civil and military officials at a loss. Lic was particularly stunned, opening his mouth, yet struggling to find a response. He had originally planned to leverage his own demise as a means of compelling Ying Gao to acquiesce. However, he had not anticipated that Ying Gao would determine the date for the coronation before he could finish speaking. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Si rubbed his forehead and remarked, My lord, time is indeed of the essence. The sudden passing of the late emperor means that the construction of the royal mausoleum remains incomplete. Ying Gao sighed, feeling exasperated by Li Si's sluggishness. Having already announced the date before all present, he could not retract it. That it matters not. We shall reduce the production of the terracotta warriors. A month or 2 will suffice. The scale of the mausoleum need not be overly grand. Those concubines willing to be interred alongside the emperor shall be properly accommodated, while those unwilling shall be allowed to remain. Lic grew increasingly bewildered. Despite his confusion, he accepted the orders. Noticing Li Si's unusual expression, Ying Gao glared at him. Do you have any further questions? Li Si involuntarily trembled. I'd have no questions. Since there are none, let us adjourn the court. Immediately draft an edict to announce to the world, and do not forget to inform Fu Su, conveying to him the news of my impending ascension as the new emperor. Yes. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the shadow guard. What disturbances are occurring outside? Is it the clamor of the civil and military officials? The commotion within the Grand Hall was clearly overheard by the Shadow Guard, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Facing Ying Zheng's icy gaze, he felt a surge of trepidation. Why the panic? As my informant, you must remain composed at all times, regardless of the circumstances. Maintain your poise, just as I do. The Shadow Guard swallowed hard, steadying himself before reporting. Your Majesty, today in the court, Wang Bin requested of the second young master to lead the army in quelling the resistance of the Six Kingdoms against the Qin. What? Ying Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback. Could it be that Wang Bin has also been swayed by that rebellious son? The Wang family has always adhered strictly to my imperial command. Never meddling in the private affairs of the young lords. It is precisely because of this steadfast loyalty that I entrusted a significant portion of the military power of the great Qin to them. Yet now, even Wang Bin is inclined to follow that wayward son. What has transpired? The Dark Guard felt a bitter pang in his heart. He was unable to approach the residence of the second young master. Remaining utterly oblivious to the internal affairs, Ying Zheng endeavored to maintain his composure, suppressing the fury that simmered within him, and gestured for the Dark Guard to continue his report. The Dark Guard revealed. The old royal uncle publicly accused the second young master of lacking the authority to mobilize the army due to the absence of the Tiger Seal. Unexpectedly, the second young master threatened him with the lives of his sons and grandsons, resulting in no one daring to stand up. They could only retreat. This indeed seems like something that rebellious son would do. Ultimately, the civil and military officials, led by the chancellor, knelt down, pleading for the second young master to inherit the throne. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. That rebellious son shall await this day. Everything was within Ying Zheng's anticipation, but he understood that Ying Gao's numerous acts of defiance were merely a manifestation of his covetousness for the throne. The Dark Guard continued. The second young master believes that the 6th day of the 7th month is an auspicious date. Once you are buried, he will be able to officially ascend the throne. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded. Ying Zheng, ablaze with fury, slammed his hand on the table. I am still among the living, and he is already so impatiently yearning for my demise. Eager to seize the realm of Great Qin, such an egregiously arrogant act is utterly reprehensible. What do the court officials think? Chancellor Li expressed that the construction of the imperial tomb is still underway. And 2 months is indeed far too brief a time frame. The second young master suggested reducing the number of terracotta warriors for your consorts. Those who wish to rest alongside you will be properly accommodated, while those unwilling to be buried with you may depart at their discretion, thereby reducing the number of burial sites. Ying Zheng let out a furious snort, his breath coming in sharp gasps as he overturned all the items on the table, shattering them into pieces on the ground. He mused inwardly that he had always remained unperturbed amidst change. What storms had he not weathered? This rebellious son dares to set his sights on the imperial tomb? How utterly absurd! Ying Zheng's rage surged, his internal energy roiling like a tidal wave coursing through his meridians. A thunderous sound erupted. Ying Zheng suddenly felt a tremendous surge of internal energy, his breath flowing unimpeded. Ever since he embarked on the pursuit of immortality, he had consumed various elixirs. Ultimately, having taken too many, he was poisoned, rendering his internal energy unable to circulate. Yet now, the energy within his dantian began to stir. Ying Zheng's eyes sparkled with realization as he hastily urged forth his internal energy. Years ago, the toxic elixirs had accumulated a vast amount of poison within him, but now it began to dissipate completely. As his internal energy gradually increased, a mouthful of black blood was expelled from his lips. He felt an unprecedented lightness. Except for the toxins settled deep within his heart, everything else was expelled. To his astonishment, he discovered his fists were now strong and powerful. He swiftly activated his internal energy, leapt into the air, soaring 10 zhang before landing steadily at this moment. Ying Zheng was so exhilarated that he cast aside the chaos caused by Ying Gao. Nothing mattered more than his ability to rejuvenate his internal power. 2 chancellors, whom I have personally appointed, along with Ming Yi and Wang Bin, have dared to conspire with the traitorous offspring. I shall enact my retribution upon them. Any who display disloyalty towards me shall face punishment. I am filled with an insatiable desire to return to life. Upon witnessing Ying Zheng's revival, the Shadow Guards were overwhelmed with excitement. They were no longer required to report daily affairs of the court or relay messages. Chapter 58. Who dares to harbor dissent? Come, I shall first inspect how the common people are faring. Your Majesty's concern for the welfare of the populace is indeed a blessing for the Qin dynasty. Long he spoke. He draped a long robe over Ying Zheng's shoulders, However, Your Majesty, the ministers should have already concluded their court session. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon them for a discussion on state matters? Qinshihuang waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to see those treacherous ministers at this moment. Zhao Gao was once my most trusted advisor, yet he harbored intentions of rebellion. Meng Yi and Wang Bin have also succumbed to the will of the traitor. Should I encounter them now, my fury would be boundless, and I would have them all executed. With a sigh, Qinshihuang continued. However, if I were to execute all these high-ranking officials, the Qin would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Long Yi and Long Er nodded in agreement. Indeed, these individuals have rendered great service to the Qin and cannot be slain. Your Majesty need not worry. As long as you are present, who would dare to entertain treachery? Yet, if Your Majesty does not personally meet with the ministers, who shall carry out your edicts? Qinshihuang scoffed. I must deliberate carefully on how to punish them. How can I allow them to act with impunity alongside that rogue? In a few days, I shall ensure they regret their actions. I also wish to see where Ying Gao intends to lead the Qin. There is no need for you to remain here. Swiftly dispatch your subordinates to gather intelligence that I require no multitude of attendants by my side. Understood. The shadow guards were filled with confusion. Based on Ying Zheng's previous demeanor, those who defied his wishes would never be tolerated. Why, then, was he exhibiting such leniency now? Why the delay in punishment? Qinshihuang chuckled. The time is not far off, merely 2 months hence, for I wish to personally experience the life of the common folk. I am no longer merely the King of Qin. It is far easier to investigate matters incognito than I in 2 months. Will not that traitor seek to bury me? At that moment, I shall reveal myself before them and observe their reactions. As for that scoundrel, I intend to expose his deeds to the public and see how he justifies his actions to me. For over 20 years, he has feigned indifference before me, indulging in wine and pleasure. Imagine, that traitor, having toiled tirelessly to inherit the throne of Qin, believing his grand ambitions to be within reach, only to find me resurrected. What thoughts must occupy his mind when Your Majesty makes your appearance? The second son shall surely be astounded, left speechless. Ying Zheng laughed heartily with pride. Indeed, the common people will rejoice and warmly welcome Your Majesty's return. Ying Zheng felt a profound sense of fulfillment. His confidence swelling, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the 6th day of the 7th month. That young scoundrel, Ying Gao, could hardly be his matched. In his heart, Ying Zheng had already formed a strategy. Ying Gao may believe that by winning over Wang Bin, he has secured military power, yet he has forgotten that Wang Jian is my loyal general, and he shall undoubtedly obey my commands. Emerging from the secret chamber, Qinshihuang gazed up at the brilliant sunlight, squinting his eyes and inhaling deeply the fresh air outside. The weather has already turned quite warm. Your Majesty, it has been a month and a half since you feigned death and retreated to the hidden chamber. And the weather has begun to warm that I shall promptly fetch ice from the storage to alleviate your discomfort. Ying Zheng waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. That extravagant fellow Ying Gao has surely exhausted the supply of ice. By the way, you previously mentioned that the ungrateful son had specifically arranged an ice chamber to preserve the false remains I left behind. Where is it now, since he has displayed such filial piety? It is only fitting that I pay a visit that as he uttered the words filial piety. The first emperor deliberately elongated the pronunciation, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with Ying Gao. Subsequently, the shadow guards escorted Ying Zheng to the ice chamber. Upon entering the palace, he was immediately struck by a bone-chilling cold. How could this place be so refreshingly cool? As Ying Zheng stepped further inside, he felt a pleasant chill, yet as he ventured deeper, the cold became increasingly oppressive. This atmosphere was entirely incongruous with the climate of May. It was eerily frigid. Why was it so cold? The shadow guard shared his bewilderment. Could it be due to its location in the shade? Or perhaps there are malevolent spirits at play? Humph! Any demons or specters that encounter me shall kneel in submission. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ying Zheng strode purposefully into the chamber, closely followed by the guards. Crossing through the grand hall and delving deeper into the palace, the cold pierced to the bone, the temperature plummeting to over 20 degrees below zero. Even the three of them, possessing formidable cultivation, had to draw heavily upon their true energy to withstand the chill. This cold felt akin to the depths of winter. There must be something amiss. I shall uncover the truth. Ying Zheng pushed open the door to the inner chamber, and the sight before him left him astounded. This truly my chamber. Even an ice storage facility could not possibly contain this much ice. From whence did Ying Gao procure such a vast quantity? The chamber was filled with ice blocks, each towering about a meter in height. Even the walls were propped with wooden planks to support the ice, leaving only a 2-meter-wide passage for traversal. Ying Zheng cautiously entered the ice chamber. The bone-chilling cold seemed to seep into his very marrow. He hastily summoned his true energy to fend off the biting cold. Could it be that this year's ice storage has been exceptionally well maintained, resulting in such an abundance of ice? Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. Cautiously peering further inside, he observed that the ice blocks were uniformly shaped, clearly the result of meticulous human craftsmanship. Each block sparkled with clarity, far surpassing the quality of the ice typically found in storage. The shadow guards, too, were intrigued. Your Majesty, the quantity of ice each year is inherently limited, and preservation is quite challenging. Such high-quality ice has never been seen before. Moreover, these blocks are not naturally formed. They bear evident signs of human processing. Could it be that the second young master commissioned these blocks specifically to preserve your remains? Ying Zheng pondered for a moment before slowly nodding that it appears indeed plausible. But how did he manage to create such a large quantity of ice? Furthermore, it seems unnecessary to use so many blocks. A mere ice bed would suffice. The shadow guard mused briefly before speaking. Perhaps the second young master truly harbors filial intentions. If he genuinely possesses such filial piety, then how could he ascend the throne on his own accord? Seizing power as the King of Qin? Before he could finish speaking, Ying Zheng had already approached the bedside. The sight before him caused him to gasp in surprise. He had initially assumed that Ying Gao would merely place 2 ice blocks atop the remains to prevent decay. However, what lay before him was an ice coffin. The ice coffin, exceeding a meter in thickness, housed a body strikingly reminiscent of him. It was as if the true Ying Zheng lay within, remarkably lifelike. Chapter 59. Do you truly believe in the second young master? The expression on the corpse bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the living, utterly unchanged. The crystal-clear ice coffin allowed for a clear view of its occupant. Ying Zheng turned his head and inquired, such a flawless ice coffin for preserving the body. If I were to truly depart from this world and be placed within, could it ensure a century without decay? However, your Majesty is a paragon of leadership. Even in death, you would be venerated in the celestial realm. Moreover, your Majesty has reached the pinnacle of mastery and will soon transcend to the Grand Master level, ultimately achieving the celestial being state. At that time, with unwavering dedication to your cultivation, you could attain immortality. What reason then could there be for your demise? Ying Zheng turned to gaze at Long Air's serious countenance. Sensing that those words might soon materialize, satisfied, Ying Zheng nodded. Such flattery was perfectly timed. Excellent. I shall surely reward you in the future. I have already inspected this ice chamber, regardless of how that rebellious son acts or seizes power. This ice coffin truly resonates with my heart. Let us proceed, for it is currently a time of famine. The royal kin shall not suffer hunger. I wish to observe how the common folk cope. I recall that the great Qin had previously endured famine, with citizens perishing from hunger. In desperation, I led our armies to conquer the 6 states, securing land and resources to alleviate their suffering. Now that the realm is unified with the vast expanse of the great Qin, should we require land, we must look to expand towards the Xiongnu. However, the Xiongnu territory is predominantly grassland, while the great Qin relies on arable land. Even if we conquer the Xiongnu, it would do little to resolve the famine, as the populace may have already consumed every blade of grass and bark. The shadowy guards remained silent after the 3 departed the palace. Long Yi produced garments prepared for Ying Zheng. The latter intended to personally experience the vastness of the great Qin's domain. How fares the situation at the frontier, second young master? Ying Gao toyed with a piece of saltpeter, a slight smile gracing his lips. What is Fu Su's stance? He maintains a reasonably positive attitude towards Zhao Wu, yet displays arrogance and rudeness towards Yin Yun's subordinates, Xia Yuan remarked. Ying Gao chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards a pile of charcoal stones, deep in thought. Informed Zhao Wu to ensure the proper resettlement of the populace. Understood. Zhao Wu's recruits largely consisted of farmers without land or with many able-bodied men in their households. The project offered opportunities for income and provided food and shelter, thus attracting many. Fu Su observed the continuation of the construction efforts with a sigh of relief, casting aside the letter sent by Yin Yun. He watched Zhao Wu busily organizing the farmers and quietly commanded. Meng Tian was taken aback. Young master, do you truly believe in the second young master? He had read Yin Yun's letter and deemed Ying Gao's actions absurd, as if he were jesting with the great Qin. Nay, Fu Su shook his head. Yin Yun is Zhao Gao's son-in-law. Once Ying Gao became the regent prince and Zhao Gao was captured, Yin Yun would choose to ally with me. Had Ying Gao not ascended to the regent prince, do you think Yin Yun would still have sent me this letter? Meng Tian fell silent, yet had already formed his own conclusion in his heart. Our ultimate pursuit is merely the peace and well-being of the populace. Given the current situation is shifting favorably, it would be prudent to observe further developments before making a decision. Fu Su added. Meng Tian replied, however, young master, one must remain vigilant. You ought to exercise caution and be mentally prepared at all times. This young master is well aware. Fu Su nodded, having already prepared for the worst possible outcome. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Ying Gao. Yin Yun, being cunning, dispatched his trusted confidants to monitor closely. As long as they did not cross the line to escape, he could afford to disregard the matter. Ying Gao's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over Xia Yuan and Xia Yang. Indeed, once all arrangements were made, Ying Gao immersed himself back into his affairs. Xia Yuan, filled with curiosity, stealthily leaned in to catch a glimpse, only to realize that Ying Gao's preoccupations today differed from his usual routine, casting doubt in her mind regarding his intentions. Young master, what is this? Ying Gao's actions halted momentarily. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Xia Yuan stepped forward to inquire. Ying Gao raised the item in his hand, revealing a firearm. In modern times, such an object would elicit little astonishment. However, here it embodied a power that commanded respect. It had been sent early this morning by Zhugaban, crafted according to the blueprints. In a couple of days, I shall take you to experience its might. Ying Gao extended the firearm towards Xia Yuan for her examination. She scrutinized it for quite some time, but could not discern its intricacies, so she opted to prepare the meal instead. During dinner, Xia Yuan personally served Ying Gao a piece of pine nut fish. Placing it into his bowl, young master, do try this dish. Ying Gao cast a casual glance, continuing to eat. Since arriving into Qin, his appetite had diminished somewhat, for the local cuisine was simple, with few seasonings. Emphasizing the natural flavors of the ingredients, initially this fare was refreshing, yet over time, it grew monotonous and bland. It's acceptable. Ying Gao offered a nonchalant evaluation after tasting it. Hearing this, Xia Yuan felt disappointed as she took her seat. Perceiving Ying Gao's palate as rather discerning and difficult to please, after the meal, Ying Gao visited the paper mill. Following nearly 2 months of intensive labor, a substantial stock of white paper had been accumulated. Exiting the mill, he made his way directly to the Chao residence. This moment, Chao Wan anxiously awaited at the entrance, pacing while occasionally glancing into the distance. Finally, she spotted Ying Gao's figure and hurriedly approached. Lifting her skirts, young master, as she neared, Chao Wan slowed her pace, respectfully performing a greeting. Ying Gao maintained a smile, nodding in acknowledgement of Chao Wan. Let us converse inside. With Chao Wu away at the frontier, the affairs of the household appeared to be presided over by his younger brother Chao Hui. However, in reality, all significant power resided in Chao Wan's hands. Although Chao Wan outwardly seemed gentle, her heart was resolute, and her actions were decisive and bold. Had she been born in a later era, she would undoubtedly have been a formidable woman. Yet here, women faced considerable constraints, leaving Chao Wan to quietly orchestrate events from behind the scenes. As the two entered the Wu residence, Chao Hui had already been waiting in the main hall. Upon seeing the arrival of the Qin, he immediately offered his respects to Ti, just 16 years of age. Chao Hui was already of age and engaged, beginning to delve into the family's commercial matters. Young master, what brings you here today? Chao Hui inquired. Handsome in appearance, he bore a resemblance to Chao Wan, and despite his youth, his demeanor exuded maturity. Ying Gao settled into his seat, lifting his teacup for a sip, his gaze shifting to the siblings. That I have come today to propose a business venture for you both, from which I will extract 60% of the profits to replenish the national treasury. 60%? Chao Hui exclaimed. Chapter 60, Show some respect. Chao Wan frowned, turning to her brother. Huier, show some respect. Chao Hui's expression turned awkward. His family consists of merchants, who prioritize profit above all else, despite the respect that his elder brother and sister hold for Ying Gao. As soon as he opened his mouth, he demanded 60% of the profits. Even before the business had commenced, such an exorbitant request was unlikely to be accepted by anyone other than their siblings. Zhao Wan looked at Ying Gao with a twinge of guilt, apologizing for her brother's behavior. Young master, Huier is young and ignorant. Please disregard his words. Ying Gao waved his hand and chuckled lightly. saying his actions stem from concern for the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan felt a sense of relief and cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Hui. The Zhao family's achievements today were entirely due to Ying Gao's support, which made them feel both surprised and grateful for his initiative in approaching them. However, Zhao Hui gazed at his sister with dissatisfaction, believing she had lost her principles in her infatuation with Ying Gao. Here, take this. Ying Gao smiled as he produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zhao Wan. In 3 days, I will place this product in your shop for sale, limited to 1,000 pieces per day, with bulk orders requiring advance reservation. What could this possibly be? Zhao Wan curiously accepted the gossamer thin paper from Ying Gao, her face a picture of confusion. Zhao Hui leaned in with equal curiosity, his eyes fixated on the paper in Zhao Wan's hand, astonished. This item is called Xian paper, valued at 1 tael of silver per sheet. Following this, Ying Gao patiently explained the uses of Xian paper and then looked towards Zhao Wan. Miss Zhao, do you understand? This Xian paper can truly be used for writing? Zhao Wan gazed in amazement at the item she held. Zhao Hui, even more doubtful, interjected, can this really be used for writing? It looks nothing like it. They were accustomed to using bamboo slips or silk, having never encountered such a peculiar item. To think it costs 1 tael of silver. Zhao Hui muttered to himself, considering Ying Gao's cunning to be on par with that of any merchant. Why not try writing on it? Ying Gao suggested calmly, demonstrating his claim through action. Zhao Hui and Zhao Wan exchanged glances. Young master, please wait. I will fetch a brush immediately. Before long, Zhao Hui returned briskly, brush in hand, and began to write on the Xian paper as soon as the tip of the brush touched the surface. His eyes widened in disbelief. This truly can be written on. Zhao Hui stared at Ying Gao, astonished. Zhao Wan was equally taken aback, then reached out to touch the writing, marveling at how quickly it had dried. The ink dries so rapidly? Observing the astonished expressions on the Zhao siblings' faces, Ying Gao chuckled. Now, this paper is indeed worth 1 tael. I assenti it. Indeed, it is worth double. Someone would gladly pay for it. Zhao Hui declared without hesitation. Zhao Wan, feeling embarrassed, looked at her brother in silence, thinking him rather naive. Young master, my brother. Zhao Wan was at a loss for words, feeling awkward. Ying Gao interrupted her. It's fine. Next, I will teach you sales strategies. In truth, Ying Gao was referring to initial promotional methods that he believed that with a little promotion, the market for this paper would rapidly expand. Moreover, selling a sheet for 1 tael of silver would be a trivial expense for some nobles. Ying Gao understood that this price was neither too high nor too low. It was precisely his strategy that he assuredly see and others that one day, paper would become a staple in every household. And this was no mere fantasy, due to his aspirations, which are far more grandiose. Meanwhile, on the streets, you there? Step back, for I am driving a dung cart. Should I accidentally soil you, it is of no concern to me. Each household should keep a close watch on their dogs, lest the wild ones feast upon the filth, for I shall not be merciful. Ying Zheng and his companions exchanged glances in bewilderment. How could the streets be so raucous? They should be filled with the sounds of beggars. Even if someone ventured out, it ought to be in search of sustenance beyond the city. How could there be such vitality? Moreover, why are they peddling excrement? Upon turning to look, they beheld a robust young man, energetically pushing a cart laden with dung towards them. The dung was evidently fresh, and the young man appeared quite pleased with himself, striding with both large and light steps. However, as he pushed the cart, 3 individuals suddenly emerged from around the corner. Panic ensued. Make way! Quickly, make way! Alas, it was too late. With the abrupt appearance of the trio, the young man had to hastily alter his course to avoid them. Yet, his cart was a unicycle, inherently unstable, and thus prone to tipping over. Although he was not afraid of colliding with people, he feared the cart would topple. In the chaos of changing direction, the cart became even more unsteady, teetering on the brink of disaster, the fresh dung ready to spill onto the ground. Oh no! My dung! He cried out, just as the cart was about to crash into them. Long E swiftly darted in front of Ying Zheng, shielding him. Long Air, indifferent to whether the dung cart would topple, realized they were at a corner. If the filth splattered onto the emperor's garments, it would be an egregious disrespect. Thus, Long Air hurriedly stepped forward, stabilizing the cart. Nonetheless, some dung still splattered onto him. He immediately grimaced, furrowing his brow, wishing to rid himself of his attire at once. Oh, you not watch where you walk. My cart's fertilizer nearly tipped over. Can you bear the loss? With that exclamation, the young man stormed off in a huff. Ying Zheng, Long Yi and Long Air stood frozen in place. Looking around, they saw a multitude of individuals pushing carts brimming with fertilizer, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Moreover, some citizens were peddling fertilizer along the street. Even the well-versed Ying Zheng had never before witnessed such a peculiar sight. He covered his nose and inquired, "Long Yi, has it truly been merely 2 months since we last met, and yet the common folk have changed so drastically? It is a year of famine. Then why are the people on the streets peddling this fertilizer? Have the commoners discovered a new source of sustenance in these past 2 months? I have merely feigned death for 2 months. Could it be that the populace now resorts to consuming dung?" As Ying Zheng surveyed the surrounding populace, he was loath to accept the reality before him. Despite their unbearable hunger, surely they could not resort to such depravity. He finally comprehended the young man's cautious demeanor in safeguarding his cart of dung. Long Yi and Long Air were momentarily incredulous. Their sole focus had been on protecting Ying Zheng, unaware that the world outside had deteriorated to such an extent. The citizens of Qin, driven to desperation for survival, were reduced to the point of consuming excrement. Could that truly be palatable? Suddenly, Long Yi recalled something and exclaimed in alarm, "Your Majesty, Chapter 61, the Master is right. Address me as Master." Ying Zheng pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Long Yi continued, "At that time, the second young master was promoting organic fertilizer, which is essentially manure." Ying Zheng stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, back then, I was unaware of his intentions and merely thought he was being foolish." Long Yi's expression turned grave. "Precisely, it is fertilizer. The common folk must be eager to utilize it to augment their grain yield." Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. While increasing food production is commendable, the populace should not compete for it. Grain should be plentiful. Long Yi clasped his fists in affirmation. "You speak truly, my lord." Ying Zheng continued his stride, with Long Yi and Long Air closely trailing behind. The streets bustled with activity, the air filled with a cacophony of voices in pursuit of understanding the people's sentiments. Ying Zheng casually halted an elderly man, politely inquiring, "Esteemed elder, please pause for a moment. I have a matter I wish to consult with you." The old man, visibly displeased, halted abruptly, his brow furrowed with impatience, retorting, "What is the meaning of this? The newly available organic fertilizer is fresh, and I am in haste to procure it. Are you not delaying my important business?" The old man attempted to extricate his arm from the grip. Observing this, Long Yi stepped forward anxiously, thinking to himself, "This is the emperor. How can a mere commoner be so disrespectful?" However, Ying Zheng restrained Long Yi, for in this moment he merely wished to be perceived as an ordinary citizen. Avoiding undue attention, he retrieved a silver ingot from his waist and offered it to the elder. "Esteemed elder, I shall ask but one question, and it will not cause you to wait long." The old man's eyes gleamed upon seeing the silver, and a smile spread across his face. "What do you wish to know?" Ying Zheng pondered briefly before asking, "Currently, there is famine in the Qin state, yet the populace does not appear to be starving. What is the reason for this? Furthermore, why is everyone seeking manure?" The old man took a half step back, scrutinizing the three of them from head to toe. "You are likely pampered nobles, entirely oblivious to the conditions outside." Ying Zheng chuckled awkwardly. The old man nodded. "Indeed, over the past 2 months, great changes have transpired in Xianyang." His gaze swept over the trio. "What I am about to reveal will certainly astonish you." The three urged, "Speak. Do you know the second young master? He is the second son of the late emperor." Upon mentioning Ying Gao, the old man's smile widened. Ying Zheng's expression darkened as he nodded. "I am well aware of his affairs. For over 20 years, he has indulged in pleasure and neglected his duties. A complete wastrel." Upon hearing this, the old man's countenance immediately soured. "Alas, from where do you derive such conclusions? Those are merely baseless rumors among the populace. The second young master is by no means a wastrel. He is a boon to our people, not only possessing remarkable talent and elegance, but also considerable capability. That a prominent scholar has proclaimed that the second young master is destined for great achievements in the near future, perhaps even surpassing his father. He is far from the image you portray." The old man's pride in Ying Gao was palpable, one hand resting on the cart's yoke while the other was placed on his hip, exuding a sense of grandeur. That wayward son's accomplishments could eclipse mine. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "And who is this esteemed scholar? I have heard it is the high-ranking official Meng Yi, though I cannot verify the truth of it." Ying Zheng let out a cold laugh. "Meng Yi, you were once my close advisor. Though my remains have yet to cool, you hasten to ally yourself with that rebellious son. What merit or capability does that wayward child possess to rival me? Ming Yi, you are but courting your own demise, the old man, oblivious to the murderous intent gleaming in Ying Zheng's eyes. Continued, the accomplishments of the second young master are countless. I am presently occupied with other matters. Should you wish for a comprehensive account, I shall relay it to you when time permits. As for this fertilizer, I can succinctly inform you that it is indeed remarkable. The second young master has disclosed to us that this farmyard fertilizer is a veritable remedy for increasing grain yields. After sowing, merely a layer should be spread, and at harvest, it will assuredly enhance the yield by 20%. Upon hearing this, Long Yi expressed skepticism, tilting his head in doubt. Surely you exaggerate. The second young master claims the fertilizer can augment production. Have you personally conducted any experiments? How can you accept his word without question? The old man, incensed by these words, retorted, Humph, you privileged gentry, ensconced in your mansions, do you truly understand the ways of agriculture? I declare it can increase yields by 20%, and so it shall. In less than 2 months, the second young master has sown seeds and supplied grain seeds to be planted for the coming year. Over 1,000 soldiers have witnessed this. How could it be false? Since the second young master asserts it is possible, we shall believe without doubt. My son serves under General Wang Bin. During a recent visit home, he inadvertently revealed this information to I am advanced in years and would not deceive. Were it not for the fact that you are not common farmers, such a secret would never have been so readily divulged. Having said this, the old man turned away in indignation. Have my goodwill mistaken for malice? I truly misjudged you. Long Yi, seeing this, attempted to engage in discourse, but was halted by Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng inquired with a smile. Old sir, we place our trust in you, yet we do not comprehend why this fertilizer is in such high demand, with everyone clamoring for it. You know not, while farmyard fertilizer is commonplace, the land available for cultivation is plentiful. The second young master has issued a decree that anyone may cultivate wasteland. Provided one pays taxes as mandated, the land shall belong to you. However, wasteland does not yield crops. After applying farmyard fertilizer, it can be sown. Regardless of whether it increases production, the expansion of land naturally necessitates more fertilizer. Ying Zheng nodded, finding this perplexing. Although there was ample wasteland outside, the challenge lay in sourcing seeds for cultivation. What crops are to be planted in this land? The old man scrutinized the three, questioning in bewilderment. How is it that you are unaware of such matters? Are you spies from the 6 states? My superiors have cautioned that remnants of the 6 states are still active, that I suspect you are their agents. I shall not elaborate further. The intelligence provided by the second young master is confidential. What I have shared with you is already far too much. With that, the old man turned and, leaning on his cart, departed. Hey, you left without clarifying anything. Is the silver I gave you insufficient? Long, he shouted angrily. Humph, this fellow is oblivious to his own insignificance, failing to recognize who we are, daring to take silver from us. Ying Zheng gestured for Long Yi to cease his remarks, observing the contemplative expression on Ying Zheng's face. Long Yi refrained from further comment. If it were merely the old man acting thus, it would be of little concern. However, the fact that the entire street was vying for manure altered the situation entirely. Doubt swelled within Ying Zheng. How could it be that the wasteland outside Xianyang City, long neglected, had suddenly become the focus of eager cultivation within a mere 2 months, even if Qin millet were suitable for the wasteland? Its yield was unlikely to be promising. It was not worth such an investment for Qin millet. In this time of famine, the populace ought to cherish their strength even more. Suddenly, with a resounding clap on his thigh, Ying Zheng experienced an epiphany. In his haste, he had neglected to inquire how the common folk were managing to survive during this era of scarcity. Observing the scenes on the streets, he was perplexed. Why were there no beggars to be seen? The townspeople appeared vigorous, showing no signs of hunger. Upon noticing this, Long Yi promptly intercepted a middle-aged man. Good sir, might I inquire what the locals are occupied with? Given the food shortage, how do they sustain their livelihoods? The man cast a fleeting glance at them, his patience wearing thin. You would do well to check the announcements at the city gate. Recently, the government has distributed very little grain, yet a handful of noble families continue to dispense provisions. With food prices plummeting, even a modest sum can sustain one for several days. The common folk are hardly starving. The second young master has done all he can. The rest is up to us. If one chooses idleness, then hunger is their just reward. Spare me your time. I must report to the steward to register as a craftsman. Arriving late may cost me my opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng felt even more bewildered. What? What is this about grain distribution? The offspring of nobles are involved as well. What exactly has Ying Gao done? Why the assertion that laziness leads to starvation? Moreover, why is the government recruiting craftsmen? Hasn't Qin already an abundance of artisans? Where have all those craftsmen vanished to? Why does everyone now speak so highly of the second young master? Why is his reputation among the people so elevated? I had presumed he squandered his days in indulgence, neglecting his duties, yet it appears he has achieved some semblance of merit that I believed I knew my son well. Yet it seems the populace has been deceived by this rebellious child. Now, not only are my questions unresolved, but I find myself more perplexed than before. What on earth has transpired? Ying Zheng, not one to easily relinquish his inquiries, resolved to uncover the truth. This kingdom was built through my own efforts. Such trivial matters shall not thwart me. Let us proceed to examine that announcement. I must personally ascertain the schemes of that rebellious offspring. The trio hastened to the city gate, where they soon beheld a royal edict affixed to the wall. The government is distributing grain, 1 dough per person, and those who arrive late shall find no accommodation. Han Wuho's eldest son, Han Lei, has donated 100 stones of grain. Long Yi inquired, Your Majesty. Who is Han Lei? Why has he chosen to donate grain voluntarily? Ying Zheng's gaze hardened with severity. Han Wuho was bestowed this title after I captured a formidable stronghold in Han. I did not foresee that after more than a decade, the Han family would produce such a disreputable son. The illegitimate offspring dares to distribute grain independently. They subsist on provisions from the government. Such acts of private donation are intolerable. If, during every famine, I were to open the granaries, how would our soldiers sustain themselves? If we do not remedy this situation swiftly, it will not be long before our state falls into the hands of others. Humph, how short-sighted. Such a strategy emanates from that rebellious child. A fool. This action will not alleviate the suffering of famine, but rather thrust our great Qin into peril. Ying Zheng discerned the crisis lurking behind this scheme. Yet he did not contemplate why Han Lei would take the initiative to distribute grain. The site of the distribution is not far. Let us investigate further. Thus, the three continued on, soon arriving at the location where the grain was being allocated. A young man, dressed in modest attire, impatiently glanced up at the blazing sun before surveying the throng of people around him. He sat at a small table, holding paper and a pen in hand. Beside him stood 3 burlap sacks, each as tall as a person, filled with Qin millet. Intrigued, Ying Zheng approached. The young man's expression brightened with excitement as he called out, Good sir, are you here to collect the Qin rice? My stock is abundant with Qin rice. Although it may be old, having something to eat during a time of famine is indeed fortunate. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, despite the rice being stale and infested with weevils. Ying Zheng, seething with anger, retorted, This grain must never be used for disaster relief. How well do you comprehend the laws of the great Qin? This is the grain from the state granary. If it is entirely distributed to the populace, how will the soldiers sustain themselves? In the face of Ying Zheng's fury, the young man appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at him as though he were a fool. Have you perhaps misunderstood? The old laws were abolished 2 months ago. The current ones are the new laws. Furthermore, I am merely following the directives of the authorities. Who are you to dare challenge the edicts issued by the second young master? Unless the late emperor were to rise again. No one has the right to question the decisions made by the second young master. If you seek grain, come forward to sign, collect your share, and depart immediately. If not, do not disrupt the order. I have waited here for 2 days, and not a single grain has been distributed. Finally, I see some people, and they turn out to be a bunch of ignorant fools, under the scorching sun. The young man initially maintained his patience while explaining to Ying Zheng, but soon realized that these individuals were not genuinely there to receive grain, and thus his patience waned. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's anger surged. Nearby, Long Yi, noticing the abrupt change in Ying Zheng's demeanor, could no longer contain himself that he stepped forward, seizing the young man's collar. You, boy, are dreadfully unaware of your own insignificance. What are you doing? The young man, though lifted by Long Yi, displayed no trace of fear. Regardless of who stood before him, not even the mightiest sovereign would intimidate him. Do not presume that your fine attire grants you the right to act with arrogance here. I am executing the orders of the second young master, and who dares to obstruct me? When mentioning Ying Gao, the young man boldly clasped his fists, his face brimming with hubris. You are disrupting public order. This is unlawful. If you find yourselves imprisoned for half a month, your child's future will be ruined, whether you release me or not. That is your decision. He regarded Long Yi with disdain. You truly do not know your place. Long Yi had never endured such an affront. In the palace, everyone treated him with utmost respect. Yet, upon stepping outside, he was bullied by an ordinary citizen, just as he prepared to unleash his frustration. He heard Ying Zheng's voice. Long Yi, release him. He wished to avoid being branded as an oppressor of the common people. With a cold snort, Long Yi relinquished his grip on the young man. The young man straightened his attire, crossed his arms, and sat down, deliberately turning away to avoid the gaze of the three. Ying Zheng found himself intrigued by the young man's earlier remarks. Disturbing public order could lead to imprisonment for half a month. With repercussions on the imperial examination, how had the great Qin become so unfamiliar? He could not even comprehend the words of the common folk. When had the great Qin permitted commoners to participate in the imperial examinations? They merely inquired, and yet were accused of disrupting public order. What sort of charge was this? Struggling to grasp the sentiments of the populace, he pondered what had gone awry. Ying Zheng endeavored to suppress his fury, resolutely determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 63. How did this accusation arise? Such high-quality grain. Why do the commoners refuse it? It is not a time of famine. Are not the people suffering from hunger? The young servant's countenance darkened further upon hearing this. Sensing that these individuals were intentionally seeking trouble, he waved his hand dismissively, displaying palpable impatience. Do not disturb my work. I have no time to dally with you. If you have no need for the grain, seek elsewhere. From this statement, Ying Zheng grasped the crux of the matter. Young brother, we are indeed somewhat bewildered. If you could elucidate the situation, we would each be willing to take a dough of grain from you. How does that sound? No sooner had he spoken than the servant's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? He swiftly grabbed a nearby stool, dusted it off with his sleeve, and respectfully placed it before Ying Zheng. Esteemed sir, please take a seat. As long as he was willing to accept 3 dough of grain, the specifics of his inquiry became inconsequential. Long Yi and Long Air closely followed Ying Zheng, remaining ever vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Ying Zheng, straightforward and direct, inquired, why did the second young master instruct you to distribute the grain? Why have the commoners not come to collect it? We merely sought to inquire slightly. How could that disrupt the order? From where does this accusation stem? Could it possibly affect my son's opportunities to participate in the imperial examinations? Moreover enough, the servant interrupted impatiently with a wave of his sleeve. What exactly are your questions? It is but a matter of collecting 3 dough of rice. Why the excessive interrogation? Am I to spend my days idly conversing with you? Must I not continue with my duties? Cease your inquiries. I am unaware of the circumstances, as I am solely responsible for the distribution of grain. As it stands, we are in a time of famine, and outside Xianyang, the dead are strewn across the fields. Thus, the court has opened the granaries. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, his gaze wandering among the bustling commoners, whose expressions bore no trace of hunger. You do not comprehend. 2 months prior, when the second young master commanded the opening of the granaries, even if the grain had been stored for 3 to 5 years, or even as long as 9 or 10, the commoners would have flocked to it, regardless of the presence of rodent droppings. At that time, the famine was at its most severe, with not a grain left in households, compelling people to resort to toxic plants for sustenance. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, fully aware of the state of the Qin kingdom 2 months ago. Then why is it that no one comes to collect the grain now? The man waved his hand in resignation. Time has passed, and 2 months have elapsed. The grain among the common people is now ample. I missed the opportune moment, and thus even if I set up a stall for a day, not a single grain would be sought. The inability to distribute grain is, in fact, a fortunate sign, indicating that calamity has receded. Why the long faces? I just saw the imperial edict at the city gate, stating that the second son of Lord Han Wu donated 100 shur of grain. Surely this is the benevolent act of your esteemed son. The young servant scoffed derisively. What, do I not resemble Han Lei? Do I appear so impoverished, akin to a mere servant? Long Yi and Long Air exchanged glances, noting that this simple, coarse attire bore no semblance of a noble demeanor. Ying Zheng hesitated, ultimately falling into silence. Han Lei's appearance was evidently at odds with that of the typical aristocratic youth. After all, what noble scion would toil under the scorching sun to personally transport grain? With a bitter smile, he remarked, you may not be aware that although I am the second son of Han Wuho, my mother was initially just an ordinary maid in our household. It was a moment of drunken whimsy from my father that led to my existence and that of my elder brother. Despite bearing the title of a nobleman from the Marquis's residence, which appears glorious in the eyes of outsiders. The reality is that there are numerous sons within the household, and my mother has always maintained a low profile and humility. And thus our family status is not prominent, making me appear less illustrious than other young lords. Ying Zheng understands that after unifying the realm, he personally conferred titles to his meritorious subjects. And the presence of lords and ministers has become commonplace in the Qin dynasty. Han Lei continued, I was but an inconsequential, illegitimate son, resigned to my fate, never anticipating the sudden demise of the late emperor. Bang! Long Yi slammed the table forcefully. How can you say such a thing? His Majesty has ascended to immortality. This abrupt gesture startled Han Lei, that we hold the first emperor in the highest esteem. It is merely in our private discourse that we relax our demeanor. He can no longer hear us. It matters not. Ying Zheng struggled to suppress the tumultuous anger within him. Recently, his self-control had improved, rendering him less prone to fury than before. Observing Ying Zheng's silence, Long Yi reluctantly withdrew. Han Lei secretly exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that this fellow almost lost his composure again. Ying Zheng calmly urged, Please continue. Han Lei proceeded, Since the emperor's passing, the second son has begun overseeing state affairs, indeed seeking numerous benefits for the common people. Ever since the second son assumed this responsibility, our nation's strength has visibly grown. Ying Zheng felt displeased. That day, he had consulted countless individuals, each extolling the virtues of Ying Gao. What remarkable deeds had this Ying Gao accomplished that had won over the hearts of both civil and military officials in the court, and even earned the admiration of the common folk? My esteemed father surely understands the contributions the second son has made to the people. I shall not elaborate further. He has granted us, those of us born as illegitimate sons without hope, a chance to find new opportunities. Ying Zheng, curious, inquired, Opportunities? What opportunities? Han Lei was taken aback. This was announced 2 months ago. You are unaware. The second son declared the abolition of the primogeniture system for noble titles, allowing both legitimate and illegitimate offspring the right to inherit titles. Ying Zheng discerned Ying Gao's true intentions. He proclaimed that both legitimate and illegitimate sons could inherit titles, ostensibly for the benefit of the noble families. But in reality, it was merely an excuse for him to usurp power. Ying Zheng looked up at Han Lei and asked, What do you think of the new inheritance law? Han Lei, somewhat excited, replied, Although the second son stipulated that the title inherited must be one rank lower than the original, it nonetheless presents an opportunity for us, the illegitimate sons, to finally live independently without bowing to others. The second son is exceptionally astute. He understands that those legitimate sons will not easily relinquish their titles. Hence he proposed the new inheritance scheme, granting us the possibility of direct title inheritance. Ying Zheng, feeling somewhat perplexed, asked, What method? Han Lei responded, Distributing grain. This grain was bestowed upon the Chu Wuho residents by your majesty. After my mother and I received our share, we consumed little of it, thus accumulating a considerable amount that I am distributing this grain, and the residents cannot do anything to me. Regardless of whether this grain has been stored for many years, it is all high-quality grain. The release was intended to contest the right to inherit the noble title. The more grain was distributed, the greater the likelihood of success. Thus, at the onset of the announcement, everyone fervently competed to see who could release the most grain. The second young master referenced this policy, known as the Tuyanling or Decree of Favor, and we all understood that as long as there was a chance to attain a noble title, it sufficed. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, momentarily halting Ying Zheng in his tracks. In Chapter 64, absolutely never to be spoken, he began to connect all the dots, as the clues gradually became clearer. Ying Gao had enacted the Tuyanling, compelling the aristocracy to open their granaries to alleviate the famine. Initially, Ying Zheng did not ponder deeply upon it. He merely saw the nobles releasing official grain and was consumed by rage, deeming this act a threat to the very foundation of the state. However, that was not the case. Long Yi noticed a peculiar change in Ying Zheng's demeanor, mistakenly believing that Ying Gao's actions had angered the emperor. Slowly, Ying Zheng came to realize that with the news of his death disseminating, the six states would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to incite chaos, while the common people languished under the scourge of famine. Consequently, he sought to attract a multitude of followers with a modest supply of grain. To these individuals, life was of little value. As long as they could satiate their hunger, they would not hesitate to betray, even threaten the great Qin. At the outset, Ying Zheng had contemplated these intricate dilemmas, merely wishing to test whether Fusa possessed the capacity to resolve such issues. Should Fusa manage to rectify the situation adeptly, he would entrust the realm to him. Conversely, if Fusu proved incapable, Ying Zheng would re-emerge to stabilize the tumultuous state of affairs. Ying Zheng had already devised this strategy, only to unexpectedly discover a more astute method that would not only avoid the deployment of a single soldier, but also alleviate the suffering of the populace from the famine. This plan was nothing short of brilliant, akin to cutting off the fuel from a fire. Exceedingly clever to outsiders, it appeared to grant every noble a chance to inherit their title, yet in reality, it subtly undermined their power. Perhaps 2 months prior, many sons born of noble lineage, like Han Lei, would have willingly offered their household's surplus grain in exchange for a minor title. Such an opportunity would naturally incite a frenzied scramble among many. During this era of famine, when the populace witnessed anyone opening granaries for relief, they would undoubtedly flock to it. Thus, how could there be starving citizens within the city of Xianyang? The strength and authority of the nobles would consequently diminish. Those harboring anti-Qin sentiments would find it impossible to muster sufficient forces, let alone launch an assault on Xianyang. This strategy was a masterstroke, achieving 2 objectives with a single action. Remarkably ingenious. Ying Zheng contemplated this. He struck the table with his palm. Although the force was not overwhelming, it nearly caused the table to splinter. This action sent a shiver down Han Lei's spine involuntarily. "Old sir, why are you so agitated?" Meanwhile, Long E and Long Air, positioned behind him, seemed unfazed. In their eyes, this display was nothing extraordinary, hardly deserving of the term agitated. Still caught up in his excitement, Ying Zheng exclaimed, "How marvelous! I never anticipated that rebellious child could exhibit such wit. He is indeed my bloodline." Although Ying Zheng harbored dissatisfaction towards Ying Gao, he could not help but feel elated upon learning that he had effortlessly resolved the greatest dilemma facing the Qin. "Old sir, why do you speak of your son in such a manner?" Han Lei inquired, puzzled. Ying Zheng realized he had been overly agitated and had misspoken in the presence of others. He hurriedly sought to mask his indiscretion. "I merely recalled that unfilial son. Though he is intelligent, he lacks an understanding of proper conduct. I truly do not know whether to chastise him or to commend him. He bears a striking resemblance to your son. It is not that I do not respect my father, but since my birth, I have scarcely seen him, and even when we do meet, there is never any communication that I feel as though he has entirely forgotten that my mother and I exist within the household. He shows no concern for my studies and practices. Such a father is dreadfully irresponsible that we wish to honor him, yet we find ourselves at a loss for how to do so." Han Lei muttered to himself, oblivious to the fact that at this moment, the expression of the first emperor seemed to have frozen. "Am I not akin to Han Wuho? I too inadvertently indulged a palace maid, resulting in Ying Gao. For over 20 years, I have paid little heed to his life. Indeed, I know remarkably little about this son. Perhaps, this is the very reason why Ying Gao defies my will. Humph. Although I have not nurtured you, is it not I who granted you life? Since your existence is a gift from me, you ought to be filial. Under no circumstances should you usurp authority or unilaterally alter my edicts." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the first emperor remained seething with anger. "And no matter the circumstances, he is your father. He brought you into this world, and thus, you should fulfill your filial duties towards him. How can you assert that he has not raised you? Is it not he who provided you with every morsel of sustenance? Were it not for him, you would have long succumbed to starvation. My wayward son, disloyal and unfilial. Once I have arranged my other affairs, the first to face punishment shall be him. I shall ensure he is broken and imprisoned in a dark, lightless dungeon." That a tremor coursed through Han Lei's heart. How could there exist such a cruel father, one who would break his own son? In contrast, his own father was indeed far more benevolent. Ying Zheng, however, had no desire to dwell on this matter further and sought to shift the topic. "I am aware of your reasons for opening the granaries. Yet why have the common folk ceased to come for provisions?" Han Lei furrowed his brow. "Alas, being in Xianyang presents certain inconveniences." Ying Zheng, perplexed, inquired, "Could it be that residing in Xianyang harbors disadvantages? Are the people of Xianyang so well stocked with provisions that they require no assistance from the government?" "Certainly not. The famine has persisted for quite some time, and the food in the homes of the populace has long been exhausted." At the outset of the granaries opening, the supplies were woefully insufficient, and the people rushed forward to claim their share. However, the drawback of being in Xianyang is that every action of the court swiftly reverberates throughout the city. Any matter of advantage can spread overnight. This is what is meant by the saying, The sunflowers turn easily towards the spring. Ah, you possess quite a way with words. Do elucidate further. Ying Zheng's mood lightened as he began to jest with his companion. Han Lei glanced around. Apart from the sanitation workers, the others were hurriedly passing by. None paying heed to his small stall. It appears no one will come to collect provisions from me today, so allow me to elaborate. When the second young master assumed regency, he issued a decree to halt the construction of the Yapang Palace and dismissed hundreds of thousands of craftsmen. Are you aware of this? Ying Zheng was indeed aware and possessed even greater knowledge than this young man at the time. He had been utterly enraged, nearly resurrecting from the dead to chastise Gao. He had never anticipated that anyone would dare to unilaterally cease the construction of the Yapang Palace. Yet, upon reflection, that no longer seemed to matter. Did I have heard that initially? I was filled with indignation. How could a well-functioning palace be abruptly declared to be at a standstill? Han Lei sighed, turned, and shook his head, clearly dissenting from Ying Zheng's assertion. He ensured that no one was around and deliberately lowered his voice. My friend, we indeed share a certain bond, but I must caution you that such words should not be uttered in the presence of others, lest they invite trouble. Ying Zheng nodded emphatically, feigning a sense of being touched. Understood. I shall certainly keep it to myself. You may not be aware that when the craftsmen withdrew, many were moved to tears of joy. Chapter 65. One cannot forewarn the common people. These artisans labored to construct the Yapang Palace for the emperor. How could they not feel content? Whether one is satisfied or not depends on the speaker's perspective. For His Majesty, it is undoubtedly a supreme honor. Yet now, when the common folk are struggling to survive, how can they provide sustenance? In this light, is it not a fortuitous turn that the craftsmen have ceased their work? Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, uncertain of what decision to make. Han Lei continued. After the work stoppage, they began, as per the orders of young Master Gao, to traverse villages collecting manure. Initially, the populace could not comprehend this, and mostly mocked the endeavor. Who would need such a thing? It is both foul and filthy. Thus, when the craftsmen arrived at their homes to collect it, the villagers were quite amused, for at least someone was assisting in cleansing their filth. Now they understand that if manure were truly worthless, why would the second young master dispatch hundreds of thousands of craftsmen for such a task? Are you suggesting that he commenced this endeavor long ago? Ying Zheng was taken aback. Indeed. You must have observed the people scrambling for farmyard manure along the way. Ying Zheng nodded. He had indeed witnessed it. The common folk were unaware of the true value of fertilizer, which could not be blamed on them. The fault lay within Gao for failing to timely inform the populace of its significance. No, that is not correct, Han Lei promptly countered. Such matters cannot be disclosed to the common people in advance. There may be spies from the 6 states lurking in Zhanyang. Should the information leak, they would sabotage the plan. Not only would the common folk suffer, but the entire realm would descend into chaos. Ying Zheng was perplexed. How does this relate to the common people not coming to collect grain? Do not rush. I have yet to finish my account. When the craftsmen collected the farmyard manure, regardless of the inquiries made, they disclosed nothing of its intended use. They may not have known themselves. As long as they could fill their bellies, anything would suffice. However, just a few days ago, the craftsmen indeed received certain items. As Han Lei reached this point, his expression turned mysterious, urging Ying Zheng to maintain discretion. This is a secret development by the young master in charge of the country. Once the news broke, the populace immediately began to discuss among themselves, gradually grasping the value of farmyard manure. And every household began to compete in its collection. Furthermore, I have heard that this substance will soon be distributed to the common folk, prompting all able-bodied individuals to venture outside the city to cultivate wasteland. The young master will allocate resources based on the amount of land one possesses. Thus, the more land, the more resources one receives. Although the decree has yet to be officially proclaimed, it is nearly certain. If they plant now, they may still catch this year's harvest. That I have heard that the yield of this crop far exceeds the current Qin millet. Ying Zheng absorbed a great deal of information but remained perplexed. Higher than the current yield of Qin millet? That seems rather exaggerated. Brother, do you know the yield of Qin grain? Ying Zheng inquired. Naturally, I am well aware. It is approximately 200 to 300 jin per mu. He replied. Han Lei chuckled lightly before posing another question. Then, can you guess how much the new technology can elevate the yield? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's conservative estimate, Han Lei scoffed dismissively. Could it possibly be an increase of 50%? Ying Zheng ventured again, only to witness Han Lei shake his head in negation. Take another bold guess. Ying Zheng urged. Perplexed, to his astonishment, Han Lei exclaimed, 100-fold. Han Lei erupted into laughter, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, around 100-fold. Goodness, 100-fold? Ying Zheng was left dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the incredibility of such a yield. Such astonishing productivity would mean that with just one season of cultivation, the citizens of the Qin would no longer suffer from hunger. Even in times of famine, they would be untroubled. Had such yields been realized earlier, what need would there have been to expend human and material resources constructing the Great Wall? There would be no reason to fear the threat posed by the Xiongnu. With ample food supplies, the population of Qin would flourish, leading to a significant numerical advantage over the Xiongnu. The cavalry of the Xiongnu would be rendered insignificant, for the valiant sons of Qin would never shy away from a challenge. As long as food was plentiful, there would come a day when the Xiongnu could be exhausted entirely, even if remnants of the six states still harbored thoughts of resisting the Qin dynasty. Ying Zheng held them in contempt, confident that he would eradicate them one by one. At this moment, the profound significance of increased food production dawned upon Ying Zheng. However, despite this revelation, he remained skeptical of Han Lei's claims. As the emperor who unified the six states, how could he place his trust in a mere youth? Han Lei himself was likely only relaying hearsay. This information must have been overly embellished by the common folk. With this thought, Ying Zheng's emotions began to settle. Reflecting on his 30-plus years since ascending to the throne and over a decade spent unifying the realm, he recalled the unceasing efforts to seek out a new grain variety to replace Qin grain. The seeds presented to him numbered in the thousands, and he had personally experimented with every conceivable variety. Yet, ultimately, he had achieved nothing. Each famine brought countless deaths among the populace, leaving his heart in torment. Yet, all he could do was sigh in resignation. The prospect of a viable alternative emerging after just 2 months of supposed death. How could he dare to believe it? Was this a divine blessing? Young man, are you toying with me? Have you ever toiled in the fields? Do you comprehend the significance of thousands of jin of grain? With bloodshot eyes, Ying Zheng gripped Han Lei's arm tightly. Han Lei felt a jolt of alarm, sensing the depth of this man's prowess. Sir, why do you grasp me so? Do you perceive me as an easy target, just because you possess great skill? Do you believe everything is within your control? Were it not for your earnest demeanor, I would never divulge this secret to you. You have left my desk in disarray, disrupting public order and contravening the law. I must remind you that the new statutes explicitly state that those who intentionally destroy another's property face detention of 3 to 7 days. It would be prudent for you to compensate me for my losses, both material and emotional, lest we meet before the authorities. Should you be detained, I fear your children may lose their opportunities for the imperial examinations. Although Ying Zheng understood that as emperor he need not fear any threats and could indeed imprison others, he was reluctant to reveal his identity, having been too moved by Han Lei's words. Certainly, he would never deign to apologize to Han Lei. Qinshihuang released his grip, signaling Long Yi with his gaze. He needed to contemplate calmly and assess the veracity of the situation. Long Yi understood and addressed Han Lei. Little brother, do not take offense. How much is your table worth? I shall compensate you. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Lei was ultimately the scion of the Han Wuhou family. The cost of a mere table would hardly be of concern to him. What truly vexed him was the indignity of the situation. A gesture of goodwill had been met with ingratitude, a blatant affront to his dignity. Was this merely a matter of money? He was being humiliated. Chapter 66. Eagerly signing up, do you think I would be swayed by your paltry sum? Little brother, let us speak calmly. This news is indeed shocking. When you first learned of it, you must have been astonished. Upon hearing this, Han Lei paused slightly. Indeed, the information was hard to fathom when he first encountered it. He too had been left speechless. Moreover, sharing this revelation was intended to witness the astonishment it would evoke in others. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to divulge such news? With this thought, Han Lei felt somewhat reassured. This does not justify the damage to my table. Long Yi smiled. I apologize. You should understand our master. He was merely taken aback that I will compensate for the table. Han Lei waved his hand. It is of no consequence. It is merely a table. Tell that old man to temper his impulses. It is natural to be excited by such significant news. Now, let us take the grain and remember to sign. However, Ying Zheng was reluctant to depart. This batch of grain was crucial to the foundation of the Qin. He would not leave lightly without uncovering the truth. Han Lei scoffed. Old sir, I made it clear from the outset that this is merely hearsay. I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Whether to believe it or not lies entirely within your discretion. Once you take the grain and leave, do not attribute this news to me. If questioned, I shall deny it entirely. Should you carelessly disseminate it and the authorities become aware, it will surely lead to dire consequences. Do you understand? As he spoke, Han Lei made a slicing motion across his neck. Ying Zheng's expression gradually regained composure. It seemed all this was merely rumor. Yet, he soon heard Han Lei's cold snort as he continued. Old sir, you may find it hard to believe my words, and indeed, I cannot provide evidence. However, the common folk are not foolish if that were the case. Why would they forsake free grain and instead toil daily for farmyard manure? Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. He turned his gaze towards the city. The common people hurriedly pushed their carts. Xianyang City was the most prosperous place under heaven. Most of the populace had received education and would not typically be in such a rush. They were not lazy, but rather had little to occupy their time. Arable land was limited, hunting grounds lay far from the city, and means of earning were singular. Their ability to sustain themselves relied heavily on fate. Yet today, Ying Zheng noted that excitement radiated from each face among the populace. They had acquired clear goals and direction. This was the first time he had witnessed such vigor among the common folk. A stark contrast to 2 months prior. Previously, the populace could be largely divided into two factions, the nobles indulging in decadence, and the commoners existing like walking corpses. In these contemporary times, they all possess aspirations and relentlessly strive upward, their spirits imbued with motivation. Initially, Ying Zheng could not fathom the reason behind such a profound transformation among the populace, but he has since come to understand. When the issue of sustenance is addressed, everyone becomes galvanized into action. A thought struck Ying Zheng, prompting him to inquire, my young brother, I observe that these commoners are reluctant to accept the provisions, nor do they seem inclined to cultivate the wasteland. Each individual harbors their own plans, and some even refrain from seizing the farmers' fertilizers. Bewildered by this, Ying Zheng resolved to seek clarity from someone well-versed in the matter. Han Lei, wearied by the incessant questioning, responded, You are only receiving 3 dough of grain. We did not come begging for your charity. Please refrain from further inquiries. I lack the time for idle banter. Enough with the prattle. Ask your final question. And then depart swiftly with your rations. Ying Zheng nodded, finding no offense in Han Lei's candid demeanor. Each individual has their own endeavors, and in this context, it is pertinent to acknowledge the accomplishments of the second young master. The edicts he issues are solely for the welfare of the people, and both the commoners and the nobility have privately deliberated upon this. Had the second young master assumed power earlier, we would not have had to endure so much suffering. Han Lei continued to extol Ying Gao, leading Ying Zheng to suspect that this fellow was undoubtedly being manipulated by that rebellious son. Having only assumed control of the Qin state for 2 months, how could such a significant transformation occur so swiftly? I, Ying Zheng, have unified the realm, yet you never boast of my accomplishments. Even upon hearing Han Lei's praises of Ying Gao, Ying Zheng felt less indignation. After all, Ying Gao is his son, and sons often mirror their fathers. Thus, his reputation bears a fraction of Ying Zheng's merit. However, the mere thought of that rebellious son altering the imperial edict, brazenly assassinating ministers in the court, and usurping the throne ignited a profound fury within him. While Han Lei incessantly boasted of Ying Gao, he remained vigilant of Ying Zheng's expressions, noticing Ying Zheng's flushed complexion. Han Lei presumed the latter was intrigued by Ying Gao and continued, Young Master Ying Gao not only ensures the populace has sustenance, but also provides them with employment opportunities. The able-bodied among the commoners can venture forth as craftsmen, earning a daily income sufficient for their survival. The newly harvested rice far surpasses my aged stock, which has been stored for 3 to 5 years, and they can also acquire a trade, yielding even higher wages. Hence, everyone is eager to partake. Ying Zheng, perplexed, queried, Opportunities? What opportunities? Are you referring to him? Han Lei sneered, Relief grain has been distributed for 2 months. Do you comprehend why I am only distributing it now? Why? Ying Zheng pressed. I have registered to become a carpenter and have learned quite a few skills. Although my grain cannot be delivered, nor can I attain nobility, I am capable of crafting wooden items. Even without access to the imperial grain, I shall not starve. Ying Zheng was astonished. You have registered as a carpenter. What have you learned? I have taken on a master. Who is your master? You will surely be astonished. He is the renowned craftsman who has recently arrived in Qin, possessing skills surpassing even those of Moses Murphy, known as Zhuge Ban. As Han Lei spoke, he lifted his chin, exuding immense pride. However, Ying Zheng did not display the anticipated expression of surprise. Instead, he wore a visage of confusion. What? You are unaware of Master Zhuge. Ying Zheng shook his head in disbelief. Never heard of him. Could he truly be superior to Murphy? From which remote village has he emerged? Han Lei scrutinized Ying Zheng with an almost peculiar gaze, as if he were looking at a fool. Zhuge was indeed a figure of great renown, having single-handedly created the curved plow and numerous other astonishing agricultural implements with a mere handful of thousands at his command. Young Master Ying had only provided Zhuge with a few thousand troops, and to expedite progress, he had even recruited a contingent of ordinary citizens, imparting to them simple operational techniques. This initiative was also the young master's own decision. When the news broke, it caused a sensation, with throngs clamoring to enlist. The inventions forged in the lumberyard transcended the understanding of the era. Not only in Xianyang, but the fame of Master Zhuge spread to several surrounding cities as well. Even the brilliant young woman of the Imo family personally sought his guidance. Chapter 67. Not taken seriously at all, the reputation of Master Zhuge grew ever more illustrious. Almost every tool related to daily life bore his craftsmanship. In time, Master Zhuge's direct involvement diminished significantly. Most of the time, he merely directed his subordinates, leisurely guiding the course of events from the sidelines. Furthermore, the implements crafted by the master were snatched up at exorbitant prices by nobles and aristocrats. I have even heard that the furniture in the residence of the second young master was all personally crafted by the master, which is truly enviable. At this point, Ying Zheng had begun to grasp the gist of the matter. The Zhuge mentioned by Han Lei was a newly emerged artisan, knowledgeable in the mechanisms of the Imo family, capable of crafting furniture and agricultural tools. Indeed, he possessed some skill. However, Ying Zheng remained unimpressed. He felt that Han Lei's words were laden with embellishments. After all, the youth was prone to exaggeration. The Imo family was quite prominent among the 100 schools, and during Ying Zheng's reign, he had sent people to investigate. The current heir of the Imo family was Imo Fei, who exhibited extraordinary talent in the art of mechanisms. Her creativity and abilities even surpassed those of the Imo family's patriarch. Alongside the heir of the farming clan, Tianmin, they were celebrated as rising stars. Naturally, Ying Zheng could not believe that Imo Fei would seek counsel from an ordinary carpenter. Thus, he formed a judgment in his mind regarding which statements to trust and which to regard with skepticism. Since you have inherited the skills of Master Zhuge, why then do you engage in grain distribution in exchange for titles? Upon hearing this, Han Lei awkwardly lowered his head. That I regard him as my master. Yet he has never acknowledged me. Along with me, 5,000 people went to the lumberyard to learn, but in the end, fewer than 500 remained. I have heard that these individuals were secretly relocated to a place with the aim of producing a top-secret military equipment. Unfortunately, I was sent back after only a few days there, having not only never seen that classified equipment, but also having had no opportunity to enter the lumberyard itself. Ying Zheng listened with an unperturbed heart. Indeed, this person spoke untruthfully, creating top-secret equipment. Spare me the jest. Do you take me for a fool? A carpenter crafting military equipment. Dream on. The battlefield employs bronze and iron tools. If you were to bring in a blacksmith, perhaps I might still believe you. Stop boasting. If even one of your claims were true, it would be a miracle. The use of the curved plow by the common folk can at least double efficiency. Selling it could yield dozens of copper coins to 8. As Han Lei spoke of this, he was filled with immense excitement. Ying Zheng had heard of the curved plow, rumored to enhance planting efficiency and increase grain yield when combined with the fertilizer of farmers. Initially, Ying Zheng harbored doubts regarding this matter, yet Han Lei's words instilled in him a semblance of credibility. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical about the exaggerated efficacy of the curved plow and resolved to verify it personally. Even a mere 50% increase in efficiency would constitute a significant advancement. He yearned to behold the curved plow and the carpenter whose counsel even Murphy sought. Furthermore, there were seeds boasting yields of 4,000 to 5,000 gene per mu. As the emperor striving for the unification of the realm, he was well versed in matters of the world and would never place his faith in unsubstantiated claims. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his robe. Young brother, I lack the time for prolonged discussion. Perhaps we may converse again in the future. However, as soon as Ying Zheng's words fell, Han Lei swiftly interjected. Wait, I have divulged all that you wish to know. Yet you have yet to collect your rations. You cannot depart. Ying Zheng hesitated briefly, then smiled, signaling Long Yi and Long Air to retrieve the provisions. As the sovereign of a nation, upholding promises was foundational to establishing authority. Upon witnessing the trio halt, Han Lei finally exhaled in relief. He promptly provided them with 3 dough of rice and then guided them to sign for confirmation. Ying Zheng inquired with confusion. Why must we sign? Few among my subjects are literate. Han Lei waved his hand, bemused by the young man's bewilderment. The young master has made proper arrangements. Even if one cannot write, I shall assist you. You need only affix your fingerprint. The young master asserts that every individual's palm print is unique, thus preventing any errors. Should anyone attempt to claim excess rations, a simple examination of the prints will reveal the culprit. Ying Zheng nodded, pondering the implications. I see. Yet, regarding the inheritance of titles, is it not determined by the quantity of provisions distributed? One could easily find someone to impersonate a commoner and clandestinely seize the rations. Han Lei frowned, clearly perceiving the folly in such reasoning. The young master is not lacking in intelligence. He undoubtedly understands that deception may occur. This underscores the necessity of signatures. Regulations are clear. Each individual may claim no more than 1 dough of rice per month. And any form of fraud is strictly prohibited. Fraud? Ying Zheng sought to inquire further, but Han Lei waved his hand again. You know nothing of this. Hasten to explore your surroundings. You must have just emerged from the wilderness. Despite your splendid attire, your thinking is rather sluggish, quite foolish, indeed. Delay any longer, and you shall fall behind in progress. Here, take this pen. Can you inscribe your name? If not, I shall assist you. Han Lei retrieved paper from a box and laid it upon the dilapidated table. The paper was filled with names, each adorned with a crimson fingerprint, indicating that few could write in the ensuing days. The trio traversed the city, seeking knowledge. During this period, Xianyang was more bustling than usual, with many servants of noble families arriving early at the Chao family's establishments. The Chao family managed numerous shops, one of which specialized in writing materials. It was not surprising to see long lines at the food stalls. Yet the pen and ink shop attracted early patrons, becoming a conspicuous sight within the city. Was the Xian paper truly so remarkable? Why were so many eager to acquire it? The proprietor of a bun shop inquired of a customer across the way. As the patron accepted a steaming bun, he took a hearty bite. It is not merely useful. Today's Xian paper signifies status. The customer exclaimed, I must hurry back to the queue. Alas, the breakfast shop owner wished to call him back but was too late. Stretching his neck to gaze at the serpentine line of people, he discovered it seemed endless. He could scarcely believe that rice paper could sell with such fervor. It was rumored that a single sheet commanded a price of 1 or 2 taels of silver. The lives of the affluent are beyond the comprehension of the ordinary folk. That moment, the long-closed Zhao's ink shop finally creaked open. The previously patient queue surged forward like a tide. Boss, give me 10 sheets. I'll take 20. Everyone, please exercise some restraint. Our stock is limited, and we wouldn't want those of us at the back to leave empty-handed. Boss, have mercy. If I return home empty-handed today, my young master will surely make me regret it. The scene erupted instantaneously, resembling a wild stallion galloping unchecked across the prairie. Yet, the shopkeeper appeared unfazed, counting his cash with a grin while handing out the precious paper. Other matters seemed to hold no significance in his eyes. Chapter 68. Let us discover how paper is made. Those fortunate enough to procure paper today wore expressions brimming with ecstasy and excitement, as if they had struck the jackpot. Conversely, those who missed out wore downcast faces, their expressions so gloomy they seemed to exude moisture. Good sir, please sell me 5 sheets of paper. Name your price. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, all 500 sheets from Zhao's shop had been snatched away, and the shop temporarily closed its doors. 1 would have to wait an hour before it could reopen to customers. The disappointed individuals lingering at the entrance, feeling dejected, attempted to acquire a few sheets from others. 1 man clutched tightly to a young attendant, his face a mask of embarrassment, fervently hoping the lad would show mercy and part with some paper. However, the young attendant clutched his precious sheets protectively, regarding him with suspicion. I fought hard for these. Don't even think about it. The man, upon hearing this, fell silent, his heart heavy with frustration. This scenario had been replaying for 2 consecutive days. In the early court, the atmosphere in the grand hall was palpable with tension. Ying Gao sat high in the seat of power, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present. Last, his eyes settled on the Grand Commandant Qinshihuang, who recently exuded a newfound vitality, shaking off his previous lethargy and radiating an unprecedented spirit. Lord Qin. Qinshihuang stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young master, I am here. Please share with everyone the revenue situation of the past 2 days. Ying Gao smiled slightly. Qinshihuang's demeanor brightened, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Report to the young master. In the past 2 days, we have sold 1,000 sheets of paper each day, accumulating a total revenue of 3,000 taels. of which 40% is allocated as profit to Zhao as soon as he finished speaking. The civil and military officials exchanged skeptical glances. This sum, to the national treasury, was but a drop in the ocean, especially considering they had relinquished 40% of the profits. Esteemed colleagues, the economic situation of the Qin is not flourishing. 3,000 taels is already a commendable income. Noticing the dissatisfaction etched on the faces of the officials, Ying Gao had anticipated this reaction. Young master, this income is indeed substantial. Given ample time, our treasury will surely thrive. Li Si interjected. Feng Shao immediately echoed, precisely, young master, the future of the Qin is bright. Behind Yin Yun, someone could not help but interject, young master, this is merely a stopgap measure. You must consider the long term. Ying Gao nodded in agreement. Lord Wang, what are your views on the future of the Qin? Laughter erupted in response. It was Qin Zheng. He cast a scornful glance at Wang Wei and sarcastically remarked, I had presumed that Lord Wang possessed some profound insights, yet it appears he is merely capable of uttering nonsense. What genuine prowess do you possess? Indeed, Wang Wei lacked true talent and merely engaged in rambling discourse. Rendered speechless by Qin Zheng's words, Wang Wei's face flushed crimson, yearning to retort, but finding himself at a loss for words. The price of rice paper was 1 tael of silver per sheet. For officials, this was not exorbitant, yet it was by no means cheap. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that they simply could not procure the paper. The demand was overwhelming. The market was beset by a condition of scarcity. Despite their indignation, they were utterly powerless, for this paper was manufactured by Ying Gao. In the realm of debate, Ying Gao had never allowed Qin Zheng to gain the upper hand, consistently rendering his opponent speechless. Much to the audience's delight. Listen closely, esteemed guests. This young master is well aware that the current profits are rather meager, insufficient to alter the grand scheme that I asked for you. Spare us the suspense. What else remains unspoken? A faint, indifferent smile graced Ying Gao's lips as he disregarded Wang Wei's provocation. Qin Zheng hastily interjected, My lord, there are 100 affluent patrons who have taken the initiative, each reserving 1,000 sheets of rice paper. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. As if struck by lightning, it was crucial to note that the Zhao family supplied only 1,000 sheets daily. Yet now, someone had reserved 1,000 sheets. 1,000 sheets per person amounted to 1,000 taels of silver. Even at a 60% settlement, that equated to a staggering 600 taels. 600 taels per individual, multiplied by 100. The figures were utterly jaw-dropping. Their minds raced with calculations. This was merely the beginning. These individuals intended to forge a long-term partnership with us, signifying a stable monthly income. Qin Zheng brimmed with self-satisfaction, a demeanor that incited unwarranted envy among the onlookers. Although the revenue appeared modest, the national treasury had long been in deficit, and now, at last, it was beginning to turn a profit. This was indeed a monumental advancement. Furthermore, we could commence repaying our debts to the merchants. The more Qin Zheng spoke, the more he felt a pang of sorrow. It was disheartening that the national treasury earned less than the merchants. To facilitate the nation's development, they had to borrow from those very merchants. When had the Qin become so degraded? Yet, under Ying Gao's leadership, he harbored faith that the situation would improve, even catching a glimpse of hope's dawn. Yin Yun's countenance darkened ominously. They had not only failed to witness the farce, but Ying Gao had also quietly accomplished something that reverberated throughout Xianyang. They wished to highlight the paper's shortcomings. Yet in comparison to its merits, those flaws were trivial. Ying Zheng and his companions continued their leisurely stroll through the marketplace, unknowingly arriving at a paper-selling establishment, observing a line of eager patrons. He inquired and learned that they were selling rice paper. Intrigued, he joined the queue. Was there a new type of paper? Ying Zheng glared at Long E and Long Air, demanding, Why was I oblivious to this? What are you two up to? Do you wish to court disaster? Long E and Long Air hung their heads in fear. My lord, the 2 female guards accompanying the young master possess formidable strength. We are unable to approach them, and thus cannot gather such information. Ying Zheng stifled his rage. He could not afford to punish these 2 inept subordinates just yet, lest he lose his entire entourage. This matter would be addressed later, remember. Your heads are always at risk of relocation. Understood. Long E and Long Air sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Ying Zheng still has not managed to connect all the dots. He initially believed that understanding the Edict of Enfeoffment and the matter of nobles providing grain would lead him to the whereabouts of the rebellious offspring, with the remaining inquiries to be gradually unraveled. Yet, it has become evident that numerous unknowns still linger. Over the past 2 months, the changes within the Qin state have been remarkably swift, leaving even the sovereign of the realm struggling to adapt promptly. In the past few days, encounters with several individuals on the streets have left him filled with questions. Just as one query is resolved, another emerges in quick succession. At first, he placed unwavering faith in Han Lei's words. But the latter's assertions have grown increasingly bizarre. They have elevated the second son to an unrealistic pedestal. Humph, I must witness firsthand how the second son truly produces paper. Soon, it was his turn. Long he gestured for Ying Zheng to enter. The shop spanned approximately several dozen square meters, its walls adorned with an array of writing implements and scholarly treasures. In one corner lay a pile of bamboo slips, seemingly neglected and thick with dust. Chapter 69. How can one still argue in such a manner? A seemingly scholarly individual stood behind the counter, wielding a brush to record transactions on a sheet of white paper. Are you the proprietor? Ying Zheng inquired. Upon hearing the voice, the man languidly replied, only one sheet remains. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow at this display of arrogance. How could one conduct business in such a manner? When customers inquire, should one not be more welcoming? Would he not fear that patrons might simply walk away? Long he was about to unleash a tirade, but Ying Zheng stayed his hand, since he had come here as an ordinary citizen. How would others perceive him if he could not tolerate such an attitude? He stepped forward and inquired with a friendly tone, Proprietor, is it true that only one sheet remains? They sell so swiftly. Do you have no stock? There is stock, exclaimed the proprietor. Splendid. Ying Zheng's excitement was palpable as he rolled his throat, his eyes gleaming. Long Yi, sensing the shift in Ying Zheng's emotions, quietly advised, Your Majesty, if you find it difficult to maintain composure, perhaps you could channel your qi. It may lead to a sudden enlightenment in your martial prowess. Ying Zheng nodded and endeavored to regulate his emotions as Long Yi suggested. How much for a sheet? 1 tael per sheet. Is it truly so expensive? Ying Zheng was taken aback, his heart tumultuous. I wish to purchase in bulk. Could you offer a discount? How many do you wish to buy? Whatever quantity you possess. I shall purchase. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper scrutinized Ying Zheng from head to toe, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Old man, do not jest. How much money do you have? Do you intend to buy out all my stock? I have 1,000 sheets in reserve. Do you possess 1,000 taels? Do not make a fool of yourself. Even if there is stock, it is meant for tomorrow's allocation. Each day is limited to 1,000 sheets. And today only the last one remains. If you wish to buy, pay up. If not, be on your way. Ying Zheng's heart raced with excitement. He was utterly unconcerned with the shopkeeper's rudeness. His sole focus was on the Xian paper. I genuinely wish to purchase, but I must first ascertain the quality. If it meets my expectations, I shall certainly pay. The proprietor retrieved a sheet of paper. Ying Zheng was overwhelmed with exhilaration, clutching the so-called treasure tightly, his eyes sparkling with delight. Previously, at Han Lei's, he had been hastily dismissed, leaving him no time to scrutinize the quality of the new paper. Now, with the paper in his hands, he handled it with the utmost care. As one would an antique, this paper is indeed exceptional. Though it contains some plant fibers, this does not hinder its usability. As Ying Zheng examined the paper closely, he suddenly realized a crucial point. This paper is remarkably thin and light. This indicates that paper can completely replace bamboo slips in both weight and quality, offering remarkable convenience. Although Ying Zheng was not fond of pedantic discussions, he was surrounded by talented scholars, and he was well aware of their bookish tendencies. They indulged daily in bamboo slips, neglecting food and sleep, their passion for literature surpassing even familial affection. This was particularly true for those who revered Confucian teachings. There was an elderly gentleman from the state of Lu, who staunchly advocated for peace among nations. During his travels to various states, he was accompanied by dozens of carts laden with bamboo slips. Should any slip accidentally fall into a puddle, he and his followers would go to great lengths to retrieve it. This vividly illustrated that books held greater importance to them than life itself. Had that old man known that the Qin would later invent paper, he might have been so elated as to come back to life. Ying Zheng had already envisioned the lifestyle of the common people once they began using this paper. He then grasped the corners of the paper and pulled it apart, yet it remained undamaged. While vigorous tearing might ruin it, no one would do so casually. Splendid, it far surpassed silk and bamboo slips. Ying Zheng marveled inwardly, convinced that the Qin was on the brink of a new cultural era. Excuse me, may I borrow a pen? He inquired. The proprietor furrowed his brow slightly, yet he was accustomed to the excitement of those encountering the new paper for the first time. Handle it with care. This paper must be preserved for others to experience. With trembling hands, Ying Zheng took the pen and cautiously inscribed a character, He was immediately taken aback. The writing appeared even clearer on the paper than on silk. Truly remarkable. He repeatedly expressed his admiration, his fingers gently caressing the characters he had written. The Qin had indeed managed to create such astonishing paper. Excellent. This is truly wonderful. However, the price is exorbitant. Not everyone can afford it. Yet, Ying Gao had mentioned that once a production line was established, the output would increase and prices would decrease. He was also in search of cheaper materials, ensuring that everyone would eventually be able to afford it. Will this paper become cheaper in the future? How can the production costs be reduced? Ying Zheng inquired. The proprietor dismissed him with a scoff. What do you know? You and I are mere commoners. Naturally, we cannot believe it could be made cheaper, but since the young master has spoken, it must be achievable. This paper was invented by the second young master. No one can rival him, a testament to his talent. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng felt a wave of discontent. Why was it that everyone he encountered excessively praised the second brother, as if he were a deity? Was it truly he who invented it? How could it be that he, the sovereign, was unaware that such a disloyal and unfilial person could create something so remarkable? Nevertheless, upon hearing Ying Gao's name, the anger in Ying Zheng's heart had diminished significantly. Almost to a sense of self-satisfaction, the proprietor continued to extol the virtues of the paper and the prowess of Ying Gao. You have yet to reveal the materials used to make this paper. At this, the proprietor appeared somewhat displeased, as he had been enthusiastically recounting Ying Gao's achievements, only to be interrupted. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Zheng nodded. Given the exceptional quality of the product, the second brother would naturally not divulge the manufacturing process easily. All it required was an order for him to disclose it. With this thought, Ying Zheng resolved to purchase a sheet of paper before departing, not forgetting to express his admiration. Ying Gao is truly remarkable, able to produce such high-quality paper to benefit scholars. With that, Ying Zheng took out silver coins, preparing to purchase the paper. Unexpectedly, as he looked up, he found the boss with his arms crossed, gazing intently at him with profound eyes. It is evident that your perspective is somewhat limited. Your considerations are confined to the realm of scholars, neglecting the more profound dimensions. Upon finishing his statement, the boss shook his head in regret. Appearing quite sorrowful, Ying Zheng was left in a state of confusion. Could it be that this paper holds some benefit for others? The common folk, being illiterate, what use do they have for such paper? Many laborers are only aware of farming. How could they fathom the value of written words? Upon hearing this, the boss could not suppress a laugh, quickly restoring his serious demeanor. I have told you that your vision is narrow. Yet you continue to argue in vain. Are you implying that the people of our Qin are uncivilized savages? Chapter 70. Who dares to act without authority? I tell you, young Master Ying Gao once stated that he possesses countless inventions yet to be unveiled. The initial introduction of paper is to preserve our cultural heritage. If we can disseminate our culture and encourage nationwide learning, gradually establishing a cultural foundation, the Qin shall endure for millennia. Suddenly, it seemed as if Ying Zheng had unlocked a new door. However, upon further reflection, he considered that while these words were filled with lofty ambition, they were ultimately hollow. It is merely a piece of paper, facilitating the written expression for scholars, freeing them from the cumbersome bamboo slips. Beyond that, what purpose does it serve? Can it truly bear the weight of the Qin's foundation? Ying Zheng chuckled at himself. Boss, are you not deceiving me? You have embellished Ying Gao's achievements to an extraordinary degree, exaggerating every aspect. How can a fragile piece of paper carry the profound legacies of Qin civilization? Ying Zheng wished to continue his argument, but he noticed the boss glaring furiously, slamming his palm on the table. Boldly, you narrow-minded individuals dare to question young Master Ying Gao's intellect. I see that upon encountering the new laws, you believe yourselves unrestrained. Know that the government is not merely a fade. Today, I warn you, in this great Qin, you may slander anyone, even the late emperor, and no one shall dare to intervene. Yet, you must never doubt young Master Ying Gao's capabilities. Otherwise, even if I lose this scribe's position, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, the boss suddenly rolled up his sleeves, brimming with fury, ready to take action. Ying Zheng was clearly taken aback. Who would dare to treat him with such disrespect? You are but a minor official. How dare you be so insolent? Thinking to teach me a lesson. I merely criticized the second brother slightly, and you wish to reprimand me? Long Yi and Long Er immediately gathered their energy, standing protectively in front of Ying Zheng. Should the opponent take another step forward, they would not hesitate to strike him down, just as the tense standoff was on the verge of erupting. A man's voice resonated from behind. Zimming, this is outrageous. Young Master Gao has said that the common people are our parents who provide for us. We must not treat them in such a manner. Quickly apologize. As soon as the words fell, a refined middle-aged man approached, holding a bamboo slip. Initially, the boss intended to reprimand the three, but upon seeing the scholar, he halted. Bowing respectfully, I have met with Minister Dong. Having said that, he immediately withdrew. The middle-aged man displayed a slightly apologetic smile, advancing to Ying Zheng and clasping his fists in greeting, saying, "Please forgive me, esteemed elder, for Zhongshu's lack of strictness. I apologize to you. We are merely subordinates of Zhao Gao, and it is indeed inappropriate for us to display such rudeness towards the esteemed elder." Upon witnessing the sincerity in Dong Zhongshu's gaze and his cultured demeanor, Ying Zheng's anger began to dissipate. Even if he were but an ordinary citizen at this moment, merely posing a question and receiving such treatment from the proprietor would naturally evoke feelings of indignation. Moreover, his true identity as the emperor of the Qin dynasty rendered any disrespect towards him utterly unacceptable. Were it not for Dong Zhongshu's timely intervention, the proprietor's family would have faced catastrophic consequences. Gradually, the atmosphere began to calm. Ying Zheng scrutinized Dong Zhongshu closely. Something felt amiss. Why did the proprietor address him as Minister Dong? How could he be unaware that he had conferred such a title upon Dong? Had he not just referred to himself as a subordinate of that rebellious son? Before Ying Zheng could untangle his thoughts, Dong Zhongshu spoke again. I have just heard everything, and indeed, the elder's understanding is limited. Our culture must rely on this new paper for its transmission. Culture serves as the vessel of civilization, propelling the collective intellect of the populace forward. Therefore, there is no error in this assertion. Zhao Gao aims to forge a unique Qin, promoting paper as a medium for the transmission of civilization, which is merely the first step. These words. Ying Zheng paused momentarily. Could such absurdity truly be regarded as wisdom by some? Were the common people of the world truly so foolish, or was it his judgment that faltered? Although this individual exhibited a certain elegance and spoke with humility, why did he suddenly extol the merits of the second son? To claim that a mere piece of paper could encapsulate the profound essence of Qin civilization, had he not sought his approval before declaring such a notion? What this man had just said paled in comparison to the proprietor's words, which were far more agreeable. It seemed he was intent on sowing discord. He had initially thought of Dong Zhongshu as a discerning scholar, but now realized he was merely another pedantic Confucian, quick to take offense. How dare he accuse him of lacking insight? Given that he had unified the realm, who among them would dare suggest that his perspective was narrow? Were it not for his conquest of the 6 states, would they enjoy the peace they had today? The audacity to lecture him. It was his own vision that was truly limited. Ying Zheng had not initially felt anger towards the proprietor's remarks, as an ordinary shopkeeper could hardly provoke his ire. However, Dong Zhongshu's pretentiousness, reminiscent of an insufferable pedant, irked him greatly. He harbored a deep disdain for those who extolled Confucian ideals. Did he not remember the time when he had ordered the arrest of numerous Confucian scholars and the destruction of many classical texts? How dare he speak so boldly here? Ying Zheng raised his chin defiantly. I am not yet acquainted with your identity. What, Zimming? I have just informed you that we must not treat the common people with such disdain. They may not have experienced as much as we have, nor read as extensively, and thus their thoughts may not be as profound. We must endeavor to understand them and refrain from unwarranted anger. Do you comprehend? The student etched this lesson into his memory. The proprietor clasped his fists in salute, appearing rather displeased, and silently retreated, his gaze lowered. Ying Zheng. This admonition felt like a challenge to his intellect. Did he truly lack sufficient knowledge and experience, rendering his thoughts superficial? Could his life's accomplishments be so easily compared to theirs? Humph. Today, he would make it abundantly clear who among them was truly the one with a limited perspective. After the proprietor had been taught a lesson, Dong Zhongshu resumed a respectful demeanor, bowing an apology, and remarked with a smile, "It was indeed my oversight not to disclose my identity to the esteemed elder in advance. I am Dong Zhongshu, the current chancellor of the state, entrusted with spearheading ideological reform." Upon concluding my statement, I maintained a benevolent smile as I directed my gaze towards Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. Dong Zhongshu. I have never appointed him as chancellor. How can one so young assume such a position? Dong Zhongshu chuckled softly. Indeed, my abilities are limited. Why have I never heard of this matter? Ying Zheng inquired. Voicing his inner perplexity, Dong Zhongshu appeared taken aback. I am the chancellor personally appointed by Lord Ying Gao. Does his decision require your consent? Certainly not. The crux lies in the fact that if I were to disagree, who would dare to act independently? Just as Ying Zheng was about to erupt in fury, Long Yi cleared his throat twice. instantly restoring his composure. Indeed, he speaks truth. 2 months prior, I had already passed away, and matters of the court have been decided by the second son. You, as the second son, have yet to ascend as emperor, yet you dare to unilaterally elevate an obscure scholar to the position of chancellor? Chapter 71. Who is Dong Zhongshu? The ministers of civil and military affairs are all observing. How can you act with such impunity while they stand idly by, an unknown individual, ascending to such a rank without the customary progression through the 3 dukes and 9 ministers? Is nothing short of a farce. How can the great Qin dynasty not be imperiled? Each time I appoint an official, I deliberate meticulously, ensuring consensus among the civil and military ministers before making a decision. Who, then, is Dong Zhongshu, that he is entrusted with the weighty responsibility of reform? He is but a scourge to our great Qin, and one day I shall dismiss them all. Undoubtedly, the primary target is the second son, whom I shall address first. Ying Zheng had resolved upon his subsequent actions to a T this moment. His heart brimmed with sorrow, for the great Qin would surely fall into the hands of these individuals, leading to chaos throughout the realm. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng clenched his fists, resolutely refusing to permit such folly. You are correct. Lord Ying Gao's decision requires no approval from me. Yet the position of chancellor is not one that can be filled by just anyone. Judging by your demeanor, you must be a disciple of Confucianism. Dong Zhongshu nodded affirmatively. Clearly, these Confucian scholars feigned concern for the populace while secretly harboring disdain for them, with the prospect of further reforms on Dong Zhongshu's agenda. Ying Zheng felt a surge of indignation. He desired to engage in a thorough discourse. Then, how do you substantiate the superiority of governing the state through Confucian doctrine over legalist principles? Dong Zhongshu scrutinized Ying Zheng once more, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. So, you are a follower of legalism. Ying Zheng chuckled lightly. One might say so. I hold its principles in high regard as emperor, although he was not an official disciple of any school. He greatly esteemed the governance strategies of legalism, thereby rendering himself a quasi-disciple of the tradition. Legalist thought undoubtedly possesses its unique merits. Otherwise, how could our great Qin have established such enduring achievements? Dong Zhongshu had delved into various schools of thought. After extensive study of the myriad philosophies, he became firmly convinced that Confucianism was the most suitable for state governance. You do possess some insight. Then tell me, if legalist thought is indeed so superior, why should it be discarded? Dong Zhongshu did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned to the host. Zimming, please prepare some fragrant tea. Today, I wish to engage in philosophical discourse with the esteemed elder. Having said this, he turned back to Ying Zheng, adding, shall we sit down for a more detailed discussion? As the conversation concluded, an inviting gesture was made. Subsequently, the master of the house entered the room carrying a tray of tea. Ying Zheng, unperturbed by formalities, took his seat with ease. Upon sitting down, he could not help but marvel at the chair, which conformed beautifully to the contours of the human body, providing exceptional comfort. Dong Zhongshu, noticing the peculiar glimmer in Ying Zheng's eyes, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. This chair was crafted by the esteemed Master Zhuge Ban himself. I wonder how the venerable gentleman finds it? Ying Zheng paused slightly, pondering the mention of Master Zhuge Ban. Dong Zhongshu chuckled softly, unfazed. The legalists indeed played a monumental role in the unification of the 6 states, yet we no longer reside in an era of chaos. With the stability of the Qin, the continued application of legalist principles may yield complications. Ying Zheng's brow furrowed, and he raised his chin defiantly. What issues could possibly arise from the rule of law? Is it not an effective means of regulating human behavior? If we were to abandon legalist thought, how would we address criminality? Shall we allow lawlessness to prevail? I have scrutinized the newly published decrees, which clearly delineate that disturbing social order and damaging others' property are offenses. The use of imprisonment as punishment for wrongdoers is a direct manifestation of legalist philosophy. Those who err must face appropriate repercussions. This is the very essence of legalism. This indicates that even the new laws have incorporated legalist ideals. Dong Zhongshu chuckled lightly, displaying no impatience, as he poured a cup of tea for Ying Zheng. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I had not realized I was in the presence of such an astute elder who could pinpoint the crux of the matter so directly. Now that you are well versed in the new legal codes of the Qin, my explanation will be considerably simplified. The most notable distinction between the old and the new laws lies in the severity of punishments. What specific differences exist? Master Jianguo remarked that the old laws imposed excessively harsh penalties, such that even minor transgressions could lead to mutilation, instilling a profound sense of fear among the populace. This pervasive dread severely dampened their enthusiasm for labor. Furthermore, consider an elderly gentleman who finds himself embroiled in a dispute between two robust individuals, unable to curtail the altercation due to his frailty. Under the old Qin laws, he would be culpable for failing to intervene and would face punishment alongside the combatants. An innocent elder could suddenly face execution. What recourse would he have if everyone is paralyzed by fear? Who will tend to the fields? Should he encounter robbers? How should he conduct himself? Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng was taken aback, as if a revelation dawned upon him. These laws are merely instruments to restrain the populace from infringing upon the law. Dong Zhongshu interjected, the detriments outweigh the benefits, indicating a necessity for revision. The newly instituted laws stipulate that brawling will result in incarceration for a duration of 7 days to half a month. Contingent on the circumstances, even if a bystander chooses not to intervene, they shall not be penalized. However, those who act heroically will be duly rewarded. I trust one have made myself sufficiently clear. The notion that bystanders would not face punishment while those who acted valiantly would receive rewards was a legal principle unheard of by Ying Zheng. As Dong Zhongshu articulated, the common folk now possessed the autonomy to decide how to respond to various situations, no longer shackled by fear that prevents them from venturing outside. From the perspective of the populace, it appears the new laws indeed favor them more than the old. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Zheng nodded thoughtfully. This new legal framework indeed possesses a unique character. Could it be that you personally crafted it? You previously boasted of your Confucian affiliations. How then do you employ legalist strategies? Hearing these words, Dong Zhongshu smiled gently and shook his head that I possess no such remarkable intellect. This new legal code has been entirely established by Lord Ying Gao. His wisdom far surpasses that of all others in the world. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why must the second son be mentioned again? This rebellious child. When did he delve into the realm of laws? Nevertheless, Ying Zheng had to concede internally that the new legal code was indeed more suited to the current circumstances than the old one. Yet, deep within him, there remained a sense of skepticism. No matter how much the new laws care for the common people, their foundation still rests within the tenets of legalism. Ying Zheng's words struck at the heart of the matter. No challenge seemed insurmountable for Dong Zhongshu. I shall now address your query. You may not have heard this saying, abolish the 100 schools of thought. Ying Zheng retorted with displeasure, how could I not have heard of it? It has long been disseminated far and wide. At that moment, he was filled with ire, for he had previously burned books and buried Confucian scholars before the public, harboring a deep-seated loathing for Confucianism. Chapter 72. A New Ideological Framework. When he learned that this rebellious child sought to elevate Confucianism above all else, his anger intensified. Dong Zhongshu replied, although this phrase is widely known, few truly comprehend its meaning. You may believe that abolishing the 100 schools of thought signifies the exclusive adoption of Confucianism while excluding all other philosophies. Is that not so? Ying Zheng scoffed coldly. Certainly not. Lord Ying Gao merely seeks to confound the masses, preventing the remnants of the 6 states from discerning the direction of the Qin reforms. In truth, abolishing the 100 schools of thought does not simply exalt Confucian teachings. Rather, it aims to extract the essence of various schools of thought and amalgamate them into a novel ideological framework. For instance, the mechanical techniques of the Mahists, the benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith of Confucianism, and the legalistic governance of the legalists all constitute invaluable wisdom unearthed by the Qinshihuang distill their quintessence. It can be summarized as a foundation of Confucian thought, framed by legalist principles, while also drawing upon the beneficial insights of other schools, thereby forging an entirely new ideological system. Consequently, whether in the territories of the 6 states or among the myriad philosophers, there will emerge a cohesive and progressive ideological whole, thus eliminating the latent dangers of division and fragmentation. Lord Gao once proclaimed that unity of thought is true unity. Only in this way can the Qin solidify its unwavering status in the hearts of the people. Upon hearing this, it was as if Ying Zheng's worldview had encountered a profound transformation. A ray of hopeful light pierced through the shadows. To draw upon the strengths of various schools and shape a new ideology. Only with unified thought can one truly claim to have achieved unity. For the first time, Ying Zheng felt a monumental shift in his own thinking. Was this not precisely what he had longed for? A unified realm, with all hearts rallying in support of the Qin. The governance strategy he had sought for half a lifetime lay before him. He had once contemplated extreme measures to eradicate the remnants of the 6 states in one fell swoop, severing the roots of dissent. However, he ultimately abandoned this notion, for he understood that mere force could not command the hearts of the people. Even if the remnants of the 6 states were obliterated, others might still harbor anti-Qin sentiments. Yet, Lord Yinggao's brilliant stratagem addressed the issue of ideology at its core, ensuring that the Qin could genuinely achieve unity and inspire the populace to willingly embrace their identity as Qin subjects. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. One could not help but acknowledge that in certain domains, Lord Yinggao was indeed a step ahead. He stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed and unblinking. This mindset, indeed, greatly benefits the prosperity of the Qin dynasty. The flourishing of various schools of thought undoubtedly harbors resplendent wisdom, among which lie doctrines truly worthy of emulation. Of course, there are also shortcomings and even fallacies within these ideologies. However, this is of little consequence. One need only extract their essence while discarding the dross. For instance, the ingenious mechanisms of the moists and the exceptional craftsmanship of their artisans are merely the pinnacle of their time. Should we genuinely assimilate the strengths of each school, the Qin dynasty will undoubtedly usher in an unprecedented zenith of development. In the near future, a scene of vibrant prosperity will surely unfold. I have pondered deeply throughout my life and have yet to conceive such a brilliant strategy. Yinggao, you are indeed my pride. This matter will greatly benefit the Qin, and I shall not impose excessive punishment upon you. Ying Zheng felt a profound excitement. His mind suddenly illuminated. Yet soon after, he furrowed his brow once more. While the strategy of unifying thought is undoubtedly commendable, its execution is exceedingly arduous. Accomplishing it in less than a few decades is simply implausible. Though the idea is sound, delving into the myriad schools and extracting their merits involves numerous complexities that it remains uncertain whether these merits are suitable for the development of the Qin. Shall we attempt each one individually? This is a question that many pondered. In this era, only a scant few can dedicate their entire lives to thoroughly studying a single doctrine. Mastering the entirety of the merits of 100 schools is nearly impossible. Among the numerous civil officials in the court, few have even perused the writings of multiple schools, let alone discern useful ideas. Most merely rely on hearsay, perhaps skimming through texts hastily, rendering them incapable of identifying truly valuable content within the doctrines. Upon hearing the inquiry, Dong Zhongshu maintained his composure, his gaze drifting to the passers-by at the door, revealing a hint of respect. This is the fortune of our great Qin, what the civil and military officials and the common populace cannot achieve. Young Master Yinggao has accomplished. Young Master Yinggao has comprehensively studied the 100 schools, articulating their merits with clarity, his thoughts sharp and often hitting the mark, leaving the officials speechless. Thus, no one questions young Master Yinggao's erudition. I dare say, he is a boon to the Qin. The unification of the realm is the achievement of His Majesty Ying Zheng, while young Master Yinggao steers the Qin towards wealth and strength. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng felt incredulous. Is Yinggao truly so formidable, sharp-minded and intellectually vibrant? Has he studied the 100 schools and can enumerate their merits? How is it that I was unaware of his extensive reading? His proposals for reform must surely be mere happenstance. Yet, given his ability to leave the civil and military officials at a loss for words, perhaps he has indeed delved into the texts of the 100 schools. Otherwise, how could he possess such intimate knowledge of their strengths? I have merely feigned death for 2 months, and upon my return, I find the world has changed. Even my least accomplished son is transformed. Ying Zheng's expression was one of complete astonishment. Dong Zhongshu, observing his bewilderment, simply smiled faintly, as if accustomed to such reactions. He then spoke slowly. Does the elder not share in the astonishment regarding young Master Yinggao's talents? I too exhibited a similar expression upon first learning of it. This moment, the one I hold in the highest regard is none other than young Master Yinggao. Surprised by Yinggao's talents? Ying Zheng felt a momentary pause in his heart. He could acknowledge his astonishment, but he would never express admiration for that rebellious son. He is the sovereign who has bestowed life upon him. In the forthcoming retribution, he shall take into account his talents and appropriately mitigate the punishment, and nothing more. He shall hold no admiration for anyone. Observing Ying Zheng's silence, Dong Zhongshu felt a secret delight, believing that his words had struck a chord. This situation was hardly surprising. In the court, Yinggao, with his extraordinary demeanor, confronted the civil and military officials, wielding his words like a sharp sword, ultimately compelling the assembly to yield in astonishment. Old sir, I have spoken at length, and I trust you have grasped my meaning. Might there still be questions in your mind? Questions? Indeed, I harbor numerous inquiries awaiting resolution, setting aside how he conceived the notion of reform. Merely executing this idea poses a significant challenge to govern the Grand Qin by leveraging the strengths of the 100 schools of thought. It is utterly untenable for Ying Gao to rely solely on his own capabilities. Without the influx of distinguished talents from the various schools into the Qin, the advantages of such thoughts would remain unmanifested to earn their genuine loyalty and dedication to the Qin. The most effective means would be to confer upon them positions of authority. Yet, the very first dissenters are precisely the civil and military officials within the court. Many among these scholars are already adversaries of Qin, and some even act as instigators against it. To appoint them as officials of the Qin would be akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Chapter 73. Overcoming obstacles. Furthermore, the majority of the populace is illiterate and lacks the leisure to study. Persuading them to embrace such novel ideas is no small feat. Countless obstacles await resolution. Dong Zhongshu re-evaluated Ying Zheng, for the questions he posed were profoundly insightful, surpassing the comprehension of most in the court. A teachable spirit, he remarked with a smile. Old sir, it is quite a pleasant surprise to encounter you. Your inquiries strike at the heart of the matter, directly addressing the challenges of reform that Ying Gao has already contemplated. Rest assured, young Master Ying has devised strategies for these issues and has already taken significant steps in that direction. At this juncture, Dong Zhongshu paused before asking, have you considered retirement? The Qin is in dire need of talents such as yourself. Should you agree, I would be delighted to recommend you to young Master Ying, ensuring that you would at least secure a position as a county official. Moreover, your tenure in this role would not be prolonged. I shall seek an opportunity to propose this to young Master Ying, thereby allowing us to collectively strategize in the court for his benefit. The Qin shall undoubtedly grow ever stronger. Would you be willing to join us? Dong Zhongshu gazed at Ying Zheng with fervent anticipation. Fully recognizing his talents, the Qin was in urgent need of such individuals. A small position initially, followed by gradual advancement, was an opportunity that all scholars yearned for. Surely, the prospect would leave him speechless with astonishment. Ying Zheng lifted his gaze to meet Dong Zhongshu's eager eyes. In this era, without a patron, scholars found it exceedingly difficult to distinguish themselves, and most languished in obscurity. Holding an official position would allow one to showcase their talents and leave a mark on history. Dong Zhongshu had already painted for Ying Zheng a picture of a resplendent future. Should he consent, the outlook would be bright. Yet, unbeknownst to Dong Zhongshu, Ying Zheng was profoundly disappointed in him. Do you suggest he serve as a county official? To strategize for Ying Gao? Am I to become a mere county official? To offer counsel for Ying Gao? I have merely come to observe and procure some new paper, and yet you would have me serve as a county official? Should I commend your discernment in recognizing talent, or lament your inability to recognize a true mountain? While Ying Zheng feigned contemplation, he had already resolved to eradicate the 3 clans of the individual before him. Dong Zhongshu believed he was overly agitated, his mind preoccupied with the emotions of entering officialdom. Behind him, Long E and Long Air gazed at Dong with concern. How could one of such high rank be so oblivious? To propose that His Majesty serve as a county official was tantamount to courting death. Never did they anticipate encountering such a predicament while accompanying the sovereign on an intelligence mission. They felt an urge to laugh, yet they had to suppress it. If the emperor caught wind of their mirth, their demise would be inevitable. Long E and Long Air exchanged glances, both struggling to contain their reddened faces. Since His Majesty chose not to reveal his identity, they could not interject. Regardless of how much time remained in Dong Zhongshu's life, it was inconsequential. Criticizing him was warranted, as even his death might please Ying Zheng, who was presently glaring at Dong Zhongshu. He wished to conceal his identity at that moment and could only feign deep contemplation. After much deliberation, he could not conceive a plausible excuse to decline, for no one could refuse such an invitation. Ying Zheng hastily shifted the topic. You are merely a subordinate of Ying Gao. What authority do you possess to determine who holds office? Only His Majesty has the power to appoint officials. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhongshu paused momentarily. It became evident that his hesitation stemmed from the concern that he lacked the authority to appoint him. Thus, he patiently elucidated, of course, I cannot directly appoint you, but as the current chancellor, responsible for matters of reform, I naturally possess the power to recommend talented individuals. Moreover, you are indeed extraordinarily gifted. Young Master Ying Gao will surely recognize this. If you temporarily acquiesce to serve as a county official, within a year, once young Master Ying Gao ascends the throne, I shall advocate for your entrance into the court. He will certainly value your contributions, and your accomplishments will extend far beyond this. How does this proposition strike you, sir? He never anticipated being singled out by a Confucian scholar. He pondered how to decline, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. How could I afford the luxury of serving as a county official? I appreciate your goodwill, but I have other affairs to manage, and thus lack the time. I apologize for disappointing your kind intentions. Dong Zhongshu was incredulous. Did the other party truly reject him without hesitation? The path to officialdom, once embarked upon, promised to elevate one to great heights. Who would dare refuse such an opportunity? Could it be that he deemed the position of county official too insignificant? Sir, please do not take offense at the lowly rank. I sincerely hope you will lend your support to my endeavors. Thus, they might proceed more leisurely. You may first address your private matters, then deliberate carefully. Once you have given it thorough consideration, you may come to Xianyang to seek me. By then, I shall certainly secure you a higher position, even within the 6 ministries, if that is your desire. I shall compose a letter at once, regardless of your decision. This letter will serve as a solid backing for you. What do you think? Indeed, I have pressing duties at hand. It may be 2 months before I can meet with Chancellor Dong again. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhongshu felt even more exhilarated. The old gentleman indeed considered the position of county official to be beneath him. Currently, the thoughts of reform had only just begun to take root. And most scholars remained steadfast in their traditional views. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Although this gentleman revered legalism while maintaining a reserved stance towards Confucianism, his analytical prowess struck at the heart of the matter. He would undoubtedly prove to be the most reliable assistant in the future. The old gentleman's perspective might very well evolve with time, leading him to reassess the teachings of Confucianism and legalism. Sir, I shall record this promise. Please keep it safe. Once your affairs are in order, bring this letter to Xianyang to seek me. At that time, we shall discuss the matter of your official appointment. Dong Zhongshu wielded his brush, creating strokes of ink upon the paper. Once the ink had dried, he folded the paper and placed it within an envelope, delivering it into Ying Zheng's hands. Although a smile graced Ying Zheng's face upon receiving the letter, a concealed smirk lingered in his heart. I shall await your esteemed presence in the city of Xianyang. Should I fail to provide a satisfactory position as promised, you may certainly appeal to young Master Ying Gao. A gentleman's word is as valuable as gold. I assure you, I shall visit the Chancellor. He thought. Beneath Ying Zheng's smile lay a hidden sharpness. For now, let you bask in glory. When we meet again, should you sincerely admit your faults and address me as grandfather, perhaps I may spare your life. Chancellor Dong, please elucidate how young Master Ying Gao intends to propagate this new ideology. Dong Zhongshu, satisfied with Ying Zheng's assurance, replied with excitement, in the past, I could not disclose this to you, for it pertains to the confidential matters of the chain, and any leakage could jeopardize our interests. However, I trust you will not do so. That I will select certain significant matters to share with you, which will serve as beneficial references. Chapter 74. No dissent allowed in the future. You shall undoubtedly encounter these matters. Ying Zheng, of course, desired to hear as much as possible. That he nodded in understanding. Young Master Ying Gao had previously stated, the livelihood of the people is the foundation of the state. Any reform must align with the will of the populace and prioritize their needs to ensure the prosperity of the chain. Prioritize the people. Ying Zheng mused, his brow furrowing slightly. The majority of the populace is merely adept in agriculture. How can they propel the prosperity and development of the Qin? What would the intellectuals think of this notion? Does it imply that the Qin could dispense with scholars altogether? Dong Zhongshu shook his head. Could we really do without intellectuals? Yet, in comparison to the vast number of commoners, the scholars are few. What if these commoners could also become intellectuals? Ying Zheng deemed this a mere fantasy, for most. Merely cultivating the land to feed themselves was a formidable task. Day after day, they toiled in the fields. Where would they find the leisure to learn, or the financial means to support their education? In times of calamity, the populace might be compelled to sell their children merely to make ends meet. Education often became a privilege of the nobility, who could afford to hire local luminaries to teach their offspring. Even if ordinary folk wished for their children to learn, avenues were scarce. The costs of hiring tutors, purchasing writing materials, and acquiring books were significant burdens. Education had become a luxury accessible only to the aristocracy. Most commoners had little surplus grain, let alone funds to support their children's education. They believed that learning could not resolve their struggles for basic sustenance. Only diligent labor held true importance. Ying Zheng shook his head, declaring the notion of universal education nearly impossible to realize. Old sir, there is no need for haste. Under the leadership of young Master Ying Gao, our nation is growing increasingly robust. The people not only have sufficient food but are also able to store surplus grain, resulting in a continual increase in the populace of the Qin. We shall establish academies in the court, with each county and in the city of Xianyang, from children to adolescents, and even adults. There will be opportunities for education. Moreover, we will select more capable individuals to serve as teachers, ensuring that any child eager to enter the academies will have the chance to receive an education. In every county, a single teacher will instruct over a dozen students, thereby reducing the cost of tuition to an affordable level for ordinary families. The county has established a secondary school, meticulously selecting students who excel academically or can afford the tuition fees, thus allowing them to engage in more profound studies. The entrance requirements for the Zhanyang Academy are notably stringent. As this trend continues, the common folk will discern that children who pursue extensive education possess broader horizons, enriched knowledge, and the capability to hold official positions within the city of Zhanyang. Consequently, they will undoubtedly seek to enroll their children in the academy. As the esteemed young Gao Gongzi remarked, once the populace recognizes the importance of education, they would rather endure hunger than deny their children the opportunity to attend the academy. Education possesses the power to alter destinies. It is not solely the royal and noble families who have the chance to attain official status, but ordinary citizens, equipped with knowledge, can also serve in such roles. Thus, they glimpse a hopeful future, striving to transcend their current social class and escape the clutches of poverty. These common people have been humble for generations, fully aware of the hardships and tribulations of life. Even if it requires greater toil and sacrifice, they are willing to provide their children with the opportunity for education. This is precisely the strategy proposed by young Gao Gongzi. The reform aims to alleviate the burdensome taxes imposed on the populace. If oppression persists, they will inevitably rise in rebellion. For even though the elite of the Qin are valiant and fearless, how could they possibly turn their spears against their own kin? They will not, and may even join the ranks of the insurgents. Such words left Ying Zheng momentarily speechless. The Qin faced such intense turmoil. The populace was being compelled to revolt. He had previously believed that only remnants of the 6 states would oppose the Qin, never realizing that the strength of the common people was the most formidable. Contemplating this, a cold sweat broke out on Ying Zheng's forehead. If his second son failed to devise a strategy, what would become of the Qin upon his demise? He could scarcely fathom it. His thoughts drifted to the proposal made by Dong Zhongshu regarding the establishment of the academy. Would the common people truly be willing to sacrifice everything to dismantle the existing class structure? He had never experienced the life of the common folk and could not grasp the magnitude of the class disparity. The entirety of the Qin belonged to him. He had never encountered the oppression faced by the lower class. Suddenly, Ying Zheng awoke to the realization that the desire of the common people to break free from their class constraints was the crux of the matter. Who would wish to remain at the bottom? Who does not aspire to become an official and enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor? According to the ancient laws of the Qin, one could only seek fame and noble titles by slaying enemies on the battlefield. However, the Qin had not witnessed the flames of war for over a decade. If the populace were to live in peace and happiness, with their children receiving an education, what kind of transformation would the Qin undergo? Ying Zheng marveled. If such a time were to come, the Qin would undoubtedly flourish in cultural prosperity, leading the nation into an unprecedented era of affluence. Yet, while tuition fees could be addressed, the essentials for scholars, ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, required considerable silver. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhongshu pointed to the items around them. Ying Zheng immediately understood. These items had already been prepared. Oh, this is how it is. No wonder the shopkeeper claimed that this new paper could bear the weight of Qin's culture. The ink paper not only carried culture but also embodied the hopes of the common people, all aimed at the development of the Qin. Indeed, I am not as capable as that usurping son. At this moment, the tumult within Qin Ying Zheng's heart was beyond expression. Who could have imagined that his usually unruly son possessed such extraordinary talent? Should everything proceed according to plan, what spectacle might the Qin present? Ying Zheng cannot foresee it. Nevertheless, all of this remains merely an unfulfilled aspiration. Transforming these ambitions into reality is a treacherous path, fraught with challenges. The present dilemmas have already caused considerable distress. Ensuring the enduring stability of a nation is no simple task. It requires not only the augmentation of military strength but also vigilance against foreign invasions, the reconciliation of disparate ideologies, adaptation to geographical variances, and preparation for unforeseen natural calamities. Each of these factors possesses the potential to sway the fate of a nation. At this juncture, providing universal access to education is itself a formidable challenge that must be surmounted. In light of this, Ying Zheng inquired further. What is the stance of Ying Gao's proposal for the common people to pursue education and participate in the imperial examinations? Surely, they would vehemently oppose it, would they not? If the populace were afforded the opportunity to enter government service, the first to be adversely affected would be the noble offspring. How could they possibly tolerate the commoners usurping positions traditionally reserved for the aristocracy? Nonetheless, Ying Zheng remained resolute in his belief that enabling the populace to pursue education was the key to transforming the nation. Should anyone dare to openly oppose this initiative, they would be met with dire consequences. One dissenting voice would warrant execution, two dissenters, likewise. Even if others harbored resentment, they would dare not voice any further objections. Chapter 75. Why must those ministers be executed? In Ying Zheng's eyes, both commoners and nobles were merely his subjects. The identity of those in positions of authority held little significance for him. Dong Zhongshu chuckled. Ying Zheng, taken aback, pondered, why would he wish to eliminate those ministers? I cannot disclose the reason, for it pertains to court secrets. However, it is now widely known, rendering it no longer a secret. From the outset, Ying Gao established the Jinyue, tasked with overseeing officials. Should you hold office, corruption and bribery are intolerable. Otherwise, the Jinyue will ensnare you, and you shall face the consequences. Dong Zhongshu refrained from voicing his innermost thoughts. Ying Gao is already the regent, wielding the greatest power in Qin. Does he require justification for whom he chooses to eliminate? Those officials, with the slightest scrutiny, will reveal their transgressions. Even cases from over a decade past can be meticulously unraveled. The Jinyue follow only Ying Gao's commands. They are the sharp blades in his arsenal. The Jinyue? Ying Zheng contemplated. Previously, long he had reported this information, yet at that time, he had not anticipated their influence to be as formidable as Ying Gao claimed, infiltrating the ranks of the court senior officials. Ying Zheng pressed further. If that is the case, then no force can hinder the development of Qin. With merely a few bountiful harvests, the populace shall flourish, and this strategy will come to fruition. Dong Zhongshu sipped his tea and shook his head in denial. There is no need for protracted delays. The young lord's plans exceed our imagination. You may find it hard to believe, but 2 months prior, he orchestrated a significant operation. This endeavor is nearly complete, and soon we shall discern the specifics. If all proceeds favorably, it will not require years. By next spring at the latest, all children across the nation will have the opportunity to attend school. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng expressed skepticism. 2 months ago, Ying Gao initiated action. How could such a transformation into Qin's circumstances occur in so brief a span? The current Qin has endured several years of calamity. The common people have consumed even the seeds meant for the coming year. Where would the surplus come from? Indeed, the new seeds that yield thousands of jin per mu are pivotal in addressing the hunger plight of the populace. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng's breath involuntarily grew heavier, his body subtly rising and falling. He had achieved profound clarity, discerning a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos and grasping Ying Gao's strategy, with eyes alight with anticipation. Ying Zheng gazed intently at Dong Zhongshu. Are you referring to the new grains that produce a yield of 1,000 jin per mu? If that is the case, then the future of Qin shall be boundless. Dong Zhongshu erupted into hearty laughter, a sound that dimmed the resolute glimmer in Ying Zheng's eyes, leaving him perplexed. Dong Zhongshu ceased his mirth, his countenance turning grave as he nodded, only to subsequently shake his head. What exactly do you mean? Ying Zheng inquired. Furrowing his brow in pursuit of clarity, he felt a surge of impatience towards Dong Zhongshu's enigmatic demeanor. In times past, he would have swiftly executed such a person. He would have placed a blade against Dong Zhongshu's neck, unwilling to tolerate silence. Yet, in the face of Ying Zheng's rising murderous intent, Dong Zhongshu remained undaunted. He grew increasingly convinced that this individual was extraordinary, his intellect perhaps surpassing that of many court officials. Should this venerable gentleman choose to step forth, even the title of duke would be fitting for him. Dong Zhongshu had not intended to intervene. Yet upon overhearing the two in dispute, he felt compelled to mediate and diffuse the tension. To his astonishment, he discovered that this gentleman was exceptionally learned and remarkable. It seemed as though Providence had subtly guided him to embrace this venerable scholar, destined to become his most dependable ally. In truth, Dong Zhongshu was eager to elucidate matters for Ying Zheng. The latter appeared to have perceived everything, and with merely a brief explanation, enlightenment would surely follow. However, the issue at hand pertained to the core secrets of Qin, and even within the court, few were privy to the complete picture. Ying Zheng's assessment of Ying Gao was overly simplistic. To resolve the famine afflicting the people was not merely encapsulated by the figure of 1,000 jin per mu. Such numbers were but a drop in the ocean. Under Ying Gao's command, anyone could effortlessly attain such yields. The new seeds, even those with the least output, could reach 1,000 jin, providing sustenance that was not only filling but also rich in nutrition. As for sweet potatoes, their yield was astonishing beyond belief. With the wisdom of this venerable gentleman, he ought to be able to glean some insights. His previous statements were merely aimed at persuading Ying Zheng to enter the court. Had another dared to pose such inquiries, they would have likely been expelled long ago. I do not understand, Ying Zheng exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he yearned for the truth. He nearly revealed his true identity, compelling Dong Zhongshu to divulge everything. Yet, in the end, he restrained his impulse. After enduring numerous trials, Ying Zheng's mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. It was only after pressing twice that Dong Zhongshu resignedly spread his hands. Esteemed sir, I can only disclose this much. I cannot reveal more. Should you agree to become a minister of Qin, I shall elucidate all the questions that burden you. Please consider it. With that, Dong Zhongshu offered a faint smile. The old gentleman's deductive prowess was indeed remarkable. Dong Zhongshu mused to himself that if he divulged any more, Ying Zheng might well deduce all the secrets. At that point, what leverage would he have left to entice him into service? However, regardless of Dong Zhongshu's earnest entreaties, Ying Zheng remained unmoved. He would not easily acquiesce. His prior agreement to meet Dong Zhongshu in Xianying in 2 months was merely a tactical maneuver to buy time. As soon as Dong Zhongshu's words fell, Ying Zheng let out a sigh, his demeanor shifting as he smiled with a sense of detachment. Very well, even if you choose not to disclose the truth to me. What difference does it make? I am capable of uncovering the reality on my own. I refuse to believe that this secret can be so thoroughly concealed. Even though I no longer present myself as Ying Zheng, my ambition to unify the 6 states remains undiminished. Moreover, I have now reached the pinnacle of mastery, a level that is not easily obstructed by ordinary individuals, with 700,000 citizens laboring diligently in the fields. I cannot accept that there are no leads to pursue. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng refrained from further inquiries. After all, he was not the sort of person to relinquish his dignity over a mere secret. His 2 questions were merely to ascertain whether this secret could indeed alleviate the plight of the Qin populace. Since everything was related to Ying Gao, he could subtly probe further. In recent encounters, whether with nobles or commoners, and even scribes, all spoke highly of Ying Gao. It was evident that he had come to be regarded as a near-divine figure. Previously, the rumors Ying Zheng had heard about Ying Gao painted a picture of indulgence and debauchery. Now, however, a profound transformation had occurred. Everyone lauded him as a benefactor of the people, possessing exceptional insight, intelligence, and courage. For the first time, Ying Zheng recognized Ying Gao's remarkable talents. Chapter 76. The Edict of Favor. Particularly the Edict of Favor. This revelation left Ying Zheng profoundly astonished, for it was inconceivable that Fusa could conceive such a strategy. Had Ying Gao been the eldest son without ambitions of usurpation, Ying Zheng would undoubtedly have considered passing the throne to him. Of course, Ying Gao's abilities extended far beyond that. Dong Zhongshu's elucidation enabled Ying Zheng to truly grasp the deeper implications of dismissing the 100 schools of thought. He had witnessed firsthand the convenience of the new paper. The next step was to validate whether the seeds yielding 1,000 jin per mu were indeed genuine. Dong Zhongshu, I have developed a keen interest in mastering Gao. Could you perhaps elaborate further on his circumstances? Upon hearing this, Dong Zhongshu's eyes brightened. It was clear that the venerable gentleman was contemplating a career in governance, or else he would not exhibit such interest in the young master. I shall certainly provide you with comprehensive details. Ying Zheng smiled awkwardly, yet internally he bristled. He had never intended to become a subordinate of Ying Gao. This was merely Dong Zhongshu's unreciprocated notion. The second son was an invincible force in the world today, devoid of any weaknesses. Compared to the first emperor's conquest of the 6 states and unification of the realm, the young master represented a transcendental existence. The capabilities of the first emperor were well known, but when it came to governance, he fell far short of the young master. The two could hardly be compared. Ying Zheng seethed with anger. How dare you belittle me while extolling Ying Gao's achievements? Were it not for my unification of the realm, he would have no platform to showcase his governance philosophy. Should you continue to undermine my accomplishments, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire lineage. How can you claim that I am outmatched? I am a formidable force. How could that rebellious son be likened to a deity? Regardless, he is my son, and I hold dominion over him. He cannot act with impunity. A tempest of emotions surged within Ying Zheng, and he nearly raised his fist against Dong Zhongshu. Yet his face maintained an awkward smile. Dong Zhongshu, your assertions seem excessively exaggerated. My achievements are comparable to those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. While Ying Gao has only temporarily overseen state affairs for 2 months, how could he possibly surpass me? Upon hearing this, Dong Zhongshu not only remained unperturbed but burst into hearty laughter. Your knowledge of Ying Gao is so limited that you would presume my words to be an exaggeration. Should you have had the fortune to behold Ying Gao with your own eyes, you would undoubtedly comprehend the veracity of my words. Perhaps you would find yourself even more enamored by him. Yet our differing statuses render many truths beyond my capacity to divulge. Nevertheless, when it comes to matters concerning the esteemed young master Ying Gao, I can certainly share a few insights. Perhaps after hearing them, you will be even more resolute in your unwavering support for him, support for that rebellious son. Ying Zheng scoffed quietly, inwardly contemplating that one day you will realize who is truly following whom with steadfast devotion. Has the venerable sage ever pondered Ying Gao's philosophy of governance? Ying Zheng, lost in thought for a moment, nodded and remarked, "Is it not the dismissal of the 100 schools of thought?" Dong Zhongshu nodded in acknowledgement, yet soon shook his head. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. Recently, I had the privilege of visiting the young master, and amidst our banter, we discussed the current state of our nation. This is a question that Ying Zheng too was eager to uncover. The young master's profound gaze was fixed upon the horizon, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes brimmed with compassion for the populace and a fervent desire to safeguard the majestic landscapes of Great Qin. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, asserting that the rise and fall of the realm does not rest upon the fortunes of a single lineage, but rather upon the joys and sorrows of the common people. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his heart surging like the tide. Unable to find tranquility, the stability and turmoil of the nation hinge upon the well-being of the populace, rather than the fortunes of a singular family. Is this not the vision and ambition befitting a sovereign? Truly, he is my worthy son. Possessing such insight and ideology, I find myself feeling inferior to a child, reflecting on the years past, having vanquished the 6 states to unify the realm. I was indeed filled with pride. Yet since then, I have succumbed to indulgence, entirely forgetting my original aspiration to provide a better life for the people. Now, all I seek is the pursuit of immortality. While the populace endures suffering, Ying Gao's aspirations remind me of my former self that I, in retrospect, Dong Zhongshu's analogy holds true. I can only be considered a strong man, while Ying Gao resembles a celestial being. I truly cannot compare myself to him. However, how can you be certain that Ying Gao's words are not mere rhetoric? Even with such thoughts, it does not guarantee that he will truly act upon them. Will he genuinely treat the populace in such a manner? As a ruler of his generation, Ying Zheng still found it difficult to candidly admit that in certain respects, he fell short of Ying Gao. Dong Zhongshu did not display much astonishment upon hearing this. Venerable sage, the reason you speak of the young master in such a manner is because you have yet to witness his true demeanor. Should you behold his countenance, your perspective would surely change. You would undoubtedly, like me, cultivate a sense of reverence for him. The young master once proclaimed that only by establishing grand aspirations can one better achieve their goals. Initially, I harbored doubts about such lofty declarations, deeming his ambitions excessively grandiose. However, the young master asserted, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet. As long as one consistently progresses towards their goals, one day they shall surely be attained." From that day forth, although the young master has not revisited this topic, every action he has taken has signified his pursuit of this vision. Venerable sage, do you know why I hold the young master in such high regard? And why is that? Ying Zheng inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. Dong Zhongshu spoke in a slow tone, "For the young master. His words have never been mere rhetoric. He possesses both the ability and the confidence to realize all his aspirations. Observe, the young master plans to establish an academy, enabling the populace to appreciate the value of knowledge. Do you truly believe his ambitions are limited to this?" Ying Zheng inquired. "Are there other grand plans?" Dong Zhongshu smiled faintly. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The young master's profound foresight is beyond our comprehension. As far as I can disclose, the young master delves deeply into various schools of thought. Even the legitimate heirs of these traditions may not rival his insight. The young master has remarked that the mechanical arts of the Mahists are unparalleled. Yet those who can truly master this discipline are few and far between, as most are confined to seeking immediate gains. Therefore, it would be prudent to incorporate Mahist mechanical arts into the curriculum of our academies, allowing the collective wisdom of the masses to foster more beneficial outcomes for the people. As for the agricultural techniques of the peasant school, the military formations of the strategists, the profound philosophies of Guguzi, and so forth, the young master believes that individual intellect is inherently limited, while the amalgamation of collective wisdom can achieve extraordinary heights. One must never underestimate the strength of the common people, for their untapped potential is boundless, capable of conjuring miraculous feats. The young master has not only established commerce, industry, and construction, but has also meticulously strategized in military affairs. All these endeavors are aimed at better serving the populace. Chapter 77. Distress. Every effort exerted by the young master is for the prosperity of the Qin. Although we cannot presently foresee the ultimate value of many matters, faith in the young master suffices. Every step he takes is for the public good, rather than personal gain. Esteemed elder, what I have shared is merely the surface. Once you immerse yourself under the young master's guidance, you shall further appreciate his extraordinary talents. With that, Dong Zhongshu turned his gaze toward Ying Zheng, who was intently observing him, speechless for a long while. Such a reaction was anticipated by Dong Zhongshu. He too had experienced a similar shock upon first encountering Ying Gao's grand aspirations. He thought to himself that, even if the late Ying Zheng were alive, witnessing his son accomplish such beneficial deeds for the nation and its people would undoubtedly bring him immense comfort. Perhaps even Ying Zheng himself had not anticipated that he would have such a commendable son. Seizing a kingdom is arduous, yet governing it to ensure its prosperity is an even greater challenge. The rise and fall of a nation do not hinge solely on the fortunes of a single family, but are intertwined with the joys and sorrows of countless citizens. The young master's current measures revolve entirely around this fundamental principle. Elder, I shall be succinct. Please trust that one day, when the world recognizes the young master's earnest intentions, even those with anti-Qin sentiments will be moved to tears of gratitude. His heart swells with emotion. Striving to absorb every word spoken by Dong Zhongshu, Dong Zhongshu continued. The young master is, in fact, a remarkably humble individual. Although my acquaintance with him spans merely over a month, I have already gained profound insight into his character. He is never complacent with his achievements, nor does he ever exaggerate. Ying Zheng was plunged into a deep state of shock. Gradually, he became completely oblivious to the words of Dong Zhongshu. He had never contemplated that Ying Gao could contribute so significantly to the state of Qin. The true purpose of Ying Gao's usurpation was not for personal gain, but rather to provide greater conveniences for the common people. That it is certain that had the regent been anyone other than Ying Gao, be it Fusu or any other, their achievements would pale in comparison to this moment. Ying Zheng's heart brimmed with questions. Could it be that Ying Gao is truly my son? Or is he a celestial being descended to save the great Qin? After departing, under the guidance of Long Yi, Ying Zheng entered a beef restaurant. He stood motionless, gazing at the steaming meat broth. Nearby, Long Yi and Long Air exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. Has your majesty been rendered speechless for half an hour? Impossible. The emperor has endured much and would not be intimidated by this matter. Would you dare to suggest it? Be wary of your head. Long Yi glared at Long Air, who turned to glance at Ying Zheng before finally lowering his head. Naturally, Ying Zheng would not be flustered by this. He pondered, could it truly be that Ying Gao is a celestial being? To him, unless one were divine, who could conceive and execute so many strategies in an instant? Immersed in astonishment, Ying Zheng remained unaware that his own vital energy was surging. Ultimately, a thought flashed through his mind. Only a reincarnated celestial being would be worthy of being my son. Upon this realization, Ying Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, my achievements surpass those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, naturally qualifying me to be the father of a deity. Children mirror their fathers. This has been true since time immemorial. The talents of Ying Gao are, after all, a reflection of my own merits. With this thought, Ying Zheng straightened his posture. He then recalled the grand ambitions that Dong Zhongshu had attributed to Ying Gao. He had come to a profound understanding of the importance of the populace to a nation. Only when the people are settled and content can the state thrive and prosper. The very notion that Ying Gao had discovered high-yield seeds filled Ying Zheng with immense satisfaction. This lad is indeed formidable. I have searched for decades with no results. Yet you achieved it in mere months. Henceforth, our nation shall no longer fear natural disasters, and every household will have ample grain. This is undoubtedly the finest news. With this in mind, Ying Zheng deemed Ying Gao's previous actions forgivable. After all, he had made tremendous contributions to the people, sufficient to atone for his transgressions. However, Ying Zheng could never comprehend the true meaning behind Dong Zhongshu's nodding followed by shaking his head. In a bid to clarify matters swiftly, he turned to Long Yi. Yes, Long Yi clasped his hands in respect, feeling reassured as Ying Zheng spoke. Ying Zheng then fell into a deep contemplation. The events of today had been overwhelming. He needed to sort through them to determine his next course of action. Ying Gao was diligently working to provide more citizens with the opportunity to pursue education, aiming to satisfy their basic needs through the development of commerce and construction. In contrast, he had only burdened the populace by compelling them to build the Apang Palace, resulting in widespread suffering among craftsmen and commoners, to the point where even his own children seemed inferior. Yet, Ying Gao's accomplishments were also a testament to my wisdom. Perhaps in governance, Ying Gao possesses extraordinary talent, but he lacks the ambition for territorial expansion. He seems more suited to governance in peaceful times. While his military command appears somewhat lacking in this regard, he falls short of me. It is fortuitous that I shall undertake the grand responsibility of expanding our territories, while Ying Gao dedicates himself to the management of domestic affairs. The future brilliance of the great Qin shall blossom through our collective endeavors. Indeed, it is thus decided. The wielding of military power is perilous. Under Ying Gao's command, it has failed to realize its potential. Only when he relinquishes control over the military can I find peace of mind, free from concerns of his reckless actions. This will also allow me to better venture forth and gauge the sentiments of the populace. To comprehend their grievances, I must meticulously investigate the seeds in Ying Gao's possession to ascertain whether they can indeed yield 1,000 jin per mood at a span of 2 months shall suffice to uncover the truth. During this period, I may even attain the realm of the Grand Master. Ying Gao possesses extraordinary intellect, and the prosperity of the great Qin is imminent. Alas, I am burdened by the knowledge of my mere 5-year lifespan, which leaves me deeply dissatisfied that I must break through to the Grand Master level to extend my life and witness alongside Ying Gao the burgeoning strength of the great Qin. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng's determination grew ever more resolute, accompanied by a sense of indignation. The first emperor, how can I allow Dong Zhongshu to so freely dictate my appointments? Had it not been for your elucidation of my many doubts, you would have been the first to face execution upon my revelation of identity. Ying Gao's ambitions astonished Ying Zheng, for he possessed a profound understanding of various philosophies. It is indeed beneficial for the talented among the 100 schools to impart knowledge to the people of Qin. Chapter 78. True Intentions. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are willing to collaborate. These individuals harbor anti-Qin sentiments. It is no simple task to enlist them as officials, since Ying Gao has proposed this idea. He must have a strategy in mind. As Dong Zhongshu stated, Ying Gao possesses the confidence and capability to address any challenge. The specifics of implementation will depend on Ying Gao himself. Ying Gao, you would never anticipate that I feigned death. Regardless of your actions, the ultimate beneficiary will always be me. As long as I reign, you shall never ascend to the throne. Everything you are currently undertaking merely serves to embellish my own narrative. With this thought, Ying Zheng felt a surge of inner contentment. Just as he was reveling in this notion, he sensed a transformation within himself. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized a significant enhancement in his inner strength. He swiftly cultivated his true energy, and shortly thereafter, his complexion became rosy and radiant, his body feeling remarkably light. It appears that I shall soon attain the Grand Master realm. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Long E and Long Air looking at him in confusion. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Why the sudden change? Ying Zheng feigned nonchalance, furrowing his brow as he inquired. What is the matter? Why do you gaze upon me so? I am untroubled. Nothing can affect me. Indeed, Long E chuckled lightly, yet only Ying Zheng was aware of whether he was genuinely unaffected. Long Air nodded. Your Majesty speaks true. You have weathered countless battles, and nothing can daunt you. Given the right opportunity, you shall surely break through to the later stages of Grand Master. Congratulations, my lord, Long Air echoed. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng paused. He recalled that Long Yi had mentioned that each individual's opportunity for cultivation varied, and he often experienced the most rapid advancements during periods of intense emotional fluctuation. To his surprise, he had enhanced his inner strength in merely half an hour. Ying Zheng nodded in satisfaction, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. It seems I possess a natural aptitude for the path of cultivation. Your Majesty's words are most accurate. Long Yi fervently nodded, fearful of incurring the ire of this capricious sovereign. Long Air observed in perplexity. Was this not insincere flattery? Sensing the piercing gaze of Long Air, Ying Zheng turned his head, casting a warning glance in his direction. What are your thoughts? Long Air was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking his head. I dare not, Your Majesty. My intentions are devoid of any ulterior motives. I was merely astonished by Your Majesty's extraordinary talent and swift progression in cultivation, and I simply failed to react in time. That is well. However, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, you shall understand the consequences. Yes. The two nodded vigorously, like garlic being pounded. Long Yi returned with a steaming bowl of meat soup, placing it steadily before Ying Zheng. He had already tasted it himself, confirming its safety, free from any poison. Following that, he brought forth a wooden box, containing particles as fine as dust, glistening and translucent. With a face full of excitement, Long Yi exclaimed, "My lord, look, this is a gift from the shopkeeper, claiming it to be a new type of refined salt. Observe how delicate this salt is, akin to mist." I specially inquired, and this refined salt has been all the rage in Xianyang for a month now. Reasonably priced, with every household switching to this refined salt. The more Long Yi spoke, the more animated he became, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Eagerly, he opened the wooden box to showcase the refined salt to Ying Zheng. This was already a treasure of the national treasury. As for the salt in the palace, it was hardly worth mentioning. Yet today, he had encountered such exquisite refined salt that he could not resist tasting it. Feeling as though he had discovered a great treasure, and was impatient to present it to Ying Zheng. Who would have thought that the salt consumed by the common folk would surpass what your majesty enjoys? This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng majestically picked up a pair of chopsticks, lightly dipped them into the refined salt, and savored it. Ying Zheng's expression remained calm as he slightly nodded. As if he had anticipated everything. Is that so? Long Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This refined salt was even more delicate and pure than what he usually presented to the emperor, yet his majesty appeared so unfazed. It seemed Ying Zheng could read Long Yi's thoughts, a hint of disdain tugging at the corners of his mouth. What is there to be astonished about? You, my dear fellow, as my right-hand man. How is it that you have seen so little of the world? Could you not exhibit a bit of my composure? Just a fraction of my steadiness would suffice. With that, he feigned a shake of his head in exasperation. In truth, he remained unperturbed. He had long perceived the future of the Qin dynasty. This mere refined salt was but the tip of the iceberg, hardly worthy of concern. Just moments ago, Dong Zhongshu had mentioned that Ying Gao had invented many conveniences for daily life. This refined salt was simply a minor improvement he had made. How could he display excessive surprise at something so casually acquired? Would that not be a loss of face? In fact, the agricultural fertilizer, ice coffins, and paper-making were also mere trifles, effortlessly accomplished by Ying Gao. How could my Qin dynasty falter? At this moment, Ying Zheng felt a sense of clarity. The plans for the future had long been formulated in his mind. Regarding state affairs, he had confidence. As long as military power was entrusted to Wang Jian for proper management, he could relinquish all else. He would allow Ying Gao to act freely, no longer interfering. Unexpectedly, upon Ying Zheng's second mention of this, Long Yi quickly set down the refined salt and advised, "Your Majesty, one must think thrice before acting. That if you depart from Xianyang without anyone to protect you in the shadows, it is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, we are approaching as commoners, and that place is heavily guarded. It may prove difficult for us to gain entry." Ying Zheng scoffed coldly, his resolve unyielding, and no one could deter him. "Even if I am distant from the city, I shall not easily meet my demise. As a hostage in the Zhao kingdom, what risks have I not endured? I have ascended to become the king of Qin, unifying the 6 states. Moreover, I have now reached the mid-stage of a grand master, more than capable of safeguarding myself. The realm of labor is vast, and there are bound to be oversights. Even if I were to gain nothing, I still possess hidden cards." Upon this thought, Ying Zheng turned his gaze towards Long Yi. "Long Yi, there is a question that has long perplexed me, and I wish to hear your perspective. If I were to suddenly appear before the crowd during the false funeral organized by Ying Gao, how should I deal with him? Should I indeed punish him for treachery and disloyalty? This question is a trap. How to handle the second young master, is it not for you to decide?" Ying Zheng regarded him with an inscrutable gaze. Long Yi could not help but break into a cold sweat. After a moment of contemplation, he endeavored to discern Ying Zheng's true intentions. "Your Majesty, I dare to speak candidly. Although the young master has accomplished much, there are 2 significant matters he cannot refute. She must not betray the trust that Yao Bing has placed in her, nor can she fail to honor the assistance provided by the old master Mo to their young family. I have met the Lord of Beiying. The heavenly soldiers before the heavenly gate immediately bowed upon seeing the middle-aged man beside Tang Yutian. If you're not mine, then you need not exist." A dangerous aura enveloped Rong Jin as she cast a serious glance at Lin Xiao before turning to leave. Zhang Ada remained kneeling on the ground, not crying, but his previously murky eyes had grown even more hazy, devoid of luster. "Are you still not at ease with me? I will find her bodyguards. I shall ensure she faces no danger within my establishment. As for outside, that is another matter." Yet, unsure of his thoughts, he muttered a curse while nestling his head against his chest, saying no more. Before long, the the sight of the great banners of the Liao army came into view. Led by a formidable veteran, the vice commander Yelf Xiong, who was exceptionally fierce that it matters not. I shall assist my sister with treatment a few more times. Yao Bing stated with utmost seriousness, as if it were a grave matter. Jiu Shirua opened her mouth, only to suddenly widen her eyes in terror, as if she had seen something dreadful behind her. A swift kick sent that clever foot into empty space, resulting in a dramatic split onto the ground. Indeed, as Luo Jiechen had previously mentioned, this culinary duel held only benefits for Li Xiong. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be no losses for the ideal group. Merely great advantages to be gained. Having said that, she approached the door, peering through the glass peephole, where she beheld Xiao Bohan and Meng Ling locked in a kiss. Holographic camouflage is a military product. And in the gaming world of that era, the higher the pixelation, the better the realism. If anyone could easily discern the authenticity with simple equipment, then the very essence of holographic camouflage would be rendered meaningless. Wang Fenghua, both amused and exasperated, exclaimed, "This fool," prompting laughter from the crowd. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Su Zheng erupted with overwhelming bloodthirsty power, unleashing the killing wolf technique, the sound of his fists resonating like thunder at the city gates. Creating a series of explosions to last, the mastery of the fire spirit shield and the golden light shield will culminate in the formation of spherical barriers resembling fiery red and golden magical arrays around the practitioner, thereby providing a modicum of defense during confrontations with other cultivators. The first floor hall is divided into 4 major sections: medicinal pills, talismans, magical tools, and the corresponding refining materials. Although the variety of goods is extensive, the confidentiality is somewhat lacking. The competition, which Li Xiong had heard of upon his arrival on the first day, is a specialized assessment established for manufacturers of air purifiers. In the central hall, 5 fully enclosed glass chambers have been constructed, within which various gases are released to simulate different environments, such as smog, automobile exhaust, and thick smoke. After issuing the command, Xiao Bohan exhaled slightly in relief. Though it was far from genuine ease, for on the morrow, he must face an even greater challenge: a meeting with the proprietor of the Feilong Casino, Mr. Chu, who would likely bring forth new troubles. Chapter 79. What are your thoughts, Lord Wang? Ling Hao was momentarily taken aback by the words. In truth, Lu Jiuchu and Xue Xiujiwen were also engaged in combat nearby, and his choice of this battlefield was deliberate, opting for these 2 slightly less formidable top talents to temporarily ease the tension and convey an impression of conserving strength. The muscular man's gaze sharpened, and as his body swayed, he thunderously collapsed to the ground. Shinbairu attempted to assist the giant, but was also pulled down as a result. If he lacked the ability to thwart that cultivator from the Demon Star, it was likely that his homeland would suffer even more grievously than the Mermaid Realm. When Huanu had just remarked that it was inappropriate, her voice trembled, for she herself felt the impropriety of such actions, akin to burning bridges before crossing them, especially when the river had yet to be crossed. I care not whether it was intentional. You have caused the death of the herbs, and you shall pay. The hawk-beaked alchemist declared sternly. Through relentless day and night cultivation, Yi Tian was drawing ever closer to completing the 6th star of the ancient god-body refining technique. Thus, the distinction between Pangu and Bai Ling is akin to that between a person and their garments, with a vast disparity in weight. However, the man's visage remained shrouded in obscurity, as though veiled by a layer of mist. He certainly did not wish for death, yet the disciples remaining in the city clung to his memory, making it impossible for Jiao Yue to feign demise. Now, with the disciples of the law enforcement hall having already met their demise, Jiao Yue thought that the elders stationed in the city, those of the Void God realm, should have taken action by now that he had just emerged from his seal, without having the chance to savor the splendid landscape of this familiar yet foreign land. To exert his influence, or even to plot an assault on the divine domain, he was directly subdued by the newly ascended emperor of the 9 heavens continent. However, this garment was indeed rather difficult to remove. The snug base layer that Lu Yanxi had helped her select in the morning allowed her left arm to rise only halfway, devoid of any strength. Though Xiang Tao's locking dance could not compare to that of professional dancers, he was undoubtedly a master among amateurs, and his skill was on par with her own. Yet, upon realizing that Lu Yanxi was not jesting, she wasted no time in pressing the accelerator, crashing forward without a trace of hesitation. Mo Yifeng is acquainted with Ouyang Chong. He possesses an extraordinary talent in painting and is deeply enamored with ancient architecture. His exceptional abilities render him a rather proud individual, and he asserts that his prior acquaintance with Yang is undoubtedly the truth. If this indeed signifies the bloodline power of the Shadow Leopard, one wonders if the activation of his latent lineage will bestow upon him some unforeseen transformations, with Mo Yifeng now in the picture. Yang An's world has crumbled. Hua Jinling realizes she is merely a substitute for Yang and sought by Lauren. Lin Luo stretched leisurely and emerged from the dormitory. The world outside resembled a vast steamer, the heat rendering one quite uncomfortable. "How wonderful!" exclaimed Chi-Chi, as the stone and mallet had grown somewhat larger, now quite sprightly in demeanor, speaking more fluently. Upon hearing they were heading to the dining hall, they immediately clung to their brother's leg as if it were a decorative accessory. With a reminder from Lin Yi, Xiaoyu also became aware of something and retrieved a brocade box from within his robe. Master Xiao Rufeng had left this box without disclosing its purpose or the nature of its contents, of which Xiaoyu was also oblivious. Naturally, the faction from the Wind and Cloud Nation had no objections. All eyes turned towards the barbarian tribes, wondering who their first representative would be. It seemed that each of these meteors harbored a peculiar power. I can distinctly feel this force, yet I am uncertain how to harness it. Bai Yu remarked. "Old man, yesterday, Teacher Lu informed me that as long as one puts in the effort, Wang Shila has every potential to become the top student in the class," his wife stated. Simultaneously, these vital energies continued to absorb the energy diffused from the natural source, forming a flawless cycle. Mint candies are consumed frequently, and coffee is always sipped, all in hopes of meeting the word count I require. I wish to write a bit more, to strive a bit harder, believing it might alter my circumstances. How can you still ask? Are you out of your mind? How do you check your son's homework? He hasn't even finished it. His wife's emotions reached a crescendo. Naturally, Lin Yanghong sought to uncover the cause, leading to the dissemination of information regarding the multiverse star map. However, Hua Wuyang had already been consumed by rage. Determined to ensure that Xiang Yun faced a fate of soul extraction, unwilling to allow any rescue. It must be Dou's doing. Who else could accomplish such a feat other than Orochimaru? Now that Orochimaru is dead, it is certain that Dou has acquired all of Orochimaru's possessions to perpetrate such an act. Bai Yu elucidated. The slave trader pounded a wooden mallet on the large table, causing the masked buyers below to cease their conversations and direct their attention towards him. "Aunt, what on earth has transpired?" Di Linyuan inquired, following Gu Chongxing with great attentiveness. Once Wei Chuxiu steadied herself, she took a deep breath, striving to remain alert and gaze ahead. According to Zhao Xiangmei, opting for Chongjing was less preferable than choosing his senior brother, Chongchun. Both are true disciples of Master Shilling. Yet Chongjing, as the last apprentice, is somewhat favored and thus more capricious. In contrast, Chongchun's early designation as the foremost disciple signifies the immense trust bestowed upon him by Master Shilling, and he conducts himself with great prudence. Chapter 8. What is there to fear? A collective sigh of relief escaped the hearts of the crowd, simultaneously deeming Wang Dahai a bit foolish. Fortunately, Ying Gao was magnanimous. Had he encountered a more petty individual, Wang Dahai would likely have faced severe repercussions. Who would still seek your opinion? Are you not merely stirring up trouble? As Wang Dahai felt the penetrating gazes of those around him, an unsettling anxiety took hold of him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. His discomfort stemmed from the impending announcement of the imperial edict the following day, after which everything would be irrevocably decided. Leaving no room for negotiation at that point, the situation would likely spiral beyond salvage. Yet, this concern had already been raised by Ying Gao at the outset, and revisiting such old matters now seemed utterly futile. With a steely resolve, Wang Dahai stated, "I do not perceive any impropriety, though I confess to feeling a slight unease in my heart." Observing this, Ying Gao allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It was only natural for a gentleman to harbor such trepidation. Even he himself felt a tumult of emotions. However, one must remember that our relentless efforts over the past few days were solely for the splendid future of the Qin dynasty. If it is for the future of Qin, what is there to fear? What you say is profoundly true. The new laws are crafted with exquisite precision, each word a gem, each phrase a truth. What fault could there be? Indeed, such a seamless code may initially baffle some, yet with the passage of time, they shall surely come to appreciate the noble intentions behind it, fostering admiration for the gentleman. I have unwavering faith that your brilliance and martial prowess will ensure that the revised laws benefit the populace and bring prosperity to all. Many offered their sycophantic praises. Wang Dahai stood to the side, forcing down the worries that churned within him. If the others remained unconcerned, why should he burden himself with unnecessary anxiety? This was not a matter for him to fret over. He resolved to wait for tomorrow. The officials of the censorate were already poised, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the morrow. The moon hung high in the clear night sky. In the Yin residence, Yin Yun sat with a composed expression, listening to his subordinates' reports, before letting out a cold chuckle, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are we truly certain? They all understood the implications of the imperial edict's release. The birth of new laws would undoubtedly disrupt the interests of certain individuals. That it was all too clear whose interests in Gao's new laws would affect. Master, what course of action shall we take now? A subordinate glanced at Yin Yun, observing his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Indeed, the subordinate understood well that if the imperial edict were to be announced, it would be far too late. In this society where human rights held little significance, what could his concerns as a subordinate possibly achieve? You must go now and notify all lords and nobles to remain vigilant regarding the developments. Understood. The following day, the city of Xianyang buzzed to life at dawn, with officials and soldiers hastily galloping towards the 4 city gates. Was there something particularly momentous occurring today? The Zhao family's stationery shop maintained its usual long queue, with anxious attendants waiting for the shop to open, eager to procure paper for their master. Upon observing the officials departing, some inquired with curiosity. The crowd turned their gazes in that direction, shaking their heads. Once we purchase the paper, we shall go take a look. Suddenly, someone shouted, the imperial edict has been posted. The imperial edict? What grand affair is this? The crowd fell silent, pondering what this significant event might entail, wondering if they should investigate. Yet, despite the query, no one moved. They had come out to buy paper, having endured a lengthy wait. How could they leave empty-handed? Only when the shopkeeper arrived, his expression grave, did he announce, we shall not be selling paper today? The crowd began to stir restlessly. Why are we not selling today? What business could possibly warrant this? Indeed, we've stood in line for ages, only to be told you aren't selling, at the very least. Provide us with an explanation. Indeed, why did you not forewarn us? What transpired yesterday? The shopkeeper replied, today, there are pressing matters at hand. Please return to make your purchases tomorrow, and hurry off to join the commotion. Although the crowd was bewildered by the shopkeeper's intentions, they sensed that something significant had occurred today. Remembering how the officials had hastily rushed towards the 4 city gates moments ago, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation and began to disperse. Racing towards the city gates, that moment, the squares before the 4 gates and the palace gate were abuzz with activity, teeming with people. Has the newly promulgated law officially come into effect? Who among us can read? Quickly, someone please read aloud what is inscribed here. As the officials posted the imperial edict, a curious throng of commoners gathered around, with the illiterate among them anxiously urging for a reading. After all, the previous laws of the Qin were notoriously harsh, and now, under the leadership of Ying Gao, they had finally been liberated from forced labor and the system of collective punishment. The laborers had returned home. Fallow lands were being cultivated, and seeds had just been sown. The crowd, like startled birds, feared the emergence of further complications. The imperial edict affixed today signifies the official implementation of the new general laws. And I shall now read it aloud for everyone. There is no need for alarm. Once the edict was posted, the officials turned to address the crowd. In an instant, the raucous throng seemed to be silenced by an unseen force. All eyes fixed upon the officials, holding their breath in anticipation. Listen well, everyone. The Qin belongs to the common people. From this day forth, the officials' voices resonated like bells, each word delivered with fervor and passion. Although the provisions were numerous, every line conveyed profound care and affection for the populace. Just then, a flurry of anxious servants pushed their way through. Eagerly, they strained to catch every word. Upon hearing the proclamation, their faces turned pallid with shock, and anger flared within them. Why? Because they were not mere commoners. They were the household servants of affluent families. This new law clearly threatened their masters' interests if their lords faced hardships. How could these servants fare any better? If their masters were content, they might manage to scrape by. But should their masters be in a foul mood, it would be the servants who bore the brunt of it. Alas, in these times, being a servant is hard enough, but to be a clever and discerning one is an even greater challenge. This simply cannot stand. Would my master's previous transgressions regarding the widow's plight not be unveiled? One servant whispered to his companion. The other servant, sharing a similar status and master, suddenly turned pale. Was it not declared that past misdeeds would no longer be pursued, and a fresh start would commence today? Yet, can one guarantee that from this day forth, their master will not err again? The general laws explicitly state that the sovereign is subject to the same penalties as the commoners. Moreover, as of today, this will be universally known across all counties of the Qin. After a simple modification of the contract, the two parties erected a banner in the central square of the 101 Geological Team's courtyard, setting up a few tables and chairs. In the presence of all the employees of the 101 Geological Team, a relatively grand signing ceremony was held. This reflects the fundamental divergence in political ideologies between the two individuals, which ultimately led to Ying Zheng's decision to dismiss his chancellor. The immense power, towering prestige, and significant influence of El Bouet had become an impediment, obstructing Ying Zheng's aspirations for eastward advancement. Li Tang found himself in an awkward position, uncertain of how to navigate such a scenario. Following their directives, he sat down like a marionette, taking a sip from the cup of water presented to him. The only viable course of action now was to swiftly locate Han Dongdong's two elder sisters and extend an apology to them. Manager Chao glanced at the menu, swallowing hard, while Lu Yu cast a quick glance at the offerings, her eyes widening in astonishment. Zhou Mingji smiled lightly, stating, "I am merely here to conduct transactions. There is no need for concern. However, I advise you to carefully consider how to explain this to your superiors, as they are exceedingly displeased upon hearing of this matter. If you fail to manage it properly, I need not elaborate on the consequences." With that, Zhou Mingji gave Jiang Peng's shoulder a meaningful pat. Generally, Qianlang's shoes are not prone to pinching, and since his financial ascent, he has prioritized comfort and fit, thus rarely encountering such issues. However, he has been experiencing a growth spurt. Subsequently, Situ Ming seized the motorcycle, twisting the throttle and darting away with a swift whoosh. After finishing her meal, Shen Mingtang delivered a packet of pastries to Xia's mother, and upon her return, the table was cleared of all dishes. Only the Japanese could undertake afforestation at an airport. Constructing woodlands to separate military aircraft from civilian airports is indeed a peculiar endeavor. Su Jinshu was visibly taken aback, gripping the edge of the table as she sat down, her complexion extremely pale. Zhang Dishi fixed his gaze on the bruises encircling Cui Yongmei's neck, his eyelids drooping. Exhibiting signs of fatigue, the northern end of Mount Zhongtiao connects with Mount Wanggu, where Lishan rises to an altitude of 2,322 meters, serving as the source of the Susui River. Beitang He and Beitang Yi, accompanied by the guards of the Northern Wing Prince's mansion, encircled the disciples in the courtyard, leaving no avenue for escape. Listening to the vitriol hurled by these individuals, Dong Lanxiang felt a deep discomfort, yet found no opportunity to retort. Sasaki Taiko, a Japanese expatriate residing in Shanghai, was selected by Tianzong Zimo during recruitment for embassy staff and assigned as a general worker. Eloquence can be dazzling, yet it merely serves to secure one's legal standing. However, no matter how sweetly one speaks, it ultimately comes down to the strength of one's capabilities. This time, Gao Jian, with a single hand,